apart instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Blast Rising. Of course, it is those sweet playoffs that are still taking place. It's been a lengthy yesterday. I'll give you that one for free. And today we're still going to have four best of threes to go. Though this time around, it's going to be at least just the two best of threes for me, Sir Danny, and of course for Overseered. And to kick things off here, we're going to have our first best of three of the day, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer versus Spirit Academy.
Oh, well, you definitely brought it up now, didn't you? Yes, it is going to be Galaxy Racer. It is going to be Spirit Academy. And as you said, two best of threes. Dude, yesterday, the fact he did four of them, I was shell-shocked at the end of it. I tuned in for the last series, and you guys were doing splendid with Scriv. I mean, you just carried the broadcast, man. That was good. It was good stuff. So congrats to you for holding on
No,
for
no,
so
no. I'm,
long.
I'm dissatisfied that there were moments in time where I didn't say, I said Torsi instead of Torji. Now, that, my friend, that is a massive mistake. If I would have said Budapest as well, just take me off the air. Please, take me off the
I mean,
air.
just at that point, quit, man. Just quit
Quit.
while you're ahead. But with that being spoken, of course, we do have a great game on our hands. It is going to be Galaxy Racer versus, of course, none other than Spirit Academy, a team that I haven't seen in so long. I didn't even know it existed anymore. Spirit Academy, you probably recall, you probably remember back in the day, we had Spirit, we had their academy team. They had some of the best Russian, we could say Russian mixed Ukrainian talents on the scene at the time. And I remember distinctly that Spirit Academy was at one point, you know, that the lineup now, I won't recall it from the top of my head because it's been so long ago. But it was a better lineup than the original Spirit team. I remember that much. And yeah, definitely right now, it is going to be a bit of a different story, of course. We are going into this game with obviously Galaxy Racer, the Swedes here, being perhaps a bit of a better team. Would you dare say that? Because Spirit Academy right now, for me, the only one I recognize is Spazi. The rest are completely and utterly unknown to me.
Yeah, that's a fair thing to say because this is a fresh roster in particular. And yes, even though Spirit Academy did exist in the past, this is, like I said, this is a fresh roster, a fresh project here for Spirit. The roster, I do believe this one in particular exists for a good month or so. So that is not a lot of time for in a
Yeah.
team's lifespan, so to speak. And of course, it also comes down to the broader narrative of a lot more of these proper organizations in Counter Strike picking up these academy teams, like it was in, say, 2017. You get to see a lot of these youngsters, the talents, the academies, and whatnot coming into play. And of course, Spirit Academy is one of those teams. And in a lot of cases, like it is with a lot of these academy teams, I have no idea where they managed to recover these players from, but these are the names I have not seen outside of Spirit Academy. I have never heard the likes of ZNX, Zontix, Siren, or right now we're also going to have a stand-in here inside of Spirit Academy. That's going to be Flamus playing instead of Target.
Oh, okay. So I guess we have even, well, yeah. Basically, it is going to be it is going to be interesting seeing how these fresh bloods are able to go up against Galaxy Racer. I think this is a good game, a good opportunity for GR to finally give us a taste of what they can do. Finally, give us a taste of what they're capable of as a team as a whole, because. Recently, Galaxy Racer have been also a little bit disappointing. I mean, they've won their series against recently against the Iberian family, against Gorillas, against SJ, you know, within the last week or so. But they did lose still against some others. An example, Nasser or, you know, 100 Ping Gods. Although against 100 Ping Gods, I think it's quite acceptable that you do get to lose. Though in any case, today they're playing in the round of 16 here at Blast Rising. And of course, going up against Spirit Academy, this is not going to be easy. It should not be easy. But then again, it's also proving ground where Galaxy Racer, I think, have to give us, you know, a taste of what they can do, a taste of what they are capable of. Because we speak about teams, we speak about players every single day here. We speak about how quality, skill, knowledge come into play with every single of these series. Well, in this case for Galaxy Racer, they've got 3 players that have been on the scene for a long time, and they've got Joel and Chowsy, the 2 youngest players on their team at 16 currently, that have to be also, you know, given some free roam and show what they're capable of for real at this point.
I mean, when it comes down to their performance here at the Blast Rising, Galaxy Racer managed to secure their group in a 2-0 fashion. And it wasn't that they had to go up against some underwhelming opposition or just teams that are maybe outside the top 50 or 60 even. They had to go up against Trick first and foremost, beating them in the best of 3, and then the real challenge, they had to go up against Ago, who were, at least to my knowledge yesterday, ranked 28th in the world, and they managed to beat them as well in a 2-1 fashion. So clearly Galaxy Racer still has what it takes to beat some of the better opposition in Counter-Strike, but you're right, it doesn't mean that they will not go down to some of the lesser opponents as well. Nasser being a good example, 100 PG as well, like you mentioned. I guess you could say Galaxy Racer is lacking that consistency. For them, consistency seems to be a pretty big issue.
Yeah, it's always been an issue. You know, you will probably recall the days back in the days when Disco Dublin was playing, for example, in like Smash, right? In the team of Smash, or Godsend, Red Reserve, all those teams that had been once operational that have unfortunately fallen short, you know, changed out their squadrons a lot of times. Then you have obviously Plessen from Yapaleno, or from Chaos. I'm talking about his teams obviously here, or even Game Legion that he was a part of at one point. There were many teams that these guys played in, many teams that these guys participated in. Dezon is the only one that's really been on the scene a little bit less than, well, a little bit less than basically Disco Dublin here and Pleasant, since he started with Yapaleno. So that was basically just a random team, right? Yapaleno isn't an organization, it's just a squad that these guys created that I think also Freddy Frog and Relaxa were a part of at one point. But either way, the point in case is, many of these guys have played through many well, 2 of these guys at least played through many a team, many a squad, roster, etc. I think it's time that they finally give us something, or, you know, might as well say good night, goodbye, because if they lose against Spirit Academy here, I don't even know how, like, how do we take this one if they lose against Spirit Academy?
Well, they've definitely given us the veto, as you guys can see on our screens right now. This is going to be the veto for this best of 3 in particular. And over, do you see any surprises here? Because on my end, I can see, yeah, the pick coming in here from Team Spirit does make a lot of sense. Not a great map here on the side of Galaxy Racer. Team Spirit, I believe they have won the last 3 of their encounters in a row as well. Whereas you see the pick coming in there from Galaxy Racer, Overpass, again, that just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's their go-to pick. Like, Overpass has always been a map for Galaxy Racer, and in general for the players like Skodoplin, Plessen, again, I do mention them a lot, and yes, it has been their map in the past consistently. It's also among statistically their best maps, and I'm eager to see how they're gonna, of course, perform here, obviously. But then again, we have our first map coming out from Spirit Academy, which is Mirage, a map that in this case I think favors them heavily. And not because GR might not win, it's because the fact that, well, it is Mirage. We spoke about yesterday extensively about the map itself, how it allows for less viable tactical teams that don't have as much, perhaps as much structure behind them to still take a victory, because you can take those defaults and you can win all day long with them.
For sure. I mean, Mirage is a pretty simple map here in the CS map pool, right? It is also synonymous in the CIS scene from which Spirit Academy are coming from. So you absolutely need to know the play of Mirage. Yeah. And actually, to set the record straight, they didn't actually win their last 3 encounters in a row. That's a bit of my mistake, because they ended up losing a matchup to, I believe, the squad of Sprout in a 16-14 game. So considering this is just Spirit Academy we're talking about, which a team you're not expecting much out of, the fact that they took Sprout 16-14 on a map like Mirage, again, Sprout absolutely loving the map of Mirage, that's a really good performance, I'd say, for the side of Spirit Academy, and really goes to show that even though this is a team which the players we haven't really heard of, we haven't really seen them play, but on the basis of their results on a map like Mirage, it can only give you the confidence, that okay, these guys clearly know how to play the map.
Yeah, I agree with there, though. The bigger issue I see is an overpass here for the side of Spirit Academy. They haven't played it officially yet. Or, well, the times they did play it, they lost it against Skade. It was one of those times and didn't really do too well for themselves. So I feel like Mirage is a must-win. Like, it's if they want to continue on to our third and final map of Dust 2, which again, in my mind, does favor GXR a tiny bit, with Spirit Academy probably having these youngsters that you and I are not familiar with, having those headshots come out for days, you know, it's probably going to be a crazy, crazy game. But I feel like Mirage has to be a victory here for Spirit Academy, because then on Overpass, most likely they suffer defeat. Now, I'm not going to say it's a guarantee, but it's definitely a good possibility. And with that being said, of course, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're slowly getting ready to jump into our game here, into our first map, Mirage, and of course the pistol beginning here between the Swedes and the, well, basically CIS team that is Spirit Academy today. And legit, they're a mixed CIS team. They have players from Ukraine, they have players from Russia, and they have players from Belarus.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting matchup here on Mirage. Of course, one of the players you can definitely look at here, and a name you must have seen in the past if you were tuning into the broadcast, that is going to be Disco Doppelin. Of course, he named at one point touted as the potential next star, rising talent of the Swedish scene, but
Yeah.
never really living up to it. What do you think that was the case here over? How come a player like Disco Doppelin never really rose to the very top of Swedish Counter-Strike?
You remember the era of Olaf, right? We all remember the era of Olaf, right? We remember how good Fnatic were at one point. We remember basically those domination days. And Disco Doppelin came at the right time. He was also a part of a few squads that, you know, really showed promise, or at least had quite a little bit of promise itself. Why do I think he never made it to the top? Why I think that his stint in Fnatic and Godsent, and even at the end of the day in Red Reserve and Ancient, never really brought anything? It must have, like, I know this is going to sound a little bit too harsh, perhaps, but reality is that just not good enough. That's maybe the case. On the other hand, maybe just not lucky with the teams he's playing in, because even if you're a good player, you need 4 more other players around you that know how to handle themselves and know how to play themselves. I mean, Disco Doplin's currently at a rating of 1.03, which is not exactly the most impressive, but he's definitely, you know, doing positive since he's positive. But let's see how this goes. Ladies and gents, Galaxy Racer versus Spirit Academy. It's the A push, and already Chowsy spotting a few, but failing to get anything as the smoke on connector blooms. It is now going to be, of course, Spirit Academy. Oh, ho, 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 Chowsy! Did you see that shot? Oh my, because I certainly almost didn't. Joel as well. And somebody called the doctor. Is this Joel's?
The return of Joel's. Oh, Patsy and ZNX. Oh, what? What is going on? Patsy and ZNX about to win this one 1v2. Disco Doppelin, he's going to be going down. The crossfire. I'm sorry?
What just happened with the pistol here? It was a 5v2, gents, people. What? Woo.
Look at this as well. 2v5, ZNX. I mean, great shots from him with the P250, not gonna lie, but I'm just so surprised Galaxy Racer ended up losing that round. That was looking so good for them. Spirit Academy, instead of going for your standard CT control as the T pistol, they fight the players in window, and well, they did not expect that fierce resistance. Yeah, we can see Spirit Academy taking away the first round. Looking pretty solid thus far, but for Galaxy Racer, you can see, not wasting any time, reinforcement it is.
I am a little bit perplexed, because Spirit Academy was not supposed to win that pistol, but they did. And well, at the end of the day, it is what it is. There will be forcing up here Galaxy Racer, and Chowsy pushes in towards T house from top middle, mind you, not from middle, not from B house, not from T base. He gets the frag on Patsy, falls back, and that's it. That's all he had to do here. Great little entry that secures Galaxy Racer's chance to actually win to win a round here. As we do have an A execution being readied up. Let's see, of course, if that will be enough here for the side of Spirit Academy. 3 players out of Palace. They've got Galils. This is not going to be easy, as it shouldn't be easy. And opening it up already here. Siren tagged up tiny bit. Shouzy waiting in noob corner. Surely they will check him again. Although no, with the MP9, he will find himself some purchase, but not enough. As Joel, at the end of the day, will help his cross. And Siren and as ZNX. Hey, that doesn't work. Ouch.
One to one, though. Galaxy Racer, you can see that heading into this matchup, they are feeling confident. You saw the push coming in from Chazi. Didn't have any backup. Just went out there by his lonesome. MP9 kill. Easy start for Galaxy Racer. Not much of a response from Spirit Academy, and I would expect that Galaxy Racer are definitely feeling that they are the favorites heading into this matchup, undoubtedly. That's going to be the early nade deploy. Doesn't really inflict any damage here on the likes of Siren. As we might even see, ooh, that nade though, on the other hand, a lot more damage, a lot more inflicted on the side of Spirit Academy. See, of course, even though the players do have the armor by their side, 4 of them in fact, that still makes them vulnerable to bullets.
Well, I mean, nobody's Batman here, so what can I say besides the fact that Spirit Academy will need to be a little bit more prepared for what comes next. Galaxy Racer, as you said, they seem to be eager, they seem to be warmed up, and above all else, they might have lost the pistol, but they certainly haven't lost their will in this case. Oh, nice save, Plessen. Oh, my friend, that was at 6 HP for Plessen. Finally will be finished by Zontix, though it seems like the rest of the team has better motives, or at least better ideas. 2-1. Spirit Academy unfortunately lose their force bite. They don't really make it anywhere. And Joel, look at this man. He is at 16 years right now. Very, very young, very much prepared. Bonafide, the coach, if I'm not wrong here, of the side of Galaxy Racer, right? I believe, could it be? Or am I mistaking Kaste for Bonafide? Could be the mistake. But in any case, Disco Doppler and Pleasant. Ooh, hold up. No, never mind. Siren actually got a kill with a Glock. I didn't even know that was possible through middle.
Oh, it is going to be, I mean, massive damage inflicted here. And Spirit Academy, there we go. Back with the reinvestment here. Loads of money on their side. And, yeah, looks like I said, they're over. Bonafide is going to be the stand-in here for the coach, by the list of things.
Yeah, unfortunately no Hasta today, but, at least they have somebody cheering them on, which is always nice. 3-1 already start here, Danny. This is looking superb for GXR.
Oh, could see an early pusher from Spirit Academy. Look at the ramp position. Close by is Pleasant with the MP9. Can always be a lethal little gun, but with 2 players coming in, it's not so easy. Zontix, good pickup on Pleasant. Early nade deployed as well, dealing the damage on Spirit Academy. Now we can see the 4 players gathering up on the A bomb site. Should be the full-on executor right now. Joel has vision with the AWP, but it's Patsy has the kill here on Shazi. There we go. Utility usage coming in now. Smoke grenades, Molotovs on the side of Spirit Academy. That will force Joel to retreat. You can see Spirit Academy being very careful in their approach. Smoke grenades, Molotovs, all of it being deployed, except for CT spawn. Joel, I believe, still has vision, but he won't be challenged by anyone from Spirit Academy. And on his end, he's still going to have to wait for his teammates to get in position. He's out here in CT spawn. He's waiting for Dezon to come in from the window. There we go. Dezon with a kill. That's a start.
And now he can pick up the AK as well if he's going to be lucky enough. a few shots into Under Palace. Unfortunately, in this case, Flamus will take that kind of position, abuse it, and of course take him down. That's pretty much the round gone. Spirit Academy, their second one gotten. It took them a moment or two to get here, but they are here. They have been able to pull off the second round without too much of a hic. And, well, hiccup in either case. Joel, as the last player, saving the op. It's kind of important in this case. The money for Galaxy Racer, of course, available for them across the board for a rebuy. But he's still going to drop a rifle, so Pleasant can go for full utility. We are looking at a pretty close game, it seems like, because, you know, even though Spirit Academies aren't supposed to be the God-tier spielers that we would expect them to be, they will contend early on, and Galaxy Racer... Oh, look at this. Top mid smoke, trying to prevent Galaxy Racer from knowing what's up. And here comes an execution towards A. Behind it all, no rotations are close enough to help the lonely gunman on site. That's Chowsy. Good night, goodbye. Pleasant, nice spray through the smoke. But it's a 4-on-4 with A site already lost. And nobody in CT is a problem, and a huge one at that.
Such a quick take. Ooh, Pleasant. Nice spray on Zontix. Very quick take here. Spirit Academy doing a good job at slowing down the advancement here of the Racers. Oh, Disco Doppelin chimes out that smoke. Kill here on Potsy gives Galaxy Racer the opening to pursue the commitment on the site. Loads of utility usage. Disco Doppelin moving in. The Opera here in the form of ZNX, not going for the peaks just yet, though. Gotta make sure that these players do not cross safely. Flamus get one, Desert, and Joel with a response, and Joel gets the one on ZNX, but ooh,
yes,
this is gonna be somewhat close.
I think there is. Yeah, there is. Ooh. Cutting it a little bit too close, I do agree there, though. Spirit Academy definitely making it very painful for Galaxy Racer. Likewise, economy, as we can see, has taken a bit of a tumble in the wrong direction. Funny little tidbit. Joel and Chowsy were playing in Flow Scola. Now, I went on to check this by of course, a good word from chat. But in this case, they went on to play on DreamHack in November 2020. One against Little Mix, one against Galaxy Racer in the qualifier, and then played against Spirit and AGF. Unfortunately, lost both of their games, but, you know, they were there. So Chowsy and Joel might have more experience than some of these players on bigger tournaments. Though, Deson finds one. ZNX refrags. This is a B take and a full B commitment. Okay, interesting decision. Spirit Academy, they don't seem to lose any sleep over this.
Oh, Disco Doppelin. Response here, and Patsy slows the advancement for now. Oh, but look at Pleasant's positioning. Such a good spot to be in. ZNX completely unaware of the push. Well, the shutdown. As Lonesome Zontix remains, knows the positioning of Disco Doppelin as well as Pleasant. Really, which of the one players he wants to fight first? Looks like it's going to be Disco Doppelin, and well, Disco Doppelin has the superior angle here. That will be a 5-2 scoreline. Good start here in the side of Galaxy Racer, and looks like they're going to have a timeout. Better use it wise. Perhaps you might want to check out one of our sponsors in the meanwhile. Coinbase, of course. One of the ways you can get yourself into the cryptocurrency world would be through Coinbase. Be sure to check them out on Coinbase.com.
Well, we can see here, of course, the cameras of the players of Galaxy Racer. Joel, Deson. Well, Deson, Joel. Disco Doppelin, the oldest of the bunch, I believe, if I'm not wrong in that department. He has been quite the staple on the Swedish scene, though, if we're honest. He has been, of course, performing for quite a few years, since like 2015, 2016. His actual first official team that he started playing in on HLTV, at least, where he would be tagged and bagged on it, would be Epsilon. And then he would move on to Fnatic and then Godsend. So, you know, he definitely had some amazing chances, some amazing teams. Unfortunately, never really amounted to too much. And oh la la, nice hold. Spirit Academy on an eco, of course, can't do much. But yeah, that is going to be, you know, Galaxy Racer, consisting of quite a few talents and quite a few youngsters even.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, one of the players you can look on, for example, the side of Galaxy Racer, Chazi as well. One of the individuals that currently right now being somewhat quiet, but he's also one of the players that has those highlight moments for Galaxy Racer. Joel as well, 12 frags so early on. Of course, he's been a lot of times part of the initial engagements here on the side of Galaxy Racer, so no wonder he's able to find so many frags. Whereas on the B-bomb side, some players like Dezen being somewhat quiet, that is to be expected. Not a lot of advancement on the B bomb side from Spirit Academy. The Again gonna keep things simple. A simple hit on the A bomb side. Chazi though, perfect angle to find himself too. Oh, even runs through the smoke. That is so sick. But not aware of Siren's positioning. Will go down eventually. Spirit Academy have been slowed down in the push. 3 players alive, and you can see Flamus has been smoked off as well.
3 players absolutely ready for this one, though Pleston in triple perhaps a bit too eager. And Joel, well, he might have lost Pleston, but he did not lose his confidence. There's the second as well. Pulls out the USB, Flamus, or Flamus. Is it Flamus or is it Flamus? I mean, it probably would be Flamus, but sounds like Flamus. Oh, Flamus. Against, of course, the Deagle now. Dezon in a 1v1. Can't pull it off. Nice little double there he pulls. But at the end of the day, still doesn't make the difference.
I wouldn't be too surprised if it's Flamus. Of course, the 4, as you may know, I'm a semantics expert, and the 4 symbolizes the letter A. Of course, it is the letter A. However, how shall you pronounce the letter A? Is it an A?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it the A?
Is it an actual A, so Flamus, or is it an actual Emus? Flamus. Emus, yeah, basically. Yeah. Well, I'm not an expert, so I can't say. I can say, though, it's a B push, so Spirit Academy. They seem to be on the right decision here, though they are not yet fully... Well, okay, there's the plant. So for a second there, it was a bit weird not seeing the plant immediately go down, as Flamus and Siren are left over. Of course, with the op of Joel, they need to be very careful, Galaxy Racer. They can't afford to lose the op, neither can they afford to lose this round, to be honest. Their money ain't exactly that good. Flamus with the first, that's a good start. Siren helping out, and that is beautiful. Joel is too late. I believe he is far too late now. He cannot do this in a 1v1. Well, perhaps he can still pull off some imaginary shots. Oh my, he sees him, but no time left for him now. And he will, of course, lose the op at the end of the day. That is going to be Spirit Academy finding their third on a B take. On a B rush, even.
Keeping things simple, why not? Try out the B-bomb site, Spirit Academy, do exactly that. Full-on commitment on the B-bomb site, and they successfully fend off Joel trying to go for that retake scenario. Nice attempt from Joel as well, but of course, trying to shotgun your opponents with the AWP does come to an end at some point. Spirit Academy, though, early on, some middle presence. Haven't really seen too much of Spirit Academy in the mid-control game, and well, it's successful. Patsy finds the first on Disco Doppler, going for a bit of a spray. Chavsy on the other side of the AUG, getting as close as possible. Patsy gets one more. This mid-take from Spirit Academy is looking stellar until Chazi and Dezon pounce. Those are going to be free rifles to recover. They'll do exactly that. Politics will hold this position for good measure, but 2 angles to check at the same time. Window as well as connector. He does not have the backup of his teammates, though. That's a bit dissatisfying, though. That flashbang is good. Zontix gets the one.
Damn.
Joel with the response. ZNX still holds the site. And Dezon, though, has no defuse kit, so he really needs to hurry up if he wants to make the clutch work. Good flash as well. I'd say from this point out. Oh, with that
no
kill,
way.
that changes up. He might try to go for this one. Flamus left in
Gonna go for
1v1.
it. He's gonna peek out wide.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good attempt from Des, and he definitely tried to, of course, play it first to get the contact, because he knows without a kit, you know, he does need to kill the player immediately and then go for the defuse and hold it for 10 seconds. Cutting it a lot closer than it should have been. The op lost for Spirit Academy. Well, not lost, but at least fallen for Spirit Academy. The fact is that, of course, ZNX did unfortunately fail in that duel. Though Spirit Academy on the 4th round, I don't think they're going to be overly overly sad about it. They are able to force Galaxy Racer as well onto an eco, so this should be 5 rounds without too big of an issue as Galaxy Racer take up to a stack on a site. The Spirit Academy team, of course, with the new logo, by the way, which is quite fantastic. The old logo was outdated, we'll say, but was still nice, still good, though at this point, this is where, of course, we go into a little bit of a different storyline, I feel like, because at 5 rounds, Spirit Academy not only start to contend for the potential 8-7 half, but they show why they chose Mirage, and they're doing a good job at waking up here and making sure that, of course, none of the side of Galaxy Racer are getting too much out of their duels, besides Joel at 16 frags, who is right now on a new roll.
Yeah, remember this as well. An early game here, early jitters from both teams. And in the case of Spirit Academy, maybe it's a little bit better on their end, that they're the ones who can go in, swing out for the engagements. They don't have to hold the angles like the CTs. Of course, again, early in this one. Oh, Joel, that's going to be a nice little recovery there on Zontix. But overall, a victory here for Spirit Academy, cutting it close. The 7-5 scoreline. Again, the one thing you expect out of Mirage, tight scorelines. 7-5 right now is still just a difference of the 3 rounds. And in all fairness, Spirit Academy, if they get the next few in, that is again a tight scoreline on a map. Mirage. We'll see, however. Galaxy Racer, HWP in the hands of Joel. Always nice to see. Not seeing any mid control on the side of Galaxy Racer. It will be Pleasant, in fact, the only player from the window position. And he's the one holding it with the FAMAS, so he won't have the backup of Joel, whereas Joel, he's looking for attacks elsewhere. One of that area of the map is going to be the B bomb site, from what I can tell. An aggressive play, in fact, from Galaxy Racer. You can see Joel is holding the backline and Desmond getting dangerously close. Flash moves in, doesn't really find anything. Whereas the players of Spirit Academy, they're getting closer and closer towards Connector.
I like this from Spirit Academy. They're not really pushing just yet. They're waiting for a reaction from GXR. Unfortunately, that smoke is not a reaction they would hope for. They will counter it with a smoke into window to make sure, of course, that the op of Disco Doppler, or in this case, the FAMAS of his, does not really find any purchase. Joel on short. This is going to be an A push, an A split, I would dare say. Oh, Patsy! Oh, Patsy! Well, that was a lot better than what you would otherwise see, and that is beautiful. Of course, the ex-player of Espada, the old player of Espada, one you can say. Great performance here, showing why that idea from Spirit Academy was not bad, though also kind of displaying, of course, the weakness in the part for Spirit Academy, because what happens if he dies, or what happens if he and his teammate dies, and then it's all of a sudden a 3v5, but luckily enough, that's not the case. 7-6 goes the way I kind of thought would be going, of course, to a tie, or at least close to. Could be an eco next for GXR. They don't have the money. They don't have really a position to work from.
No, you'll notice that Galaxy Racer are running out of money as well as rounds to work with here. So this one, I absolutely agree. Save the free weapons. That would really give you some sort of edge in the next round moving forward. As for Spirit Academy, they're finally waking up here. Finally doing some really good executes here at the bomb site, as well as some nice mid control. At the same time, Galaxy Racer not really contesting middle. The few rounds they tried going for some mid control, it did feel like those were some of the closer rounds in which Galaxy Racer early on getting a few kills, perhaps Spirit Academy with a response, but there was at least a trade frag potential. Then it's a 3v3. Then you might see that Galaxy Racer can still have their players in prime positions to pick up the frags. Maybe now they're feeling the pressure. You can see because of it, they must have taken the timeout.
I think they definitely are feeling the pressure, and of course, with tactical timeouts here being utilized, you can tell that Galaxy Racer are not happy with how it all went down. And of course, before we continue, I would like to just mention the sponsor of this tournament. They've been here with us since the start, CS Money. Go check them out. Of course, they provide skins for your pleasure or for your lust, depending what you have for one or the other. So, you know, feel free to go check them out, etc. Timeout for Spirit Academy as well. It seems like we'll have a piece of the the Gambit style of timeouts, where your opponent takes a timeout and then you take a timeout right after him, because that is pretty damn cool. Not gonna lie, that is pretty cool. You try to break your opponent's focus. You try to break your opponent's. You can say, I guess, this distinct. I guess in a way, distinct setup. Their mental focus is the most important here, and at 7-6 Spirit Academy, I think they're in for a wild ride. But likewise, of course, Galaxy Racer with the open Joel, who's currently at 17 frags. He just keeps on adding on that number, man. We're in round 14, and he already has 17. I mean, 2 rounds here to go, and what, do we expect 20 frags? Because I am expecting at least 20 frags here.
I mean, Joel is giving us a vintage Disco Doppelin performance. Vintage Disco Doppelin from 2016, I'd say. Spirit Academy entering the bomb site. Joel gets the initial frag. Again, the smoke grenade just doesn't pop early enough. Then we see the advancement here from the remaining members of Spirit. Entering the bomb site, though, the Molotovs will slow down their advancement, as well as the players. But look at Zontix. He's going to push off for the smoke. Going to go for the spray, but only gets the one. Still good damage inflicted on Galaxy Razor, but that smoke grenade can allow Dezen and Disco Doppelin, Joel to get in a better position. Ooh, trying to go for the spray here. Dezen gets the one, tries to find it on ZNX. Zontix holding the line right now. ZNX, AWP at hand, pops Dezen, leaving it all up to lonesome
Zontix.
Joel. Dezen.
No
down
way.
And ZNX with the victory.
Yeah, that is going to be a bit of a problem here for the side of GXR. That's not supposed to happen, or at least was not supposed to happen. Joel drops down on the floor with the opit after getting 1 frag, and of course for the rest of GXR, Galaxy Racer right now in a bit of a weird spot. I mean, they have 7 rounds, which is great. Not gonna lie, it is really good, but they also do not have the money to really make a difference in this last one. It's round number 15, Spirit Academy. As we said, 8-7 is definitely a possibility for them, given how they started off, given how well they started to play at the end of the day, at the end of this first half. I am positively perplexed, positively surprised by their quality, and eager to see where it leads us moving forward. As at this tie currently, at this intersection, I feel like they have an upper hand over Galaxy Racer, and I am pleasantly surprised by this, Danny. I didn't expect Spirit Academy to have a big chance of winning, and I probably was wrong, and I see now that I was wrong in my thinking, and I apologize to any fans of Spirit Academy. But let's hope that Galaxy Racer don't give up that easily, right?
No, I don't think they will. Galaxy Racer is still the favorite in the best of 3. And if anything, Spirit Academy could give us a good showing here in the first one, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in the next few. Still, this first one is not over just yet, so it could be a whole different matchup. 40 seconds remain, though, and even though Spirit Academy has given us a good showing, let's see if they can end it with a sick finale as well. 30 seconds remain. We can see Spirit Academy entering the A-bomb side. Disco Doppelin, though, chiming in middle. Chaz getting one on Siren. Joel eliminates Flamus. That will put Zontix and ZNX in a somewhat awkward position. Oh, those are some good frags. Zontix, ZNX getting 2. Doesn't, though. Perfect timing. Oh, the flashbang just not deployed early enough. We'll be dropping the bomb carrier, and you can see there's just simply no time for lonesome ZNX. 5 seconds remaining. Could get the frag here on 1, but it will be okay securing it on Dezen, but not securing the victory. It will be Galaxy Racer securing 8 rounds on CD side Mirage.
Well, they draw a bit of a lucky beat at the end. Time runs down for Spirit Academy. It was bound to happen at one point, given what we've seen, given what we know. 8-7. Oh, what? Did I just... Okay, I almost thought that he's about to spill his drink over his keyboard. Never mind. That was just a flash. You know, those are PTSD moments for gamers, you know, when you see liquid next to your PC or something. But as I was saying, Galaxy Racer, of course, we can see that they're not exactly overly concerned. They're just kind of content, kind of stoic faces. A bit more than anything, I think they're not happy with the way it ended here on the first half. Joel is at 19 frags, my dude. in 16, well, 15 rounds. He is at 19. And it might not seem like much to many, but I'm telling you now, people, that's insane. That is pretty damn good. So for Spirit Academy, the fact is that they've won the first half. Might have lost the half itself in the sense of numbers, but in my mind, they've won the half in general because they got 7 rounds. Now they CT side. Galaxy Racer are known to be very weird on their T side, and in general, these players, there was usually a lot of issues. Primarily, there were many issues on the T side of some of these players' past teams, and even some of these players themselves.
It's definitely a nice bounce back from Spirit Academy. I'll give you that. They managed to secure themselves these 7 rounds here on T side. Mirage is already a good scoreline for them. They'll have a second half to be played out. Of course, you can't say that Mirage seems to be the more T-sided map, but I would say for these youngsters, right now, the fact that they get to play in the CD side could also be a good sign for them. All you have to focus right now is just hitting your shots. I'm not really sure who's the one individual doing the calling here on the side of Spirit Academy, but for sure, I don't believe he's a very experienced in-game leader, and I would presume that here on the CD side, it would definitely have to just focus on reading the game, just telling the players when would be the right time to push and whatnot, not having to think a lot about the mid-round calls, as he's not on the T side. Though, we see these smoke grenades now being deployed here from Galaxy Racer, and they will have an almost empty B bomb site. The only player holding the site was Zontix from short.
Well, that's not really going to work out for Spirit Academy, is it? Now, Joel finds himself one more. And the T side of Galaxy Racer starting to pound for pound here at the start of this pistol, at the start of this second half. Flamus, supported by Patsy and Siren. And to answer your question, I believe Siren is the IGL of Spirit Academy, though I am not certain. Perhaps chat can confirm that for us. Meanwhile, Galaxy Racer get the pistol. The second one is theirs. Fair enough. I mean, they're not joking around, that's for certain. And their T side, I hope to see a better show of performance than what we had usually seen from them in the past. And I have no doubt that they have practiced and they have prepared for this, for this day, specifically for the T side of Mirage itself. As we can see again, look at this focus with 3 players into B house. No, actually just 2, never mind. Still, they'll be looking for a little bit of control here, towards middle especially, against the force buy of Spirit Academy. Deagles, a scout, and just a tiny bit of utility what's left over.
Play this Deagle up close. It'd really be dangerous right now, even for a guy like Pleasant, experienced and all that. And in Galaxy Racer, they have spread out quite thin. It is somewhat of a default setup, looking for potential engagements or maybe some aggression on the side of Spirit Academy. They don't see anyone just yet. Good fight for connector control. Could be on the agenda. Molotov deployed. That's going to flush out Siren. The other players will have to play a bit safe right now. The smoke grenades block off their vision, so they must consider some other options. Potential stack here. Flamus now going for that engagement. Finally, patience is a virtue, and he is rewarded with a kill on Pleasant.
Well, that's going to work out beautifully. ZNX as well with the scout. Flamus keeps on taking the lives of Galaxy Racer. What is the prerogative here? It seems like it's B, but it's... Oh! Siren, my dude. That was a beautiful shot. And more than anything, that was a beautiful finisher. That is going to be our 8th round for Spirit Academy as they win the force buy. Well, this was one of the underlying issues for the turn, well, for the players of Galaxy Racer in the past when it comes down to it. When we are, when we're honest about it, they had a lot of issues in their T side. Their aggression was usually easily thwarted. So hopefully today is not going to be that kind of day again. But we do see that Spirit Academy, of course, will be dealing against Deagles, will be dealing against a proper Deagle investment. And I have no doubt in my mind that they will be able to handle it no problem. Because as you can see right now, it's a slow play from GXR, but Spirit Academy are recognizing what's coming their way. Through Palace, through Pit, through middle 2-3 players, and jumping into window most likely. Oh, never mind. They can't predict this, can they? Oh, my lord.
That's a nice one from Pleasant. Super sick on the trigger. Notice this as well as Spirit Academy, though. Oh, they're losing engagements. Joel going for the spray on Flamus, dealing the damage, but it's Chazzy to get the finisher. Dezen chiming in as well. Oh, I think this is going to be it for this round. Galaxy Racer, full control over the A-bomb side. Zontix moves in from window, but even he can't win the fight against Chazzy. That will be a great victory for Galaxy Racer. Didn't expect it to go the way it did. But it just goes without saying it. Those Deagles in Counter-Strike, always got to be careful against them. You may never know if your head is going to get popped. And for Spirit Academy, well, they got to really focus in this round. Ooh, probably looks like it will be the force buy. Yes, it will be the reinvestment here for Spirit Academy. Okay.
I am... Oh, man. I don't know, man. Like, sure, it's not... It doesn't... You know, it's not an issue, but... You got to be super prepared for the take moving forward. And, well, they do get Pleasant as he is alone in pit. Not sure exactly why Pleasant finds himself to be alone in pit as the rest of his team is focused on middle and, well, elsewhere. But that's a rifle now taken in the hands of Spirit Academy. Could be an issue moving forward if they don't prepare for the up-and-coming fight here. Galaxy Racer. Like, what are they planning to do? Huh? Joel? Throwing a smoke in underpass? Am I missing something, Danny, or...
Well, it does look like the players of Galaxy Racer just...
I know what this is. I know what this is. Okay. Can we... I would love to see short for a second, but no! Joel with the bomb! Oh, my God. The smoke on short, or the smoke on underpass is intentional, so it makes it look like it's a smoke on short, right? It blocks the vision on short, but it doesn't matter because the bomb is lost. This is a disaster for GXR, man.
Yeah, the real dissatisfying thing, they lose bomb so quickly on the advancement. They don't even lose it on the side, or even in, say, the short position. They end up losing it in the apartments, and from there now, Spirit Academy just has a really good angle to just hold the bomb at. Another tactical timeout being taken by Spirit Academy. This is one very interesting thing. Coming out of first and foremost, an Academy team, and second of all, of a team from the CIS region taking a lot of these timeouts, which is something you just don't get to see in a lot of teams, especially in this level of Counter-Strike. You know, they might consider taking the one timeout, perhaps when they just lost the 6 rounds in a row. But in this case, they're more than willing to take the timeouts as early as possible, as many as necessary, to make sure their opponents, Galaxy Racer, don't run away with this one. So it is really good stuff. You absolutely want to have that clarity moving forward, which I think is really important when you're playing games, and perhaps playing games on your mobile phone, which might be interest of you. If you want to get yourself a mobile phone with a 165 Hz refresh rate, be sure to head on over to Red Magic, and they might offer you the Red Magic 6 Series phone.
Well, and don't mistake the fact that you will be the best gamer if you get the Red Magic phone. On mobile phones, of course, not on PC. After all, Patsy, though, this time, again, Spirit Academy opening it up. This eco, of course, for Galaxy Racer, not the first time we're seeing it. Should be a relatively simple round for Spirit Academy. I speak too soon, don't I? I really speak too soon. Patsy gets himself caught. With Siren at 7 as well, I wouldn't really count on his... Well, 3 HP, wouldn't really count on his HP being much of a difference maker likewise. Though... Joel... Okay, he adds on more on the tally. Right now, Flamus at least brings it back for 1. Pleasant gonna be caught. That is a lucky strike right now that Siren does not need to deal with anybody. Flamus finds a second. Oh boy, what a round. And oh, Disco Toplin misses the jump in towards ladder. That is unfortunate. That really is unfortunate. But picks up an AK. Has no Kevlar though. And the round is still finishing the way for Spirit Academy. Gee, dude, these rounds. Like, it feels like for a moment that Galaxy Racer have almost a better chance in pistol rounds rather than gun rounds. For a moment, of course. That's how it feels.
I understand that feeling because Galaxy Racers seem to get themselves in some really good positions to find the frags on Spirit Academy. But alas, they did not secure the victorious kills and did not secure the rounds because of it. 10-10 is the current scoreline. This is definitely cutting it close. I guess we were still hoping, for Galaxy Racer to achieve the victory in the best of 3, but the fact that Mirage is getting as close as it is probably is daunting for Galaxy Racer because Spirit Academy can still absolutely snatch this map away. You can see that mid control is not of top priority on the hands of Spirit Academy. Instead, something tells me with the current setup, aggression is part of the game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like in this case they will try to take bit control, but they will be risking a lot for it. Siren going to be walking through the smoke, is he? Because it looks like exactly that, and yes, he will. Not exactly a smoke he walks through as it dissipates, but still, Galaxy Racer, on the other hand, they're taking mid control. Something I talked about earlier, well, a few days ago about mid especially, and something that I continuously will mention is the fact once you go for mid control, you got to make something out of it. You can't just take mid and then hold mid and, be the king of middle, because nobody likes to be the king of middle. The only ones who do that are the ones that want to lose the map. As Joel going through short, supported by Disco Doppler, and I believe right with them is as well Chowsy. Des on alone through apps. This is an important moment. 3 players defending the site. Patsy will drop, but through apps, Zontic sets himself enough of a position to defend this cross. The op, of course, on the side of ZNX does not make a difference. A 2-on-2. And this is going to be an interesting little tidbit. Great nade, though. Doesn't gets caught. Oh, no, Danny. We've seen this before, haven't we? And Siren, of course, proves to be too much. Oh, man, that hurts. That does hurt for Galaxy Racer. 11-10. They at least get the bomb plant. There's that, but should be another eco.
Yeah, they do get the bomb plant and a very successful retake on the side of Spirit Academy. As for Galaxy Racer, yeah, you're right about it. Economy is not looking too strong, and there we go. We're even going to see a timeout coming in here from Galaxy Racer. I'm really happy, actually. I'm really happy to note that these two teams are consistently taking the timeouts. Once they realize things are getting out of hand, they will take the necessary discussion. And in this case, absolutely. Even if you're a team like Galaxy Racer, you want to have that discussion, take the timeout to make sure you can finish this map as soon as possible. Because right now, Spirit Academy, they're being put in positions where they can win these rounds. Galaxy Racer, like you said, their T side seems to be their weaker part. Right now, it goes to show that they really struggle against Spirit Academy, and the CT side prowess of Spirit Academy that I was talking about earlier, where their in-game leader will no longer have to give them the calls or give them the information of where to push and when, what sort of strategy to go with, and what sort of adjustment we should make in the mid-round. That's out of the window. Right now, they have to focus primarily on just holding the bomb sites, and perhaps from the get-go, they might consider going for some early plays or perhaps some aggression from their part if they feel confident enough.
I love this aggression towards B. Let's see if it finds any purchase, because there's going to be 3 men defending the CTs right now, oblivious to the fact that Plesson's already running through their ranks, and that is beautiful in kitchen. Right now, ZNX at least brings it back for 1, brings it back for 2, supporting in his Flammers, but Plesson, Tech 9 in his hands, deadly as one would think it to be. 3v1, Siren has no business delaying himself over this position anymore, and that is going to be the 11th and the tie for Galaxy Racer. And as you said it well, man, they're going in with timeouts left and right continuously on each and every round almost, and then we have this back and forth game that is actually really tight, really close as well. I mean, this is 11-11, tied up as much as it can be here on Mirage. Second half, of course, already entering the final stages of the second half. One or the other will have to make a commitment to the win, commitment to the final push of victory. Though, who will it be and how will it end, though, is a long question yet to be answered. As we all know as well, if you're using cryptocurrencies, yesterday was a beautiful day to buy in, to get yourself a good piece of the pie. You can use Coinbase if you'd like to try it. Another supporter of the stream, of course, another sponsor of the stream and of the tournament. So go check them out. Coinbase. 11-11 though, and we have ourselves a proper game on our hands. But this should be 12. If Galaxy Racer play it right, should be easy 12.
Should be. But we'll have to wait and see, because Galaxy Racer has been prone to making mistakes Even in rounds like this, when they have a substantial edge, you can see the players of Spirit Academy putting a bit more emphasis on the A side hold, especially with Patsy going for that aggressive play through the B apartments. That is a lot of information. That will give Spirit Academy the necessary info to put 4 players on the A bomb site. Now it's a matter of time, and it's a matter of getting kills. So far, so good for Galaxy Racer, but there's the response from Spirit Academy. Siren, Zontix getting a few kills of their own. They're not expecting Patsy in the backlines. Oh, they're wasting valuable time. Joel missing a crucial shot, and just with 3 players remaining, Patsy is sure as hell to seal the deal as he gets himself one. They're not even aware of his positioning as Joel goes down. And you can see Galaxy Racer early on not focusing on any map control, instead going for the early A play, and you can see Patsy uses this one to his advantage.
Absolutely, they should, and that was beautiful from Spirit Academy. They were not supposed to get a victory like that, but they still do. They still pull it off, and that is fantastic. It gives a bit of a kick to the underribs for Galaxy Racer, because we can see that their money, yeah, sure, even though they have enough to rebuy, they're now going to be left over with a very limited amount of, well, economy. Plus, as you already said, Spirit Academy don't seem to really need to play for control of the map, as long as they're playing on top of each other, refrag each other. They're handling this pretty damn well. And how is this going to go forward? Of course, Galaxy Racer mid control seems to be an option here for them again. But I love the fact that Spirit Academy completely ignore middle. They completely and utterly ignore it. They don't care. They never cared in the first place. As long as they're going to be getting themselves kills and holding rounds, that's it. That's all they do need to do at the end of the day. And this is an A split with the bomb left in T base. I dislike the current setup, but Chowsy, well, he seems to be quite happy with the way it's been going. Beyond that, Spirit Academy, the aggression that we talked about from their side this time, coming to bite him in the buttocks in this case.
And perhaps this is also one of the problems when you're not holding middle, just really focusing on the sights. That's a nice little shot there from ZNX, not gonna lie. And yet, with this full focus on the bomb sites, they're thinking, okay, this should be good enough for a team like Spirit Academy to hold on, wait for the players to come in, and just secure those easy engagements. As we saw, quite the difference here can be made if you have a player like Chazzy just walking up ramp and just securing those 2 great frags, really shutting down that round for Spirit Academy from the get-go. Losing the 2 players is such a massive hit, and it's also a big hit on their economy.
Absolutely it is. As you can see, the resulting loss here for Spirit Academy is quite severe. They're left over with minimal amount in the bank, and forcing up kind of puts them in a weird position. This investment into towards A, though, could be the downside for Galaxy Racers, could be their undoing, because if they make a mistake and run into site not clearing it properly, they might just get absolutely shafted. But look at this blessing through the smoke as Patsy returns. Hold up 3v2, 3v1, and 3v none. Danny, Spirit Academy again. They've done it again. And they break Galaxy Racer in half, because now the money, the situation, the problem is reversed. Jesus, that is worthwhile for the side of Spirit Academy. That force buy pays off perfectly.
And you can see as well, after winning such an amazing round, it's not Galaxy Racer that take the timeout. It's not the team that just were on the losing end of such an important round. It is in fact Spirit Academy. You can see there is frustration on the side of Galaxy Racer. This is not the type of round you should be losing. This is probably their best opportunity yet they had to potentially get themselves a victory here, and yet the side of Spirit Academy is causing a lot of havoc here for Galaxy Racer. Those T sides are not looking good. And right now, the first map coming to an end, Galaxy Racer, they absolutely need to get as many rounds as possible. This one is going to be a bit too difficult for them, just the Tech 9s and some armors with the utility. Though I will say this, we've seen some great pistol fire from Spirit Academy, but the same could be said for Galaxy Racer.
I do agree there. Galaxy Racers have had quite a bit of success with their pistols. Likewise, as you say, Spirit Academy, they've the majority of their biggest upsets come from their pistol rounds, and you know how they've been able to handle themselves within. So I have a distinct feeling right now that Spirit Academy, of course, they know how important this round is. They know how big this round is, and they probably will put 3 players on B. And as far as you can see, that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to play retake A with a very passive setup whilst being ready for the B take. And it's a B rush indeed. Spirit Academy, they've read this perfectly. In Forest, there's a player waiting. Zontix and Patsy on the backsides as well. Yeah, Zontix and Forest, of course. Backside Patsy. And this is easy. This is simple. They've read this like an open book. And Danny, if I was Galaxy Racer right now, I'd be hitting myself over the head for going for a rush like that without really thinking about it too much. Because they just lost a very important round that could have potentially gotten them still quite a little bit of success if they had played on their standard, you know, practice deagle points.
But perhaps they're also looking at it that, you know, whatever, we don't care about that round. It's just going to be the simple eco. We don't even have any good skin on us. And speaking of which, folks, if you're going to get yourself some good skins and perhaps even beautiful skins, be sure to head on over to CEST.money because that is where you can get and justify all of your skin needs.
You said it well. They probably didn't care. And I mean, obviously, you know, we hope they didn't care about the previous round because it wasn't as important as one would have thought it'd be. On the other hand, though, we do have, of course, now a very important one. A round that will decide the fate of this first map because it's clear as day. Galaxy Racer, they're having trouble. They're having trouble like, you know, like we've kind of thought they would here on Mirage. Though, on the other hand, Spirit Academy, they've definitely shown some great promise with their bloody anti-ecos, and even force buys on the T side were successful, very much so. As we can see here, mid control again for GXR. Looking for that early take, hoping to get some over it. A Siren peeks out, gets Disco Doppin. In Delpan, there is a player hiding. That's Chao Z, and he's in trouble. There we go. Siren brings him down. Joel, nice return. At least he, you know, is there with the Tech 9. Surprisingly enough, still gets the frag with the Tech 9. On the other hand, though, once more, we do have B site lost. But do you think that they care? Well, Zontex might, because... There we go. That is a little bit better.
That's quite the satisfying there for Zontix, holding the bomb site, not aware of the incoming Daddy-O push. It will be ZNX and Flamus holding the shot position. In fact, you can see that the 2 remaining Galaxy members still trying to enter the bomb site. Dezen holding the angle. The remaining players from Galaxy moving in the bomb site. Finally, there's going to be a smoke grenade as well, though. Look at the push there from ZNX. Nice attempt, though, but where was the backup from Flamus? Of course, the Molotov not allowing him to move in the site. Now 20 seconds remain. Flamus going to move in for this one, but the double peak, it's just too strong. And that will be the victory here for Galaxy Racer. Nice push there coming in from a guy like Dezen with the MAC-10. Securing that frag there onto Lonesome Zontix. And from there on out, it becomes a much more winnable round on the side of Galaxy Racer. As for Spirit Academy, though, well, 14-13. They're out of timeouts. Can't really take a timeout at this point. It's all going to come down to their ability to call when the game is live.
I'm a little bit perplexed. Galaxy Racer definitely succeeding where I was almost certain that Spirit Academy will find purchase, will find victory. But fair enough. Spirit Academy, kind of in the spirit of Spirit Academy, fail upwards. Let's see 13-14 how this one goes, as it's a vital round right now coming out for the side of both teams. As Economy has taken a dip, unfortunately in the wrong direction. It's a win or die scenario here for Spirit Academy, I feel like, because losing this will propel them into a full-blown breakdown of the... Did Joel just shoot at his own teammate? Yeah, he did, because he got a little bit scared of him. Joel, those are your friends. Don't kill them. Beautiful flash. Chowsy helps out there, Disco Doppelin, and get themselves the control of ladder room. This is perfect, actually. With this now established, Galaxy Racer, they've got a lot of room they can work with. Dezen has to survive in apps, but nah, Doesn't matter. Siren gets caught on A site. A second that gets caught. It's Flammus. And Spirit Academy, they seem to be liking to take these engagements solo, and that is the mistake that they've been making. Solo plays do not work out when you're left over in a weird enough of a spot as the CTs, and perhaps too much confidence, perhaps too confident, but the round is gone. This is a 4v2 that Spirit Academy have no business trying to retake, and of course they will not.
This is really dissatisfying right now on the side of Spirit Academy. Things are looking so good for them, but right now it is going to be 14-14. We're going the distance here in Mirage as two Titans battle it out here. Spirit Academy at least giving us a good show. Definitely not going down without a fight, but I guess it's somewhat to be expected when they almost win Mirage against a team like Sprout. That was pretty impressive in all fairness. But here, yes, 14-14 will be the scoreline. The two remaining players absolutely need to save the Enforce because if you'll take a look at the economy for Spirit Academy, it is in dire straits. Definitely not enough to go for the full-on purchase that would grant you the Enforce, the utility and whatnot. Of course, an opportunity to take the timeout. Though, luckily for Spirit, I suppose, it will be Galaxy Racer to have the tactical discussion. And of course, if you're a team like Spirit, you're going to be using this to your advantage as well to have a discussion on your own side.
In this case, I hope they come to a conclusion here that they need to switch up their current routine. Their solo peaks are not working out. Spirit is literally throwing themselves under the bus. Tactical timeout, of course, here, finishing off for Galaxy Racer and continuing on with our 29th round. Is it overtime or is it going to be a finisher? We will find out soon. Galaxy Racer, though, I feel like 15 should be a no biggie for them to achieve. There will be an op on ZNX, a FAMAS on Patsy, and a full investment. Not surprised. An AK on Siren, MP9 on Flammus. It's not as bad of a buy as I'd perhaps make it out to be, but it's certainly not as good as it should have been or could have been. In any case, ZNX on short, now signaling off. Disco Dublin is gone, sure. But the rest of the team of Galaxy Racer now know. Fair enough, this is a full investment. Let's get ready for it. And indeed, they shall. Oh, am I seeing this right? Yeah, ZNX, he keeps on pushing top middle. Look at this. He is on the boxes top middle. He hears the rotation towards A. They know. Spirit Academy have the info for this round. They know exactly what's coming their way.
Two players right now on the A bomb side. They have a lot of trouble right now covering that area of the map, but they're still not 100% sure that this is the A side hit. Let's keep an eye on the B bomb side, though. Look how close by. Oh, Flames is playing with the MP9. It can cause a lot of havoc for now. Definitely making noise here on the other side. Flame is going to go for a bit of a spray. Now he's got the tag here in Chazi. Could actually put Spirit Academy in a position where they realize what's going on. Okay, there's a few players in ramp. There's the potential that this may just be the A-side commitment. That's why Spirit Academy have free members on this part of the map. For Galaxy Racer, they will have to be very precise in their approach, clearing out all the angles. Ooh, will be the first pick here from Flammus. Good frag here from Dezen. Though Pleasant spots out Zontix. Gonna go for the spray. Really good frag on one. And ZNX, though, has the angle. That will be a good angle for him. But now the smoke fades. He gets the one on Dezen. Looks for more, though, as one player jumps down the site. That will be just 13 seconds remaining. Should be just enough to get that bomb planted. Joel needs to cover his teammate. The double peek comes in. And it will be ZNX and Patsy securing the necessary win for Spirit Academy.
Unreal comeback here for the side of Spirit Academy. The fact that they are able to get the 15th, the fact they're able to get anything out of a round where they have barely any money and barely any utility. It is amazing they pull it back, and they do. 15-14. We are now in the final death throes of this map. We are going to be coming up, of course, with the round 30. It is a full buy for Galaxy Racer. They'll have everything they need for the most part. You know, ops, AKs and such. And the funny part is Spirit Academy, I mean, that is a fantastic pick-me-up. And I think this propels them into a very good state of mind that might just save the day here for, of course, SA. On the other hand, look at this. Again, 3 players towards B. This is something they've been doing for a little while now. It's not only just a counter and a read of what is going around them, but they do this apparently on the regular basis. With a bit of a push towards B house. This is not a bad idea. ZNX, there's the entry. In Palace, it's Flamus. He gets one more, and 3 flares are left to go over towards A side. The bomb's still in T-base, Danny. This is a disaster waiting to happen for the side of Galaxy Racer. And indeed, the disaster is here. Flamus finds one more. 5v2. This is map number 1 being done almost, I think.
No, I don't think we have to wait for anything any longer. Oh, perhaps they can bounce back, but doesn't look likely, though. Joel should be going
nade.
down. The nade will at least give him his 30 bomb.
Wait a
Oh,
second.
the 31st one. Alrighty then, Galaxy Racer somehow finding a way back into the A bomb site. Now all you have to do is allow Joel to cross safely and try and get that bomb planted. He's going to be in a prime position to do so in the default position. They're not challenging Disco Doppler just yet. That is, of course, the low HP player, and they may just be able to sneak their way in CT spawn as well. Ooh, nice one as well. Disco Doppler right now on the AWP will look for the fights, but not going to see anyone just yet. Spirit Academy right now coming in from Connector. It's Sontix, it's ZNX. Both players being very careful in their approach, clearing out the angles. There's the one smoke grenade. They're wasting valuable time right now. They need to go in for the fights. That will be the first. Now they know the positioning of Joel, and that will be enough for Spirit Academy to close it out with a victory here in Mirage. As close as it was, the win goes the way of Spirit Academy.
16 to 14. That is going to be a disappointment for Galaxy Racer, unfortunately. We can see Des on here. Definitely not happy with the outcome. And I can presume the rest of the team likewise not going to be exactly very content with how it went down, with how it all went, of course. And yeah, the faces tell the story here. That is map number 1. That is Mirage, folks. We are going off onto Overpass next. It is going to be the choice of Galaxy Racer. But given what we've just seen, given how it just went down, do we even believe that Galaxy Racer can finish the job? Like, can they actually finish this series with success with Overpass next? We spoke about how basically it is not a great map for, of course, for Spirit Academy, though. I mean, given what we've seen, we expected a lot less even on Mirage.
For sure. Heading into the best of 3, it definitely looked like Galaxy Racers the favorites. I would still say they are still very much the favorites heading into the next map of the best of 3, which is going to be Overpass. It is a map they have that experience on, but right now it is somewhat of an underwhelming finish on the very first map, considering they were so close to secure the victory, not being able to snatch it away from their opponents. I think will be a little bit dissatisfying, but then again, they played into your weakness, and rightfully so. Spirit Academy, for them, it was their strength, and they managed to secure the victory, but it was as close as it possibly can be.
Absolutely it was. And of course, with that being said, we're going to go into a short break and get ready for our second map, folks, Overpass. So stay tuned. Blast Rising continues in about 10 minutes time.
your high hopes, love so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel the sun again. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Fill your ears with a conscious silence. Fill your heart with a sound. Fill your ears with a conscious silence. Fill your heart with a sound. With a sound. Your pain, let it all go. Your chance, your every low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down, down, and it's okay.
on this mountain. Oh, stay right beside.
All right there,
Well-
folks. Looks like we are very much back for our second map of the best of three. Now, of course, things are looking very interesting because even though we were looking to the very first map there of Mirage, we're thinking, right, this could potentially be somewhat of a close matchup. And in the end, I don't think neither of us expected it to go the way of Spirit Academy.
No. Given what we've seen, given what we know, at least before the match, we were like, okay, this is most likely Galaxy Racer taking an easy win. And sure, Mirage might be a bit of a problem since, you know, there's a reason why the Academy of Spirit chose it. But we see at the end of the day that there's a bigger reason why they chose it, because they knew they could win it. They do win it, 16-14. We go the distance, we go 30 rounds. And now we move on to our second map, on Overpass. And now I legit have doubts about Galaxy Racer. Like, I legit do not know what to even expect moving into our second map. And they didn't play bad, don't get me wrong. They played actually pretty well, right? Because when you think about it, they had some great moments, some great rounds. But for the most part, they seem to be always lacking that little bit of a push at the end of the tunnel. Because every single round they dealt with pistols, they would lose 2 or 3 players. Every single gun round, they would lose 2 or 3 players. They would never really have somewhat of a well set and well played out round for themselves, and it showed. It showed in their economy, it showed in their style, and at the end of the day, it showed in the result.
Yeah, the likes of Spirit Academy, I mean, in the past, they also had some good results on Mirage. So there was always the anticipation that things might get somewhat close. You were also talking about it as well, how Mirage not necessarily truly great map here inside of Galaxy Racer, plus the fact that their T side seemed to be somewhat wonky, and they also had to finish off the map on the T side, and things just didn't go their way. But enough about Mirage. Now there's the new battlefield in the form of Overpass. Of course, on the side of Galaxy Racer, this is a map they play tons.
And this is a map that historically has been one of the best maps for Galaxy Racer. It has legitimately been one of their best maps, performing wise, etc. And I would expect this to be an easy victory for them. Again, this is like saying, this is like saying Nuke isn't a good map for Gambit, for example. Well, it might not be their best, but it is absolutely a map they played, and they're damn good on it. And point at hand is, in this case, Overpass for Galaxy Racer needs to be a victory. They need to close it out here with success, or they're falling out of round of 16, and that would be a disappointment going up against an Academy team and failing to even find one map in the series as a whole. So I feel like this is, for Galaxy Racers, obviously a lot of pressure on them. There's a lot of I would say there's a lot of pressure in general on the players, because they know what they're up against. They know that this should be an easy win for them, yet it is far from it.
Yeah, I would say we're now on a map like Overpass. I would probably have my doubts here on the Galaxy Racer side of things. Also considering that we talked about how this map of Overpass doesn't seem to be a really good one on the side of Spirit Academy, though the 2 times they played it was in fact against Skate. So that is somewhat of a formidable opponent. In all fairness, at least reaching double digits against a team like Skate is formidable. So who really knows how this second map can play out, especially with probably momentum also being on the side of Spirit Academy. And look at the bright side here for Spirit Academy. They're also on the CT side, whereas Galaxy Racer here on the T side.
Well, we do have ourselves quite a little bit of a disappointment on the side of Galaxy Racer for Mirage, but now, as you said, with Overpass being started off, it is our first round and our first half. Spirit Academy on the CT side, Flamus with the kit, the rest with Kevlars, as one would expect. Interestingly, a single flash on Flamus. I would have expected perhaps a secondary flash or something of the like, but it is going to be By the looks of it, a B attempt from Galaxy Racer. I like the idea. Let's see how far they get with it, because 4 players are holding B site.
4 players right now, that is a lot to contest with if you're a Galaxy Racer, and for Spirit Academy, they may just have the perfect setup to deal with the incoming onslaught of players. Desmond getting one, ZNX, Patsy with the response, Zontix chiming in as well, and that will be a clean victory for Spirit Academy. Just the 1 player going down, and Galaxy Racer, not even in contention for that run.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disappointment. Kind of surprised that Spirit Academy lose only a single player, and even then, it's more of a mistake from Flamus for exposing himself as much on the edge there, on the corner, though, you know, headshots obviously problems can be. By the way, could it be that because no coach today for Galaxy Racer, that Bonafide, the manager, you know, steps in as the coach? Could that be an issue? Think that is, you know, could that be enough of an issue for them? They can't play normally, or not normally, but well, at least. I don't think that could be an issue, but, you know, is it something we can consider a possibility even?
I wouldn't think so, in all fairness. I think it's still going to come down to the 5 players in the server that have to do the heavy lifting. Perhaps having the coach would also be a nice little addition if things do get rough in the tactical sense. We have seen more than a few timeouts on the side of Galaxy Racer, which perhaps maybe having the proper coach would have been nice. But I still wouldn't say it's going to be the most impactful thing. We'll have to wait and see right now. Galaxy Racer, lower start for them, but that's somewhat to be expected. This is a force, but they're going to make sure that they do not lose it in vain. Nice nade indeed. And the players of Spirit Academy need to hold on the bomb side as Galaxy Racer now have presence over the side. Bomb plant comes in, but they must now retreat as Spirit Academy are getting in position.
And this is where the retake will come in, of course, and a nice spray by Patsy. Flamus helps out, though. Joel, the deagle in his hands, deadly, and can definitely deliver. But then, a second later, when I say that, the deliverance is gone, and so is the round. 2-0, Spirit Academy. The retake successful. Losing Flamus and Patsy, it sucks, right? Sure, but they get the round. Not only did they start off strong here on Overpass, but they put Galaxy Racer in an awkward position because they plant the bomb, obviously on a force buy. So now Joel has 5,000, the rest have 3. Do they go for another buy here? And oh boy, Danny, would you look at that?
Well, they've saved up some money. Plus, the bomb plant is always going to be a nice addition for the T side. So why not go for the purchase? Get yourself the rifles out. This is something Spirit Academy shouldn't be aware of, and could be a big factor of surprise. I thought might even see some aggressive plays there from ZNX as well as Siren, but even so, the 2 players decide to fall back from this one, or they fall back from the restrooms to fight for some long presence, somewhat late control, but I guess it comes down to the fact that they're just expecting to go up against pistols, and for a team like Spirit Academy, this will be a nasty surprise. They will not be aware of the incoming advancement, though. Speak of advanced maneuvers, that is a somewhat aggressive position on the long area, whereas the likes of Spirit Academy don't have a single player on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, they're counting, of course, here that Galaxy Racers will not recognize that A side is empty. And of course, Galaxy Racer, they're going for the B take. They're going for the B execution. Let's see how far they get. Good pop flash. Oh boy. Oh, come on. That is just dirty. Flamus able to get himself 2. They might have been traded back for 1, but it is still going to be a misadvantage or disadvantage as Spirit keeping 1 man up. Patsy, of course, being traded out there. Flamus and... Okay, Flamus ignores water push. That is a weird one. Usually you would have at least some sort of semblance of, you know, vision of that. But ZNX... Oh, as soon as the flash pops, he's going to peek out. And he's already peeking out as far as I can tell. Plessindo wins his duel. And ZNX, 1 v2. Can he clutch it? 10 HP on Dezen. 24 HP on Dezen. Not 10, but still. This is going to be very, very tough.
Oh, ZNX for now needs to just land the 1 bullet. The 1 bullet is going to be enough. Desendo holding the angle here behind the pillar, playing this one so well. Oh, ZNX, I don't think he's aware. Nope, definitely not aware of Dezen's positioning. And there's also a pretty big gap in that smoke grenade. I guess he was hoping for the player to be up and short and the one angle he was still peeking was in fact Monster. So great round coming in from Dezen. Nice victory for him. And a good way to bounce back here if you are Galaxy Racer.
Well, I'm thinking right now as to what could have gone better for Spirit Academy in the previous round. And my real only conclusion is that Flamus needed to stay alive longer or needed to get one more frag. And that's it. In, of course, in monster, in water of Ace side. But we can see right now Spirit Academy taking it a little bit easier. They do have, of course, again, the op-up on ZNX. It might be glass cannon, but, you know, it's enough. We have a Deagle on Siren, MP9s on both Flamus and Patsy, and Zontix with the FAMAS.
Oh, Flamus with the aggressive play as well with the MP9. Interestingly enough, the one flashbang is more than enough. Has Zontix to back him up. Galaxy Racer are now very much aware of this push, but it is ZNX with the AWP. Surely something Galaxy Racer not expecting the op-out on round number 4. That could really slow things down for Galaxy Racer, even though they do have some solid forward positions. With just 40 seconds remaining, they might consider going for a bit of a fake here on the A-bomb site, or you know what, maybe even the potential hit.
Are they going to commit? Yeah, they will. Siren's down, but ZNX, there we go. ZNX, he's got the op, and of course, who will challenge this? Who can challenge this? Even on a glass cannon, he is a dangerous animal, and you do not want to go up to head-to-head against him. Burns down a little bit. 4v3 retake. Coming over through the smoke already. Joel, oh no, what?
Oh!
What? Danny, what the hell? Oh! Did Flamus right now win a duel with an MP9 against an AK or Galil? And yeah, he did. He did, didn't he? He won a duel against an M4 or an AK. I'm not sure what exactly was in toilets, but he actually won a duel with an MP9. I mean, sure, you can do it. It's not impossible. It's just the fact that, you know, I would hope at least one round go, or one kill go to Galaxy Racer, but nope. Denied, sir. 3-1. Okay, fair enough. And look at this. 0 frags for both Disco Doppler and Chowsy right now.
Absolutely. Right now, Chauzy and Disco Doppler not really finding a lot of impact, but fair enough. It's still early days here in the map, so I wouldn't really count too much on it. Whereas for Spirit Academy, I mean, absolutely, they're looking solid here as well. Even if though this is the map of Overpass and we don't have a lot of data here for Spirit Academy, so far they're giving us a good showing. And for Galaxy Racer, some mistakes are being made, that's for sure. And it's also just Spirit Academy playing what seems to be a really high level of Counter-Strike here. Right now, here in Overpass, they're doing a tremendous job at slowing down the advancement, but this round, not so much. We can see that once again, Spirit Academy putting a bit more emphasis on the long control, but completely abandoning restrooms and not having a single player on the A-bomb side.
Not surprised. But we do see that they will continue on towards B. Galaxy Racer through short as Betsy gets one. Chowsy refrags, and Chowsy gets 2, but it's not enough. Flamus returns. 2v2. Somehow this force buy still pays off for Galaxy Racer. And they could potentially still win this. Especially with ZNX on the op. That is a hit and miss weapon in terms of, you know, how quickly it can put into retake positions. Disco Doppler! There we go. The spray down and the round victory. Galaxy Racer. I'll be damned, but they win in force buy that technically they shouldn't be winning in the first place because Spirit Academy are better than that. But lucky for them, the lineups on B are perfect, and so is the round itself as we move on into a force buy for the CTs. It's a bit of a surprise. Absolutely.
For sure. Galaxy Racer going for... Oh, Joel. No, not going to get that one. But you're right about it. A bit of a surprise. Spirit Academy putting a bit more emphasis on the B side hold as it is standard practice. This, though, push. Very nice. Siren gets the one player. Pleasant, though, has to be careful there. Definitely expecting someone on the side of Spirit Academy, though. Disco Doppler catches off Patsy. Not aware of Flamus, though. A lot of individual duels are now being won by the Spirit Academy, and Galaxy Racer feeling a lot more pressure, and they may even expect some sort of early flank to take place. So they might have to go for a fast play on the B bomb side because they may never know how quickly the flank is incoming.
Well, Siren is ready to push in behind, though there is a bigger issue, I think, at hand. If GXR decide to push the side, Siren might be delayed enough to not even have an opportunity of this flank working. But I dislike how Galaxy Racer are going in solo here. Joel will die on the flank, of course. Pleasant comes out solo first. His shadow is spotted by Zontix. And a beautiful flash. Yeah, you can tell that, you know, I'm kind of lost for words here, because how do you explain these kind of rounds when you're Galaxy Racer?
Yeah, that's something. If you're a Galaxy Racer, you're probably perplexed. Where does Spirit Academy have the confidence to try and go for these engagements? I mean, fair enough. That round in particular was somewhat of a semi-buy from Spirit Academy, so pistols, MP9s, so why not? They will go for the aggressive plays, but I'm still not sure if Galaxy Racer is thinking that, wait a minute, Spirit Academy are actually winning the duels as well. Now, that's the one big problem. Galaxy Racer right now, Simple Eco from their part, Siren will be able to mop them up. The Siren's call is deadly. And so Galaxy Racer, there we go, out of the equation. Clean one for Spirit Academy. Only ended up losing Siren.
Well, Sirens are sea creatures, and Galaxy Racers are Swedes, and Swedes are Vikings in the olden days. So I think there's definitely something to that. Of course, calling the Siemens, calling the with her call with her siren song, seamen on the road or seamen on the sheep, will be very entranced by it. And apparently, you know, these mythological creatures are real. No, I'm joking. They are not real. I'm just playing with you now at this point. I don't know where I wanted to go with that Siren one. But yeah, Siren definitely nice call. As long as he's not the Medusa and making people hard rock, it's fine. In any case, Spirit Academy, like we mentioned previously, continuous long aggression by Spirit Academy. And it might pay off, because look at Galaxy Racer. They're ignoring this, the bomb. Has a sound been made? No sound has been made, but Chowsy still looks at it. Is able to bring down one. That is, of course, the Siren herself, as Disco Doppelin holds from toilets. Luckily enough, does not let it fall apart. 4v2 right now, Galaxy Racer, or 4v3, excuse me, Galaxy Racer. They need to be extremely careful how they approach this. ZNX is still on the op, my dude, and we both know how good this can end up being for the Ts. Or the CTs, excuse me.
You can see this as well. 3 versus 4 is not a good situation for Spirit Academy. In fact, they're once again putting a bit more emphasis on the B side hold. Pleasant, good angle, and one Flame that's not doing a good job at covering his teammates' backside. That's going to allow Spirit Academy to just back away from this one, really. If you're ZNX, you're very much aware of what's going on. Galaxy Racer, on the other hand, will take control of the B bomb site. So a good round here from Galaxy Racer. This time around, they're able to punish the aggressiveness that came out from Spirit Academy in the long position, because we saw the aggressive play from long coming in from Patsy as well as Siren. When Siren goes down, Galaxy Racer, they were at the same time fighting for restroom control, and they know Patsy, he's not going to be holding that position for any longer. We're going to be coming in with a flank. And even if he is holding that position, he's a goner, because again, we're coming in with a flank. So really nice stuff here from Galaxy Racer. Map control is absolutely crucial here in Overpass, and it's a good demonstration of how sometimes as a CT, you also have to maintain as much map control as possible.
Of course, in this case, Spirit Academy, their long pushes, their long takes were exactly that, looking to take control, looking to keep control. Of course, bigger control you will have with your Red Magic phone. Series 6, of course, with 165 hertz screen refresh rate, which is insane for a phone, but, you know, there you have it. In any case, Joel here on the camera, Chowsy as well. We only have cameras from the players of Galaxy Racer, unfortunately. But we'll have to make do with what we have, of course. And in this case, Disco Doppelin, of course, the oldest gentleman on the squad, who is also the most experienced, if you ask me, out of all 5. Pleasant perhaps can, bring in a similar amount of experience, but both together are truly a treasure trove. In any case, continue on. Gun round ZNX on the AWP. We've got a FAMAS out even for Zontex. It tells the story that right now the economy for Spirit Academy is in shambles, and a mistake in this round could bring them down to their knees. Once more, tie the score together as Galaxy Racer. Look at the aggression through Con. They'll be pushing up, and that door bang is amazing. Has already brought down to his knees Dezon at 18. The Spirit Academy have a few good ideas how to work these rounds.
Doesn't is able to spot out the player, but of course landing that AK-47 shot would be immense. Chazi though, oh, how does he get the 1 even? ZNX really surprised. He ends up losing the duel, allowing a 4 versus 4 to ensue. For Galaxy Racer, now they have the information that they've just weakened the A-side defense. Instead of backing away from this one, look at Spirit Academy. They're going to fight for some control and be sure. Don't see a single player. That gives them falsehood of purity, because now they believe, okay, this seems to be an A-side commitment. We can just leave the 2 players at the B bomb side. Of course, leave the other 2 on the A bomb side, but this is a major mistake. 40 seconds remain. Galaxy Racer now lining up the smoke grenades, lining up the flashbangs. They're entering the B-bomb side. There are 2 players here. Flamus gets the 1. There's the response. Zontex get his. And Patsy with the response, though. Very quick rotation from Spirit Academy and a very good play from their part. Still, the 2 players at the B-bomb side hold on for as long as possible so that the rotations are swift enough.
Exactly so. That's the biggest point of those holds, the whole players on B. You gotta survive. That's just it. That is the key to victory, is surviving long enough, or at least buying time for the rotation, as you say, to get across the board. And at the end, we saw there, of course, Siren closing the board itself, closing the round itself. That is going to be splendid. 6-3 as Galaxy Racer are going on to an eco. Deagles in play. No Kevlars for the most part. They will take it easy here, and of course, looking to just engage with all 5 players at the same time. Most likely A. I'd imagine them running towards A here. Or just going, toilets A and then hoping that those Deagles will connect. But either way, Galaxy Racer, my dude, this is their map pick. This is their go-to map pick. This is a map where on the T side, usually they excel. On the CT side, they are superb. And having a 6-3 start, most likely going 7-3, is a little bit, is a little bit of a problem, a little bit hectic. Fair enough, they are contacting towards A. I like the idea. Might surprise 1 or 2 players here. I wouldn't be surprised, well, I wouldn't be too shocked to see that.
Siren, though, getting himself the 1. Patsy with a response. At least they're doing a pretty good job at shutting down the offense of Galaxy Racer, not really causing much of a threat. Some Disco Doppler remains, and he should be eliminated swiftly here by the AK-47 of Zontex, putting Spirit Academy on a 7-3 scoreline. I have to say, though, over 7 rounds already on the city side of Overpass is already a good scoreline. Considering this is a map you also don't play too often, you have other maps in the map pool that you can test, for example, Mirage. The fact that you already have those 7 rounds is actually very nice, and look at this. They're in the lead. Spirit Academy, they're very much in the lead. It's a 4-round difference, and you know what? They're still taking the timeout because it's a good opportunity to anticipate something different, something you haven't seen from Galaxy Racer. I'm really loving the timeouts here from Spirit Academy.
Oh, I absolutely agree. In this case, I love it for Spirit Academy that they are this, attentive to themselves, and more than anything that they, take the opportunity here to be like, okay, lads, let's ignore, let's ignore what's happening. Let's just play a proper game of CS. Let's take a time. Let's talk about, what's been happening, how it's all been going down. And of course, in this case, what I mean by that is they know that it wasn't perfect. They know that even losing 1 player is perhaps even too much. That Flamus dies, or Patsy, no, it was Flamus, I think, that died. But in any case, point at hand is they know that losing players in rounds like that is not acceptable. And going into the gun round here, they probably talked about a few strats about what they can be doing. Disco Doppler alone towards party, towards stairway. Why alone? I really ain't get, like, sorry, Danny, but I don't understand this. I genuinely do not get why are they sending players in alone. Like, why are they even risking it one by one to lose players? Now give the advantage to Spirit Academy that's already bloody huge as it is. It is weird. It really is weird. Galaxy Racer now seems like they want to go towards A at the end of the day.
I'd say so as well. 1 minute on the clock. Players on the restrooms. Absolutely, the A-side commitment seems to be on the agenda. Double peek as well. Chazi getting one. Good flashbang, though. That's going to open up the A-bomb site. The rotation is in for Spirit Academy. 3 players trying to get in position here as early as possible, but you can see the Galaxy Racer aware of a potential flank, but it's not going to come through just yet. Patsy in the bank position can actually just pop out because currently...
Oh, no, wait,
that's
what?
such a sick spray. Patsy getting one. Flameless with a response. Now Lonesome Joel remains AWP in hand, but look at this. He's got the long-range engagement, though. I'm not sure, but he's closing in the angle. Something that the players may not expect. It's good for one, but will it be good on Patsy? Yes, it will be, as Joel wins it out.
All 5 players of the CT side die literally almost on the same spot in front of site or on site itself. That is going to be beautiful. Joel with an amazing clutch at the end there. He is the reason why they survive, why they persevere, and beyond that, why they have a fair chance now to pull it back 7-7 and once again have us in a pretty close first half, or at least to a certain degree close first half. In any case, let's find out for certain, ladies and gents, as we move on into our 12th round on an eco now for the CTs. Should be 5 rounds for Galaxy Racer here, or at least 5th round for them. No doubt, no problems. Given what we are seeing, given how it's going, it is going to be quite nice. That's for damn certain.
Well, Galaxy Racer have a good chance. Try and minimize the scoreline difference. It seems to be quite similar to what we saw on Mirage as well. It's just the team names were a little bit different. It was Spirit Academy that were on the back foot and had to grind their way to somewhat of a comfortable scoreline. Right now, Galaxy Racer have that very same task, the one Spirit had on their own T side. It is going to be a simple hit on the bomb site. Actually, very nice smoke grenades deployed. That's going to allow it to have full presence over bank, going for a bit of a wraparound. Now, of course, these players on USPs should not be a big of a deal, so they should be able to easily dispatch of them. Though I say that, Desmond is struggling with the AK-47. Pleasant, Chazi chiming in as well. This round seems to be coming to an end, though, again, it's somewhat of a more expensive round, if I'm being honest.
It is. Yeah, losing 2 players is not, it's not exactly great. It is the maximum you can lose in a round like this to not suffer too many, consequences of economy falling apart. But at the end of the day, still, this is a well tried out round by Spirit. And oh boy, look at this double up. We haven't seen this in a little while. Well, I actually don't recall seeing it ever in the last game, at least. But what we did see is Coinbase, of course, the supporter of this stream, and more specifically the sponsor of this tournament. Go check them out. Cryptocurrency markets and all that good jazz. If you're using it, if you want it, it might be worth it for you to see it. In any case, 7-5 as Galaxy Racer. They are slowly rising the bar and getting somewhere. Although ZNX peeking long, that is beautiful, because now Galaxy Racer have no response to that. They have no position to work against that.
That's the change-up they needed. And this time, I like the approach from Spirit Academy. Unlike in the previous encounters where they would go for the aggressive playing long, they would overstay their welcome. This time, though, not the case. We see the frag come in from ZNX, and instantly they back away. Not going to fight for any long control. Though we do see Siren still holding somewhat of a more aggressive angle in the restrooms. Flash deployed. Ooh, that's a good flashbang. Now they know the positioning there of Pleasant. And of course, we're going to see the peak come out here from Galaxy Racer. Pleasant, good frag on one. There's the response from Sontix, Chazi as well. Flameless with the AWP up close. Holding this angle, waiting for the players. But Joel, so quick with the op. puts himself in the 1 versus 2. Now, the bomb side can be controlled, but Siren up close, and that will be the victory for Spirit Academy. The 8th round goes their way.
Again, Spirit Academy. I mean, the way they're pulling off these rounds is quite fantastic, not gonna lie. It's the fact that they are able to get away with these many rounds, but more specifically with these many great moments. It's quite fantastic to see the quality they can display. And more than anything, I am properly surprised by the great skills of ZNX. The peak on long there already, previously giving the advantage to the side of Spirit Academy to begin with. And here again at 8-5. Oh, Pleasant. Finally, we see some life out of the Swedes, as that shot will be quite insane to make. But it's not yet done. Siren closes the gap 4-4 again, and an A play by the looks of it, at least attempt towards A. I'm not sure they're really going to be able to make much out of it. This defense from the side of Spirit Academy seems to be a little bit too much on point.
Take a look at this one as well. As the players here at Spirit Academy, well, they have already lost one of their players here, but again, a round like this shouldn't be too difficult. That nay, though, some damage here in Chelsea, not too shabby. As in the case of Spirit Academy, they should be playing this one as they're doing currently. Passive on the side hold. Waiting for the players to appear in their crosshairs first and foremost, and they should be able to win out the duels, like Flameless right here on Pleasant. Chazi and Joel remain, so those two players should also be dispatched up quite quickly. No armor, making them especially squishy, the bullets. Context, going for a bit of a peek. We'll find the one here and the second one, and an overall good round for Spirit Academy. Not allowing Galaxy Racer to reach one of the bomb sites, just losing the one player, and overall 9 rounds for them. We might just see
Fantastic.
a pretty big scoreline difference. Imagine if Spirit Academy end up winning the half as well. Well, they will win the half regardless. If they get that extra round in, that's going to be a 10-5 scoreline.
I mean, if they win this first half 10-5 already, that's something else. But the fact, as you said already, they've already won the first half 9-6 at the bare minimum, and this is going to be the last chance for GR to make a difference, to perhaps still find one more round to perhaps, maybe, just maybe, have some sort of a actual chance of winning. But ZNX, he will hit the first. Disco Doppler, beautiful shots being made. 3-3 being tagged up. The B side is lost, so there is that. The CT's coming in hot, but Patsy seems to win the duel. That's the bomb. No, that is the bomb. Galaxy Racer. Joel had the bomb, my people. And it's like, my people need me. He just flies off the map, and that is going to be 2v2 take from Monster. First contact is good. Second contact, good. Flash, even better. And that's a team flash on Siren. Ouch, that hurts. That is painful. When you know it's the team flash that killed you, that definitely does not bode well.
And the positioning, very awkward as well. Out there in the tunnel, making you so susceptible to the terrorist push. Oh boy. They're looking very dangerous right now for Spirit Academy, even though they do drop that bomb carrier. Going to come down to Lonesome ZNX, whether he can win out the clutch. And I do like the approach from Galaxy Racer, playing it safe. Basically, they're just waiting for ZNX to make the mistakes. And in this case, of course, ZNX, he's expecting the B play. Nothing's happening. Wait a minute. I might just have to keep a close eye on the A bomb set as well, and just hope to hear anything on the B side of things. If ZNX is going to potentially look around the corner here and realize what's happening on the B bomb site. Right about now, finally has the information as the bomb plan is coming in. So ZNX left in a 1 versus 2 with the AWP, though. Shouldn't be the best weapon in this scenario, though. We do see a peek there from, it's going to be a victory here for Galaxy Racer. Pleasant thought that might be a dangerous engagement, as I didn't really see Pleasant scope in, but no worries here. A victory here on the side of Galaxy Racer in this round, but overall victory for Spirit Academy in the half.
Fantastic game by Spirit Academy. We got to give it to them. And as you said, we thought that, we thought that the last round could still be in contention. Luckily, nothing out of the ordinary happens. Though one thing I would like to point out is that our prediction before the game couldn't be more wrong, man. I really thought that Galaxy Racer had an upper hand here. Now I see that I was absolutely and utterly wrong. And I accept that. I accept that fully. Spirit Academy are seemingly just too good at this stage. Like they're doing such a good job at containing these aggressive moments, and more specifically, their CT side being very much one of the more, not gonna say well-versed CT sides, because certainly, they still make mistakes and such, but they're playing really well considering that they're relatively unknown, relatively out of the blue as a team itself. But the first half gone 9-6, and the second pistol will, of course, again show us what these two squads are made of. Specifically for Galaxy Racer, I feel like kind of need to win the second pistol. And not because they might potentially lose the map if they don't. It's more about their mental state, I feel like. Again, that they need to close this this second half as quickly as possible and throw us onto a final one of Dust too.
Well, that's really what Galaxy Racer is looking to do right now. Put us on that third map of Dust 2 because things are looking dire here in Overpass. Maybe the good thing for Galaxy Racer, now they're on the CT side, the one area of the map they seem to have more success than, so to speak, T side. Now as well, Spirit Academy will have to show us and demonstrate their T side proficiency as well. And these are one of the rounds where you gotta say the pistol round is really important for either team. I'd say even for a team like Spirit Academy, getting the pistol round would be really important. As we've seen from their part, it's a fresh roster. They can still make mistakes. They get that lead as early as possible. That will definitely be a big confidence boost. But look at Spirit Academy. Bit of an unorthodox play going long with the Glocks. And so far, ooh, Joel on the other side. Nice tap on one. Taking a big gush.
That takes a bit of a head back, but it's still going to be a 5v4. And right now, Galaxy Racer, 4 players about to enter the site. 2 players already defending. Not for long, though. They're falling back. Smart choice. Galaxy Racer, they know they're in a tough position. The plant for bank? No. This is not supposed to happen. 3 players in bank. What do you do when 3 players come for you? Well, you certainly can't call the Ghostbusters because they be ghostbusting your asses. And Flame is 1v3. Holy smokes, Galaxy Racer. That was beautiful to watch. That was very much beautiful. As Spirit Academy have fooled themselves, they planned for bank and they run into bank and they get absolutely destroyed. Galaxy Racer, that was a must-needed win in my eyes, and hopefully they can keep it up now since we are going into round number 17. Of course, a force buy for Spirit Academy. Galil's AK. Can we even call it, like, I actually want to designate this round not a force buy, but just a buy round at this point, because this is something that is so consistent, so classic, that really, like, at this point, almost a better buy than what the CTs have as well. It's insane.
Definitely not up to par when it comes down to utility, but up to par in terms of weapons. Definitely, I agree in that sense.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, it's a buy in the form of Spirit. An investment. There we go. How do you like the word?
Yeah, that's
investment,
much
Elmer?
better. Yeah, an investment. A valuable investment. By the way, I'm thinking right now, Spirit Academy, they're going to be using the classic old, the classic old move of, we're going to try and fake you out, folks. As you can see, faking them out by going through long, walking all the way, hoping for a contact early on if somebody from Galaxy Racer would be foolish enough to give them that contact. Oh, I think somebody heard the step. Of course, the op scout. No, the scout, not the op. At point, good shot, good Molotov timing as well. And there you have it. The round concludes with that, I feel like. It should conclude. Joel even with that, he even goes for the USB shot. That's quite, quite drastic.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty easy cleanup here for Galaxy Racer. Not much out of the Spirit Academy. So it is somewhat dissatisfying because that was the investment coming in from Spirit Academy. They had the weapons, but eventually taking control of the bomb set was a bit too much for them by the looks of things, not being very thorough in their approach and not really finding any success in that sense. So what we'll see instead is the simple eco here. That should allow Galaxy Racer to now even out the scoreline, achieve a 9-9, which is something they're absolutely looking forward to do. Out of Galaxy Racer, you can see the player cams, and well, they seem to be cool. The Swedes not really sweating too much. Guess the reason being is that so far the scoreline is looking pretty nice for them. 9-9, they'll take that one any day of the week. And I definitely recommend you to get some skins, folks. If you definitely are interested in the skin game, be sure to head on over to CS.money. You can get yourself some really nice skins, buy them, trade them, sell them, all of that over at CS.money. Good early engagement here. Players of Spirit Academy, you're not expecting much of a fight from them, though can try to deal some damage, even gonna get a few kills. ZNX, beautiful. Though will be taken care of by Chazi, but it looks at things as it is just loads and pots remaining. 9-9 is going to be our scoreline. So for Galaxy Racer, this is the start they absolutely needed to still maintain a competitive standing here at Overpass. As competitive as I think thongs were in the previous one, now we're going to see the reinvestment for sure.
Sorry about that. I choked a little bit. Drinking water, folks. Be careful how you drink it. Be careful if you want to talk and drink. You usually will get it into your airway and then, you know, almost choke. So don't do that. 9-9. Galaxy Racer, as you say, not only tie it up, but bring it up to speed for themselves and basically put Spirit Academy on the bend a little bit here, because right now there will be a fair chance, of course, for Galaxy Racer not only to take the lead, but likewise start closing out this second map. Their choice, their turf, their rules. Oh boy, solo plays by Patsy. Not the first time we've seen this, probably not the last time either, but definitely shouldn't be something of a continuous thing for Spirit. It's what we condemned in the first map for both sides, and more than anything for Galaxy Racer. And yesterday the same issue was persistent continuously over the day for LDLC Gorillas, and of course for, I believe, the Flames having the equal issue at one point in time. These solo plays, I really am a little bit, a little bit perplexed as to why they are even happening. But then again, chances can be taken and sometimes can be won. But good trade back, Siren. 3v3, 37 seconds and an 8 take by the looks of it. It will be a full commitment.
Oh,
this is a lucky peek up. Yep, this is danger close. Siren and Flamus hold up. That is actually an amazingly good pickup right now for the side of Spirit Academy.
Very nice, and it all starts off with ZNX's AWP play. He manages to find the first player in the A-bomb, so then from there on out, Spirit Academy not wasting any time, fully committing to the A site, as Desmond has so many angles to check. Unlike in the first pistol round, this time the bomb is planted in your standard position. So for Spirit Academy, all you have to do is just wait for the player to get to the bomb, and then if necessary, the triple peek will absolutely win you the round. So we can see the Desmond hoping for a potential ninja defuse, but that will not be the case. Flamus securing the victory. Now it is a 10-9 scoreline here on the side of Spirit Academy. Very nice pickup. That actually puts the Swedes in a somewhat more difficult economical predicament, though just enough to get that investment going. Problems will arise if they somehow end up losing this round. That is going to be a disastrous scenario for the Galaxy Racer side, but right now, 10-9, Spirit Academy bounce back.
It's starting to get a little bit risky here, a little bit much in favor of Spirit Academy. And oh, this is a B push. This is an actual B push. I have not seen this in a long time. Feels like we are watching the B rush, the classic one, and it will be working out quite well. Zontix with a double. Finally, Flamus is traded back. Does it matter though? I feel like no, because it's a 3v4 and the position for Galaxy Racer right now is horrendous when it comes down to it. You can see that they are, of course, already falling back. They're not even going to attempt this retake. They have no business attempting this retake. They have no space to even attempt it. And this is fantastic from the side of Spirit Academy. It will propel them up to 11. And beyond just, 11 rounds, this is an economical break that Galaxy Racer might not be able to afford, and technically shouldn't be able to afford, given what we see currently out of their bank. All three saving towards toilets. Do you think they buy the next if they all save? Because we've seen this before, haven't we? Like rounds like this where teams, they keep all three rifles, then they don't buy at all and they go for an eco. And I'd expect this to be the case here. But genuinely, I genuinely feel like Galaxy Racers, since they've been forcing so much, they should try a force here as well. F it, you know, you saved up, you see what you have, see how far you can go. Though, obviously, the tactical, sensible decision would be to not do it, you know. My mind, though, says do it. Just do it. Just like the Emperor said it. Just do it. Did you get the Star Wars Emperor Palpatine?
You're
You
gonna
get it?
hate me for this one over.
Oh,
have
you didn't
not
watch Star
seen-
Wars? No, no, no,
Not a
bruh.
single. Not a single.
Oh,
Not a
that
single
hurts my
one.
ears and my mind and my soul. No, Danny, no. No, I refuse to believe that. You love Star Wars, don't you? No, I'm joking. Oh, come on. Really? Though, for real? You haven't seen any of them?
Not a single one.
Okay. Well, what we did see right now is a 5-man or a 4-man boost, though. So Spirit Academy. Entry all the way, but not because of the 4-man boost. Blessin pushing a fountain.
Oh, gonna be a faster style of round here from Spirit Academy. Once again, Joel with the op. Good pickup here in Siren, getting close, dangerously close right now. Once he misses the shot, Flamus will absolutely decimate him. So even though we saw some aggression here in the fountain, the main push once again from Spirit Academy on the B bomb side. Finding a lot of success, just like in the previous round. The remaining players hoping to save some of their weapons, or in this case, really just Disco Doppelin. The other players just on pistols, and ZNX though will find the one
Yeah,
here
that's the
on
round.
Dezen, getting a second one as well. Lonesome Disco Doppelin could potentially recover an op, though looks like he's going to be challenged by the AKs. Disco
Okay.
Doppelin, not bad.
Yeah, that definitely cuts it a little bit close. But at the end, of course, Spirit Academy will close the gap and will close the round more than anything with success. By the way, you're forgiven for not watching Star Wars because you watched, you love Jim Carrey and you watched some of his movies, so it's fine. You're forgiven. You're forgiven. It's-
Liar Liar is actually banging, in all fairness.
Dude,
even though
Liar
it's a-
Liar is really good. But it's
Yeah,
a
even though
it's
it's a
like a
basic
kids
comedy.
movie, basically, right?
Yeah, you could basically call it a kids movie, but Liar Liar actually bangs
good.
in terms of Jim Carrey's performance.
Well, the performance of Disco Doppelin almost could be like Jim Carrey's. Luckily, he's not the comedic effect, but he is the actual striker as Galaxy Racer find themselves an entry. Disco Doppelin with the op, of course, a good start. Right now, you can see Spirit Academy a little bit afraid as to what could be awaiting for them on the other side, and they'll take a step back and chill for a second or two to find perhaps a lucky star under the sky, which could be Joel dying, which could be anybody dying, but Joel, nope. He seems to not care. As he goes for the peak, finds himself a piece of the pie. And there you have it, folks. That is going to be the 10th round, most likely. Most likely, I say, since, you know, it should be, given what we have seen, given how it's been going. Can't really put it past Patsy to still do some crazy... No. Okay. Now it's kind of confirmed. Surely.
For sure, with a 2-5 such as this, Zontic and Flamus could potentially go for the commitment on the A-bomb side, but this is not going to be easy for them. The flashbangs have been deployed. Good flashbangs as well, but still not going to matter. Disco Doppelin finds is, and Zontic's looking for more players to find. Ooh, another frag coming in, so
Oh, God.
nice shots.
That second shot was insane, man. Absolutely out of this world. Well, GXR, out of this world is not their map just yet. They are on 10 rounds, and on their map, they're not doing too well. Maybe they would do better if they had tried Red Magic's Series 6 phone with 165 hertz refresh rate. But yeah, this is going to be a chance here for Galaxy Racer, of course, to not only find the 11th, but also the tie, because the money for Spirit Academy finally breaks down into pieces, and they don't really have anything left to rebuy, if in case they do lose. Now, a bomb plant would, of course, give them a bit of extra money. Well, a bit is perhaps an understatement. Would be enough to potentially push them into another buy the next, though it would be very severely limited. Ooh, Patsy. Again, lone some Patsy. Solo on short. I really don't want to see solo plays anymore for Spirit. Like, legit, I think they're done with solo plays, and they shouldn't be abusing their players for these kind of plays. Or are they? Oh, come on now. I just feel bad for even saying this. Patsy with a double. Thankfully, Flamus is next to him. They take down B side. 3 players fall with a nick of an eye, with a blink of an eye. And that is going to be the 13th round for Spirit Academy. But still, I feel like these solo plays, you know, yeah, sure, okay. It works once per half, basically, right? What about the other 5 times, 6 times, 7 times they do it and they lose a player for it?
I mean, this time, the solo plays on the side of Spirit Academy just work out so well. Patsy single-handedly just walks out of the bomb site and getting the necessary 2 frags. I mean, I say necessary. The fact that he gets the 1, that's already a massive plus for Spirit Academy. The fact that he gets the 2nd guy and then softens up the 3rd, I mean, that's just something you don't expect from a regular player. And the fact that Patsy finds so much good work, it just single-handedly wins the round here for Spirit Academy. That will be the 13 for Spirit Academy. For Galaxy Racer, you can see the Swedes are being very fearsome. Saving their weapons here is of top priority because you'll notice the economy game is looking very sour.
Yeah, it's, well, sour is a good way to put it. It's also looking very sad. Like, it's very sad right now for Galaxy Racer and their money situation. Timeout going to be used for Spirit Academy, the last one that they have currently in their reservoir. So, you know, there's that. So at the very least, no more timeouts. But the problem for Galaxy Racer is beyond just the current state of some of their players and economy. It's the problem of them not hitting their shots in this map. At least some of the players. The fact that Patsy can walk onto site through short, find 2, and as you say, tag up the 3rd as well, is unacceptable. Because that is, you know, even we wouldn't predict that. Yeah, sure, you go for a solo peek, fine. It's fine. It happens. Yeah, sure, you get a kill. You even get 2 perhaps. But getting the 2 kills plus the tag up, that's just absolutely out of this world insane. In Galaxy Racer, it seems like they're kind of missing out on a few vital moments here and there that they seem to be either, you know, not paying attention enough or just losing attention and losing focus. And look at this. It's a B push. I like the idea here. It's a straight up B rush. Maybe it succeeds. Maybe it fails. Either way, we're about to find out. In the smoke, there's this hidden agenda. Never mind. That agenda is not even hidden. It's just Chowsy standing in the smoke waiting for something. And that's the round gone. Oh, they don't plant. Plessin is a bit of a nuisance, but they don't care. Again, there's not much of a change to what we're already seeing, and 14-10 is the result we're going to be going at. This is disastrous for Galaxy Racer. Joel, you better survive, mate. Your loss bonus kind of isn't the best, and if you lose control here, more specifically, if he loses the AWP, there is none for the 14th.
Yeah,
Glass
that's
cannon
a
is
little
it?
bit... Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
glass cannon is the only option.
I doubt it, though. Yeah.
Ooh, but yeah, it looks like it's not going to come through here. Things got a little bit hairy there for Spirit Academy. I love the boost coming in there from, I think it might have been Siren, to eventually secure the kill with the Mac 10 here to win the round for Spirit Academy. There we go. 14-10 is the current score, and here's Spirit Academy getting dangerously close to a potential victory here in the best of 3. Galaxy Racer will try to take matters into their own hands. Disco Doppelin going for the aggressive play, but again, by his lonesome, has no backup. So best case scenario for him would be to try and get a few frags and maybe he can continue on with a push, but I don't think that even if he finds the 1, he will be in a position to back away safely. That just doesn't seem to be plausible.
No, absolutely. It doesn't seem like that's a thing that he can do. And dude, not gonna lie, I didn't even see the smokes dissipate there when he already took that shot. So ZNX, he certainly is on the right direction here, on the right protocol. But in any case, oh, Disco Doppelin, he has flash support, but it is unfortunately not good enough. The flash does not blind anybody permanently or even temporarily to give them a chance. Danny, you know, you know me. I'm a realist. You know that for however long we've been casting, you know, I've never really bullshitted anybody. I've always been very much on point and always been like, okay, you know, this is either done or it's maybe a chance still, but, you know, how much of a chance is it really? And I'm going to do the same here. And you know what I'm going to say. Galaxy Racer, if they don't win this round right here, this is it. they're done for. They have no money in the bank. $3,400. They can literally just buy toilet paper and go on the toilet to cry all day if that's the only thing they'll be able to afford here. Because Chow's in Pleasant, they have to save. Like, they want to buy the next with a few rifles. They need to both survive. And I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit Academy leave one on the bomb and the rest just give chase. Because why would you let them survive? It's 14-10. It's going to be 15-10. You have the money. You have the position. You have the advantage. And above all else, you have the fear factor right now.
Absolutely. If you're Spirit Academy, you're looking very solid in this one. 15 rounds for you. And you're absolutely going to go for the hunt because you know if you eliminate the 2 rifles here, that will put a Galaxy Racer in a very difficult position considering this is the half and the game coming to an end. Chazi, 74 of top priority, but he's been spotted out. Should be going down here any moment's notice. Well, he survives. Pleasant as well, so okay. The 2 players from Galaxy Racer get to keep the M41S. That's very nice here. Even Chelsea recovering the AK-47. Yes, in all fairness, 15-10. Looking quite dangerous here, folks. They have no idea how things are going to be looking in the nearby future. And of course, folks, be sure to head over to our sponsor here of the event. That's going to be one of our main sponsors, Coinbase. If you want to have your cryptocurrency wallet, be sure to head it over to Coinbase.com. Or perhaps you might be interested in the mobile app that goes by the same name.
Well, either way, Coinbase might be something Galaxy Racers might want to buy up because they're about to lose down, or at least they were about to be destined for a loss, and you know maybe that's what they can start doing next. No, obviously a little bit of banter. We love them. We love Galaxy Racers. Don't get me wrong. We still like the team. I've been following them for so long. Quite a few of these players have been on the scene for so long, and I've been seeing them throughout many a different team. So you know, obviously just having some laughs, having some fun. But this is a minute on the clock right now that Spirit Academy don't really have too much time to play with. Finally slowing down, finally, you know, going for the classic old wait and take.
And 45 seconds remain as well. I mean, they're going to have to move in quickly here, Spirit Academy. Oh, we might even see some famous. There we go with the boost. Finally, it's coming in at play. The most possible position here. Patsy gets the one here. Dezen. Oh, there's the response from CNX.
Good one.
Joel, though, great headshot on one. Tries to do some more damage, being the lonesome player here in bombs that has to hold on.
He's going to push through. He's going to push through. He has to, surely, right? Yes, there we go. Beautiful. Joel. That is what I'd love to see.
And Joel with the clutch as well, looking very good here for Galaxy Racer to close things out here in Overpass. Not too shabby here. Nice attempt here from Joel. Beautiful play coming in as well. Like I said, he makes the aggressive play. He moves up, gets the frag of the bomb planter. That really changes the tide here for Galaxy Racer. Finally, they can somewhat bounce back. But I say that, someone feels like their purchase from the previous round was even a little bit better than what they have in store here. Joel on the AWP is always a nice thing to have, though. It's not a mere scout. It's the sniper rifle that you want to have. It being deployed here on the Spirit Academy players. Looks like something he must have left there, Zontix.
Might have forgotten to buy something, I guess, and hoped he still has time. That's not the case, of course, because time is only up until 40 seconds of the round. So, you know, you got 15 seconds of buy time. This ain't making people where you have up to 25 seconds to buy. Or is it 30 seconds up to minute 30? Not sure. Either way, it is going to be an A take, an Eco one. With Siren having an AK and Kevlar, obviously, you know, a bit of a chance can be built, but highly unlikely anything will go his way or their way, as this is the 12th round for Galaxy Racer. Finally live. Finally. It's alive. Yeah, you said it well, by the way, previously. Joel on the op is definitely worth looking at, definitely enjoying.
(15-12). Spirit Academy.
Yep.
A team that really enjoys taking their timeouts. Not taking the timeout right about now. I actually wonder, have they used all of their timeouts right now, Spirit Academy? Because they've definitely used a few, but I think they might still have one
Yeah, no,
more
they
if
used
needed.
all. They used all.
All of
Yeah,
them,
Spirit
okay.
Academy used all of them. Yeah.
Wow, if they used all of their timeouts, it is going to rely on their in-game leader to call when it matters most. Without any sort of timeouts or any shenanigans or proper discussions before the round can even begin. Right now, he's going to have to be very precise on this one, and so far, at least some damage inflicted here in Siren. Losing that necessary HP, but nothing of great significance, I would say. Spirit Academy being very careful in their approach as well. Made it 20 seconds. The player's still close by Fountain. Now we can see Zontix clearing out connector by his lonesome. It's always a big risk to send out just the one player in connector, but looks like Zontix has the confidence to just clear it out alone.
I kind of like the idea here. Of course, in this case, the thought process is go in alone with a flash support if you can, and maybe you can find 1 or 2 frags, or just the one, I guess. Though they need to be careful to be ready to refrag in case, you know, it goes down without an actual frag for them, or they lose an entry and then they have to be prepared to retake that. Oh, boost in towards B. But Huzzah for Chaozi as he walks in through Monster. And my V-Mix just crashed.
Oh, don't worry about this one.
I'm back.
We can see the players here of Spirit Academy going in for the play on the A-bomb side, looking very good for them. Joel holding the angle with the AWP behind Optimus, sees that shadow a mile away. Not a lot of time remaining for Spirit. They really got to push this side right now. 10 seconds, yeah. Joel, gets the one here. Pleasant gets his, and Flame is being last man standing. He also takes the hit. So Spirit Academy not finding any success entering the A-bomb side. They're getting shut down. And in the case of Galaxy Racer, that is such an important round to take.
It really is. A bit of a surprise the way it went here, the way it went down. Spirit Academy decided to go in 1 by 1. Now they're making the typical mistake that, you know, we usually condemn doing by going in solo, by going in without any sort of support. You basically give your opponent all the advantage they'd want to and all the advantage you'd hope for them to have. In any case, let's see Pleasant. This nade could do some serious damage. Beautiful spray down. Absolutely fantastic. And it's pistols and Kevlar towards A side. This is easy. Easy for Galaxy Racer. Joel, it's a shooting gallery for him. 25, 26. And he will add probably the 27th soon enough. Or will he? Yes, he will. No, he won't. Okay. That's a little bit different. But 15-14. Danny, is it overtime or is it a victory here for the side of Spirit Academy? We're about to find out as we are ready to move into our last round, the 30th of this best of 3 series.
I mean, we've basically gone the distance once again. Yeah. 15-14. Just like in the previous map of Mirage, it was a 16-14 victory for Spirit Academy, but it wasn't an easy one of that. It felt like Galaxy Racer may just get in position to make it 15-15. It is daunting scrolling here for the Spirit Academy boys, I'm sure. They know that they're in a prime position to close things out, but will they have what it takes? Well, they're definitely going to lose a little bit in this round. HP from Patsy. Zontix as well being naded. Some really nice early damage here from Galaxy Racer. Patsy being softened up. Zontix as well, losing a big chunk of his health. One of the things we've been seeing from Spirit Academy in the past are those B plays, those B executes. This time we could see maybe a potential return to the B bomb site.
Well, let's find out for certain how this one goes, because as we can see here, Galaxy Racer, they finally put up a defense that's worth mentioning, that's, you know, worth even standing up for. And the double up might be the answer to all their ailments, but it could also be a curse, but we'll find out soon enough as Galaxy Racer, a fake, it feels like, towards B here. Might force a rotation off of them. And yes, Joel, he's already starting to rotate over. Jason gets caught. That's not supposed to happen. Chaozi finds one. The second player from A starting to rotate. But the push towards A is actually the real take, the real play. And let's see towards Optimus what can happen here. No, Disco Doppler, you needed to survive. Joel is still in bank. He's about to come out, get caught. No, ZNX. Oh, Danny. down to the 1 round difference, down to the last 1 round, and they will fail. It seems like they will fail. No. Galaxy Racer 16-14, just like map 1. The same goes down from map 2, and that is gonna hurt big time.
16-14 here for Galaxy Racer. Oh, you can just see the players. They're not satisfied with their performance at all. This is quite a frustrating situation to end the best of 3 way. I mean, you're not expecting this at all. You are not expecting this if you're Galaxy Racers. You are the favorites heading into this matchup against Spirit Academy. And as we saw, it was not an easy affair. It was a competitive affair from both teams. Great to see competitive Counter-Strike, but definitely, if you're a team like Galaxy Racer, you were supposed to win this best of 3 for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We were counting. We were thinking about them being the better team. We even said before we started this series that they are the better team. And at the end of the day, they come up short big time. Galaxy Racer, they have no response to the weird aggression, sometimes good aggression, sometimes bad aggression from the side, of course, of Spirit Academy. With the biggest difference being that Spirit Academy at the end, basically, they went for this typical fake. And if Dezen hadn't died, we probably would have seen no rotation from Joel. And if Joel stays on A side, we both know how well they played at that stage, at that point, how well he played on A beforehand already with the op, right? And I'm thinking to myself, if Joel is an A, there's no chance they go onto site without losing 1 or 2 players. That happens, it's all of a sudden, let's say 3v2 for the CTs. That's an easy round for them, right? It's OT. But nope, denied. And that's it. That's going to be, of course, our dear friends Spirit Academy winning. And we're going to have Flamus coming on here. And man, wow.
Wait. My first question is, how come they're sending in the stand-in to do the interview? Because obviously on the HLTV match page, it actually is listed that Flamus is standing in for Target, because Target, he was part of the roster and they were playing through the first stages of the Blast Rising. So it's actually very peculiar to note that we're going to have the stand-in coming in for the interview. So that's already probably the first big question.
And the second question is, more of a open-ended. How the hell did they win with a stand-in? But yeah, you said it well. Like, why are they sending a stand-in in? Perhaps there's more to it than we know, right? Could be a switch up. Could be Flamus that he will be becoming as the permanent member of the team. But I think we're ready for the interview, and let's jump straight to it to see what Flamus has to say, and of course, what the whole team of Spirit Academy and how are they feeling. And I think Flamus is already here with us. Welcome, good man. Welcome, first of all, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Flamus, I have to ask, aren't you just standing in for... You are the stand-in right now for Spirit Academy, right?
I was the 7th player of Sim Spirit Academy. Wasn't announced in any pages of Sim Spirit, but now targets have some problems, and I don't know. I will play in the future, but now I think for the future of this tournament, I will play.
Oh, and absolutely, man. That was a great performance coming in from your perspective. Seeing you play was actually quite nice to see here on the Team Spirit Academy. And guys, I also have to point out that you seem to have some sort... I want to ask this as well, because you say you are the substitute player. Are you part of the practice regiment here for Spirit Academy as well?
Yes, I was practicing like every training. I was with them. Like I was watching for their games, and sometimes I was playing Brugge. So, and last week, Targets can't play this tournament. So last week I was training with them, and now I'm here.
Oh, that kind of explains why you guys did so well, though, Mirage. I mean, first of all, kind of for Mirage, I can presume you guys chose it because you practiced, right? If that is to be thought of. For Mirage, yeah. Of course, yeah. It makes. Of course, for Overpass, though, my biggest question is, we know that Galaxy Racer love Overpass and it's their best map. Did you prac Overpass? Did you prepare for Overpass?
We were practicing Overpass last. I don't think that we were practicing like too much. Well, maybe like 4 days I don't know. I don't think that we play more than 10 games on Overpass last week. So we're playing our good game, best game. That was my first actual CV game.
Hey,
I don't know. We're just always playing our best.
I mean, you did play. Everybody played very well, though. Nobody really disappointed. I think everybody was performing the way you would expect to. And I mean, guys did go up against some of the some very experienced players from the side of Galaxy Racer, like Disco Doppler, like Pleston, right, and even Dezon at that point. Players that have been on the scene for a long time. And my last question to you would be, how did it feel, man? First time playing on HLTV, first time playing like an actual official tournament. How are you feeling? How did it feel before, and how are you feeling now?
Like before, I was just training, and now I don't know. I was waiting for it a very long time, so I don't know. I'm not very excited for this. I was training and work, like you know how works pays off.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so I'm not too excited for this. It's like we were training, we win this, we deserve this, and it's all.
Yeah, that's great mentality, man. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you for it too.
And with that being said, of course, Danny, sorry, please.
No, I just, I'm very happy that we had Flamus coming in here for the interview, giving us some insight here of team spirit, that they do have this rotation going on as well. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Flamus, for coming in on the interview.
Oh,
No
before you leave,
problem. Okay.
Is it Flamus or Flamus?
Like on Russian, it will be Flamus. Like
Flamus, right?
Flamus.
Yes, I knew
Flamus.
it. Yes, I knew it. Thank you. Oh, but as Danny was saying, thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck moving forward, man. It is the round of 8 for you guys moving next, and we'll see you guys going up against either, of course, in this case, Mad Lions or eClub Brugge, which will be also our next best of 3. But of course, for that, Flamus, thank you again, and hopefully we'll see you on the next interview as well.
Thank you very much for you too.
Right,
It was
see ya.
a good experience for me. See ya.
Bye. Okay, there we have it. Most important questions were answered.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I really didn't expect here on the side of Spirit Academy, that what we do have instead is not just some random player joining the roster and playing in.
Yeah.
In fact, it is their permanent member, or so to speak, their substitute member that's also playing, because they actually end up having also another substitute player that is listed on HLTV in the form of, I have no idea how to say it. It's good. There's a 6. And then there's a Y. Good C? Is that how you go about it? I'm not really sure about it, but in all fairness, yeah, apparently it looks like the Spirit Academy.
I think it's God B. God
It says a
B.
B.
I think the 6 is a B, right? Because in Russian the 6 usually presents a B, if I'm not wrong. But I could be wrong. Sorry. Yeah, that's just my take on that. God B sounds possible.
For sure, it's always possible, but very interesting to note that Spirit Academy do have this sort of an open door policy when it comes down to their youngster team in the form of Spirit Academy, which is again very interesting. That this project will definitely allow some of the players who previously even never had the chance to play on an official match, well, at the very least an official match on HLTV, to really show us what they're made of here in some of these official games and some of these big tournaments as well.
Absolutely, and with that, of course, hopefully we'll see more out of them tomorrow. eClub Brugge versus Mad Lions, though, coming up next in about half an hour. So, folks, stay with us here at Blast Rising, at Blast TV. Don't go anywhere. Follow myself and Danny on our social media if you would like more. For myself, over Seard, of course, and for Danny at Sir Danny with double N, double Y. Until we move on to eClub Brugge versus Mad Lions, though, I bid you all farewell, and we'll see you guys in about half an hour.
here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb.
came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
And enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
Hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome to our second best of three of the day. It is, of course, going to be Mad Lions playing against the squad of eClub Brugge, which we do hope we have nailed that pronunciation finally, as it is going to be the playoffs best of three. So a lot riding on this one for both these squads, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. There is definitely quite a little bit on the board here for these two teams. Of course, this is the round of 16 still. We are on Blast Rising. We have not finished this part yet, and these two teams have come a long way to get where they are today. Of course, for eClub Brugge, they've had a bit of a bumpy road in the groups. They did come out as a secondary team, or as the second team out of the groups themselves, taking the loss, I believe, against LDLC at the end of the day there, if my mind serves correctly. Whilst for Mad Lions, likewise, they did take a single loss in the groups, and unfortunately were going out as second. But insanely enough, the only time I've ever seen this, by the way, is when you look at the round difference. Skate has a -2 round difference compared to 26 for Mad Lions in the same group, even though Skate are the first out of their group, whilst Mad Lions the second. That's just, that's just like an observation. It was like, wow, okay, that's actually happening. But with that being said, of course, here is Mad Lions versus eClub Brugge. This will be quite the matchup, quite the interesting one. Also to note, Mad Lions will be playing without JL in our first map. Of course, the Vita will be coming up in a moment, so we'll see which map that is. But it will be no JL for the first one.
Right now, it's obviously a very interesting situation here on the side of Mad Lions, as of course they are consistently rotating in those players. They obviously have Voro2K, that seems to be very much one of their best players in the roster, but right now, they also have the addition of Spellin, who has been primarily playing here on the Blast Rising, even though he has been the substitute here for this roster. But here on Blast Rising, he has been the one responsible for the fragment, and he's been responsible of playing instead of his teammate, I do believe Voro2K in this case, that he's been actually substituting him for. As I mean, absolutely, there's always the case of Mad Lions just consistently changing out those players, and well, we can also take a look at the changes here for the veto, as we do have at play here. And of course, the early pick here for eClub Brugge, that is going to be Train out of the picture. And that's also the reasoning why we're not going to see JL playing this map.
Well, Train, of course, the map here of eClub Brugge. It's going to be interesting in seeing again how this team deals with, of course, Mad Lions on Train. A map that is quite tactical, quite damning if you don't play it right. Also, as far as we heard, right, Richie ain't playing. So that's another factor that will come into play here for eClub Brugge. Their best performer, basically, their top dog, their top player, unfortunately today will be replaced by Necrogenesis, a player that is currently, was on Onyx. I don't think he's currently on the bench, and, he is currently benched, actually, apologies. But, of course, that does mean that eClub Brugge are coming in a little bit less strong as you would otherwise expect. Their firepower will be diminished with, of course, the lack of Richie here on Train.
For sure, Richie is a very important piece of the eClub Brugge puzzle. So it will be really dissatisfying to note that they don't have Richie at play, and they must play with a stand-in the form of Necrogenesis. Really dissatisfying stuff here on the eClub Brugge side of things. Though, as we'll take a look at the map veto as well, we do have the second map at play. That is going to be Nuke, a map in which Mad Lions have also been picking against some of the opposition. And I've got to say, though, if things do go to the third map, Mad Lions are looking incredibly strong on the third and final map of Mirage. Ever since the roster has been established, they have been able to do so much good work on that map. I would even go far as to say that is possibly their best map heading into this veto.
I mean, it definitely is. I would dare say it is their best map because, you know, when you look at Train in general, in this case, amazing. Then when you look at Nuke, absolutely, it is. You know, it is going to be a bit of a fumble, a bit of a tumble. I'm eager to see how Mad Lions deal with it, of course, on Nuke, but Train as our first map. I don't know, man. I'm having doubts because I know Mad Lions have, we've seen many a times this squad play, and they are a very tactical squad, with Spellon being the IGL, as far as I know now. Of course, actually, is he the IGL? I know he used to be a part of that, but I'm actually not 100% certain, but I'm fairly certain he should be at this point the IGL, because, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why he was also brought onto the squad, because of his experience, because of his extensive knowledge of the game and everything else, and, you know, obviously his history in previous teams, the likes of Windigo, for example, or even, you know, when you look at it, Skade, as he played there for about a year. In any case, Train, what do we expect here, Danny, for our first map?
I would say this is still one of the weaker maps here on the side of Mad Lions. So the fact that we do get to see the Train being deployed here is very good for eClub Brugge. They're going to be very happy the fact that Train has slipped through, because for a team like Mad Lions, they do have a permaban in the form of Vertigo. So one of the other two weaker maps are going to be your Train. It will be also Overpass. So the fact that eClub Brugge get a hold of Train, yeah, they're going to be very happy about that one, and probably they have their best chance of securing the victory in a map like Train. But I will say this, though, Train does require a strong opper, and in this case, the fact that they don't have Richie in the lineup is really going to be hurtful for the squad of eClub Brugge.
I have to agree, absolutely. We already mentioned how Richie, the biggest performer, or the best performer on the side of eClub Brugge, missing today, however you want to call it, might be an issue. Now, I say might because we never know how Necrogenesis will show up, what Necrogenesis will give to us, and we never know what the rest of the team from eClub Brugge will bring on the table. Steve O's or Matty, both very experienced. Even Notice, I think, showing a little bit of light and, of course, love in the day. By the way, just as I mentioned, Mirage is the final map. Of course, that's going to be our decider. I mean, if we'll get to Mirage even, this right now is all up in the air, because first map, as you said it's super important. The Belgian squad here, or the Belgian squad named after the Belgian town of Brugge, need to absolutely win this first map. And that's it. That's the premise right now. The idea we're going behind is win this first map. No matter what happens on Nuke, you still have then a Mirage to go on, which absolutely can go anywhere. But you fail Train, and most likely you fail the series here.
For sure. And again, I also talked about my point how it is important to have a strong opper. And in this case, Stevos is definitely going to have to step up because Richie, he's the one who is primarily responsible for the rifling on the side of eClub Brugge. So for Stevos, he's going to have to do a lot more heavy lifting. And you didn't really, I'm not sure if you saw the last best of 3 of yesterday over, in which
I did
Ago,
not,
they had
unfortunately.
they had some great individual plays with the AWPs, Snatchy and Rollin doing quite a lot of good work with the sniper rifles, and yet that was still not enough for a squad like Ago to secure the victory because there were some really good tactical plays on the side of their opponents. So even though you may have some of those great individuals with the ops, you also need to have those strong rifles being able to penetrate those bomb sites. And here on a map like Train, that is absolutely crucial because the rifles, they do give you that mobility, even though the AWPs could give you those early engagements.
And as we can see, the current lineup for Train for Mad Lions will be Sassol, TMB, Spellan, Voro2K, and Tutson. Of course, on the other hand, JL down there as their 6th replacement that will be stepping in for our 2nd and 3rd map. On the other hand, though, it is going to be the beautiful lineup of the Belgian squad with the Polish 2 players of Notice and Matti. Of course, with Necrogenesis today standing in for their usual player of Richie. And it's nice that you mentioned the op here. Absolutely, on Train. The op can take you a long way. And if they had Richie, then we'd say, okay, they have a great opper that can contend against the side of Mad Lions, that can contend against Tutson and the likes of Warrior 2K. Unfortunately, in this case, the reality is a little bit different. We'll see, of course, how it starts, how it goes. But this is going to be one of the hardest maps to start off on for eClub Brugge. No matter the fact that they have a decent result given the past few maps they've played on it. They did lose recently against Tricked, for example, in the Sweet Spring tournament. And it didn't look too good. It was quite one-sided, 16-7. But here we go. The pistol is live. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not tarry any longer. It is eClub Brugge on their T side, and it is beginning to go for this first round.
I have control. That's the name of the game here for eClub Brugge. But look at this. TMB finds the first frag on Necrogenesis. Forward 2K, back of sight. Holding the advancement here. TMB being softened up here. Spellin chimes in. Actually, it's Voro 2K with the frag on Notice. eClub Brugge's advancement on the A-bomb side slowed down to a crawl, it feels like. Though, good response there from Maddie and Simics. Still has some sort of advantage, but no, it's not going to last for long. It will be the victory for Mad Lions. They managed to close out the incoming push from eClub Brugge and secure the pistol round to boot.
Well, that is actually really good for Mad Lions. CT sided, of course, on Train side. You really want to open up with the pistol, and you really want to have that first gun round go your way. Of course, not always is it going to go, but if you can help it at least somewhat, that brings you a long way itself. Mad Lions right now, we do see FAMAS, we do see double M4, we do see a UMP and an MP9. Very little utility considering everything, but they don't seem to be overly concerned about that. Warrior 2K, funnily enough, decides to go for the M4 A4 without the head armor, without Kevlar helmet. Oh, without helmet, just with Kevlar, which in my mind is perhaps a bit of a mishap. But if he plays long range and if he's lucky enough, he won't have anything to worry about. Minute 20 and the push towards B. Spellen waiting right in front of the smoke as one would order it, as the doctor said it. And that is a beautiful finisher here. TMB and Warrior 2K finding a few more. Success for Matti, though. Not bad. 2 kills is definitely not shabby. That's one of the rifles actually lost as well, an M4. So a lot of money thrown out the window there.
Yeah, a lot of money, somewhat being thrown out there. But at the same time, it is a good one here for Mad Lions. The victory goes their way, and that's the absolutely most important thing. Whereas in the case of eClub Brugge, it's still not enough money to reinvest in this one, so primarily it will be the pistols here. It is, however, the side of eClub Brugge. Yeah, actually, no utility. I was really hoping to see maybe perhaps the 1 smoke grenade or even just the 2 flashbangs can be very useful whenever you want to hit even something like the B-bomb site. You see Vortic early on securing the frag here, Necrogenesis, and overall I believe Brugge spread out quite thin. Not really concentrating towards one area of the map, just the players looking around for any openings they can find.
This is interesting. Taking their time, of course, towards Ivy with 2. Might be able to snap onto Tutson, but unfortunately Tutson, of course, legendary Polish player that I've had the pleasure of watching for a long, long time. And what I really like about this current lineup of Mad Lions is how diverse the whole lineup is. When you look at it, you know, you've got basically players from the entirety of Europe. You've got JL that's all up there to your side, Danny, from Lithuania. You've got TMB that, of course, comes from Denmark. Tutson from Poland. War2K that goes even further out east towards Ukraine. South Seoul that is on the south of Europe from Spain. And then you have, obviously, to finalize it here, Spellen from Bulgaria. So really, you've got a talent pool of some amazing players from all around the Europe. And each and every one of these players was at one point in time in a great team. If we take, for example, Tutson, as I was talking about him, you know, Secret was, of course, a team that he participated in, and he did pretty well. Didn't do too good in terms of the team itself, you know, didn't get too far. But he proved his worth, he proved his quality, and hopefully he's going to be able to do so continuously moving forward. So Sol gets caught, though. In Pop Dog, he gets absolutely destroyed. And he was called the God of Pop, but unfortunately in this case he's going to be a God of Not. As Matty finds a second, that's Spellen. 3v5 all of a sudden, and Mad Lions might be on the verge of losing their first gun round here as the AKs reign supreme.
This is where the players of Mad Lions just not finding any success in the Pop Thug area. It is Matty to find the first one on South Seoul. Spellen as well, holding up close with the MP9 with no backup whatsoever, and the only player really on the bomb side. He goes down. That's the round over here for Mad Lions. So eClub Brugge, great victory for them. They managed to secure it early on here in the matchup. At least they need to get themselves a good start as early as possible. Of course, here on the T side of train, it's never easy to pick up those rounds. But considering this is their map pick, even though they are playing with Necrogenesis, they seem to need every single gun round they can acquire because things can get feisty here on train.
Let's see, of course, what the plan is moving forward right now. Of course, for the side of Mad Lions, they've got themselves the 3 rifles survived, and they'll rebuy, of course. Oh, would you look at this? Okay, so Tutson, of course, the Opera himself, gonna pick up the first, and the War2K, the secondary in his hands. I like the idea. Double up this early on might be enough of a surprise to break eClub Brugge's and their, you know, and their focus, their attention. Let's see. Never mind. TMB gonna be caught. Steve O's. He peeks out wide. Gets himself the first. That's a great little start. Necrogenesis, though, from Pop is a little bit too eager to find a secondary frag. As Tutson replies, and we have ourselves already a bit of a trade back and forth. Second for Tutson. 6-0 he is currently standing in this round. Well, in this game. He's doing a splendid job.
From the Opera, that's what you expect to see. Have him a confident start.
Yeah.
eClub Brugge, though, still making their way out of Ivy. Tutson, good response here. Once again, dealing the damage. And not the 4th kill, though. Please notice, gets a response. Meanwhile, the damage has already been inflicted. A 3 versus 2. Oh. War2K as well, eliminating Madi, putting Notice in a very difficult predicament. Look for the frags, though. Still a lot of time on the clock. 40 seconds, in fact, and still has the bomb on his shoulders, Notice. I try to peek around here, look for some of those fights. Don't really see anyone just yet, though. Could go for a bit of a peek. There we go. Damage inflicted here in Spellen. Will move in, gets the frag here in Soul. That's a nice frag, though. Looking for more on top the train carts, though. Spellen won't be aware of it. It is, in fact, Voro2K with the frag. And looking very solid here. The double up setup being deployed here from Mad Lions is a really good choice.
Yeah, they'll still keep it. I kind of like the idea. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's working out splendidly. I mean, both Tutson and War2K are doing a great job at it. And as we can see right now, Mad Lions, they will be having the AK on Spellen, the rest with rifles, and a good amount of utility to support this all. Whilst for Brugge, it's of course the full buy. We've got the op on Stevos, and he might be eager to find an entry towards main because he is rallied up for that shot. So let's hold up for a second and see where this one takes us. Of course, Mad Lions right now putting a second player on B already. Seem to be worried about what might be coming their way. Tutson on the meanwhile spots across in that smoke. Notice tagged heavily. Simics takes a little bit of that damage as well. Good nade overall. South Soul, of course, the Bob Dog man himself, gonna be holding this position. He always does it as well. Whenever they play train, he is usually in pop.
Oh, Stevos were now just holding the angle, waiting for someone to go in for the aggressive play, and those players from Mad Lions, dangerously close. With 50 seconds though, Brugge, just about time to move in from Ivy. Luckily for them, they're not even being challenged by a single player from Mad Lions. They might just be able to move in right now. Notice, good frag on TMB. Of course, he's not aware that no one from his team is overlooking Ivy. That's a massive mistake. 30 seconds though, Tutson still holding the angle. Southall comes in from Pop Dog, but now Necrogenesis chiming in as well. Spellin getting hit, but
go.
that will be the victory here. Working out for Brugge, Mad Lions. You have to wonder right now, that was not the best positioning here for the CTs.
Absolutely wasn't. Necrogenesis got 3 frags that he was at 0 before this round. So absolutely great for him. Great stuff and more than anything, beautiful shots. But as you said, the positioning for Mad Lions was very poorly conceived. They didn't have any control. They didn't have any sort of positional advantage, or just in general, they had no position that could really hold this split towards A. From Pop, from main and Ivy, and as soon as you lose Pop, that's pretty much done deal. You can't really defend it anymore. Brugge, of course, on the other side. Brugge going into this classic anti-eco. It's a force buy by Mad Lions, or anti-force if you want to call it, by Brugge's hands. Oh, TMB was going to burn to the ground. Well, doesn't even need to burn. Stevos will hit his shot, and that is going to be the 3rd round here for the Belgian squad, or at least should be. Mad Lions. Yeah, that setup really wasn't at all a setup that you would, usually expect to see. It was just something random, really.
I mean, here as well, the fact that they're in pistols, though they do have War2K on the AWP. I'm not finding a lot of success is somewhat dissatisfying, though. Ooh, that's the big problem. War2K ends up dying with the op. Now, obviously, you need to recover it if you are Mad Lions, but you can see that, yeah, Brugge will make sure that is not the case. They will make sure the AWP does not survive this one. It will be smelted, and perhaps they can use it to get themselves some really nice jewelry. And in the case of Mad Lions, yeah, I mean, they go for the force buy here. They do not succeed, and it's just going to be standard practice from here on out. Brugge, 3rd round for them, and the 4th one should also go their way.
Honestly, you really think you can smelt AKs or Deagles into something fancy? I feel like...
I'm not saying that it's fancy. I'm saying that it's...
You could go into those chains. You could go into those wrapper chains, right?
Right.
Those big chains,
Sure.
Yeah. I guess that could work.
Yeah, to get those chains out, some spray cans as well. We got sprays in Counter-Strike, so you can absolutely spray something on those chains and then get to rock them in a best of 3.
Imagine that. Imagine them adding that as a cosmetic item. Just, so you're the blingiest of the blings. In any case, 4-3, full eco, Mad Lions. This is a tie most likely coming out. Shouldn't be surprised at least that if it is a tie. 5 players in Ivy, though. I like the idea, but the nade is what really is going to be liking them more than anything. Simics, love it. And that is going to be the end as we know it. 4-4 tied up as Brugge on their map choice. Doing far better than what they started with. That's for certain.
Yeah, but you're also not expecting too much out of the Mad Lions roster in this one. It's just your standard run-of-the-mill eco in which you're supposed to kneel down and take the AK-47s to the face. That's going to be the victory here for eClub Brugge, making things somewhat close. A 4-on-4 scenario. Even scoreline between the two teams. So for eClub Brugge, they're definitely going to be satisfied that early on they can still remain competitive. Even though we saw some great frags coming in on the side of Mad Lions. AWP shots there from Tutson, from Voro2K. Absolutely. So we're going to see some of the player cams as well. And one of the things we have to talk about I guess one of the things you can always mention on the side of Mad Lions is that they do have an experienced and tenured coach in the form of Kuban.
An amazing coach, of course. Being part of the Polish scene, he has been a part of the Polish scene for so long, and he's been coaching so many teams. As he said, tenured is a good way to put it. Actually, that's actually a really good way to put it. He's like the professor at your local university who's been there for like a good 10 years, and he might sometimes give you some bullshit, but for the most part, he understands it and he helps you as much as he can. And it's beautiful. Mad Lions have progressed a lot since they started. And of course, now on our 9th round, it will be a full buy for both sides. No op for the side of Mad Lions, though. So Tutson's going to have to make do with an AUG, whilst Voro2K with a rifle M4A4. Very little utility as well. No diffuse kit. And you can see that Mad Lions are, of course, trapping for cash. They are desperate to get some money going. And this aggression to main might pay off. I like the idea here by TMB.
Is consistently trying to get in this position for the past few rounds. Finally, is here. I was just going to have to play the waiting game. The players of eClub Brugge going to target as close as possible to this position. Never going to notice as well that Mad Lions, they're basically setting up for the A execute. Throwing down the smoke grenades, the flashbangs as well. That's a good smoke from Sosol. That will slow down the incoming advancement, though Notice still somehow finds the frag here at TMB. That's a massive mistake. Sosol, he's having a difficult time pulling the trigger by the looks of things. Voro2K now will be going down as well.
Oh, wow.
And that's a very good take from eClub Brugge.
This is fantastic for the Belgian squad. This is far better than what I expected to see to begin with. And honestly, okay, I'll take it. 5-4. Seems like we are going to have a game on our hands and not just a domination from Mad Lions, because at the start at a 4-1 result, it definitely looked like it that, maybe Mad Lions could actually run away with this map as well. Though eClub Brugge, we have 5 players alive, 5 players most likely keeping alive and looking to secure themselves even a 6th round after, since there is going to be an eco moving forward for the CTs. The money is a problem. As we said, they're kind of strapped for cash. They don't really have much to show for. Can't even go for the AWP normally, and there should be an eco here for Mad Lions. With a few pistols, exceptions, kind of thing, but 2 Kevlars, let's say TMB and Sosol buy a Kevlar each, or Voro2K, and then Spellin and Tutson drop them some deagles and such. But of course, if you want to have truly the skill of a god and of the best player in the world, buy the Deagle Blaze on CS Money, man. Get yourself some skill with those skins, or just for the pleasure of it, for looking at nice skins. In any case, 5-4, eClub Brugge. Whew, look at all 3 flashed highly on A side. All 3 blinded. And well, first one dead. That is Sosol. Again, he seems to be having trouble in general in this game.
Matty from Pop Dog as well. Good response from TMB. At least 1 kill on the Deagle. And Spellin's positioning is key. Gets the one on Matty. Some really good timing. So they've cleared out the Pop Dog area and fully focused towards Tikon. I say that though. Look at Notice. He's in a really good spot right now. No one's aware of his positioning. No one's aware that he could get himself 1, 2 easy frags. That's for sure. Who is he going to eliminate first? Spellin and then TMB. Beautiful from Notice.
Oof, Tutson, of course, returns the favor. 1v2 right now, and he will try this round. I can guarantee you that much. He will try to salvage it. Why wouldn't he, right? Because he has a position. He has the 1v2 that he can play. And well, he spots the first at Steve O's, but Simics, a quick reaction. on his toes thinking, and that is going to be the 6th to eClub Brugge. It's getting out of hand. It's getting a little bit scarier here. As I said, 6 is to be expected, but the fact that they're able to get themselves up to 6 already might give us a different experience than what we expected when we went into this game before it started.
I mean, right now having to play with a stand-in is not a big issue for eClub Brugge. Necrogenesis still fragging alongside the best of them on eClub Brugge. 6 rounds already. You're right about it. A lot of rounds so early on in the T side of train. Some teams will be happy to just be sitting on the 6 rounds when the half comes to an end. In the case of eClub Brugge, it does look like they want to contest for more than just the 6 rounds. A bit of a gap in the smoke as well. That's going to give Tutson an angle to work with. But instead, he's going to leave that position as now the B side takes place. Spellendo will get himself one. Oh, the flashbang will help to eliminate Notice as well. That's actually super sick for Mad Lions. Matty, though, can pick up on Voro 2K. Tutson, uncanny, missing the shot. So going down as well. What is going on right now? 2v2. Mad Lions seem to have been in a prime position to win this one, but now the favor is back for eClub Brugge.
This is Mad Lions still potentially in a round that they could take, but we can see that eClub Brugge is fighting down to the bone, to the teeth, and holy smokes, that shot by Matty was so well thought out. TMB, though, wins his duel against Simics, and this will propel Matty into this weird duel, and he shoots a little bit too prematurely. Shoots his shot, unfortunately reveals his position, and that will be the B plant happening nonetheless. The nade. If he had been a second later, probably would have killed Notice. Or excuse me, Tutson, not Notice. But is he? Oh, what? He actually makes it up the ladder. Danny, he actually makes it up the ladder.
That is some sick positioning right now
I
as well.
didn't think that was possible.
Probably no. Out in the middle of open, being able to climb up the ladder in here. Gonna throw down the Molotov for good measure. The spray connects as well from Matty. This is so good right now. Tutson in the smoke. Matty's so aware of it. A really good round here for eClub Brugge, even when initial hit on the B bomb side is disastrous. They end up losing the players, Spelling getting 2. I think Voro stepping up as well. Then at the very end, the clutch from Matty is what wins the round for eClub Brugge. Beautiful stuff here for the T side.
Well, so far so good. I mean, this is a fantastic victory. And look at Steve O's. Look at the happiness. Yes, let's go, man. That's what I want to see. That is amazing. Very well done. And of course, the happiness of Steve O's just brings joy to my heart. Not even going to lie. Just the pure happiness of that is beautiful. And notice here, of course, another Polish player, the Sol, our Spaniard, who had actually quite a long stint in Spanish and Portuguese organizations with, of course, Portuguese and Spanish players. More specifically, he was a part of SAW, as we know it today, with the lineup of Araki, Motiris, Roman, Just, and Stadodo. It's one of the more established teams these days, as they are 40th in the world. Back then, Sol, he was with them for about 4 months, something like this, wasn't he? Like 5 months, a little bit more maybe. But it seems like that he has found a new home in eClub Brugge, as eClub Brugge have found home for their bullets as well. Necrogenesis might have lost Steve O's there, but doesn't seem like that's going to be too much of an issue. TMB, nice shots though, very nice shots coming out from the man himself, the Danish player, of course, who had a long stint in AGF. He was there for almost 3 years, briefly in Copenhagen Flames in between.
Oh, Simics could pick up here on TMB. For sure, this round is not going the way of Mad Lions. eClub Brugge once again being very successful in the A-bomb side take. It definitely feels like whenever eClub Brugge decide to go towards the B bomb site, they end up losing more players on the initial push than, for example, the A bomb side. On the A bomb side,
Yeah.
they seem to do a much better job when it comes down to the trade frags. And in some scenarios, they don't even have to trade that much. They can just go out on the bomb site, secure the frags, whilst the players are on the side itself. And Mad Lions, not much of a response. Considering this is also the sort of end in the first half, there must be some sort of response here from Mad Lions, but eClub Brugge once again so quickly on the bomb site. Necrogenesis clearing out as many angles as possible. There's going to be 402k with one, TMB with the response as well. So far, so good for Mad Lions. Finally, a good hold on the bomb site. Stevo's, though, has other plans.
no.
As Simics gets one, TMB again with a kill. There's only 2 players remaining on the side of eClub Brugge.
I wouldn't put it past them that they're still able to close out with some sort of success. As TMB, of course, signals to them he's towards stop sign backside. He's about to be launched with an offensive he hasn't seen before. Though Simics, Simics mollied, first naded, then mollied, and then shot in the face. It feels like that's, a bit of an overkill, but it's enough. Spellen as well burns Steve O's. Okay, bit of a lucky draw here for Mad Lions as they pull off onto the 5th round. Funny little tidbit. I had the pleasure of meeting TMB in Banja Luka, by the way, at the key event. And if you can remember, right? Do you remember when we were both there, Danny? Hell, you were there with me. you met him as well. That was an event and a half, wasn't it?
85.
When he was still playing with Copenhagen Flames is what I'm saying, right? Back in the stint, the short stint we had with them. But it is going to be an 8-5 and a B rush, and I like the idea here. Spellen might be isolated and quickly, and indeed, he will be. The war to Kate from heaven. Replies and is able to bring it back.
Word to Cape. There we go. That's going to be a pretty massive tag. Gets the frag at Stevos. Oh, Simics in the back lines. This is such a good position. What are the odds someone from Mad Lions will consider to check their behind? I mean, right now we have a great position here for Simics to get the frag here on least one Tutson. And with Maddie securing the frag here, Voro, ooh, this is a problem. 2 players from 2 different angles. Something eClub Brugge have really masterfully have achieved. We're on the side of Mad Lions right now. Maddie trying to bait out the shot. Simics does go down. Maddie takes the hit as well. So 2 individual duels, and that will be the victory for Mad Lions. Good hold here in the bomb side, even when things are looking quite difficult for them. Because with that flank there from Simics, I thought eClub Brugge, once again, in a prime position to win the round.
Definitely an opportunity. Though we'll see if, of course, that will make a difference. Though what the difference will be is the 165 hertz refresh rate on your Red Magic 6 phone. If you want to be better than everybody else, well, then buy this phone and you will probably be better at Call of Duty on the phone. But in any case, look at the trade. Steve O's traded out for South Seoul, although Tutson on. Okay, Tutson in Ivy. Finally, we see some life from him as well. He started off so well. He had a 6-0 result to begin with. Now he's at 10-8. And as you can see, B will be under attack. The 2 players remaining with no bomb pushing on forward. Matty with the shot on Spellen. And on the flank already, Vortic is ready to meet the contact of Necrogenesis. And no doubt, of course, that he can hit that shot. Matty 1v3. He's got a minute. Time is on his side. But undoubtedly, I don't think he can make it, unfortunate enough. He misses the jump as well.
Has to hit it.
Nope. KZ, Matty. Gotta play more KZ, man.
Ooh, but he's been playing a lot of DM. Good frag here onto Voro 2K. Nice response, but you're right about it as well. The bomb is in a very awkward position. They're just gonna play this one safe, I think, Mad Lions. Maddie should be walking into the impending doom here. Tetson with his AWP, though. Ooh, did he spot out Maddie right now? I'm not so sure about it, but Maddie knows the positioning of Tutson. Can just swing out if he wants to, and oh, Tutson's not aware of it at all. For Maddie, this will be an easy frag. He will get it. Oh no, Maddie should not be able to win this one. Nope, that will not be the case. Good shot here from TMB. That will put an 8-7 scoreline here at the end of the first half. But you have to admit, though, eClub, great run of form here on T-side train.
I mean, absolutely. Considering everything, considering how we started off, this is still pretty damn good for the finisher itself. Though on the side of Mad Lions, I think they're not overly concerned about the current result. Yeah, sure, they might not be exactly in the best of spaces, but pitching up to the T side where they will be able to excel a little bit better than what you would otherwise expect. I feel like, they will take this opportunity, of course. Should be a smoke out for the side of Mad Lions, or at least a smoke for Mad Lions, or two, preferably, if they want to go A. For B, you can go with one, but you do need that Molotov at least then, or a double flash to try and break the concentration of whoever might be in the deep lines waiting with that USP. But we'll see, of course, after this short intermission on the halftime. Nonetheless, for me, success is in the hands of Brugge, as they have, as you said, 8 rounds for the T side. That is as good as it gets to begin with.
For sure. 8 rounds on the T side is really good scoreline for them. And also, we have to understand that I think they might have been able to win 6 or so rounds in a row. Now, that is also a very impressive feat on T side train. So for them, maybe there's going to be less pressure right now on the CD side of train. Of course, we also have to point out the standard situation. They are playing with Necrogenesis instead of Richie. Richie, of course, being one hell of a great fragger on the side of eClub. Bit of a shame we can't see him in this so important playoff matchup. But I have to admit, though, Necrogenesis thus far doing a fine job at the shooting department. Really has been warming up for this one. And clearly, 8-7 scoreline for eClub. The fact that they're still in contention does give me hope. They might just be able to run away with this first map. But I'd say if they want to be competitive here, winning the first map is almost a necessity.
I'll just correct ourselves and both of us when we said that Richie is the opper. Of course, that is not exactly the case. Steve O's is the man of the hour here for the op. But as you said, yeah, eClub, this is still very successful. This is still very amazing. And let's see how they handle it moving forward with Necrogenesis being the replacement today for Richie. Of course, it will have some sort of profound effect. We're just about to find out how much of an effect it will have. Steve O's with the first great start as an A split is coming up from Pop and Main. Right now, it's not really going too well for Mad Lions. Spellen is too late through Ivy. Soul, the Spaniard, unfortunately getting caught in the wind. As, of course, in this case, eClub are like, we don't care. We don't care about your Spanish Navy. We'll take you down any time of the day. And that is the second pistol to eClub. After having a bit of a disappointing start, losing the first, they're back at it again, 9-7.
Really good stuff here for eClub. 9 rounds already on the CD side. That is impressive. That is for sure a good scoreline here. And the fact that he get the pistol round is absolutely a beautiful way to kick things off here on this half as well. Mad Lions, though, not going for any forced by shenanigans. You can see they're going to go for the simple eco here. Get the eco out of the way as soon as possible so that the next round we see the AKs deployed. Notice with the HG grenade inflicting a lot of damage right now on these players. If they, for some odd reason, wanted to run for the flames, they were at the ready. So for eClub, you're not hoping that they will have any difficulties facing the players of Mad Lions. This should be quite the easy round for them, as now we can see the players trying to move on out here. Notice, love the weapon of choice here, as he's able to find 3 frags here. That will put eClub on double digits.
Well, all of a sudden, the numbers keep on rising, and Mad Lions don't seem to have any response to it. Soul at 5 frags, Spellen at 8 frags. At this point, even Tutson and, War2K, TMB, everybody kind of lagging behind a bit. Best they can do, of course, is 13 on TMB. Nonetheless, chances now to take it away. AKs are out. We've got some utility, and it's a fast play towards A. I like the idea. Let's see if this speed makes the difference. If, of course, their take of A will be better with this extremely, extremely quick, aggressive move in towards Sandwich and such. Steve O's the first opening for him with the MP9. Spellen finds Necrogenesis, and success is right now rated by the amount of frags. Unfortunately, in this case, Mad Lions already down by 1. TMB lucky enough through Ivy. He's accurate and more patient enough than anything. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Notice. That's a little bit too much. If you had maybe the Nova, it could work, but without the Nova, the auto shotgun, the XM is really inaccurate at long range. No joke, the Nova does work at this range, by the way.
I'm sure Matty can also get the job done in his range. AK-47 in hand, spots out the players here, gets the dagger TMB. Though no kill, that's a bit of a shame. But he might be the prime position to get that self.
Oh, no,
that
that's the
frag.
bomb.
There we go. Nice turn for Matty. Also expecting the positioning of TMB, though he might just be able to pull this one off as Matty gets it done. Very nice clutch here for Matty. Another victory on the board for eClub Brugge, and even though Mad Lions get in position here on the A-bomb side, things are looking up. They still have to face the wrath of Matty.
That was fantastic. Matty, a hat-trick and a complete and utter upheaval of the round itself. That is truly a winning combo that gives you a fair chance now to close out this map potentially sooner rather than later. Kuben, of course, here, the coach of Mad Lions, not exactly happy with how it's all going down. It's you know, it is what it is. We can't deny the fact that there is a lot of work to be done. And of course, a lot of work to be had still. If you want to earn your money and get some cryptocurrencies going, go check out our sponsor Coinbase. They offer a cryptocurrency market and many more things. So maybe if you need it, if you want it, it can definitely help you. But Spellen, he has been better than what I would expect. So Soul, on the other hand, has been far worse than what I would expect. Let's see. Oof. Was that a nade? Yes, Matty got hit by a nade. I heard that hit him in the face, even from B side. So that must have hurt. But it does look like it's going to be a B take behind all of it. Respectively, of course. And yep, it will be a B take. Pistols in play. Do we expect anything, Danny?
Well, looks like they're going to have control of the bomb site, and for the sake of Mad Lions, maybe even a bomb plant. There we go. That's nice. The remaining players of eClub Brugge will move in, deal with the remaining players of Mad Lions. Shouldn't be a difficult task for them, though perhaps Mad Lions could make this one costly. Good one here from Tutson. Gets the frag here on Necrogenesis. Stevos getting himself one TMB with the response. Just the mere Glock. Deals the damage, gets a kill. Lonesome Spell and remains. Should be and will be going down. That is going to be a victory here on the side of eClub Brugge. Somewhat more expensive than expected, but a victory nonetheless.
It is going, weirdly enough, very well into the hands of eClub Brugge. We did say in the pregame, of course, that the map choices and the general map situation here isn't optimal for, of course, Mad Lions playing on Train. I mean, they have, when you look at just pure stats, they don't exactly have the biggest of successful of rates, though on the other hand, neither do eClub Brugge. And we'd expect, just because of the experience on Mad Lions, as we kind of broke it down in the pregame, they would be strong enough to take this, but neither is true right now. Spellen is going to be dropped by Necrogenesis. The spray through the smoke is accurate. Tutson finds himself a piece, at least, as it is going to be a 4v4 with Matty close to Sandwich. Nobody checks Sandwich, actually. This could be horrible. War2K, he has an opportunity to make this work, and he will find himself the first. Good start. War2K the second as well. This is what we wanted to see from the get-go. Steve O's replies, but it's still a 3v2. And I believe... Oh, no. I don't believe it anymore. What? Steve O's! Oh, man. What? TMB 1v2. And it at least opens it up to begin. Woo! Whoa.
And closes it out as well. Beautiful stuff here from Mad Lions' TMB. It will step up when it matters most. Yes, I mean, you saw the amazing plays here from Steve-O. It's beautiful. And we can see that Steve-O is going in for the push here, getting himself the second, but at the very end, TMB, his is just too precise. That AWP is so good. And on the side of eClub Brugge, gonna have to face the difficulties because of this. Gonna come down to somewhat of a lackluster purchase. Will be a full purchase on the side of eClub Brugge. Look at this, Stevo still with the AWP, Matty on the M44. Forced by that's for sure. Some pistols, the MP9 for Necrogenesis as well. So Mad Lions need to be incredibly careful in a round like this. In fact, in the nearby future as well, you can see mistakes are being made. Not being very thorough in their approach, losing to some of those engagements against Steve-O's. But notice, we'll be going down early on. Steve-O's this time around with a response. Good pickup here.
And a quick enough of a response before things get out of hand. War2K was allowed those 2 frags because it was a little bit of an oversight by Brugge. They didn't really focus on that sandwich position. They didn't really think about it too much. And as we can see here, Mad Lions, with losing Soul, they don't, they won't be worried too much. They still have the tactical advantage overall. And what I'm interested in seeing is where are they headed? Now, B seems to be the answer, but is it actually going to be B? Because that is a perfect answer to them as well. Think about it. They are going to be facing nobody here. eClub Brugge, it's not the first time we see B a little bit opened up, but it is definitely going to be the last time we'll see it. Although, ooh, Pop Bush. I love this. I love this flank from Pop. This could work perfectly. And an old train, and more specifically on the deep of CT. It is going to be, of course, the entry onto Steve-O's as Necrogenesis comes out to peak with the AWP. 3v3. Simics and Necrogenesis both with the AWP, and Matty still in upper. And he might be given a chance to take this one by himself, as he will find one. Picked out by War2K though, 2v1. And now Necrogenesis, the ex-player of Onyx, unfortunately cannot close it out.
No, wasn't the best positioning there for Necrogenesis at the very end, but love the positioning there from Matty coming in with the flank. Still though, not enough for eClub Brugge to secure the victory. 12-9 is their current scoreline. Things are getting dangerously closer now. Mad Lions just 1 round away from securing double digits here. On the T side nonetheless. eClub Brugge, after this eco is over, of course they're going to have the money to reinvest. Right now, Mad Lions, slowly but surely, you can see the machine is finally turning. They're finally picking up some success here into the T side. So Sol & Co. entering the A-bomb side shouldn't be a difficult round for them. In fact, it's going to be E and Z for Mad Lions. Easy.
That's well put. Indeed it is. Though the easy part is perhaps for the moment being put to the side because it's a full buy. Necrogenesis, there's the op, and hopefully he's going to switch it out for Steve-O's as one. Or for 2 Steve-O's. Or is he? He has a good spawn, perhaps. No, he doesn't have a spawn and he still keeps it. Interesting choice. Glass cannon though, so it makes sense that he would keep it. But he hasn't really shown too much accuracy in the previous rounds, so perhaps, again, there is doubt for that. Steve-O's, fortunately being the unlucky bastard that gets tagged up. But Brugge keeping a calm and collected mind right now. No panic, of course, is the mantra you have to go by here. They are playing a very tough opponent. Mad Lions are not an easy nut to crack, especially not when they have War2K playing. Matty? Never mind. He's going to go out of pop. Doesn't want to risk it anymore. Smart choice, though. He does get tagged quite heavily. This is a lot of damage on towards already the CTs.
Yeah, Steve-O's and Matty soften up quite heavily. Necrogenesis looking for some of the players here, but you can see Necrogenesis doesn't see anyone inside of Mad Lions, though that is a fast move. No frags found just yet. 40 seconds on the clock as well. About time Mad Lions begin to move in the B bombs. But it looks like things a bit of a fake here over at A. Loads of utility used. The smoke grenades, the flashbangs, and whatnot. And we, of course, see Notice holding the position as well. TMB now getting himself the frag here on 1. Notice, though, somehow almost gets the frag here and spun, but of course, almost not good enough. Mad Lions taking over the B bomb site. Just a lonesome defender on the site. Impossible to fend off the incoming push. And eClub Brugge, you know the name of the game right now. It's going to come down to a save.
Yeah, it has to be a save. The fake worked out. Mad Lions sold them the idea perfectly. The rotation from Steve-O's from B was pretty much the nail in the coffin. With then, of course, being a single player left on B, it is hard to imagine how one man could hold the line by his lonesome. And of course he couldn't. Simics gets one more. Unfortunately delays himself in pool a little bit too longer. And that is going to be the 11 for Mad Lions. Okay, they will be tying up the score. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having ourselves quite a little bit of success here for the side of Mad Lions. The mixed European team, of course, will be coming in hot on the leadership of Spellen, by the way. He is the IGL at this time, and that is one of the reasons why he is currently, a consistent player on the roster. Not just being switched out, because initially I know that the plan was that Spellen would be switched out with of course JL or War 2K, but then you think about it. Why would you switch out War 2K, who is one of the better performers, right? I mean, this is the reason why you took him into the team. He is basically a headshot machine, just like we knew one guy back in the day who was that as well. One name we will not mention. No, I'm joking. Obviously, Scream. But notice this is a nice off angle. Though Dutson expects it and will check it. And there goes the chance of a potential headshot to begin with. Those Stevos on the op, my dude. This could be a game changer still.
Necrogenesis with the MP9 up close can deal a lot of damage. Yeah, Stevos with the op as well. Good one on Tutson. We can see one of the players has sneak passed through the defense. That's going to be Voro 2K. Minutes still on the clock. That's a lot of time for eClub Brugge to defend the bomb site. But for Mad Lions, it's time for the push. Voro not aware of the CT positioning. Simics gets one. That will put Team B in an awkward spot. AWP in hand does not land the flick. That will be Stevos with the op to finish things off for eClub Brugge. 13 rounds for them. Mad Lions not finding any success on the B bomb site. And as we saw, the positioning was good for eClub Brugge.
That is a little bit crazy, not gonna lie. But technical pause. Going to go into a bit of a break right now, of course, see what the issue is. We see TMB here on our pictures, well, on our video. Looking at the admin side, apparently Mad Lions do have a tech pause. They're the ones that have an issue. We'll deal with that as we go, of course, as we move on. 13-11, dude. They lost against the bloody Eco. Again. Well, not again, but definitely, we see another Eco that goes very poorly, which is just absolutely insane. With that being said, your anti-ecos might not go as poorly if you have CS Money supporting you with skins. Go buy some skins, I guess. CS Money, guys. Of course, thanks to CS Money for being the sponsors of this tournament. Of course, enabling all of us to be here, including the teams and everybody else.
11-13 right now. So many important rounds have gone the way of eClub Brugge. And for Mad Lions, this is going to be on top of the list. If they want to remain competitive here, you got to win this one. Round number 25. To see the players of Mad Lions going for some Ivy presence, that's part of the agenda, especially in a map like Train. Definitely makes a lot of sense to at least show off presence in Ivy, though we're going to see more than just the presence. Look at the peak here from Maddie, from Necrogenesis. That will eliminate Voro 2K very early on. He was the only player overlooking T-Con. Nice grenade. Deals a lot of damage on Necrogenesis. It's a shame that only now we see the Molotov. Imagine the Molotov and HE grenade combo. Considering there were two players, they could have really gone for that, and Necrogenesis would have lost his life.
This is an amazing opener. Brugge, if they can stand firm and just, persevere throughout the initial contact that Mad Lions will make towards A. This could be their 14th, and not just that, it could be truly, a gateway to something more, potentially the victory of the map itself. But here comes the take. Smoke into pop, smoke into deep 6, and a flash out to begin with. Dutson, great stuff. Flashed Stevos cannot respond. 4v4. Necrogenesis at 10. TMB finds one more. It seems like Mad Lions truly have gone a little bit mad here, and they are not going to allow for any sort of mistakes and any sort of rounds to be falling down anymore. They know how dire their position is, and Yeah, this should be a save by eClub Brugge. They have no business staying anywhere close to the A site anymore.
A good response from Mad Lions as well, even though they lose 4-2K very early in T-Con. Still managed to take over the bomb site, and eClub Brugge not going to find any success in this one. Again, it's back to the simple save here, as is to be expected. Keeping on to the free rifles, though you can't say that eClub Brugge is really struggling in terms of money. You can see that a guy like Stevos is sitting above $5,000, but you still want to maintain those weapons because you may never know how the upcoming round is going to play out. Because here, Mad Lions looking pretty wealthy. And in the case of eClub Brugge, yeah, it's great to see you have just enough to get that investment going. But if you end up losing this round as well, oh boy, there could really be some economical conundrums to face. To eco, to force, or to perhaps go for a semi-investment.
Well, everything is possible, and of course we'll see that in the next round, depending how this one swings. Double up in play, Simics and Stevos. It's an interesting decision. Oh, look at this upper B. Hall's push. I like the idea. Sasol, he's going to be trying to hold that, but Matty is stronger and better in this case. Stevos will be caught luckily enough in Ivy, though. A 4v4 as a retake, well, a repositioning of the A site is happening. Necrogenesis takes the lead, takes himself up for a chance, and he actually finds a kill, but at the end will be finished off. War2K at 1 HP himself in a 3-on-3 position. Right now, eClub Brugge might be in trouble, especially if they don't find a kill. I speak of the kill, and well, Matty delivers. Back to a 3v1. As, well, excuse me, a 3v2, not 1. Nonetheless, it might as well be 1, because War2K is 1 bullet away from dying, though he could still do some serious damage with his AK.
Gotta try to do so. Defuse in for eClub Brugge. They're gonna have one player going straight for it, but Tutson's so aware of it. Good shot here unnoticed. Looking for more. Goes for the flick. Now the defuse coming in. Voro with the spray. The last bullets connect. And there we go. Mad Lions. Great round on the A side hit. This time around, we see the players with the Ivy push. Almost all the players from that one position of Ivy do a tremendous job at securing the initial frag, and from there on out, they can just clear out the bomb site, get that bomb planted. Something eClub Brugge were not aware of. The pace of Mad Lions really caught them off guard.
That is going to be perfect. Mad Lions, they saved themselves and potentially this entire game with the victory here. 13-13, and as you said, money for eClub Brugge still not, you know, out of the window just yet. They have a rebuy left over. Matty again opens up the pop. Push by War2K, perhaps a little bit too uncoordinated. That leaves wounded site, well, the wounded position of Mad Lions now with 4 players to go towards B. Necrogenesis in pop as well. He's going to be looking for that flank. Notice behind the site, behind this classic box, you can say this wooden stock. And of course, Matty in between the trains themselves in the back side. Meanwhile, we have Stevos with the op watching for contact, and he is going to be smoked out, mollied out, but there is contact for Matty. Unfortunately, not successful. Notice as well, he is out of position. He just exposes himself so wide. 4v3, the flank of Necrogenesis unsuccessful, and Danny, this could be the downside of those mistakes coming together now into one big culmination of a loss. eClub Brugge, they have to save, and they do not have an option beyond that. And not just have to save, it's a save or die action here. 14-13 is what's coming up for Mad Lions, and sure enough, they're taking a few exit frags, but right now, Mad Lions do not care. They're approaching the final countdown, and more specifically, the map point, as eClub Brugge have to go onto an eco next. That is gonna hurt. Oh no, they lose the op as well. Oh boy.
That's massive. That is really massive for eClub Brugge to lose those 2 remaining players. Now again, barely any money to go for the proper investment. You can see the players not around $3,000, $4,000. That would be enough to get yourself the pistols and perhaps some SMGs if you want to. And actually, I was anticipating for eClub Brugge to take the timeout in such a difficult situation. But instead, this is going to be the Mad Lions having the discussion. Luckily for them, they have a coach in the form of Kuben who can always give themselves really good information and perhaps some advice. Apparently not this case. Looks like Kuben this time around will take the back seat and It's just going to be a silent timeout from what we can tell. No one on the side of Mad Lions even communicating a single word, just sharing a beautiful moment of silence.
You know what? That's the way to make it work. That's the way it sometimes has to go. And you guys, if you want to stay in silence at home, in your car, in your home, in your bed, buy the Red Magic 6 Series phone, or at least check it out. I mean, it's got 165 hertz refresh rate on its screen, which is hot damn insane. If you're watching Netflix, there's going to be some nice flicks and some nice chill. In any case, it's going to be Necrogenesis again with the start here. This time with a Deagle on Spellen. The fast they play before for Mad Lions hasn't really paid off too well. And it seems like it might be the same again here, although Sassol, with the help, of course, in this case, Stutson, will be getting a little bit of a tag up. Necrogenesis has got War2K and Sassol help out each other, and that will leave Notice alone. 15-13, my friends, and Danny, it looks like he really is going to be Mad Lions on the verge of taking this first map, even after a devastating failure that they had about 4 rounds ago, we can say. Like, yeah, let's say... So, no, this is more than 4. Yeah, no, this is 4 rounds ago now. Yeah, 4 rounds. It was 4 rounds ago. When eClub Brugge got their 13th on an eco.
Oh my, Mad Lions, just unbelievable success right now. Changing up the pace, definitely working out for them, but also eClub Brugge somehow losing some really important gunfights. And here towards the A-bomb side, that has been one of the weaker areas of the map, and even though the B side, that seemed to be their stronghold, they also failed just a few rounds prior. You can see 15-13, eClub Brugge, probably some of that gamer sweat pouring from their eyebrows. As this is just such an intensive round of CS. 15-13 right now. A lot riding on the line here for eClub Brugge. Imagine this as well. If they fail here in train, our next map is going to be Nuke. And I'd say it's a much difficult map to win if you're eClub Brugge.
This is going to be, yeah, as you say, not just a harder map to win, but it's... I mean, if they lose this first train, I feel like it's too much of a loss to overcome, because they were kind of counting on train, right? We even said in the pregame the train is a must for them, and it surely at one point it already looked like they've won basically almost. Unfortunately, no such luck and no such cigar. And ooh, Matty plays a dangerous game.
Team beaten out, getting in position. 40 seconds to the clock, though. This is getting somewhat dangerous for Mad Lions. And look at this. Simics has full control of Ivy with that AWP. Team Beast is going to walk into his crosshairs, and he will be an easy pick. And look at this as well. 3 players remain on the side of Mad Lions. 25 seconds. Really got to move in this bomb set as soon as possible, because right now, 20. That's even less time than before. Spellen's gonna move in alongside his teammates, though. This is all part of an elaborate fake. Nice one from Spellen. Doesn't really drone out the rotations, but Voro could pick up on one. Voro with the second. That's gonna be a bomb plant here for Mad Lions. Now they have a good chance in this one, but look at Simics. Great response, and Tutson out in the open. Easy target for Maddie, and plenty of time on the defuse.
Luckily enough here for the side of eClub Brugge, they are able to avoid War's wrath as he finds 2, gets the bomb plant down with it. Of course, his teammate, at the end of the day, it is not going to be enough still for Mad Lions. 15-14, we're going into the final round of this, of course, of this first map. 30th round. We've come full circle. And this is it. This is the round that's going to decide the fate, potentially, of eClub Brugge. As we see a standard 4-1 setup. Let's see what the play is here for Mad Lions. Ooh, Tutson, he's very fast, isn't he? This is really fast from Tutson. War2K as well slips off in towards Sandwich, but Necrogenesis, he's going to check him. Oh, I love this. He should be checking this, although Am I seeing this right? Vorticase standing in the smoke? Yes, he is. Jesus, why are you standing in the smoke, mate? What the hell is this decision here? Sasol comes in to reply. In comes Spellen as well, but this is a 3-on-3. And look at this. Yop on, of course. No, Steve O's. How does he win that duel? What? 2v2. They know he's there at Electro, but he can't get it. No, notice. 1v2 now. Oh my god, these rounds are just nerve-wracking and just so weird. Back and forth without any sort of cohesion, without any sort of a plan, it seems like.
I mean, for the CTs, for Rekle Brugge, they were looking very solid. They go in for those engagements, picking up the 2 frags, and from there on out, I'm thinking this is the end of Mad Lions. They somehow managed to bounce back in this 1 versus 2 for Notice. Well, perhaps he could still find the frag here in Lonesome Tutson. He does not seem to be aware of the incoming flank. The big flank from Notice, and that should be an easy frag for him, as there we go. Sees the positioning of Tutson. Will, in fact... Ooh, that is a dangerous game for Notice. Gets the 1. Now it's a 1v1 against Spellen. Spellen may have a good idea about the positioning of Notice, but in the 1v1, there we go. Spotted out. Notice has the time. Oh, he's got the nade in hand! And that will allow Spellen to secure the victory. Perfect timing for Lonesome Spellen to win out the clutch and put the victory in the hands of Mad Lions.
Well, that certainly goes against what we expected at the end there, but it is going to be 16-14. Another close one, Danny. Another close series, or at least map, and we see the happiness of Tutson here, of course, being content and being very satisfied with how it all ended. Kuben as well, the coach, and look, the reaction is the way you would expect out of a person that is well established and well calm in situations like this. Notice, unfortunately, unhappy, and of course, how can you be happy? This was a game that they almost had it already in Steve O's previous happiness that we saw from his face, that we saw from him was unfortunately this time not there. And our next map, Danny, our next map is one of the hardest ones for these guys. It is going to be, of course, Nuke. And I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the way it went down on train. Like, it felt like, of course, a few rounds here and there for eClub Brugge where they had, you know, they had a bit of luck. They still had a great deal of skill, but a bit of luck on a few rounds, sure. And I was certain they would be able to get up to 14-15 at least, you know, to pull out into OT, but no such luck.
No, it was quite satisfying on the CTs. If I'm being honest, Mad Lions definitely changed up their playbook a little bit. You could have seen that the players played a lot more aggressive Counter-Strike. Now, on T-side train, that's not an easy accomplishment. And I love the change of pace because they decided to go quick on some of those rounds, not really wasting time, 20 or perhaps even 30 seconds on the clock. Instead, early on, they have the game plan. Let's try to go for this A execute, but this time, let's have our players pushing for T-Con. The next round, this time again, the A execute, but this time, let's have our players coming in from Ivy. And this constant change-up and the fact of them using their brute force really allows the players of Mad Lions just play with the heads of eClub Brugge. And in all fairness, at the very end of that half, they didn't really have much of a response. You could see that the Belgian, Polish team was really struggling, but even picking up frags. I mean, a great example as well being the B-bomb site commitment from Mad Lions. The players of Mad Lions just walk into the B-bomb site. There were loads of players on the side of eClub Brugge, and yet the Mad Lions still managed to come out on top with a win in that round.
And of course, there's one more, of course, important factor beyond just the game itself, beyond just the rounds themselves and how it went. It's Necrogenesis that is playing instead of Richie, I think. Just for anybody that's currently stepping in, doesn't know what's going on, why is Necrogenesis currently playing for eClub Brugge, is because unfortunately Richie can't. But with that being said, we'll go on to Train, of course, on to Nuke. We just saw Train. On to our second map, Nuke, in about 10 minutes time. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with more action here at Blast Rising.
enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. Don't breathe, it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I wanna be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I wanna be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I wanna be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I wanna be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath. and water me, going down deep. Sing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, watching me sink, everything free, yeah. Oh, everything free, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river.
Great to see you all return for our second map of the best of three. Of course, to give you a brief recap here, folks, we just witnessed the first map of the best of three play out. That was, of course, Train. That was the map pick coming in from eClub Brugge. And as we saw, they were this close to securing victory. But at the very end, the win goes the way of Mad Lions.
And in what a way indeed goes 16-14 down to the last man, down to the one-on-one, the clutch effectively, with Spellen in, I believe it was Spellen actually as the last player in that one-on-one, of course, for Mad Lions. He was an Ivy, and the player for, of course, in this case for eClub Brugge was Notice, and unfortunately, mid-air headshot, mid-air finisher. It was a bit of a movie style kind of ending, you know, it's like Michael Bay was there, but that is going to be our first map done. With our second now being ready here on Nuke, I have my doubts, as I said at the start of the series, at the start of the pre-game, basically, before we even went into Train, is, you know, Danny, I think you would agree here with me when I say, if they will lose Train, which they have, they most likely lose Nuke as well and go into a 2-0 here spiral. Though the one up, you know, the one thing that I think can hold up the snuff is the fact that they got 14 rounds on Train. That's the thing that kind of, for me, at least gives me hope to think, okay, maybe not everything is going to fall apart, and, you know, we might still see a third and final map out of it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to see the third and final map because, you know, we can talk about how Nuke, this is a solid map here on the side of Mad Lions. If you take a look at their past results, they have some really close games against some top-level opposition in the form of Sprout, in the form of Forza. Couldn't get incredibly close against these rosters in particular. But in the case of eClub Brugge, it's not like they themselves are strangers to the map like of Nuke. In fact, once they have the opportunity to pick it, from time to time, they'll pick it against some of the opposition here at this level of Counter-Strike. But we also have to point out is that these two teams faced off against each other at the Sweet Spring first regionals. And that was also a best of three in which Mad Lions versus eClub Brugge, we saw Nuke come out. Nuke was in fact the pick on the side of eClub Brugge, and Mad Lions did give him a good spanking, 16-8. They managed to secure that victory.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to bring that up, as you were saying. Basically, it was already a while ago, so this was now last week when they played. I believe it was last week, more specifically. And as you said, it was quite a bit of a spanking, quite a bit of a showdown, you could say. Of course, Mad Lions showed what they're capable of, and more than anything, they kind of gave you a taste of, yo, you mess with the best, you die like the rest. And I know that's a cheesy line to say, and that line is actually from a movie called Hackers, I think, the original movie that featured Angelina Jolie. Amazing movie about people hacking into everywhere, but let's leave that for the sidelines. Point in hand is Nuke is going to be a fun little map here, chosen now by Mad Lions. Of course, eClub Brugge, as you said, you know, they're no strangers. They have played it before. They are not, you know, it's not like they never played this. It's like it's not like they don't know what the hell they're doing. it's more of a question of, are we going to see the side of course, the Belgian squad that we saw on train, where they're going to fight tooth and nail down to the last round? And if it's going to be 16-14 loss, then, you know, I think they can still be, that's still an honorable ending. Or is it going to be a very one-sided affair with, of course, our Belgian squad being broken into pieces and just taken apart by Mad Lions?
The dissatisfying thing as well, they are playing right now with Necrogenesis instead of Richie, so that's the one dissatisfying part, that they don't have their full 5-man roster, which has also been some of the storyline for a lot of these teams at the Blast Rising, who are just not able to play with their full 5-man lineup. That has really impacted their performance, and in the case of eClub Brugge, we're going to notice that it is going to be Necrogenesis in the lineup instead of Richie. So it looks like he's going to play throughout the entirety of the best of 3. Whereas for Mad Lions, we can see that JL has stepped in.
Well, it is going to be the pistol, and it is going to be the start. And oh boy, Matty and Necrogenesis already opening it up. Steve-O's adds on top of the pile here. The oil just keeps on burning, and TMB 1v3. The flank from ramp should be enough, and this is going to be a nice little ending for our first round, it seems like. I mean, it seems like it, at least.
For sure. Own some TMB now. Left in the 1 versus 3. Such a difficult position to be in. That bomb's dropped in a very awkward spot. It will be, in fact, Steve-O's to secure the victory here for eClub Brugge. Good start here on City Side Nuke. Securing the first pistol round, making sure Mad Lions not find any success apart from those 2 kills here from Tutson and TMB. That is going to be a great start for the CTs.
And of course, this is, you know, kind of goes hand in hand. On the CT side, Brugge have to get at least, let's say at least 7-8 rounds minimum to begin with. I dare say 9 rounds to make it safe. Now, we do know that Nuke has changed in recent times. It's become more and more T-sided and a bit more balanced in that sense, if balance is a word we can use in this scenario. Oh boy, what a flash, and saving the life there of Necrogenesis. Of course, securing the round. But the bomb plant still happens, which is actually a big POG moment, because that should not have happened in the first sense. I don't even know, how did they succeed in planting on A? That's an even bigger kind of surprise. But yeah, Mad Lions, here comes the full buy, the first real commitment. And you know what I like the most? That they did not force in our second one.
Yeah, that's nice for Mad Lions, because they want to play the rifle game as early as possible. They want to invest in the previous round to save up as much money as they can, and luckily for them, it will be the rifles, it will be Tutson on the AWP, which is a very nice pickup to have early on here on T's side of Nuke, as we see the players of Mad Lions going for the early utility usage over the A-bomb side, but not a full-on commitment or anything of the sort. Simics, grenade being deployed, but the Mad Lions players are getting dangerously close. Simics already deploying the Molotov, making sure to slow down the offense of Mad Lions. That's a good choice. That's a good call. As JL and his buddy have the presence, but don't have control of the B-bomb side. Team B, though, he has snuck through the vents. This is a powerful position.
Definitely is. This is a problem because, okay, TMB walks back in towards short, and Steve-O's will abuse that. Nice shot with the MP9. The SMG usually doesn't have this much luck when it goes up against better weapons, especially not when it's a mid-range fight. Luckily, in this case, he had to drop on, of course, TMB, and the Lions will continue their crawl towards B, it looks like. They will push into B itself. My worry is the fact that there's only one guy on B. And this is, of course, Simics.
Oh, Simics, though, already getting the one on Spell, and waits for more behind Titanic. 30 seconds. Molotov actually doesn't reach him at all. Ooh, finally, JL is gonna move in with the frag. Putting Tetsun, though, losing the fight against Necrogenesis. All right, then. 2 versus 3. The bomb gets planted. So, good one on Steve-O's. JL with a response. Now it's a difficult one for Necrogenesis. Both players that ran position can actually deploy the Molotov on one, but So with the response, and it's JL with a clutch.
That was super important. JL, the fact that he goes through the molly it was unexpected, plus very risky, because he did lose his teammates immediately in that position. Sosol, of course, dropped his dead before JL gets into position. And he takes the chance, he takes the opportunity, wins the duel. Lucky, but of course, well, winning, but of course, a tiny bit lucky, a smidge lucky. Now, to anybody wondering, of course, in our last two maps here on, of course, Nuke and Mirage, to begin with, on Nuke, Mad Lions will play with JL. War2K now on the bench. As I said previous, I'm surprised that War2K is on the bench as much as he is, because, you know, being the monster he is, usually would expect him to have a bit more space. Matty opens it up. A second for notice, as Tutson and Hut is a little bit occupied. JL refrags, 2v2. The round yet to be decided. This is such a close battle. I mean, within a split 5 to 10 seconds, we have 3 players dying on each side. This is quite a chaotic round as well, I could say. Ooh, Astralis plant. Nice.
Divos, though. Oh, will be going down to JL, though. He goes in for the peak. Not aware of JL's positioning, and Simics left by his lonesome 1v2. And the positioning is really good here from Mad Lions. Should be enough. I don't think Simics can isolate the duels, though. He may get the one on JL. There should be the response. Oh, no response from Sosol. Finally it comes. Simics goes down to the site. Definitely got somewhat dangerous for Mad Lions. Again, it's another victory in the books for the terrorists. Just like the previous one, it comes down to the clutch. And it will be the victory here for Mad Lions, but those type of rounds, not the most consecutive ones, and definitely not the ones you always expect to win. So for Mad Lions, they're going to have to show us something more consistent than these clutches.
I mean, these clutches are what kind of pulls them back at the end of the day. And Eco for eClub Brugge, they're going for the full Astralis stack, VP stack on roof. I love it. I really do. I think on ecos, it's one of the best ways to approach them, unless you're stacking a site or pushing a position with nades. A 5-man setup is probably the best chance you'll have of taking down a player without losing one of your own. Not to mention the fact that it could be a big surprise, you know, if 2 players run into the corner, or God forbid 3, you could be enough of a surprising factor for all of them. Unfortunately, yeah, the plant on A, they've already realized what's up, and last man, Steve-O's, hey, there we go. Gets 1. Doesn't matter. 3-2. The advantage this time goes in the hands of the Lions, and they are tearing, and they are eating at the side of Brugge. The economy, of course, allows a rebuy, or a buy. Steve-O's on the op. No kit, interestingly enough, Danny. I really do not like the fact that you do not invest enough economy for at least 1 diffuse kit. Just 1. That's all I would love to... And I will be quiet. Just 1 kit.
Not gonna happen, over. No diffuse kits on the side of eClub Brugge, but they do have the weapons. Here, Mad Lions deploying the early Molotov for Mini. Not gonna pop out the A-bomb site just yet, unlike in some of the few previous rounds. But they're gonna slow things down, wait for some potential engagements. Maybe the players like Matty will try to challenge Mad Lions, knowing that, there we go, I'm so close by the smoke grenade. Wait for the smoke to fade and maybe go out for the peak. What's also obvious right now is the Mad Lions play outside. These smoke grenades have been deployed. You can see the players try and cross safely down secret, but as we can see in the minimap, ooh, this is all part of a very elaborate fake. Tutson, though, he's not faking. Those bullets are real.
Well, they definitely feel like it. Unfortunately for Necrogenesis, he has a bit of a close encounter with them. And look at this, through ramp right now. The Lions are pushing forward. Steve-O's is trying to prevent from a disaster happening, though. Not sure if he can do it at this stage. Simics is well down on ramp. He is trying to hold the Sharks at bay. As Mad Lions, instead of going back towards B or towards ramp and pushing forward, Soul returns. They lost JL, but it's a 4v3. Mad Lions have the advantage. And it's an A play. Tutson in main. He's got the eye out on anybody coming through and through. As Steve-O's finds a second hold up. Steve-O's. That is what you'd expect out of an opera of his quality. Oh.
Molotov as well.
Simics, he's contacting but can't get any purchase.
Hudson right now. I mean, he's in a good position. I don't think eClub Brugge want to go for this one, though. We can see the players grouping up here in heaven. With no defuse kit, they're going to have to be super precise on this one. Finally, they make it into the side, but a lot of time already wasted. Spellin just at the prime angle. Might be, and in fact, won't be going down to Steve-O's. Hudson gets in a prime position, and that will be Mad Lions securing the 4th. Early on as well, Tutson securing the early frag there on one of the members of eClub Brugge. And we saw how important it was for him to eventually link up with his teammates on the A-bomb site and secure the victory for Mad Lions.
Insane is what this is. Absolutely insane. Mad Lions, the charge, the lead they're taking is quite nice. And what I'm seeing here is a repeating pattern that Mad Lions tried to pull off on Train as well, but they kind of got caught in their own heads, I feel like, because they were very complicating with the way they approach certain rounds in certain moments, even on gun rounds. And here we see this is a very different Mad Lions that we know of. They're no longer taking this just, by the brute force of just run and gun. Slowly, steadily, outside, walking through red, walking through that contact, waiting for your opponent's mistake. And in this case, of course, unfortunately, for some of the players of eClub Brugge, already lost, and this will be the 5th round, most likely here. The Belgian squad is unfortunately too weak in the round itself to do anything. Double up, maybe? What do you think?
That's one of the options, potentially on the side of Mad Lions. But no, we're not going to see in the case of Mad Lions, but for eClub Brugge, it's going to be the one in the hands of Steve-O's. I think that's fair. So far, the 1 AWP can also be justifiable here on Nuke, because outside area, that's the one area you want to be holding with the AWP. Perhaps you can change things up, go towards ramp. That could be one of the avenues to hold if you are a CT opper. But the double op setup on CT Nuke, I think it's a little bit too dangerous. And well, TMP, big fan of danger, already goes in for the early engagements and loses the fight. On the other hand, look at the members of Mad Lions fighting for ramp control. There's only one player to face. Looks like it hasn't been a difficult engagement thus far. And Spellin, though, even has some vision towards hell, but not 100% sure how many players are in heaven.
Well, the entry in this case, at least, secures a little bit more of a chance. A second for Steve-O's as he peeks into lobby. That was nasty. As the bomb is lost as well, JL has to retrieve that, losing additional valuable time that right now Mad Lions slowly will not have any more of. Although, oh boy, oh no, I've seen this storyline before. No, what are you doing? Hello, notice why running up the vents like that. You know where he's standing and you still go for that. 3v2, JL and Sosol. The Molotov into main, preventing Necrogenesis from getting any further. And of course, in heaven, there will be a player waiting for his chance. Matty will fall. Oh. Let's a moment of silence, because let's wait and see if eClub Brugge have even a chance left for themselves, both from heaven. Let's see how they play this out.
And this time they have the kit and some extra time to work with. Nice Molotov being deployed. That's going to force out Soul out of position, leaving it all up to JL. But Necrogenesis is precise enough. Good Molotov being thrown out as well, really forcing the player out of position. And that will be the 3-5 scoreline for eClub Brugge. Nice. That's going to be a response, somewhat of a response on the side of the CTs, but it's a good thing that with that victory, you're going to get some cash flowing, and they're not going to have to look through their wallets and see what's going on. Or perhaps, if they're going to be using a wallet, it could be their cryptocurrency wallet. And if you guys don't have one, be sure to head on over to Coinbase, our main sponsor of the event. Of course, you can check them out over at Coinbase.com, or also their app by the name of Coinbase.
Absolutely. And, oh, Spellin. Oh, the entry here. That is nasty. There's a big problem right now that Brugge have to deal with, and that is the fact that the ramp is now wide open. Not necessarily going to be lost, because Spellin is sticking to the corner. Notice finds TMB going out of pop as well. Not sure what exactly the plan there was for TMB. And Sosol, oh, you don't check main, mate. This is one of the most basic of positions you have to check. Huge mistakes coming out of Mad Lions. It feels like they're overconfident right now. It feels like, whatever they are doing, they're like, it's easy for us. We should do it. No problem. Well, boys, you're still playing against a team. You're still playing against a team of players that know what the hell they need to do in order to win rounds. So checking corners is a basic of CS that you can't really let go, no matter if you're playing against silvers or if you're playing against the best. Lions right now split across the map. This is, what I mentioned at the start of the previous map, how sometimes we see these solo plays that don't really work out for anybody, and unfortunately this time is the same. Even though they ended up with an entry, right? That's the worst part. They get an entry, yet they still play this weird let's walk into corners idea strategy. Timeout for Lions, for the Mad Lions, and hopefully they'll find some reason behind all of this.
At the moment, the current scoreline isn't too shabby here for the side of Mad Lions. Already recovering themselves with a 5 here early on T-side nuke, pardon me. I would still say that's somewhat a good scoreline. Of course, we still have 5 more rounds to be played out, so it could be a whole different story in case of Mad Lions, or perhaps even the redemption arc here for eClub Brugge. Definitely going to be interesting to see. Side of Mad Lions, there we go. Still enough money for the reinvestment. Gonna get the AK-47s deployed. TMB, the only one struggling for cash, will have to play with a mirror pistol, but shouldn't be that much of a problem. Mad Lions, outside control seems to be on the agenda. We can see Spellin very quickly joining his teammates there for the secret push. We also see TMB going down the vents. So early on, some strong positions for Mad Lions.
Yeah, this is really good. Down B they go, and with the control currently being exercised by Mad Lions, this could work like a charm, and Tutson finds one on ramp. There's a second player waiting. That's Matty that actually gets caught, but not on ramp. Wait, Matty was caught by Sassol, yeah, towards A. Oh boy, notice walking in through hut. So at least gets one in return, though this is still a devastating blow to the side of eClub Brugge. As JL tags out Necrogenesis. If he wants it or not, he is out of it. 6-4. Mad Lions are picking up the slack once again, and more than anything, picking up the pace of these rounds. As it's getting quite heated, honestly. Unexpectedly so for eClub Brugge. Well, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Expectedly so, with the difference of 4 rounds at the start were a hopeful investment that we kind of thought could change the future, but didn't really get too far, did they?
So in the previous round, I mean, Mad Lions absolutely perfect in their execute on the lower bomb side. A fast style of play, something that is somewhat common when you want to trick over the B bomb side with lackluster weaponry and perhaps even lackluster utility. We did have Team B going down the vents rapidly. Not a single player from eClub Brugge being able to respond to the vents push, and the players of Mad Lions successfully crossing outside, which is also really important. They didn't lose a single player. That gives them the 5 players to work with on the B side commitment. Really good stuff here for Mad Lions. 6 rounds, no wonder going their way. Now, of course, if we'll take a look at the weaponry on eClub Brugge, we again have to point out Stevo's AWP. Or maybe Simic's AUG. Tutson gets the first opener. This has been one of the weaker areas of the map here for eClub Brugge, and Mad Lions once again finding the early engagement towards the B-bomb site, and this time around will not slow down. Of course, they're just going to commit towards the B-bomb site, clear out every single nook and cranny, and they will get that bomb planted.
Oh, this is unfortunately the round already done. Notice walks into it, and that pretty much secures the round for Mad Lions. 7-4. My dude, what are these fast plays? How are they getting away with it? I don't know, but they are. Like, they literally are just running across the map. And when they put their mind to it, they seem to be almost unstoppable. Well, let's see where it leads us to.
There we go. At least the weapons will be saved here for eClub Brugge. Very nice. to keep some extra firepower in the upcoming round. Looks like there's also going to be just enough to reinvest into this one on the back of it. Definitely could get some sort of investment going. And if you guys potentially want to invest in some skins, be sure to head it over to CEST MAD Money. As of course, you can obviously trade your skins. If you want, you can trade them up, but that's boring. You can always just use your credit card and go in for that nice, sweet purchase of the Deagle Blaze, because of course, Overseer loves the Deagle Blaze. He wants you to have it.
I love it. I love it. I want to have it. Can somebody buy it for me? That'd be nice. You know, I wouldn't be opposed to that. You know, maybe a Glock Fade would be nice. CS Money, if you're listening to this, maybe you can provide sponsorship deals, you know, for staff and such. You know, a few skins here and there. What is it? Just a few pixels for you guys. Notice, unfortunately, falls, but luckily Matty is on point, but not for long. Tutson already replies. Necrogenesis back for it, and it's still going to be a 2v2. Susol and JL. Of course, JL the replacement for Wara for this second map. As this Pix player switch up. Susol and JL. Seems like that the idea here is the right one. Mad Lions secure the victory. And that is going to be a very straightforward, I guess you could say, this not just advantage, but a very straightforward domination by Mad Lions. I mean, you mentioned it that before we went into this is how basically last week they lost the map quite convincingly, got a bit of a spanking, a beating, if you want to call it. And this week seems to be much of the same. Tutson, of course, we see... Tutson. Previously, Tutson here. Kuben was the coach, of course, or is the coach of Mad Lions. This is TMB, our dear Danish player that's been on the scene for quite a little while. But, again, just to kind of put it out there once more, Mad Lions, it is absolutely, utterly fantastic that they're able to get 8 rounds like this for themselves, of course. That is fantastic for them. For Brugge, not as much. Unfortunately for them, it's a bit of a different storyline. If they can at least close the 7-8 half, I think they'll still be happy, right?
That's for sure something they're looking forward to. The 7-8 scoreline would be the best possible way to end things on the first half of your eClub Brugge, that's for sure. We even see a consecutive timeout coming through. Perhaps they want to make sure that Necrogenesis, the player who is currently standing in for Richie, is capable of understanding what's the current idea here for eClub Brugge. So they even take the double timeout. Maybe we even see a faster style of round here from eClub Brugge, because we've seen the aggression here from Mad Lions. We've seen what they can do on the T side, but Nuke still allows for the CT aggression as well. The outside area could be a prime example of that. We do get to see Stevos potentially looking for the early engagements, but instead, he's going to be holding this position, looking towards Squeak. Doors, I think, have been blasted open, so he does have vision. However, unbeknownst to him, Mad Lions are looking forward to acquire some outside control, as this time, 3 players towards outside. They have the smoke nades and the flashbangs necessary to fight for map control.
Well, they might have those necessary weapons and utilities, though a bigger problem is, are they going to hit those shots? At the end of the day, you know, we said this yesterday when we were doing the first game between Gorillas and LDLC. You can have everything in your mind tactically and kind of prepared for a certain sense to go for, but at the end of the day, headshots need to be hit, or at least body shots, and in this case, Necrogenesis, nicely done to begin. Same for Steve O's, but it doesn't last too long. Still a 3-on-3. Still going to be a position where Mad Lions, albeit not in the best of health points position, they are in a good, not a good enough, what the heck? Notice. Didn't even notice him that he went in through lobby and was able to flank Mad Lions, and that is fantastic. But it is going to be a 1v2. TMB, what does he do? The Danish man. Danish master. Well, that's perhaps an over-exaggeration.
Ooh, 15 seconds here for Lonesome TMB to try and find the player here. Could potentially win the engagement. That's nice for TMB. But, of course, he's now going to be aware of Stevo's positioning. And, ooh, looks like he's going to try to book it towards the B-bomb side. Knows that, of course, there's no time. Oh, that would have been a little bit awkward if somehow TMB has enough bullets in the bag, goes in for the spray and maybe gets the kill on Steve-O as well. Luckily for eClub Brugge, that is not the case, and 8-5 it is.
Well, this is going to be at least one more. Or, of course, Brugge. Though, with the MP9 of Matty, with the auto shotgun of Notice, and the FAMAS of Simics, there is a want for a lot more than what they currently are able to put on the table. The op of Steve-O's is the only thing that really kind of puts it out there fully. And Tutson, oh, Tutson! Nicely done by Necrogenesis, as Tutson is blinded fully and taken out of commission, though, as I said, that's one of the only rifles that Brugge can currently afford, and not going to be a happy camper if they fail to pick any sort of roses in this one. TMB, oh boy. Why does it feel like a deja vu, Danny?
Well, it's been primarily Mad Lions and their aggressive plays on the T side that again coming back into this one. There we go. Mad Lions looking so good in this round, though. Nice response from Notice. He gets himself two with the auto shotgun. That's a bit surprising. JL now left in 1 versus 1. Seems to be aware of Simix's position, but either way, has the bomb on his shoulders. Will quite easily go down the B bomb side, get that bomb planted, and Simix now being left in 1 versus 1 will try to come for defense. JL, of course, hers footsteps. Knows the positioning here of Simix, but right now it's a dangerous game. It will be an aim duel in which JL...
But clenching moments right now. JL makes it up in time just before he is heard or spotted. That was a clutch moment right now in Simix, unfortunately. He's aware of the position. He is aware of where, of course, JL is hiding. But nonetheless, he still pulls it off. He still saves it. JL, one hell of a day. He's having one hell of a performance here. He definitely warmed up before this game, you can tell. 9-5, Mad Lions not only take the 9th, but they kind of break the bank of the side of Brugge. And this is going to be a really big problem for them if they lose the round. Though, I wouldn't be surprised if Mad Lions kind of drop the ball on this one at this point as well. It wouldn't be the first time we see them fail, albeit... What the... Necrogenesis, buddy? I like ya, love ya, but why solo peeking? Like, what are these solo plays? Again, then, you know, returned by Soul trying to get to secret. Solo. Danny, I'm genuinely perplexed about these decisions. Like, genuinely, I'm like, what the F is going on here? Why are we seeing so many solo engagements? Where's the Mad Lions group hug that they can put on their opponents that we know they can do?
Yeah, some of the players of eClub Brugge taking these fights to their own hands. Playing someone solo, that's for sure. As we saw the peaks coming in there early on from Necrogenesis, now Maddie as well going for the plays. Yeah, not necessarily a teamwork effort, if I'm being honest. There's some individuals trying to go with those early frags, but not looking good on the side of eClub Brugge. There's now 40 seconds remaining. Mad Lions using their utility over the A-bomb site. Looks like this will be the final destination with Spellin securing 1. Notice gets the pick up here in Tutson. Steve-O's, though, he's going to get caught out. That Mad Lions will have full control over the A-bomb site. In the case of Notice, he's going to have to try and go for this. Well, in fact, TMB will secure the victory here. And that will be 10 rounds for Mad Lions at the end of the first half.
It could not be a dreamy, or a better dreamy ending than this. I legit thought that with the pistol victory for, of course, eClub Brugge, and, you know, relative success that they had at the start with the 3 rounds, that would be enough to propel them into some sort of a winning whirlwind, if you want to call it that. Spellin, we see him here. He is a tired man. He almost had, well, I almost have the same, how do you say, the black bags under the eyes, from not sleeping or sleeping too little. Yeah, that, you know, I feel you, Spellin. But as I was saying, eClub Brugge, I expected them to have a bigger success on the first half, and I did say that they need kind of like minimum of 8 let's say 7-8 rounds minimum, with 9 being optimal to at least begin with. Well, unfortunately, they didn't get either of those. They got 5. And those 5 now are dependent on the first pistol, and they're dependent on the first gun round. It's all kind of just interconnected, unfortunately. And the Belgian squad, I fear what could happen here. Like, Matty is at 7 frags. Simics is at 4 frags. Necrogenesis, the replacement for today for Richie, is at 11. The man that's not even supposed to perform the way you'd want him to... Okay, let me rephrase that again. Not that you don't want him to perform, but you can't expect him to be, you know, your top spieler. In this case, he's doing goddamn well. That's, you know, that's just bad right now. That is just bad for Brugge.
Yeah, it's really dissatisfying that in this case, this is not looking too good on the side of eClub Brugge. The player is not having an easy time, and also it's quite difficult to find that one-star player who can fill in the shoes of Richie. Definitely that player does not exist thus far here, and eClub Brugge will have to try and secure the first boost round here of the second half. It's of utmost importance that they can secure this win. If they get it, perhaps we can still see a competitive affair here on the second half. But right now, eClub Brugge, simple push on the A-bomb side. The players popping out a hut, clearing out all the angles, gotta get that bomb planted. And this is interesting right now. Mad Lions not facing the players. Oh, they're gonna go for a 5 versus 4 retake as TMB snatches notice.
Nice start. Mad Lions, they might have gotten the bomb plant, but they have yet to win the round. And this 5v4 retake should be successful if they play this right. Flash is coming in hot. And there it is. JL with 1 as eClub Brugge are going to be in a bit of a bad spot. Simics and Stevos are left 3v2 right now. And this retake is not really going to be as successful as they would have hoped, unfortunately. This afterplant, not retake, excuse me. As that is going to be the round for Mad Lions. And... the retake will be as successful as one would have hoped, to put it better. And there we have it. Finisher 11-5. It's really just going down the drain, just like cryptocurrency yesterday. Now it's coming back up a little bit. So go on Coinbase, go catch yourself some Bitcoin, some Cardano, some Ethereum while you still can, while it's still down. 11-5, and we are on our last leg for eClub Brugge. They will force up 4 Galils, Danny, a Deagle, and they will hope for the best. Or at least try for the best. But that retake was far better than it looked at the start. A bit confusing perhaps in a few moments, but Sasol, Max 7, Swag 7, baby. Easy.
Perfect start if you're on the side of Mad Lions. So Sol early on with the Max 7 frag acquired. Mad Lions man advantage. In the case of eClub Brugge, ooh, it's noticed losing a big chunk of his health as well. Just a bit of a spray from TMB and has done significant amount of damage. So much so, in fact, the players of eClub Brugge seem to abandon any hope towards lobby. Smoke grenades throughout here in the outside area, but not going to commit towards the secret, if anything. But a minute still left in the clock. They're getting dangerously close towards the bomb site. So Sol, so precise with the Max 7. Not going to switch up at the weapon as well. He's just going to keep on playing with the shotgun. He knows how deadly it is, and he'll just wait. Wait for the players of eClub Brugge to try and enter the A-bomb site. He will be at the ready. And the remaining players of Mad Lions as well holding on to the A-bomb site. This will be a difficult task for the Belgians to move in. Let's see. That's going to be the Molotov right now deployed. Ooh, that's nice. They sneak down the vents.
But what does that help you? What does sneaking down vents help you? Besides the fact that now, well, sure, you've alerted your presence to TMB, Necrogenesis on short. The bomb is prevented from going down successfully. And unfortunately for their push down vents, you know, could have worked out a little bit better. But it still goes down sideways. Just like the after plant, just like the next round here. This is looking very good. Mad Lions are truly... going absolutely crazy. Oh, Sasol, look at what he bought. I love you, buddy. I love that Nova. Let's see where you go with it. On hut or into hut. Or maybe towards Squeaky. One or the other.
Ooh. Early nade outside. Hefty damage on Simics and Matty. Looks like Notice will take the first death. Players of eClub Brugge, though, that is some nice positioning there. Steve-O's gets the frag here. Oh, and TMB goes for more. Necrogenesis. Whew, definitely make it expensive here on the Mad Lions economy. 13-5 is going to be the scoreline. Not too shabby, if I'm being honest. As now we're going to see of course, the reinvestment here on the side of eClub Brugge. They're now going to have plentiful weaponry. Making 47's here utility again, that's not the issue. I would love to see eClub Brugge maybe try to go for a faster style of play because, of course, you can absolutely fight for some map control map like Nuke. That is absolutely a possibility. Though they're going to have to face a player in the form of Tutson who's going for a very ballsy peek. In fact, the Molotov and the HE grenade. Ooh, that's a nice little sequence here from eClub Brugge. Will put Tutson on just 51 points of health.
Definitely some concern to be had, though. It seems like their fast-paced play will not exactly work out the way they'd want to. Or will a TMB gets himself caught? Finally, some more success to begin with. Round number 19, closing the distance towards 15 towards this towards this second map and entire series is, of course, Mad Lions approaching Duor Data. Ooh, Spellen gets himself caught, so should be 6 here for Brugge, unless Tutson, Sassol, and JL have some sort of hidden aces up their sleeves and can retake sides 3v5, though highly unlikely, especially since at the start of this round, when everything began, a player dropped into vents. That would be, of course, Necrogenesis. He immediately went down vents, and from that point forward, he never really left them. Well, speaking of leaving them, he just walked out, gets one, still gets caught at the end, but that will be 6th round for eClub Brugge. They are making this one happen. A long way to go. 7 in a row to just tie it up. So, you know, there's no reason to be absolutely ecstatic and happy just yet. Comeback is a possibility, though a long-awaited one. Just yet still. Not gonna lie, 4 players surviving, though, is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, that's really nice for eClub Brugge. Managed to keep 4 of their players alive, and that's going to allow them to continue on with some pressure on the Mad Lions economy. Now we're going to notice, even though some of the weapons have been reinvested here for Mad Lions, AWP is still back in the hands of Tutson. Now, of course, we didn't really get to see much of Tutson's show in the previous round. He got very easily smoked off. And then we saw that actually very nice sequence from eClub Brugge. With the smokes coming in, we saw Tutson changing his position, going towards the garage as well. The Molotov being deployed, HE grenade as well. Shabby. Now that's a face of a gamer if I've ever seen one. JL, full focus.
Well, he should be. Tutson as well. I love him. How he looks very happy. How he looks very much on point. Here we see, of course, the players of eClub Brugge are not exactly very happy how it's all going down. Matti and Notice, of course, the 2 Polish players, unfortunately not having the biggest of luck in their time. Technical pause this time being called by the T side. Do you want to wager on what it is? Oh, we don't know what it is. We just know it's a technical pause. Fair enough. So it should be over in a minute or so. I dare say it's probably FPS. It's usually FPS. Like, that's the classic thing. But whilst we have the time, whilst we have your attention, people, we are, of course, getting ready for our 20th round. After a successful break by Brugge to at least get 1, we are now moving into our very vital one.
Yeah, I definitely agree in the sense because you'll take a look at the current rounds. I mean, it is 13-6. Brugge on the back foot. They absolutely need to get every single round they can get. As we'll notice right now, there's no EWP in the hands of eClub Brugge. They're still going to keep on playing with the rifles by the looks of things. I was really hoping that we might see perhaps the purchase here from Steve-O's get that AWP on the T side of Nuke. Really would love to see him play. Wonder what he could accomplish. But in this round, of course, 13-6, Mad Lions still have an investment on their own side. Gonna see a fast play from Brugge going down the vents. Oh, that is so quick.
Well, let's see where this one goes. Of course, Mad Lions, the response is by JL already down ramp. He's ready for first point of contact. I think he spotted Necrogenesis. Yes, he has, but unfortunately, his name suggests it all. He's a little bit too accurate and a little bit too, well, deadly to be dealt with. And this is, I think, a round already that Mad Lions might just let it slip. Like, I think they will decide to save here. I wouldn't even be surprised, because they know that positionally they're completely out of whack. They have no chance of getting back into this after plant, or after retake. Ooh, Steve O's. Unfortunate. That's an op-down, right? That might actually hurt.
On the case of Mad Lions, though, definitely gonna hurt for them, I'll be honest with you. End up losing yet another round here, eClub Brugge. As now they're gonna have just enough here to get themselves the 7th. It's still a 6-round difference between the two teams. That is a pretty jarring difference. I believe in the previous one we did see Stevos with the AK-47, so now he's got a really good chance to just go in for that AWP purchase, the one I was talking about earlier. Especially now because they have loads of money here. But actually, no. It's back on the AK-47, just like in the previous round. Okay. AK-47 for days. Now, of course, the AKs do give you that extra mobility, which is something you don't necessarily have with the AWP. And in the case of Mad Lions, notice as well, once they end up losing that first engagement, it's basically the call that, okay, guys, let's go for the save. Let's keep 4 players alive. Now, a few rounds in a row, they start to build up somewhat of a bank here, and well, notice going for a lengthy spray there. Not really getting the frag here. We see the push here from Sosol. He's gone for these aggressive plays with the shotgun, but this time with the rifle, he will be punished by Necrogenesis.
That is going to be a little bit of a back and forth action here. Sosol definitely didn't need to risk what he did there, but at the end of the day, he does bring it back. TMB, never mind. I mean, it looks weird because, you know, obviously on the other side there's a player waiting and he's shooting directly into his head. But at the end of the day, that's a very, very common position to pre-fire, to shoot in. TMB luckily just goes for a bit of a shoulder challenge, does not go for a full peek. He otherwise would have been caught. Stevos down to 4. This is a problem. This is a huge problem. The lineup by Spellen's hand as well finds Necrogenesis. All of a sudden, rounds are starting to blend into one. Notice replies at least. 3v3. Not yet done.
Ooh, this is so sick. Look at TMB's and Tutson's setup. Both players behind the side, one overlooking one side, the other overlooking the left-hand side, and it's such a good round here for Mad Lions. Good hold here on the A-bomb side, even though you're right. The push there from Sosol was somewhat of a ballsy maneuver here on the side of Mad Lions. The aggressive play could have really backfired, but in this case, Mad Lions still managing to close things out 14-7. Not a bad scoreline here on the side of Mad Lions, but for Brugge, it looks like they're going to take matters into their own hands. Stevo's picking up the AWP. He's going to make sure that he will try and find some of those early frags. Notice losing some HP from the HE, and I think also from the Molotov he ended up misplacing. A bit dissatisfying in that sense. But one of the players I want to keep my eyes on is going to be Stevo's in the outside area. See whether you can find any of the openings here for eClub Brugge.
Low and steady. Smoke's coming out from, of course, the CT side. I'm kind of surprised that they smoke towards main that poorly. Must have been either a miss smoke or it was intentional to throw it off towards Squeaky so nobody can have any vision. Of course, the telltale sign that ramp has been lost is a deep Molotov towards CT entry. Tivo's on the flank in lobby. He is looking for that one man that's going to push into lobby, that's going to try and take control. Usually it was Sosol. Could be TMB as well right now. What? TMB? Aha, lining it up. Fair enough. Not an uncommon position to try to wallbang, but you rarely see anybody succeed because it's such a hard, timing to hit. Towards B, 4 players coming down ramp in Titanic. There's the one and only Spellen, of course. He finds one. He's holding his line. He's holding his ground, but not for long. Luckily, Notice is there to reply. Plant on towards Astralis. Funny enough, funny tidbit, you can actually wallbang from short onto, of course, Astralis there, if you are accurate enough. Even with an AK and an M4, it goes through the wall. It doesn't do critical damage, so you gotta be really, hitting all the bullets, but you can get a kill, or at least denial of plant. 4v3, though. Oof, in control room, he was spotted, I think, Steve-O's.
Well, they're getting dangerously close to it now. TMB trying and will get the frag. Notice there's Steve-O still with the AWP. Oh, they're just lining up for him. Finally goes down. But look at Simics on Titanic, such a powerful position. And yeah, the players of Mad Lions, just no time remaining. I have to wonder as well, that commitment on the B bomb site did came somewhat late, if I'm being honest. They finally get themselves the victory here. eClub Brugge, that is quite nice to see. But of course, guys, a shout out here from our sponsors at CS.Money. Of course, if you're interested in training up those skins, selling the skins, or perhaps even buying some fresh skins for your inventory, be sure to head on over to CS.Money.
Well, there we go. Up on Steve-O's again. He's been very good, and they've been lining up against him pretty much for the last few rounds. Mad Lions, this retake, for example, all 3 coming out from control room. What did we expect was going to happen besides that? Especially when they go one by one into that corner. Steve-O's, of course, ported from Silo by Necrogenesis, and gotta give it to Necrogenesis, man. He is playing a wonderful game of CS here, supporting, of course, Brugge. Meanwhile, Matty and Simic still at 5 and 8 frags. Dude, they were at this amount of frags basically just like 5 rounds ago, even more.
Start here. TMB securing the early frag here on Steve-O's. That is one great scalp to acquire. Oh, you can see it. JL's positioning as well in the smoke. Ooh, there's a bump.
Oh,
they don't show.
JL doesn't shoot, or I guess he wasn't moving. He didn't notice that he couldn't move forward. So in this case, lucky Brugge. They are able to get 1. They are able to get 2. Necrogenesis from ramp. Oh, excuse me, not from ramp, from lobby. As Tutson replies, 3v3. This time, sticking to the corner too long, and down to Spellen it goes. This is going to be an easy round for, of course, Brugge. Back and forth, slowly. They're doing it. The Belgian team is not giving up that easily. We'll see, of course, if they can at least get double digits. I mean, they should. It's an eco, so double digits shouldn't be actually an issue at all.
No, it definitely shouldn't be for the T side. As you're going to notice, Mad Lions, barely anything invested. Just the USPs. In fact, no investment to speak of. Great opportunity for the terrorists to get those double digits here. And in all fairness, even though Mad Lions looked very strong the first half, at some of the first rounds of the second half as well, things have definitely slowed down here, and we can see Steve-O's with the WP just mopping up easy frags, though Southsole could get himself a nice one-tap here in Steve-O's. Now, it would be amazing if they could somehow recover the AWP, but as we can see, Genesis on watch, though even he abandons his position. So at least, there we go. For Mad Lions, that's going to be a sniper rifle recovered, though no victory, I presume. Brugge will take over the A-bomb site. That bomb plant will be coming in. Spellen, though, not really going to find any success, though. There is another weapon outside, so Spellen, if he takes the long route, yeah, exactly that. He's going to take the long route, join TMB, and recover another rifle for their issues, so not too shabby. There we go, TMB already gives it to his comrade in arms.
Spellen might be able to retrieve, of course, this weapon as well. At least I think he should be. And yep, there we go. AK on the on the little ledge there. That's nice. Funny and nice, of course. Funny thing is, you can stand on that ledge where the AK is, but if you stand there, then the player that comes from lower tunnels, aka secret, actually sees you far more or far earlier than you see him. He sees your legs, basically, right? He sees your feet. 10 to 14, as we kind of predicted, double digits, and the fun ends here because it's a full buy. The op is up for Tutson. No secondary this time around, of course, without War 2K to be around. I guess they don't want to risk it, respectively. As an opportunity will be presented and an outside take. Ooh, I like the idea. Steve O's has spotted Spellen, though. So they know that this is an outside aggression play. They should be prepared against it. Or will they? Tutson watching Silo, as one would expect. Finally, some support coming out for Mad Lions when they do this aggressive... or when they play these aggressive states. And Steve O's, he's looking for a refrag. He's looking for an answer. But so far, denied. Mad Lions pulled back onto A site, playing it safe now. They're going to turtle up, and this is what they should be doing in the first place. As soon as you get an entry, you do not need to risk for more. As the CT, it's the hardest... you know, it's the hardest way to get an entry and then not lose more players afterwards, or lose any players afterwards. In any case, let's see. Towards A, it seems like that the idea is here for Brugge.
Oh, 50 seconds as well. You can see they're getting ready to try and commit towards the A bomb site. Still, there are a few players in the outside area. Stevos and Maddie potentially coming in from the garage. Now 35 seconds. Notice still looking for some sort of an engagement. Nothing is going their way, but look at Mad Lions with the aggressive play. They might just be able to spot out one. That's the bomb being dropped. So Soul, what a great frag. That puts a spanner into the works. Brugge, they might want to go towards A, but first they need to recover the bomb. It's necessary. So Soul, great positioning on one. TMB gets the frag on Maddie, and you can see this round has fallen apart.
Yeah, it really has. Steve O's is the last member. Of course, the worst part for Brugge is the fact that they had quite a few rounds won in a row. What that translates to is 0 loss bonus, 0 AKs. Notice can, of course, drop 2 AK, well, 1 AK for Necrogenesis or Simic. Simic goes in with the Mac 10, and luckily Matty had a little bit of a bank to work onto as well. But that is devastating. Steve O's, of course, having to survive with 0 left in the bank. And 15 to 10, 5 in a row is what is required for the Belgian squad, or they are going to be going down in flames, and they will be defeated from this tournament. Well, eliminated and defeated in this tournament, of course, in Blast Rising 2021. Steve O's picks out outside, goes alone, goes aggro. He is really going very fast towards red. It kind of worries me a tiny bit, but it seems like that at the moment, Mad Lions are preoccupied with inside and towards ramp more than anything. JL alone here on ramp. Usual position that you would have, well, standard that you would have a single player on ramp. Though, given how many issues that, of course, Mad Lions had, I wouldn't be surprised if they put a second player soon close to. Notice gets caught, though. That's a problem.
Not a good start here for Brugge. As we see a good frag on the way, Mad Lions right now in a very good position. Wouldn't be too surprised that the players of eClub Brugge might have to look for options elsewhere, because the A bomb set has been so difficult to hit. There's still the outside area they can contest. Remember, Stevos, AWP in hand. Try to look for those engagements, but look at Maddie. He has sneak past through the squeak door. Now it's TMB alongside Tutson.
That's it.
Oh, he's got himself two. And with that bomb being dropped there on the site, that's going to be a victory for Mad Lions. 16 to 10. They close things out here on Nuke, and they close out the best of 3.
And that is going to be the series done, ladies and gentlemen. There is the victory for Mad Lions, 2-0, as JL, Tutson, of course, JL and War 2K, the two players that interchangeably played here on map 1 and map 2. Unfortunately for eClub Brugge, that is the end of the line, and this is one hell of a victory they're able to pick up. They move on to the next stage of the tournament. Look at JL. He's like, hello, guys. Yeah, there we go, buddy. There we go. And unfortunately for, of course, the Belgians, well, the Belgian team, that is it. That is the end of the line here for Blast Rising. They are defeated and eliminated from the tournament out of round of 16.
Yeah, it's somewhat of dissatisfying showing for them as just like some of the other teams, they had to play with a stand-in, and unlike a squad like Spirit Academy that actually secured the victory, maybe due to the stand-in, in this case, they're not going to have their full force here at Brugge, and so they
Yeah.
end up securing, well, nothing much here. Not a victory for them, it's the victory here for Mad Lions, and somewhat of a dissatisfying way to finish it because you don't have your fully strengthened lineup, you don't have Richie in the mix, and as you can see, it becomes a lot more difficult to secure even the one map win against a squad like Mad Lions.
I mean, the thing is that Mad Lions, of course, they are a better squad. We said this in the pregame. We said that, unfortunately, they are a better team, and it all comes down to that first map. It comes down to that train map, the choice in their stance. And as soon as that was lost, I was already feeling the fact that Mad Lions are too strong. They're too good. And I think, you know, Spellen will be coming on for the interview in a moment or two. But I feel like if we ask him the question of, when you won train, when it was 16-14 and you closed it out with success, how did it, like, did you know that you're going to win nuke? How was the feeling on nuke? And I think his answer will be, yeah, we were 100% certain we're going to win nuke, because that's how it looked from the side of Mad Lions as well. Even though they might have been, you know, tapped up to, let's say, the 10 rounds from Brugge, at the end of the day, you could see they were not worried, they were not panicked, they didn't make too many foolish mistakes, and they were very calm and collected overall throughout the entirety of the BO3, through the entirety of the map at the end of the day. And the result is very much a victory, and a very much well-deserved victory, as one could say.
Yeah, for sure, things were looking pretty solid there on the side of Mad Lions, and of course, changing up that lineup sort of mid-best of three also works out for them quite well. Obviously, Vor2K had a good showing there on the very first map of the best of three, but also here JL had a great run of form here on a map like Nuke.
And yeah, I'm happy to see this switcheroo. I personally wasn't a believer of a 6-man roster before. Now I see the benefits of it. I do still see the negative side of it, because, you know, I think you take out a player that I feel like could be a big game changer. But then again, you know, that is their decision, and we'll see how that proceeds forward. But with that being said, I believe we are ready for the interview with Spellen and see what he has to say, of course, and how he is feeling after all of this. It wasn't exactly the easiest of matches, considering that first map goes to 16-14, and now this almost comeback at the end of the day. But with everything being done and said, they still close it out with success, and I hope that Spellen is feeling good, man. He looked happy. He looked handsome, as by Tutson's words himself describes him. And he will be coming on with a camera. That is even better, man. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Live emotions are best. I love it. I love it. Danny, just my question to you would be, or my question here in general would be, you know, looking at this series and looking at Spirit Academy and Galaxy Racer, like, if you compare the 4 teams in between, like, let's say if Spirit Academy had gone up against Mad Lions, do you still think Spirit Academy could win?
No. That's also, I would be judging it on the back of their past result as well. But folks, looks like we do have Spellen on the line. So of course, Spellen, thank you for joining us for the interview.
Hey guys, how are you? No problem.
Hey, man. I'm doing fantastic.
That's great, good to hear.
And you, Danny, of course.
Not too shabby, if I'm being honest. Not too shabby indeed. I just got to cast ourselves a very good best of 3. So how else could I feel? And of course, we do have the winner here in the form of Spellen. So my question first and foremost here, Spellen, one of the things that's interesting is that you are the new pickup here, so to speak, for the squad here of Mad Lions, and you are still regarded as on the HLTV match page as some of the substitute player, but here at the Blast Rising you have been playing with the squad first and foremost, so you still have to wonder, you are doing the in-game leadership calls, so how come you're still regarded as sort of a substitute on HLTV?
I don't think I'm a substitute, it's just that when you have 6-man roster, in HRTV it always shows one guy. I don't know, to be honest, but I usually play every map because I'm the IGL, so yeah.
Yeah, that's an HLTV mistake. We'll get that fixed. They need to fix that. Yeah, I mean, the new changes to 6-man rosters, that's going to demand some new changes to HLTV as well. But yeah, my question here would be, so, you know, obviously, with War 2K and with obviously in this case JL being the two intermittent players that you guys are switching out, does the decision come from you and Kuben, or is it just Kuben, or is just you deciding who plays, or how does it work switching out? I'll ask this way.
It's more like the coaches are deciding, not me.
Okay.
But we usually play like a set lineup for a map. Like for example, we have a lineup for train, we have different lineup for nuke and stuff like this. It's not being decided just before the map, but sometime before, like, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course that makes sense. I was just eager to hear, maybe if your decision, like if you as the IGL, of course, you have the most in-game influence, and maybe perhaps sometimes you feel like, oh, maybe instead of Waro we could take JL, or instead of JL Waro, and that kind of thing.
No, it's not really like this. It's
Okay, fair enough.
most like the coaches are deciding about it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Of course, Danny and I were wondering, with Train going 16-14, it was a close game. It was a very close game. That last one-on-one, man, that air headshot.
To be honest. I don't know.
Something.
I even failed my spray there. I don't know how I killed him at the end, but I'm happy we managed to close this out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to go at. Basically, it was such a close game, right? It was really neck to neck. 16-14 ain't easy. What was the team feeling after the first match? Like after Train, how were you as a team, yourself as well, if you care to explain, of course. How were you guys doing? How were you feeling in the 10-minute pause?
I think we were really happy that we managed to close out Train, because we are really confident on Nuke and Mirage. So when we won on Train, we were basically feeling really comfortable to close the series 2-0. And yeah, that's it, kind of. Like, it was a great bonus for us that we managed to win Train.
Awesome. Definitely would also like to hear from your perspective as the one calling the shots. What are like the big differences between the two players that you have now switched up here in this best of three, Voro 2K as well as JL?
Well, I don't find really a difference, because we have structure on every map. It's just with different players, but that doesn't mean that we are not prepared with different lineups and stuff like this. I mean, it doesn't make me... I don't know how to say it, but it's kind of easy. Like,
you don't have less confidence if there's one or the other playing, right?
No.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. My final conclusion here would be, Nuke. Obviously, it went well. Were there any doubts when the comeback started? Well, the comeback, quote unquote, started happening. It was 10-5 half, and then obviously the pistol, you got it. You guys were able to beautifully play it out. That retake, by the way, I was just holding my face like this all that time on the retakes. Like, what?
Yeah.
But my question would be, once the rounds are starting to amount for your opponents, right? When Brugge reached that 9th round, that 10th round, was there any doubt? Was there any confusion? What was the team spirit in that moment? How were you? What was the calm?
I cannot say there was a doubt. I can say that it was more like we adapted to what they do. So like when they were winning rounds, we saw what they do, we adapted kinda, and we just made a plan how to counter them. And it worked good, and we just closed them up at the end. But we were not doubting that they can come back and stuff like this.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. That's all from my side. And goddamn, man, great stuff.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Of course, with that being said, thank you again to Spellen, of course, for coming in here for the interview. Of course, good luck in the next stage. And, well, Danny, that is also all for us for today. The round of 16 still going to continue on. We have 2 more games that will happen today, which is going to be double Pony versus Nordavind and Young Ninjas versus Navi Junior, if I'm not mistaken on that part, which the last one will be the first, so Navi Junior versus Young Ninjas first. But that's it, Danny. I mean, we just heard from the man himself. They all the way, as we kind of predicted, right? All the way. They never doubted it.
Yeah, for sure. Mad Lions looking very comfortable, if I'm being honest. And this right now, the current situation they have with their members, this seems to be a very powerful core. Also, the ability to just consistently change things up, get War 2K in, get JL when it's necessary. Absolutely, this seems to be one of the stronger lineups here in the playoffs. and I'm definitely excited to see how well they can perform moving forward.
And with that being said, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for being here with us. Stay with us, of course, in the half hour. A second duet will come on over to take over the casting. But for you guys, more games are tuned in here for Blast Rising round of 16. See you tomorrow, or more specifically on the weekend for the playoffs.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
My Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me. taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river. Sing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, watching me think, hear it sing, creak. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, watching me think, everything creep, yeah. Oh, everything creep, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river. Thought you'd leave me, but you never tried.
I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do?
Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road to take it. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways and lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by.
Don't kill me now. Below the hill, below the hill, below the hill, below the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Rising as we're ready to take on yet another quarterfinal from the playoff stage. My name is Ted, and joining me, of course, is my dear friend and colleague Zurfer. Zurf, hello, man. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, Ted. I can't wait to get underway. It is a round of 16 game coming up. We have, and we've already seen two pretty decent games coming up. Well, already today, quick 2-0s. I believe Mad Lions winning their game, and then Spirit as well. So it's been a pretty interesting day. We haven't actually had a 3-mapper, but going into this one, I don't know if it is gonna be any different. We're seeing Young Ninjas take on NAVI Juniors. So, two absolute huge orgs in the CS scene, two absolute staples of Counter-Strike. Their youth teams are going to be battling it out. And, they have played a few times before, and Young Ninjas have come out on top every single time. So I think this one is going to be an interesting game to say the least, but there's a lot riding on this game, a lot on the line, because nobody wants to go home.
Yeah, nowadays something that I'm loving about how CS is going is that academy teams are actually doing pretty sick. Like you obviously have Navi Junior, you have Young Ninjas, you have Spirit Academy, who are already in the quarters. They're going to be facing Mad Lions, so this is going to be quite the challenge for them. But looking at both Young Ninjas and Navi Junior, they're really, really optimistic projects. I really love the idea that NIP decided to get involved with all that academy stuff, because Navi have been doing that for quite a while. They've been one of the first sides to try and implement that. But for them, they've been going through some roster changes recently. Navi realizing results haven't been exactly the ones that they wanted, because ideally what you want is to happen something like what happened with Bit, right? You produce a player, you train him, he goes through your academy teams, and he goes into the first team. Navi realizing, okay, we have some potential. It worked out with Bit. Maybe it can work out with some more players. And they're going through a lot of changes. NIP already doing this, as they managed to bring in ZTR into the first team. He's been doing absolutely fabulously. And the rest of the gang, they're going to be more than motivated, because when you see that one of your ex-teammates actually managed to make it to the first team, your motivation just grows up, because you're like, I know I can do as good as him. I know I can deserve my place in the first team as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's nice to see, that kind of homegrown stuff. You see it, obviously, I'm going to use a football reference though. Like, you see it a lot in football, a lot of youth teams under 23s, then they're brought up into the first team and they start playing well. And, it's Whitbit and ZTR that have been doing absolutely amazing in their first teams. And maybe we might see some of these rosters actually break into the first team in days to come. But we're going to focus on this game at hand, first of all. And we are going to have a look at the vetoes. Navi Junior banned Nuke, Dust 2 is going to be banned, so we're going to see Navi Junior pick Vertigo, Inferno, and then Mirage. So I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that we're not going to see an overpass. I was having a look, at seeing what these teams have played. These teams have played each other 3 times, 2 BO3s and 1 BO1 in the last few months. One actually pretty recently, I believe 4 days ago, which NIP took 2-0. Of course, NIP, they actually haven't dropped a map against Navi Junior. Navi Junior hoping to change that, of course, but these are maps that we've already seen in the veto, and we have already seen these teams play. So, going into this, Ted, I'm just going to ask you, do you think Navi Junior might have that in the back of their heads a little bit, that, we've played them on these maps, it hasn't gone so well, this could be a difficult game?
I think definitely yes. Definitely yes. Traditionally, Young Ninjas are, we already said it, both teams are academy teams. They should be on the same level, but I really feel like Young Ninjas are the better team than those two. I really feel that they have the better basics. I feel like Navi, they're kind of looking like an academy to me. They're kind of looking like a group of young players who are trying to do something, but they're still trying to learn how to play as a team. Whereas Young Ninjas, they do seem like a tier 2, tier 3 team. When I see them play against, for example, sides like, let's say, Nordavind, teams from that level, I feel like they can do damage against teams like Gorillas, for example. Even they can do damage against these sides because they are already a comprehensive and working unit, and I feel like they can do damage. I feel like Navi Junior are going to be going into this one a bit shaky. And looking at the veto, we said it, okay, Navi, Vertigo is one of their best maps, right? But let's not forget, Young Ninjas love playing Vertigo as well. And when you go to Inferno, I think it's not even gonna be close. Young Ninjas have played Inferno 32 times in the past 3 months, which is that's more than some teams have played since the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah,
on pretty much every map. So they played 32 maps on Inferno. They have a 62% win rate, whereas Navi have played it 9 times. 9 times. They have a 22% win rate. But looking at Vertigo, I really feel like this is where Navi need to push to their limits and maybe try and overcome their limits as well. Because if they don't do that, if they don't take it to the next level, they might be going home after a fast 0-2.
Yeah, Vertigo, I think, really is going to be the chance there. We have seen, as we said, these teams play on Vertigo, but it did go all 30 rounds. NIP, they did come out on top. It was 16-14. So, it's a close game. It probably could have went either way. It was in the Alyssa Invitational. That series finished 2-0. Inferno, it is one of NIP's strongest maps. They have played it twice against Navi, where it was a 16-10 and a 16-5 win. So pretty convincing victories. They're not as close. And then Mirage, the last time they played it was, around 3-4 weeks ago. It was a complete blowout. It was a BO1. It was 16-3 to NIP. So, that I always feel it is going to be in the back of Navi Junior's minds a little bit, that we haven't beat them. It does kind of help them though that the first map is Vertigo. So, you can start well. If you win that first map, then you'll be full of confidence. But if we see NIP maybe taking the first map, then I think we might see a little bit of panic in the Navi Junior eyes. We might see, these guys struggle a little bit. But as we said, Ted, it is going to be interesting to see, who is going to come out on top. I'd have to give, the advantage to NIP, just, the way that they've been playing. They've been on an insane run. I believe they're currently 39th on the HLTV rankings. Some very impressive victories, taking down Entropic, taking down Gorillas, I believe Karante as well. They're on a 5 win streak in best of threes. So it will be very interesting, but it looks like we are going to be jumping into the game, and we are going to see how Young Ninjas are going to line up. Of course, Sapik, LNZ, Manon, Nilo, and Fozy. And, these guys, they have been playing really well. Of course, everybody was kind of asking when ZTR was brought into the first lineup, or the first team, who was going to replace him and how well they were going to, actually gel together when they picked up LNZ. But LNZ has actually been one of their best players. He's been, just behind Fozy a little bit, but he has been a star performer in the team. I remember him from back in the days. He was actually one of the first players I ever cast back maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, when I was still working in the UK scene. Navi Junior, of course, lining up Unkra, Fear, Munesi, Cynics, and Porgalov. And that's a strong lineup as well. Of course, the two standouts have to be Munesi and Unkra there.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at it, Munesi, he's been around for quite a while. He's been a part of Navi for, 2 years now? He's been playing in FPL for more than a year and a half. He is the young talent on the Navi Junior side. And I would maybe compare his impact on Navi Junior as the impact that Mertz has on Nordavind. I would say that this man, everyone relies on him. If Munesi has a good day, Navi Junior can win, and they can make it look dominant because he's just going to be running over all of his opponents. But if he doesn't have a good day, then they struggle. And then people like Onkara, who has so much experience for this lineup and for playing in an academy team, needs to step up. But for now, we're going to see who steps up in the Pisto as they're already making their way towards the A-bomb side.
Here we see, so these decoys thrown towards sandbags, they're going to try and clear this position out. It also masks the sound of the bomb plant, and that's where they are throwing them. But Sapik, he's playing a little off angle, so they're not expecting him. Usually it would tag up that player, but the decoys did not hit him. 2 kills are going to be traded now as Munesi will take down Sapik. Manon, Nilo, and LNZ are all that remain now on the Young Ninjas side. Navi Junior are going to get the bomb plant down. So bomb goes down, and now Young Ninjas are going to have to commit to the retake. LNZ does have a smoke. No kit in play just yet, as Manon is towards 51. Cynics just playing close around that smoke. Pogorlov hasn't actually moved from the site, but he is going to be spotted out and he is going to be taken down as they are going to push on forward. 2 kills going the way of Young Ninjas, leaving Manon now left alone in a 1v2. Has to push onto the site, can't find the kill onto Munesi, and that's Navi Junior going 1-0 up after the pistol.
And that's a really cool piece around there, especially after you lose the opening fight. You're in a 4 versus 5. You need to clear out the sandbags player. You need to clear out the entire side. You managed to do it quite well. And, one of the risks for Navi, for Young Ninjas, actually, something that they will have to decide. Do you commit fully to the fight towards ramp, or you fall back and play the retake? Because with the A-bomb side on Vertigo, there is no middle option. You can't passive aggressively hold it. You can't go for fights and still make it look like you're not investing too much. You either just fully fall back and allow them to throw the grenades, play behind those and play the retake, or you get into their faces and fight for the ramp control and try to get the kills. Here, we saw half of the team going for the retake, 2 or 3 players trying to fight, and this is the reason that they had such a disadvantage going into the retake. But for now, it's going to be the force buy, and let's see what they can do with it.
Let's see what they can do. It was a little bit of a faster approach here, to be honest, from Navi Junior, but they've decided to slow it down. A little bit of utility going to be expended by the CTs just to keep them at bay. Don't want to get overrun as LNZ is going to walk into that smoke, but Pogorlov is going to be ready. Munesi takes down Sapik. Fozy is going to peek out, finds the first kill as that molly will just stop Pogorlov from advancing. on 9 HP, but smoke towards the right side of site is going to allow NAVI Junior to make their way on forward. The rotations are now coming in from the rest of the Young Ninjas side. The bomb plant is already down, and this is going to be difficult now if Young Ninjas actually want to commit to the retake. It looks like they are set. Maybe fall back a little bit. Maybe just bring the deagles and the armor into the next round, which I actually don't hate at all. You know, it's very unlikely that you're probably going to win this round. You know, you had your chance. Maybe if Sapik and LNZ get a few kills when Navi Jr. are pushing onto the site, then it might be a little bit doable, but now in this round, it's already over. Navi Junior, they're not going to be investing in the hunt, and they're going to let Young Ninjas bring these armor and deagles and the small pieces of util into the following round.
Yeah, and you see this one happen quite often, right? People like don't go for these kinds of retake. They're like, yeah, we're gonna fall back, save up the deagle, save up the armor, the extra bit of util, because we realize we're probably gonna lose all of them if we go into it. So we're gonna be on an eco to following up. We don't have anything against like being able to do some damage with it. We're gonna have the pistols, the armor, some utility. So it's gonna be an eco, but we can still be dangerous. Try to keep the economy of the T's at bay, and that's gonna be the go-to for NIP as we see them go for a bit of a boost, but they decide to fall back. Now for Navi Junior, this is a round that needs to be won in pretty much a protocol way. Not losing any members for them is quite vital. You know, using these ones to try and build up their economy. We want to see them being able to invest more in the hunt later on in the half. So if they want to make sure that they can afford that, now we need to see some clean rounds.
Yeah, we need to see some clean rounds, and we talk about it. You know, we call these one protocol rounds. The only real danger, of course, is going to be the saved armor and the saved pistols on Man and Fozy and Nilo. But there goes one of them. Manessi taking that kill. Sapik's going to be flashed now. Unkra lucky to get away with one there as he gets dinked up. Manessi's going to peek out, finds a double. Manon finds one with his deagle. Fear is going to run him down with that Mac 10 and nearly finds the second onto Nilo. Has to switch to the pistol, but still gets the job done. Only one player fallen in that round as Navi Junior continue their flawless start on the T side. But we are going to see Young Ninjas now with their first bye in this series.
Yeah, we're going to see the AWP in the hands of Fuzi, M-Force for the rest of the gang, but for me, and I think for pretty much all of us, Fuzi should be the standout player. He needs to be the one that the spot is on. He will be the one that I think should be the great rival of Modesty in this one. He needs to show him that he is the man that can carry his team and step up in the important moments. And let's see how much impact can he have with the AWP. For now, though, they're not going to be heading towards his direction. It's going to be ramp once again. LNZ being extremely aggressive around that smoke. Needs to be careful. There's 5 players on the other side of that one. He might get surprised in not the best way possible. LNZ, there's the headshot. Cynics taking him down on the Mac 10. Sapik trying to go huge, but good only for 1. And that's going to leave the man himself, Fuzi, all alone to defend the A-bomb side.
That aggressive setup there, you know, it only works, of course, if LNZ gets that kill. Once he goes down, Sapik is kind of left high and dry. He's kind of out in the open. And, you know, Fuzi, he's too far away, really, to do anything. He has to rotate over towards Elevator. You know, excuse me, he's a little bit too far away. And, well, there's not a lot he can really do. They're really gambling on LNZ, you know, getting at least 1 or 2. Sapik can only get 1 before he goes down. Navi Junior, they take the site. Young Ninjas realize that, you know, we're not going to go for the retake here. There's absolutely no point. And Navi Junior will go 4-0 up. They will win the first buy round with relative ease, only losing 1 man. But at least these save rifles for Young Ninjas is something to bring into the following round.
Went full vampire mode there.
Me?
Heard that? Yeah, you.
Yeah.
You're like Dracula, bro. You know it's gonna be another movie of Twilight coming out this year.
Are you excited? Are you?
Bro, I'm gonna go and watch it. I don't care. There's gonna be so many cool movies. It's gonna be Shrek the 5th. Shrek.
I didn't realize you were such a big movie guy, Ted.
Well, oh, bro, I will be there every single week. You know, every single week. There is no CS games. I'm at the cinema. That's it, bro. That's it. And for now, we're going to go for a bit of a technical timeout. Young Ninjas, as we pointed out, they went for the save. So now
they are going to be able to fully reinvest AWP in the hands of Fuzi. He didn't really have any chances last round, right? And he hasn't been having a lot of these. Navi actually haven't tried going for B or middle since the beginning. It was always A. It was always A. And the question is, at what point do you invest more if you're Young Ninjas towards that round battle? Because now we saw them try this double crossfire setup with 2 players there. If I'm not mistaken, it was Sapek and LNZ, but still, you know, it's kind of a tough one because, you know, 5 players invested from Navi Junior towards Ram. Yeah, you probably think once they get to the buy rounds, Navi are gonna switch things up and not go for the exact same play as some of the previous ones. That's the reason that you don't send 3 towards A, but it doesn't work out. And now they invest more. Now they send 3. Sapek, of course, still only assisting with you 2, but they want to make sure that they don't get caught in the same trick 2 times in a row.
And yeah, you know, they only really go towards A because there is only really one bomb site on this map, Ted. If you've watched, you know, competitive CS on this map, it's A, and that is it. You know, a lot of teams, that's their main focus because the B site, it's just not really too great a one. As we see, the lovely flash peek there from Nilo as he will find a kill. He'll give the man advantage to Young Ninjas, which is something that we actually haven't seen too much of yet in this first half. It's Young Ninjas, you know, getting the advantage and then falling away. It's really been Navi Junior that have been setting the pace. It's really Navi Junior that have been putting the pressure on. Nilo is going to reaggress here as he is going to get close to the plat. We are going to see a boost up. Manesi going to get now onto the stairs, waiting for that smoke to clear. Nilo is in a great position here, though. The smoke might just delay Navi Junior a little bit further, so they won't fully commit just yet. 40 seconds left, but look, Young Ninjas are perfectly set up as the spam through the smoke here. Manon will take them. Pogorlov waiting there, trying to dodge the flashes. Nilo will be able to find that kill. Actually, it's Manon to take it away. Nilo needs a little bit of help now from Manon as Sunkra and Manesi combined for 2. The bomb is still dropped. 20 seconds left. They have to make their way onto the site. The nade from LNZ is perfect as Unkra left into the 1v3. He has the bomb, but he's smoked off. There's not a lot he can really do here. Has to check his flank. He's walking onto his site, and Sapik is completely ready for him. A good round for Young Ninjas there, and we might just see Navi Junior go back to A in the next round.
I love the utility usage here from Young Ninjas, actually. That was quite sick. Of course, if we don't speak so much about the kill through the smoke, Nilo, this flash pick was absolutely huge because after that they smoked it 3 times. I feel like the middle player even saved up his smoke to come and assist them. And the utility was just the thing that did all the job for Young Ninjas. We saw how you can pretty much win a CT round only by using your grenades and a little bit of aim. And now, first round on the board. Let's see how Navi Junior adapt to that and react. Modesty once again will have the AWP on his disposal, but we still haven't seen him fight 1 versus 1 against Fuzi.
Yeah, it's really a battle that I'm really interested to see throughout this series, and it's something that we haven't seen too much, but hopefully we'll get a little bit more of it as the game goes on, as Fuzi will rattle off a shot, and it's fair to take a lot of damage. He's down to 22 HP. He needs to be careful. Pogorlov is going to be mollied back. LNC ticks in that Molotov a little bit as well. So Navi Junior, they're just being held back by little bits of util, maybe afraid of the op. They know it is towards A this round, so they're being very passive on their approach coming up the ramp. They don't really want to run into the site, you know, give up free kills. We know in that last round they lost the man advantage and they struggled to get it back. Young Ninjas were able to convert it, but now as the round ticks on, we will see them make their way forward slowly, but Young Ninjas are in a really good setup here.
They are, and we said it, Navi Junior, B doesn't work, they go back to the basics towards the A bomb side, but again, the utility that the Young Ninjas are able to save until the last seconds of the round could be pivotal for their success. LNZ, he's going to be the first line of defense, trying to catch the correct timing. It's just going to be the timing here, LNZ. There's one, not quite 2 Cynics with the refrac, and the bomb will go down. Oh, there's the spam. Fuzi nearly taking him out of the equation. And look at the damage. There's 3 players from the Navi Junior side who are just a scratch away from death. And Fuzio, he's gonna land the shot through the smoke. Goes for even the second. Doesn't quite manage to connect yet, but they can play the retake and they can wait out for the smokes. 4 players, so nearly 100 HP. And still there are two heavy tag players. And there goes Pogorello, Fear, and Onkra now left in the 2v4. Both of them low on HP. Onkra will try to find a headshot. He's not able to do so. And that's going to leave Fear with the AWP in the 1 versus 3. But he's going to let the first. And that's the diffuser. They need to stick it. And oh, Nilo. He's going to be able to protect his teammate. The Young Ninjas. Too close for comfort. But it works.
Too close for comfort, and you know, I really did have to fear there because I thought that he was going to hit that shot and take Young Ninjas off that defuse, but it is Young Ninjas converting another round. The retake was relatively good, but Fear nearly making something out of that, nearly clutching it out for his team. But nevertheless, we are going to see another buy round from NAVI Jr. That's 2 rounds in a row now for Young Ninjas. And look at this, Nilo getting a very aggressive. Manesi tagged down very low early on. The flash catching him off guard as Nilo thinks about walking on forward. But he's just going to get into a little bit of a dangerous position if NAVI Jr. decide to walk in towards B. And now, Unkra, he's just thinking about heading out towards middle. Something that we haven't really seen is NAVI Jr. head towards middle at all, really, on this T side. And not even, you know, maybe some teams like to send a lurk out, as Sapik will open things up in this round. But Gorlov will be the man to fall. So NAVI Jr., they go a man down, and they could go 2 men down here as Manon. If he peeks out towards mid, he might find Unkra, but Unkra is going to hear that step now off of heaven, as it looks like the bomb is going to be picked up, and it looks like now NAVI Jr. are going to head towards this A site. Unkra has found a kill, and now that's going to pull a rotation. Young Ninjas were perfectly set up here. You know, now we see LNZ, he has to go focus on middle because that kill does come in. They have all of B because Nilo is still pushed down on the stairs. They were expecting this A site, and it looks like LNZ is going to make his way back because NAVI Jr., they look like they're about to commit.
No one fear. He's going to drop Sapek. That's going to open it up even more. Now the AWP, though, Fuzi, he's going to get tested. He needs to step up for his team. LNZ, they line up the flash. If they time it well, LNZ, he can go huge. There's the flash, there's the peak, but no one is flashed. Fear taking him down, and now the AWP is the 1 man left towards that A bomb side. Fuzi, good for 1, but they're not going to give him a second chance. There goes Nilo from behind, taking out Modesty down to the 2 versus 2. The Molly not working out great, but Nilo, he's going to run through that, going for the fight, but both Onkra and Fear are going to win their duels, and they're going to win their team round number 5. NAVI Jr., they managed to get back on winning track and put the economy of Young Ninjas in a pretty difficult state.
Yeah, it's going to put them in a little difficult state, as we see there. Staying in the lead, 165 hertz refresh rate. That is, of course, Red Magic's new gaming phone series that they have just launched. Make sure to go ahead and check them out if you're interested in mobile gaming, or maybe you just want some higher quality of streams. That is Red Magic. Make sure to go ahead and check them out.
Ooh.
As man, and with the Yehaz, as I like to call him, Unkra goes down as Fuzi with his best cowboy impression as we move into a 4v4. Manon has recovered that AK now as well, which has given Young Ninjas a little bit of a chance. Of course, they're not too heavily invested in this round. A few pistols here and there, but they'll be looking to maybe try and get something here, or at least just do a lot of damage to the T economy. Sapik, he's going to be playing a little one-way there, and Pogorelov gets away with one very well as Sapik, he finds a quick double with the deagle. Might even find Pogorelov. He is so low, but through the smoke, Pogorelov with a little pre-fire. As now it is only himself and Manesi left as Young Ninjas, they look to steal away around here, and LNZ is in a great position. Manesi, he's going to have to clear it, and he will do so, but Pogorelov has fallen, and now Manesi has to try and recover that bomb. Manon, he's already on the flank, he's already got a kill. This is a very difficult round because Fuzi now is making his way on through short, and it's only a matter of time before he is going to be pincered in the back, as now he will go down. Manon with the lovely flank as Young Ninjas steal away around.
They absolutely did. This is a round that they shouldn't have won. Just the half by the Pistols doing absolutely huge, but the man of the day was Manon, and of course Sapek. With this double kill towards round, this man single-handedly won the round for his team, but all of them were on point with the Pistols. NAVI Jr. not taking this one seriously enough, and they get punished for it. And apparently, for those of you that are wondering, why do every low-tier matchcaster have a heavy Scottish or Irish accent? Well, because Jack is Irish. That's why he has an Irish accent. And for myself, I can't say it because I'm Bulgarian. So I shouldn't have an accent. Like my accent is a Russian one, probably.
No, like it's you can hear the little bit of Bulgarian in there, but you know, it's just because Irish casters are the best casters, really, Ted. That's really it. Well,
Haven't heard that one in a while.
Bulgarians are pretty good too. You know, you're not bad. You have your moments. You have your moments, Ted. I have to say that though, you know, I can't really, you know, I don't really want to upset my duo too much. You know what I mean? I know. I'm only teasing. As you know, a nice shot there. Actually, we've kind of missed it. We've kind of just glanced over it a little bit. Manesi with a lovely scout shot, and that's exactly what Navi Junior need to get back in this round. They need to kind of steal away one because Young Ninjas, they got away with one in last round. Navi Junior are trying to return the favor a little bit. It is going to be a little bit difficult here, especially Young Ninjas have 3 players towards A, but Navi Junior, they do have a chance. Of course, they always have a chance, especially with the players that they have in this lineup, but 2 kills going the way now of Young Ninjas. As Navi Junior, they are going to scamper away and they might head towards this B site.
And you rely so much on these 1 versus 1s. You know, you win the first, looks perfect, but then you go for 2 more, you lose both of them. No refrag potential. Now Nilo, you have to deal with him. There's the dink and there's the kill. Cynics with the Deagle is gonna take care of him, but there goes Fuzi. Second of the round, looking quite sharp now, as he's looking to maybe make it a 4K LNZ up close. Fierdo with the Creek is gonna be the first line of defense. He's gonna fall, leaving Conqueror in the 1v3. There's one. Needs to find both though, and Fuzi, he's not gonna miss a shot any moment soon. That's gonna be 4 on the board for Young Ninjas as they're slowly starting to find their pace onto Vertigo, and the money on the side of Navi Junior looks kind of nice for Young Ninjas, to be fair, because now we're gonna see probably just the Hava and the Pistos, and the CTs will finally have a moment to get a breather, manage to build up their economy probably, and be a bit more calm going into the next buy round.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You know, it's one of those rounds, we keep talking about it, you know, it's one of those routine rounds or protocol rounds. Just one that you want to be losing maybe 1 player at the most. You want to be just getting rid of the threats, neutralizing them very early on. As we see, a lot of damage there done to Manesi. He is going to be tied down very low with that AWP. Navi Junior, they are just looking for a pick here. Arunkara is going to be using that little one-way to his advantage. Cynics will go down. The trade comes in, so it's not too bad as LNZ will take down Fear. Manon finds Unkara, and well, Navi Junior, they're left with 2, Pogurlov and Manesi. They are now all alone to try and work their way onto the B site, but you know, this man has been pretty much a wall here. Manon, he's on 10 kills now after Manesi will fall. Pogurlov going to pick up the Deagle and maybe try and find 1, but Manon will take the kills. 3 in the round for him, as he will move his kill count to 11 and tie it up 5-5.
Look at that one. Irish accent, worst and least understandable out of all accents.
Someone
just told you that my Bulgarian accent sounds better than yours.
Yeah, I know. it's a little bit disappointing, but yeah.
You know, that's I'm not saying anything. I'm just stating the facts. I'm just saying what people think. That's it. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of people, some people say it's hard to understand, but what I can't understand is how Fuzi gets away with that. How has he dropped down towards B and hit that shot onto Fear? No chance of a refrag coming in. He doesn't even take any damage on the way back, Ted. Now, Navi Junior, they're a man down. They have to go into this B side. And this is the most awful angle to clear. Nilo does get off it, but I think it's one of the hardest angles to clear in Counter-Strike. You just have such an advantage if you're a CT standing up on top of there. And, you know, it's very difficult. Luckily, Nilo does get off it and he is going to back away. But that's only because Young Ninjas are so heavily focused towards A and middle that Nilo is solo towards this B site. And he's going to have to go huge. He spams through the smoke. Cynics is already up. The flashes won't save him as he will go down. Manon rotates over. A quick double coming in there. A Sapex nade takes down Cynics. Manon looked to double up, but he can't do so. As Pogurlov, Unkara now left in a 2v3. The bomb is going to be tapped. It's not going to be planted just yet. And Unkra goes now looking for a kill. He's the man with the bomb, so no chance of a plant as he tries to take one. Fuzi will fall and into a 2v2. LNZ pulls one back at least. Unkra now into the 1v1, but Sapik will get the trade, at least 2 kills from him. That was a very close round, though, that could have went either way.
Oof. All of them have been extremely close so far. And you know, the silver lining for Young Ninjas is that at least when you're losing 4 rounds on the CT side on buy rounds, when you're losing 4 members, pardon, on CT side buy rounds, at least you don't allow the Ts to get at the bomb plant, which means that they're going to be on a half buy the next one. So you can kind of use the half buys to build up your economy. Then you lose a lot of players, but it doesn't matter because next time they're not going to be having a full buy again. So if they continue doing things like that, and if Nilo continues doing things like that, they're gonna have no troubles whatsoever. Nilo on 3, there's 4, looking for the ace. Just give it to him at this point. Nilo looking hot on his heels, and he's gonna continue pushing. Oh, there goes the reload, and yeah, they're gonna allow him to take the ace, but Ankara denying that. That's a bit cruel. That's a bit cruel. You know, you don't win anything from that 1 kill. You might as well just let him have it. But that's gonna be Young Ninjas opening up the distance, 7-5 now, and we spoke about it. Navi, damage isn't going to be enough at this point. You need to at least get the bomb plant, and you need to start winning rounds because it's such a late part of the half that even doing damage won't help you enough.
You know, and let's not forget Navi Jr., they were 5-2 up in this series, you know, 4-0, and then Young Ninjas, they just sort of figured out what has gone wrong. You know, they figured out that Navi Jr., they've just been going pretty much heavy towards A, and they've reacted to that. They put 3 players here. Sapik is going to be full whited by that flashbang, and now Fozy, he is going to have to try and at least now get the man disadvantage back in his team's favor as he jumps up waiting for the smoke to clear, spots out Fear, and that is a little bit of a lucky one because he had absolutely no idea he was there, and maybe lucky to get away relatively unscathed. Only tied down to 74 as we see now Navi Jr. look to commit. But look at this. I love this aggression here from the Opera. He could be caught out by the player playing closest. LNC finds a double on the site. He will drop the bomb, but the Op has been dropped, man, and rotates over with a kill of his own. And now looking towards short. Pagurlov making his way on forward, but it's Manesi using that smoke to his advantage. LNC goes down as well, and it's the B anchor rotating in who finds the first. Tags up Pagurlov so low. Might get the kill down to 9 HP. And this should be Nilo's round. The rotate is perfect. Young Ninjas make it 8. He even saves the AWP as well. And Navi Jr. must be thinking, what can we do? Young Ninjas are just hitting every single shot, and they're playing absolutely superb now on the CT side.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, by the looks of it, because I know you've been into crypto, Jack. I know you've been into crypto a lot, and I want to tell you a bit about Coinbase, because some natural speaking variation of, you know, Coinbase, it's the easiest place to get into crypto. Whether you're just getting started, as Jack is, but he's a master at this point, with some spare change or making a big purchase, they're the place to go. Coinbase has the articles to help you become an expert, and even they have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. So you kind of just read about crypto, you learn it. And you know, if you wanna learn something about crypto, you can DM Jack because he's a god of it. You know, he's been speaking only about that.
Definitely not. Do not take any financial advice from me ever.
You lost, didn't you?
Don't even talk about it. Down bad, Ted. Down
my man just goes on Twitter, bro, get my card off my hands. I'm sick.
Yeah, my card needs to be taken away from me. I'm a danger with it. But right now, Navi Jr., they're looking quite dangerous as they find a quick kill onto Sapik. And now they slow it down a little bit on this T side, of course. They haven't really heavily invested. They fear on that M4 that they did pick up, but it is only Deagles as Fozy will hit the shot now. The nade is going to push him back a little bit. Cynics will take down LNT. Fozy hitting a second shot now. Manesi swinging with the Deagle now as Manon and Nilo, they're going to have their work cut out for them. They're going to have to rotate on in as the bomb will go down, and Nilo can only get one as Manon will fall. 1 versus 2. Unkra has only a Deagle. Manesi is the real danger man towards short as the smoke is going to be dropped. The bomb is going to be tapped And Nilo is going to get up on top of the site. Unkra has made his way on forward, plays around the smoke perfectly, and picks up the kill and picks up the round for Navi Jr.
That's a pretty nice way for Navi to break the streak of young ninjas because they seem pretty unstoppable. After Nilo won it in the 1 versus 2 last round, he had to do it again. Couldn't quite finish it off. And Navi, they're going to be able to make it as close as possible, you know? At this point, I think that young ninjas, even if they end up losing this final one, they're not going to be too upset about it because you've won 8 rounds on the CT side of Vertigo, and we know that Vertigo is maybe one of the... I think if we had to name a map in the map pool that we could say it's T-sided, it would have been Vertigo. So, Navi Jr., 6. I think that they can work with it. Not sure if it's going to be enough, though. But let's see, they might make it 7 as they switch up the pace. They go over towards middle, something that they haven't been doing quite much. And Fuzi, he doesn't seem to be ready for it. He's going to burn to a crit, leaving Manon all alone with his CZ. But he's going to fall as well, leaving Sapek and LNZ in the 2v5. Navi, they've made it work in the best way possible. A textbook round, winning every single fight. And that's going to be the first half ending in an 8-7 score.
8-7 score unless LNZ and Sapik can pull this rabbit out of the hat, which, you know, they definitely can, judging by how well these players have played, and it's becoming a little bit dangerous now. They spotted out Manesi there towards middle, and he will go down. He missed the shot. Oh no, into the 2v2. Sapik has to clear out the close angle. The trade will come in into the 1v1. LNZ going to push onto the side. Pogurlov, now the bomb is ticking on. There is no kit for LNZ, so he has just won the round by default, just playing it safe. He will pick up the kill. But that one went down to the wire, Ted. That one was very, very close indeed. Having a look at the scores at halftime. Yeah. Manesi out in front for Navi Jr. Manon having a great game towards B and middle. You know, he was the real driving force behind that CT side. And, you know, 8-7, it is obviously, it's a fair one. It is a fair scoreline. I must have just missed that.
Yeah, there was a bit of a smile from Fear for the camera.
We do love that.
I think you just realized they're looking at me.
We do love a little bit of that. It's I can't remember who it was. I was watching a game yesterday on Blast, and it was after they won the game. Just sunglasses were put on, and he was just smiling and nodding. I can't remember what player it was or even what game it was.
Oh, pretending to be Fallen. Yeah,
pretty much.
I've seen these ones before. Give me something new, man. Give me something out of like think outside of the box. You know what I mean? You need to try and make something that no one has done before.
Something absolutely ridiculous. Just if you hear that, if anyone's hearing this that has a game on Blast,
Bro,
you know.
Do you know what I want to see?
What?
I want someone to smoke shisha on like while playing. I've seen Frozen smoke a vape or something like that. I want to see someone just make their own shisha and smoke it while playing on official.
Definitely.
That's gonna be my favorite player.
Definitely not. A new rendition of a Smoke Execute, is it?
Oh my god.
That's it. But
imagine you're like, guys, I'm smoked. No, you're not. Yeah, I am.
But now we wait for this first half, or second half rather, to begin. And just having a look at it, you know, Young Ninjas going over onto the T side. 8 rounds on their CT side actually isn't that bad, considering Young Ninjas usually struggle on it. Just something to note. The last time that Young Ninjas and Navi Jr. played on this map, Young Ninjas won their CT half 9-6. So pretty similar, only 1 round in the difference, of course. But Young Ninjas on their T side is where they really shine. You know, it is where they are a lot better. Both teams are better T sides than they are CT sides, but anything can happen in this wonderful game that we all know and love. And look at this from the CT side. We're already going to see 3 players go towards B. They're going to aggress. Nilo is going to spot out 2 players. At least he has the information. He's calling go A to his teammates as he is going to farm 3 kills. Nilo, what is that? Fear is going to try and cross to the site. He is going to be spotted out. If he would have got to quad, it would have been insane. But he's tapping with the USP. He gets to Nilo on for the ace as Pogurlov is going to nade onto the site. LNZ going to be tagged down a little bit, but Pogurlov with it all to do as he makes his way on forward. Nilo still close, still on for the ace. Will he get it? He spots him out, but Pogorelov reacts. LNZ now from default is going to clutch it out as Young Ninjas take the T-pistol and take a 2-round lead.
Oh, and that was so close. I feel like all of these rounds are like emotional roller coasters. Like, we see Nilo going for that crazy 3K, and afterwards, towards the side, we just see Fiera land those 2 shots. And at this point, you're just thinking, he lands the third, he's gonna ace them. He's just gonna delete them all. In the end, Pogorelov, a nice effort, but not quite close enough. And that's gonna be Young Ninjas with the pistol round. Eco from Navi Jr. This is something interesting. We usually don't see a lot of these. Like, typically, you would see the CT side team to go for a bit of a force, but by the looks of it, they're gonna be happy to just maybe work with a bit of downgraded guns or go for the M4s, but not have as much utility as they might want to. And there's going to be the jump boost and the peak towards round, but, well, Navi, or rather Young Ninjas, they're just ready for it. Navi are going to get completely deleted off the map, as now we head into buy round number 1, as the main problem for me is going to be that only chance we see an AWP is going to be a glass cannon from Fear, and I highly doubt it.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I don't think we are going to see the glass cannon from him. So the only real thing going is Young Ninjas, they haven't really, you know, fully gone for all the AKs. It's pretty much a bonus round for Sapek and Manon. They're just hoping to do it with the MAC-10s and Galeas, which could cause a few problems. But look at this aggression down the A ramp. Fear is going to be tagged down low, but he will win that fight as Young Ninjas are going to make their way out mid. Manon is going to be going over heaven first. He clears out Unkara and will take him down. And now Cinex is alone on the site, can only find 1 kill as LNZ takes him down, smokes off towards CT, and in a 3 versus 3, Navi Jr. smoked out of the B bomb site, and this retake is a difficult one at the best of times.
It is, and at what point do you start considering the save? Like, I know it's a 3 versus 3, I know you might not want to go for it, but when you go for the boost, you don't find anything. You simply go for the save, right? You don't want to risk it so much. You realize, okay, I don't have enough money, they're going to be up to 11, and there you have it. They're just going to fall back, you know? I love this reaction from Young Ninjas because they have 1 player holding towards ramp. If I'm not mistaken, that was Sapek. He goes down, they push him through. Immediately there is a reaction. 3 players push in towards middle and 1 in front of B for the split. These 3 players were just ready to try and split both ways. They weren't exactly sure whether they're going to try and split A or B. And the moment that they push ramp and they get ramp control, Navi Jr., Young Ninjas are like, okay, they send 3 players there, potentially 4, so that means the defenses towards B are going to be weak, and so we can capitalize on it, and it works out perfectly.
It does work out perfectly, and just as we're looking at all the beautiful knives that all the players do possess, if you're interested in picking up some skins and upgrading your inventory, you can go and check out our great partners over at CS.money. You can suit up over there. It is the best skin trading platform, and you know, you can upgrade your inventory, get some of the 6 skins. And Ted, we talk about it all the time, skins equals wins, but sadly not for Fuzi, as he is gonna go down early on in this 19th round. Nilo will follow as Manesi has found a kill of his own. So Young Ninjas, for the first time really in this second half, we are going to see them with their backs against the wall a little bit here, even more now, as Pogorelov will take down Sapek. LNZ with the AWP in his hand has to find something at least, but that's just perfect from Pogorelov. Drops the smoke, plays the little one-way, takes down the op, and Manon, what can he really do in a 1 versus 5?
Well, what can you really do is going to be the question, and damage is the answer. If he manages to do some damage, that's going to be perfect, but Modesty is going to deny. A clean round from Navi Jr., and it wasn't even the full investment. It was just the half buy with the saved guns from last one. So look at now the economy of Navi Jr. is just going to be blooming all over the place, looking absolutely perfectly. On the other side, though, we saw with Young Ninjas, they lose a round that they shouldn't be losing by any means. So now they will only have the Desert Eagles, the upgraded pistols, which of course we know how dangerous they could be. We've seen these rounds just go in the wrong way a lot of times. But let's see, Navi Jr., they shouldn't be allowing those to do so much damage. Remember, this is slowly approaching to the later parts of the game, and Navi Junior, this is their map pick. They want to be extremely cautious with rounds like that.
You don't want to repeat what happened in the first half. You know, you don't want to get ecoed. You don't want to get decode, whatever you want to call it. The limited investment from the Young Ninjas side has punished them once before, and they don't want it to happen again. So we are going to see a little bit of a passive setup from Navi Junior, as we see Sapik is going to be spotted out by Pogorlov, but nothing going the way in terms of kills in either direction. So a lot of damage being done to the side of Young Ninjas, you know, 3 players around half HP or below. Navi Junior, they haven't taken anything just yet. Pogorlov thinks about getting a little bit aggressive, but, you know, probably not the best of ideas considering it is against pistols. You know, you want to be keeping the distance. Manon is just going to be sitting in that smoke now, as we are going to see Young Ninjas now commit to the execute. The rotates are coming over. Fear and Pogorlov, they are going to combine for a kill apiece. Sapik will trade one back. He has an AK to pick up there if he wants it, and he is going to have it now. There is a smoke on default as the bomb will go down. Nilo is actually going to be spotted out by Unkra there. So it's usually a good position, but he has been spotted going to there. So he is definitely going to be hard cleared. Sapik is very low as well with that AK, but he will manage to get the kill onto Fear. Now still alive, he will go down. Fuzi left, and the retake is good from Navi Junior. Little bits of damage done to the CT side, but Young Ninjas get the bomb plant in that round, and that's really all that they care about.
Yeah, absolutely. Take down 2 players, get the bomb plant. Ideal stuff for you. You're going to be on the AKs once again. Something that I'm liking, though, is that we see both teams, they don't have a hard carry, and there's not a single player that's far behind the others. When you look at it, everyone has made it to double digits. It's like 8 kills difference in both teams, from the bottom fragger to the top fragger, and this just shows that all of these players are ready to step up if their team needs it. And right now both teams need it. Fear, he's gonna go for the push towards the ramp. Sapik on the boost, not gonna spot him just yet, but Fear, he's getting more and more aggressive with this one. Sapik trying to spot someone over the edge of the smoke. You know, if they're not careful, the Young Ninjas, they might lose 2 players here. Not sure if they're gonna be able to read the push from Fear. Now fires a couple of shots, they spot him out. There's a bit of a friendly tap to the shoulder, but for now, no kills going either way. m0NESY finally dropping the first. There goes Nilo with the fight, and he's gonna look for the second as well. 1 for 1 so far, working absolutely perfectly for the T's as they slow things down just for now.
Going to be slowed down a little bit, but the advantage, I was going to say, is in Young Ninja's favor, but the boost there is absolutely superb. Unkra going to get that one. m0NESY needs to be careful. Nilo may be lucky to get away with that one. Manon still out towards mid, as Young Ninjas are going to get the bomb down on B. And well, Manon, he is going to be locking off the rotate, spots out the barrel of Pogorlov and can only get one. Actually takes down m0NESY behind Pogorlov. He's going to be wondering, how has he killed me through you? I have absolutely no idea. But LNZ and Nilo, they are both low, 30 and 35 HP. Unkra definitely with the advantage. Pogorlov has a small advantage as well, as they have a smoke and they have a flash for the bomb. The peek out from LNZ is good, finds the first. Unkra going to get onto the bomb. He is going to tap it, he is going to stick it, and Nilo is going to take him down. Young Ninjas will pick up their 12th round, and they will regain a 3-round lead over Navi Junior.
And you know, this is one of these rounds. Hey guys, make some noise over towards A. I'm gonna plant over at B. That's essentially what happened here with Young Ninjas. They managed to react quite well. They realized that Navi are gonna be quite keen on investing pretty much all that they have towards that ramp fight on A. So they just went back. One player posted towards middle to cut off the rotation. The other goes for the bomb plant. From that point, it makes it pretty much impossible for Navi Junior to win this round, or at least it makes it really tough. They managed to make it close, but close doesn't work out for the CTs, as if in the first half we were like, yeah, Young Ninjas, they're winning rounds, but with only 1 player alive, and that's going to make it tough for them to build up the economy. Now it's same story, but for Navi Junior, they need to be winning those rounds dominantly, and if Young Ninjas win the round and lose 4 players, they're not going to be too upset about it, because still it's quite easy to put on a buy on the T side. But for now, Navi are going to have the upper hand after this opening pick. Manon going down, and now Young Ninjas are a bit left in no man's land.
Yeah, losing a player early on is definitely not what you want on the T side. We saw Navi Junior struggle a lot when they lost a man early on. It's very hard to try and get it back, as Young Ninjas are going to have to try and do so, but also a little bit difficult as well with Fuzi taking a lot of damage. He's down to 23 as well. Now Young Ninjas, they look to head towards this B site, and they're not really going to be throwing in any fakes or anything towards A this time. Now, they are just going to go for the complete execute. Cynics is the man in position towards quad, and we have Unkra playing now from heaven. As we see, the flashes are going to come in. Unkra is going to be flashed off the angle. Cynics is going to be spotted out. He gets tagged down low, but Unkra is going to save him there, as he will double up, double down on kill. Cynics still alive towards the back of the site. Still a danger man. Sapik finds a quick double. LNZ now left into the 1 versus 2, as Fear is going to push onto the site, but it's Manesi with that AWP putting it to good work, as he will get Navi Jr. into double figures, and he will also shatter the economy of Young Ninjas.
Oh, and that was, again, that went too dangerous there. That went too dangerous. It was the 2 versus 5. You managed to find 3 kills in the end, losing the round, but still, it's going to be another force buy. And for the time being, ladies and gents, if you didn't know about Red Magic, you see it on your screens right now. They've just launched their new gaming phone series with 165 Hz refresh rate monitor. So it's pretty much more than my monitor, pretty much more than some of your monitors, and it's just a phone. So if you want to play some phone games, if you want to watch some nice CS on 165 Hz, make sure to check that one out, because it's quite a sick phone.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous how far technology has come. You know, you're talking about 165 hertz refresh rate phones, man. That is just absolutely amazing to me. You know, it blows my mind seeing how far technology is actually getting us. As we are just going to have a quick look at the players. Of course, the attack was called. Now, looking at this, looks like everybody is kind of calm. Nobody really panicking too much. Everybody looks kind of composed, which is exactly what you need to be in a game like this. Young Ninjas maybe a little bit worried, considering they don't have the best of money. They have to go for the force in this round, but we have seen them do it before, Ted, and they're just hoping maybe to catch Navi Jr. a little bit off guard, but I don't think they will be caught off guard too much. I think they will be very, very concentrated on converting this round, and will be looking to turn the screw a little bit and get back into this game. A lot of damage done to Bugurlov early on, though, and he's kind of trapped here. Sapik looking to find a kill with that Galil LNZ with the Deagle. Sapik molly back from the site as he has to retreat now towards the A ramp. Fear is going to begin to push out. He is going to be spotted. If they line up, Sapik finds one. Nilo will get the second. Unkra now only trades one back as Cynics will go down, and it's all left to Manesi. Young Ninjas look to steal away yet another round. He goes for the flick. It won't connect. The molly is going to keep them off the site, but he has to find 4 players. The molly won't keep them busy for that long. He has to clear his flank now, but the bomb goes down to Manesi. He's already going for the save. What a round for Young Ninjas. They steal one away once again, and Navi Jr., they have to be kicking themselves after that one.
And you know, looking at this round, if you're Navi Jr., you're like, yeah, I win the round only against the Deagles. They're on an eco the next one, so I'm looking at a 12-12 score with the potential of resetting the CTs again, the Ts again, pardon. This is a perfect chance for Navi, but everything just escalates quickly after the headshots from the Deagle, and now it's a totally different story. Now it's 13-10. Now Navi are the ones with their backs turned against the wall. They have no money to work with whatsoever. Loss bonus isn't going to be there for the slightest. Look at the money. Pogorelov on 1,400, 3,200 for Onkara, 19 for Cynics, 31 for Fear. They need to invest like Pogorelov. Does he go for the double eco and then play only with the SMG? That's a tough decision that needs to be made from Navi Jr. And you know, I love the fact that actually Young Ninjas go for a tactical here, because they realize, okay, Navi will probably go for their last possible investment here, and it's going to be full reset chance. So we win this one, it's probably going to look like 15-10 next time they have money for guns. Young Ninjas realize in what kind of a position they are, and I kind of just want to see them go either for a fully committed execute or just play the default and wait out, because you realize that some aggression will come through, and you realize that the utility isn't going to be looking great. Neither are going to be the guns for the CT side.
Yeah, that is an absolute kicking the teeth, really, if you are Navi Junior, if they do lose this round, because they're in so much trouble. Young Ninjas, they steal away another round, and it's just one that Navi Junior, they're just going to be annoyed about, you know, because it's happened in the first half, now it's happened in the second half. If they can win this round, it would be pretty big, but if they lose it, you know, it's all on the line. It really is do or die right now in this map, and possibly even in the series, because we talked about it in the pregame, said, you know, we both gave our prediction, and we both said Navi Junior, they need to win this map. We think that Young Ninjas just have a little bit more for Inferno than Navi Junior do, as LNZ will take down Unkra, and now Cynics is alone towards this B site. He's in an awful lot of trouble. He's going to be flashed and he's going to be taken down. Fozy with the kill, but Gurlov, now Manesi and Fear, they are towards that A site, and they might even just save here once again. They know they're on the heavy reset potential. Young Ninjas have pretty much won the round without losing a single man, but Young Ninjas might just invest a little bit in the hunt here.
They might, yeah. They don't have the best of economies, but realizing it's such a late part of the game and realizing that Navi don't have anything to work with, you might send some players on the hunt. You know, what I love is that this is the second time we see such kind of a round. First time was with, I think, the second buy round of Navi, when, again, there was some heavy round presence from the Ukrainian/Russian side. They managed to win the fight towards ramp. Then Young Ninjas went for that B split, if you remember, with 3 players once again exploding towards middle, 1 playing from B. They won the round again. Now they do pretty much the same setup. They wait to see where Navi are gonna push a bit, where they're gonna show some presence, and then automatically they hit the other side, and it works out perfectly. Again, Onkra just caught in the middle of nowhere trying to retrieve, but it was just impossible. 3 players on the other side of the box, and now 14-10. Navi Junior saving the AWP, saving the FAMAS, but you should try and fully invest once again, and it's not going to be looking quite better from the last one.
Looking a little bit better, a lot better than it would have looked, you know, should they lose those rifles. Yeah. But Young Ninjas now in a great opportunity to get onto map point here on the first map and steal away Navi Junior's map pick, of course. Navi Junior picking Vertigo, Inferno being the second map of Young Ninja's pick, and then Mirage being the decider if we need it. And look at this, the boost coming in here from LNZ. Is Unkra going to be ready for it? No, he's not. LNZ wins that fight. This time Navi Junior are set up a little bit better towards B if Young Ninjas commit. They have 2 players here. Cynics is one of them, and Fear is going to be making his way back just to have a look and spot over towards that heaven position. But I love this from Young Ninjas. They're kind of calming it down. They're not rushing it too early. Fozy taking a lot of damage as Cynics will find a quick double. The bomb is dropped, and now Navi Junior have a chance. As Cynics with the Deagle finds 3. Sapik and Manon, all that remain. Manon finds 1. Sapik on the flank. Pogurlov has got into a great position that I don't think Sapik is going to be aware of, and he will go down. Navi Junior win a much needed round, and it's all because of that man Cynics and his Deagle.
Oh, that's absolutely phenomenal from him. Cynics with the 3K on the Desert Eagle, and what a time to step up. That's something that we spoke about. All of these players know when they have to step up for their team, and Cynics, he does exactly that. Navi are gonna need some more of that magic, but that was absolutely phenomenal. Still though, 3 more to go, even if they want to level things up, and 4 more to secure over time. And Young Ninjas, they're not gonna make it an easy task for their opponents. Onkers, so far, he's been having a really tough time towards middle, so I feel like this is maybe a spot where Young Ninjas could try and continue punishing their opponents, but now they read it really well. They realize, okay, Onkara, he's been struggling, so probably there is going to be a second player to support him, and we can try and hit one of the bomb sites. Nilo, he's going to be the one to look for the opening.
Looking for the opening here. Navi Junior, they're pretty much set up in positions that Young Ninjas, if they get 1, they won't get a second. It's going to be instantly traded, which is exactly what they need to do. They can't give up a man advantage, really. They can't really, you know, give away anything for free. And that's why we're seeing this short setup here from Manesi and Pogorlov. They're the only players towards A. They've got Unkra covering mid. Sapik, though, he is just the other side. He hasn't moved just yet. He's holding very, very passively as the rest of the Young Ninjas are going to make their way up towards the ramp. Sapic's going to peek out. Manesi will find the kill. Man advantage to Navi Jr. as Manesi is going to continue to push on forward, but Gerlov will go down, and Fozy finds Manesi. Unkra has rotated on in, needs to find a second, but he can't get it done into a 2v3. Fear, if he pushes onto the site, he has no support from Cynics, no chance of a trade, but he will get the first kill. Manon finds one back. Cynics into the 1 versus 2. Fozy on that AWP hasn't really been missing, and Manon, he's been absolutely superb. The bomb is going to be tapped. Fozy realizes that he's not on it. The spam will come in through. Cynics fires off a few shots. He needs to tap the bomb again because Navi Jr., well, Young Ninjas, they're not going to peek. The bomb is going to be tapped. He is going to get on it. He's going to stick it. He's being knifed, and Fozy will take him down. Young Ninjas make it 15. It's map point to them, and it's going to need to be perfect CS from Navi Jr. with limited investment.
Look at their money. It's just not looking great. You know, the economy by Coinbase is just not looking quite good for Navi Jr. SMG in the hands of Fear. Yeah, okay, you have the M4 in Pocorello, but he will have to be the hero because there's 3 Desert Eagles. This is going to be the best chance that Young Ninjas get here to win the map, and there's the aggression. Young Ninjas, they read it perfectly. They know that Navi need to go for something. They need to find at least a peak or some kind of map control to work with, and they're just holding at this point. Young Ninjas realizing there's not enough utility as well on the CT side, so if we wait out and then group up and play the execute later on, we're just going to have the advantage. They will have no utility whatsoever to counter that, despite of the smokes, but they've done quite a decent job at saving up these smokes, and they went for the 4-player stack towards A, and this might work out just perfectly. If they had a flash to peek on the back on, this might have been perfect, but they're going to go for the double peek. There goes LNC. Good for 1. Progrello with the refract. Modesty as well with 1. But 1-for-1's always favoring the T's, and Young Ninjas, they're going to be more than happy with this one, especially when they head back towards the B-bomb site where there is only 1 player defending, and that is going to be Cynics with the Deagle. He will have to do it once again, but it's going to be extremely tough. There's 1. He needs 2, though. At least 2. Nilo pushing even further. Modesty has already rotated, but they will need to make it work.
Need to make it work. Manesi getting a little bit of a gap there, tagging Nilo up as they know exactly where he is. The flash is going to go in. Manesi finds 1 with the AK. Cynic still alive with the Deagle, but Nilo finds 2. That's going to be it. Young Ninjas take the first map, and they steal away Navi Jr.'s map pick. And Ted, you know, it's going to be a very difficult one. It is going to be definitely an uphill battle. You can see on the face of Fear there, he is bitterly disappointed after that one. Of course, you're going to be annoyed. You're going to be very, very disappointed after losing the map. LNZ with a fist pump in the air, you know, he's going to be delighted stealing away that map pick. He knows what a great opportunity that Young Ninjas have now to possibly take the series 2-0, and just by the look on the faces of Navi Jr., you can see, you know, they knew that was their chance. They knew that they were close the last time they played it. They needed to get a little bit closer and take the map if they were going to stand a good chance in this best of 3, and now they have a huge uphill battle in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely what you said. Navi, they realized that they've put themselves into a really tough situation, that Vertigo was their map pick, and I really hope that they have something in store for us on Inferno. I really hope that they were kind of trying to lure Young Ninjas into kind of a trap. Oh, we're gonna pick Vertigo, we're gonna win that, they're gonna think they're safe on Inferno, and we're gonna surprise them. I really hope that there's gonna be this factor of surprise, although I just doubt it. I think that Navi are out of this best of 3 at this point. Still, they are a pretty sick Inferno team, and I don't want to write them off, because surely if Modesty has a good day and a good game on Inferno, we know what he's capable of, and I think that he can single-handedly destroy his opponents. But for now, he was maybe the one that was missing for me on Vertigo. He has to be the hard carry. His numbers weren't bad. Don't misunderstand me. He was doing his job, but he needs to do a bit more of that. Navi, they were just outclassed. We just saw Young Ninjas play a pretty much protocol game for them. And, you know, I think that the one thing that Navi didn't have an answer for was these really good aggressions and the default with 3 players towards middle and 1 towards A, 1 towards B from the Young Ninjas side. Because every single time Navi tried to be aggressive, Young Ninjas, that just triggers their reaction. They head to the other bomb side. The defenses are weakened, and it works out perfectly. They just didn't have an answer to that.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, it was very, very difficult for Navi Junior to really get going on that CT side, and Young Ninjas deserved winners of that one. But I believe we are going to be sending over to a short little break. We'll be right back with map number 2. It is going to be Inferno, and we are going to find out who is gonna win. Is it gonna be, you know, a 2-0, or are we gonna see a decider? We'll just have to wait and see. We'll be back in a moment.
Raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. Thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. Inside of circles that don't quite align, please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the verse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line
find. When our ways lift our lives over the hill, I pass you by. Black rose smooth on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast and it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Below the hill, below the hill, below the hill, below the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead.
lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Rising, as we come back after our short break after map number 1 between the teams of Young Ninjas and Navi Jr. I'm your caster, Ted, and joining me is one man that realized that he has no potential to become a CS player, so that's why he became a caster. My dear friend, Zerfer.
You didn't have to do me like that. You didn't have to do me like that.
We're all coming from the same place, bro. It's same for me. It's same
yeah. When you know, you've no hope, you go into casting apparently. But you know, we're gonna talk enough about us and our our CS ability, or lack of CS ability rather. Let's talk about this game. Let's talk about Vertigo. What a map it was. Young Ninjas, they realized that it was probably their best, or sorry, Navi Junior, it was their best chance of actually having a chance in this series. They seen that Inferno was going to be the second map. It was always going to be the map pick of Young Ninjas, and we have seen them play on this map twice before. It hasn't gone very well. 4 days ago was the last time they played it. It was a 16-5, and then the other one was a 16-10 back in Lupe, I believe, just maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. So they're not the best of results in those games at all, and it will be a difficult one going forward, Ted, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. You mentioned that 16-5 games, that 16-5 game that they had between each other just a couple of days ago. Before that, I want to say that there's a big difference in the streaks of these teams on the Inferno as well. Navi Junior, they're currently on the 5-map lose streak on this map, and when you look at Young Ninjas, it's pretty much not the same. They've won 3 in a row. In these 3, their opponents haven't made it up to double digits a single time, and these haven't been some bad teams. It has been Navi Junior, it has been Caront, and it has been Gorillas as well, which they managed to win 16-9. So we pretty much get an idea on what we expect to see here from the NIP side. I really feel like they're going to be more than prepared for this one. Fuzi, this is his playground. This is his favorite map. I think that he's one of the players in this lineup that understands the best how to adapt to the map based on what possibilities does it give you as an oper, as a player on your position. He knows how to use the role's advantage on Inferno. He is an oper, and he is an oper that knows how to be passive. We saw that on Vertigo. We saw that he wasn't too aggressive. He wasn't too impudent with going for the peaks. But now on Inferno, it's going to be quite the opposite, and I can tell you that for sure. He can be mobile. He can transition really well from map to map and adapt to the way that his team wants him to approach the game. And I really feel like here, unless Modesty goes absolutely beast mode and huge, Fuzi is going to have the upper hand. So is Young Ninjas. I really do feel like they're going to take this one, and I'm going to give my prediction 16-8 for their
16-8. That's a big prediction. That's a bold scoreline. I think it is going to be difficult if I was pushed for a prediction. I think maybe 16-10 is probably a fair score. But looking at the last 2 times that they have played it, it was a complete blowout the last time they played with this full lineup, or with this lineup of Navi Junior. In the 16-10 that they did play, they did have Hedrick subbing in for one of the players, but with their full lineup, it didn't go so well a few days ago, and it looks like we are going to get underway. And well, Navi Junior, they are going to be starting out on the T side, which is a little bit of an interesting one. Usually, if you have the choice of sides, you do usually pick the other. You usually go for the CT, but we will have to wait and see what Navi Junior have in store. Maybe they're back in their T side a little bit more. Of course, me and you, Ted, would be of the opinion that in recent months, in recent events, this is a little bit more T-sided than it is CT, as Navi Junior, they're going to go for an execute here. Young Ninjas are going to make their way on forward, and nobody gone down just yet. Nilo spamming through the smoke. The bomb looks like it is going to go down as pushed through the smoke. Fozy will find one. Manesi finds a quick double though with that P250. Manon now in towards Ruins. He will find a kill of his own. Player spot out towards new boxes. Manon will double down. Pogorlov will fall now. Looking for the last player on site is Fear into the 1v1. LNZ spots him out. Knows exactly where he is. Tapping with the USP. Trying to find the headshot. The bomb is ticking on. But Fear will go down. And something that I want to highlight throughout the pistols in this series, how many crispy one-taps have we seen?
I don't think that I can count to that much.
It's ridiculous.
I can count to about 7, and that's about it. So probably at least 8. But these teams are so crisp, and the reasoning behind that, nowadays young players realize that there's a lot of competition, so they spend a lot of time practicing their aim, and we can see that just on paper in the pistol rounds. We can see that in action. All of these teams are really crisp with the pistols. We saw that last shot from LNZ. It was out of this world. And now Young Ninjas, they get things going in the best way possible. It is going to be the force buy from NAVI on the back of the bomb plant and the 4K. So the tough task for the Ninjas is just going to start right now. But they have the 3 M4s, the FAMAS, and the MP9 to deal with the 2 AKs from the Ts.
2 AKs from the Ts. Oh, put to good use as Manesi takes down Manon, but it is going to be traded back, and one of those AKs taken out of the hands of the Ts as Unkra spots out Sapik, and now that's the only player towards B. And look at this, he's going to smoke towards CT, he's going to flash, but he's going to wait for his teammates now to gather on up, and they're going to go in as a cohesive unit and move on into this site molly towards Coffin just to keep LNZ out. The bomb is going to go down, and LNZ going to take in that molly, so his position is going to be given away now. So Young Ninjas, they rotate on over. No kits in play for the CT side, which is going to make this retake difficult if they go for it, but it looks like they're going to back away and save, which is probably the right answer. The force and the win from Navi Junior, though, that's a good round to pick up on the start of Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. Navi, they absolutely need that one, especially when we know how much of a momentum-based team they are, and we know that after losing their map pick, they might be a bit shocked going into Inferno, and remembering that they lost their last game against Young Ninjas in a 16-5 fashion, I feel like for them it's going to be extremely important to get things going from the beginning, start off well, maybe open up a bit of a difference, and try and think about maybe stealing the map off Young Ninjas. But for now, it's too early to speak about this one because round number 2 is about to start, and Young Ninjas, on the back of saving those 3 rifles, they're going to be able to have a pretty much competitive buy. 1 SMG, 1 Deagle, but there's M4s all over the board for the rest.
M4s all on the board, and well, the MP9 trying to be put to good use as Sapik will go down. Cynic's taking a lot of damage as Fear will fall. Manon using his Deagle to good effect. So the 3 M4s are still in play. The lesser weapons, so to speak, they have been put to good use early because a lot of damage has been done to Cynics. Although the kill wasn't gotten, the damage has been done. It's only going to take a bullet to take him out of the round, maybe a little bit piece of utility, but looking at the utility that Young Ninjas have, they are going to be very limited. They have a few smokes, a few flashbangs, as Nilo, he is just going to be playing from Coffin, sees the flash come over, LNC boosted up towards New Box, will find the first. He is going to drop off as Navi Junior push into the site. Cynics on 6 HP will find Nilo, as now they are just going to hold. The molly is going to force LNC out, but he actually gets towards the pillar here, and he's going to back away to Dark, but Pogorlov will take him down. Fozy now into a 1 versus 3. The flash will just keep him at bay for a little bit. Now, he's just having a little think if he wants to commit to this or not. He has no kit, so he is going to back away and save at least the M4, the util, and the armor into the next round. It's not going to be a great buy for the Young Ninjas side. You're looking at around 1900 loss bonus for every single player. and Navi Junior will be happy to pick up that round, only losing 2 men.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are looking quite good. In fact, when they started the execution towards B, I was like, yeah, I don't fancy their chances here because you have the player boosted towards New Box. You usually get the opening. You have one towards Ruins who's going to be picking on the back of the contact from New Box. So I was kind of seeing how this one could fall apart for Navi Junior. In fact, they managed to win the round, reset the economy of the CTs, and on paper, this should be their 3rd round now, as it's going to be the 4 USPs and the 1M4 in the hands of Fuzi, who will have to go aggressive and try and be as dangerous as possible. And you know, I love his gloves. You remember me and you were speaking about gloves in the pause. These ones are quite sick, actually.
Yeah, they're really nice. Definitely expensive. Every time I see gloves, I just think money. That's just, you know, the price of some skins.
Because you're all into money. Like you're always speaking about it. You're like crypto. Oh yeah, how do I make more money? Of course, only by illegal ways. At least when we're casting, but
of course. You know, money on the mind. You have to get the bread, Ted. You know, you have to be always on the grind.
24/7 hustle, you know.
24/7 hustle, you know it exactly. As we are gonna see Navi Junior hustling Young Ninjas a little bit here. LNZ left with only a pistol. They take care of the M4. They take limited damage as LNZ finds the first. Nearly actually gets a second there, but Fear will just about survive, and Cynics will take LNZ down. So Young Ninjas now have the money to go for a buy, as Navi Junior have a 3-1 lead. And it'll be interesting to see now with the utility that Young Ninjas have, how heavy Navi Junior are actually going to commit to the fight for Banana, and how heavy Young Ninjas are going to go for it as well, as we see 3 players head early on. So you'd expect maybe Young Ninjas to take Banana control very early.
Yeah, I guess they're going to have a flash lined up from Coffins, and they're going to try and retake Banana later on. And by the looks of things, that's going to be the case. LNZ just trying to hear if a Navi Junior player gets up close. There's the flash for the peak, but there's no one near enough. Punished for the Navi Junior side. They're going to just slow down playing the default for now, and that's because they realize it's the first buy round from Young Ninjas. They know that they just have enough time. They can play the default, and by the looks of things, they're going to execute this default in a perfect way possible. You know, you acquire Banana control, you get mid control, and then you just group up and play all together. You pretty much have the entire map covered. The CTs don't have any info on what's happening, so they need to stay. They can't go pushing. They can't go rotating. They need to hold with their positions as they are. And Navi Junior, this is going to be the split. 3 players from apartments, 2 from short. Young Ninjas will need to hold that bomb side. By the looks of it, Fuzi is toying with the idea to go for middle retake, but it might not be the best timing. Nyla, though, with a huge double kill. Manon and Fuzi as well. And Manon is going to finish it off with the double on his own. Young Ninjas, what a stellar defense towards that A-bomb side. The multi-kills were absolutely phenomenal.
What a hold there, as we see Young Ninjas just stop Navi Junior in their tracks. They try and go for that little pop. Just does not work out in the slightest. They have the money to go for the reinvestment in the next round, as we see the scores getting a little bit closer once again. Of course, if you're just joining us, Young Ninjas did take the first map. So if they win this, they will be advancing to the quarterfinals, where I believe, Ted, they will be taking on a team close to your heart. Yeah, a team very, very close to your heart. So that's a difficult game for them, for either of these teams. You know, Skate are a big dog in this event. And, you know, I think Young Ninjas and Navi Junior, they might have their work a little bit cut out for them. But I think either team that wins this, it will be a great series to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams want to get their chance to fight against Skate. But let's see who's going to come on top in this one, at least. Modesty taking out Fuzi Man to fight back, but Fear is gonna be there with the immediate refrag. There's the molly from Nyla to try and slow them down, dropping silently to a short, and he's going to go even further, pushing up front, and they might not be ready for it. Nyla, that's a really good play, but he's going to get overwhelmed. Fear winning the fight, and that's going to mean that the Young Ninjas go for the save just because they realize money isn't looking great. Navi are going to have their 4th round, and they're actually not looking too bad. We're starting to see why they chose to start on the T side.
Yeah, they favor the T side an awful lot, and you said maybe Navi Junior have something up their sleeve. Maybe they have a little surprise in store for Young Ninjas. Of course, it wouldn't take a genius to realize that Young Ninjas were probably gonna pick Inferno, considering out of the 2 BO3s that these teams have already played, Inferno was played. So they probably looked at that. They probably had a look at the demos to see what went wrong in the previous times that they played it, and maybe they are looking to fix it. And maybe starting out on this T side will give them that chance that they'll start well, which they have done, and they'll get a good foothold in this game. 4-2. It is still not a comfortable lead by any means. It's still very early doors in this first half. Young Ninjas now having a look at their economy. It's not in the best of positions. It'd be a pretty weird buy if they go for one. I don't think they will. It's probably just going to be a little half buy if they want to go for a buy at all. Fozy's going to be dropped over at Deagle because he wants to bring the op into the next round. They're getting 2,400 loss bonus. So unless we see a big round here from Young Ninjas, we should be seeing, a big round from the Rifles, that is. We should be seeing Navi Junior take a 5th T round.
Yeah, we should be on paper, of course. We know that if the Emperors get put into good use, we might see something collapsing here. And with this apartment's heavy presence and with the boost, this might be the beginning of it. There's the boost, but there's the Zeus as well. And no, Nilo, he's going to land that. You absolutely love to see it. Now, Fear deciding that he wants to just fall back. He doesn't want to give the AK in the hands of the CTs, but nonetheless, they managed to pick it up. And that's already 3 of the CTs with rifles. That makes it really dangerous. And look at that man charging forward, and they're not going to be ready for that later aggression. Now, do Young Ninjas realize, okay, we need to rotate people back towards the B-bomb side, or they stick to A and hope to save their weapons if it's not the right call? For the time being, Navi Junior, they have the right idea. There's going to be the B execute going in through. Sapik already toying with the idea. Lindsay as well. They can go for a boost if they're here on time. There's the smoke. Sapik, he's going to be quick enough to deploy that HE. If they go for the boost, they might have a time. Oh no, look at that flank. Look at the flank. Fuzi taking out Modesty from behind. Oh, and they're just going to head back. Fear with 1 man, and though with the refrag, this might just collapse for Navi Jr. Sapik punishing Cynics, trying to walk through the smoke. That's going to leave Onker in the 1v3, and he's going to go down. Young Ninjas, they steal it away, and they do it with 3 players alive as well.
Good round there from Young Ninjas, and it's once again, it wasn't really too much of the Rifles doing a little bit of work, but early on it was the pistols and the Zeus towards apartments that recovered the AK and gave Young Ninjas a huge chance in the round, and they were able to convert it. And if you're Navi Junior, let's be real, let's be honest here, Ted. They're not rounds that you should be losing. You need to win those rounds, and they're potentially rounds that can win or lose you a series. Because your money can be completely reset if they lose this round. And look at this, LNC going to get aggressive, finds the first spam through the smoke, he finds Nessie as well, and that's just sheer aggression here from Young Ninjas towards Banana. Unkra will pick up that AWP, will trade 1 back at least, as Foji will fall, and now the rotation has to come back over from Man and Nilo towards that balcony position. He has been absolutely superb the times that Navi Junior have come towards A, just thinking about that apps pop that they tried to pull off. He shut that down completely when he has been called into action. He has been very good. And look at this, the rotation towards A. Once again, the flash towards long is perfect from Nilo as Manon takes down Fear. And well, Sapik alone towards Banana as Navi Junior way towards the bottom of it. Sapik just needs to be careful that he is going for this jump spot, yes, but he needs to make sure that he doesn't get off, because if he goes down, he could be in a little bit of trouble. He takes a lot of damage. He doesn't have any util to drop to delay, so he needs to rotate to come in fast from his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Pogorello and Onker in the 2v4, they need to try and find this first player on top of Oranges, but Sapik is going to draw Pogorello, leaving Onker with the AWP. He's already gotten himself the first, but he will need to find 4 more, and it's just going to be impossible. Sapik taking him down, saving up the AWP as well for Fuzi, Young Ninjas. They're going to level things up, and the money on the Navi Junior side is not looking great. As ladies and gents, if you haven't heard of Coinbase before, it's pretty much the easiest place to get into crypto. Whether you're just getting started with some spare change or making a big purchase, they're the place to go. They also have articles to help you become an expert, and there's even some ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. So let's say you read articles, you watch videos, you slide into Zurfer's DMs and ask him for tips. You can earn some free cash, so make sure to check that one out. As for now, it's gonna be Young Ninjas to earn that free cash against the Eco, and this is how it should be.
This is how it should be, Ted. You know, this is how your rounds against Eco should go. Routine, you know, you should find kills early on, do a lot of damage with grenades, spam their LNC, will find a quick double. Unkra left last alive, and should be given no chance in the round. No damage at all. Manon actually spotted out there. Needs to be careful because Unkra will punish you, but he's looking for the headshot there. You can't blame him for being a little bit disciplined on the trigger there. But Young Ninjas are going to take the lead 5-4, and they're back into this first half. Now they have a great opportunity, Navi Junior, of course, with the buy back now once again, but look at the buy. They have 3 Galeals. They have no AWP to try and combat Fozy, who, if he has no op against him, he's just going to have free reign of the map, and he will just punish you, and I expect probably a big round from him.
Absolutely, the AWP needs to step up in the hands of Fuzi, and still there's no op on the other side to challenge, but they're going to go for the surprise middle play. Through the smoke with the flash they go, and they charge towards long. Manon now with the flash is going to try and charge in. Oh, good for 1 and good for 2, good for 3. Oh my god, Manon! What the hell is that? LNZ with 1 more, but Manon, he's done it, and this is just out of this world. In the moment that he just went through it, the fact that the first one was so messy, I was thinking he's just going to go down without a single one, but he does it. That's just a Tarek play. That was just try to look at me at my eyes, in my eyes, and tell me that this wasn't Tarek right there. That was just Manon going full Tarek mode with the flash.
That's absolute lunacy, Ted. That's what that is. Oh my. Drops a flash through. You think, yeah, okay, the Messi
Bro,
spray,
that's
the
Tarek's
control
son.
here. Oh, that third shot.
That's the child of Tarek.
Oh my god, that third shot onto Cynics. I feel a little bit sick watching that. That is absolutely disgusting. Young Ninjas will pick up that round from an absolute insane play from Manon. He's on 12 kills. He's top fragging the server. And now Navi Junior, they have to be wondering, what can we do if Manon's just doing plays like that? They're now only on Deagles here. Manon towards Apps here once again, drops a nade. Fear is going to push through, but he's already preemptively spamming. Manon takes him down. Now we are going to see Nilo peek out. He has a smoke in his hand as well that can just delay. Navi Junior are down to 4. And what can they really do here, Ted? They're in a world of trouble, and Young Ninjas are looking so good as we, you know, progress on to the later stages of this first half.
They do, absolutely. Individually and team-wise, they're just looking out of this world. Manon, hungry for more. You know, the big apple, but this time it's Manon who's hungry. He's just looking on fire. And I was about to speak about Milo and his performance the last map. He was 23 and 17. Again, he's doing really well. Sapik? Yeah, you know, things like that happen. They do happen. Manon, he's going to continue insulting the injury, taking out Modesty. You know, it's not going to be a good eco if you don't get 1 kill for Navi Junior. And Sapik, he's just too good for that. He was like, yeah, I don't want to just rely on these guys to get a kill. I will feel bad for them. I will just do it for them. A bit of a gift. And Fuzi is going to give a bit of a gift to Bogorelov in the form of a free haircut.
Free haircut going the way of
Did you get
Navi
a haircut, by the way?
No, bro. Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm hearing that from 2 months. Every single time we speak about it is tomorrow.
Oh, bro. Trust me. it's tough out here, but I actually am getting one tomorrow. I'm going to be looking well. You know, it was really that time that in the chat, that guy roasted me with the swoopy Barnett comment. That one absolutely
Look
destroyed
at his
me.
trim.
Yeah, look at that fella's trim. And I was like, oh, okay, right, I need to do something about it. So it's getting done tomorrow. Don't you worry. I'll be looking slick as always from now on in our next cast. Is Nilo, he's trying to look pretty slick here, getting aggressive towards bedroom, but Fear, he will just about survive. A lot of damage being done there. Sapik tagged down to around half HP as well. Nobody gone down just yet. Manesi firing through the smoke, trying to get a little bit lucky. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck. You have to go for some plays like that and hope for the best, but nothing will come of it. A minute and 10 seconds left as Navi Jr. They're going to take brackets. The molly is going to force Manon now out of position. He's actually just going to sit in the Molotov and burn to a crisp, which is an interesting play. But Sapik's going to walk on forward. Manesi will find a second, as now Fuzi will pull one back. 50 seconds left, and Navi Jr., they're going to commit to this A site where Nilo and Fuzi are. Fuzi will find another with that AWP, goes down. There's now Nilo left alone towards the pit. Pogorlov, he was spooked.
Chicken.
He was spooked by the chicken. He will go down anyway. LNZ now into the 1v1. Has an AK in his hand as Pogorlov drops onto the site and tries to get the bomb plant down. LNZ making lots of noise. Rushes onto the site. Spots him out. But this smoke might cause a little bit of chaos as LNZ is going to get up on top of the balcony. He should spot out Pogorlov here. He has a nade. He has a molly, which will force him out of position. He's going to get close. Now LNZ, he knows exactly where he is. He knows he has to be playing close here. He drops off the box, now going back to his previous position. And LNZ spots him out. That's just perfectly played by him. He is so patient, and he will win Young Ninjas the round because of it.
You know, patience is the way to describe that. I'm even surprised that players like that, young players like that, manage to show these balls in these kinds of situations. You're being so disciplined with it. You're waiting it out so much, kind of just luring the Navi Junior player to crumble under the pressure and go for a peak that he hasn't necessarily calculated. And you know, usually you see these kinds of plays work out when, for example, a team like, let's say it was the Rio NIP, like the first lineup to play against Navi Junior, then you would see these kinds of plays because they know that they have a lot more experience than these guys. They know that they would be crumbling under the pressure, so that's the reason they're waiting out so much. But Young Ninjas, they should be on the same level mentally as Navi Junior, but for now, they're just looking like they're looking like a stable tier 2, tier 3 team. They're showing the nerves of an experienced player, and that's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, these guys just keep getting better and better. Every time I watch them as Sapik, he will find that kill now onto Sidix. That Molly's going to push Unkra back. No chance of a refrag coming in here from Navi Jr. as the util is just going to be dropped. And Top Banana is still under control of Young Ninjas. Now they are going to fall away. They're going to boost the player up and just play from the site because they realize Navi Jr., they're going to have to take it. They're going to have to make a little bit of noise and they will have the information then. Fuzi's going to be flashed. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you flash him, he still hits the shot. Manesi goes down. Navi Jr. down to 3. And Young Ninjas in complete control of this round. If 3 players now, even a 4th, rotate over towards this A site. Manon from pit finds the first kill. Nilo from the balcony. And Unkra left now alone from short. Down to 7 HP. Finds a double, looking for a triple if he can find it onto Manon. Hold on a second. He has a chance. Taps the bomb. Here's the shots behind him. Now goes to look towards short. Jumping up on top of the box. And LNZ is ready for it. Takes him down. 9-4 is the scoreline. LNZ, he's 14-3.
Yeah, and you know, the crazy part is, if he's 14 of age now, that's going to be really funny. No, he's 18. Okay, he's not that young. I was like, you're saying LNZ, he's 14-3, and I'm like, is he speaking about his age?
No, definitely not. No.
You know, it's quite impressive. Like, obviously we're joking with it, but I'm joking with them being so young. But obviously it's quite impressive because they're so young and they're doing so well for both sides. Not only Young Ninjas, Navi Junior as well, but look at that from LNZ. Speaking about him, he gets furious of us making fun of his age, and he goes absolutely huge. Sapik, he's gonna do the same, taking down Fear, going for number 2. Anchor there with the 1-for-1, but at this point, they've done more than enough. 3 kills here on the defense. Manon, he's already rotated. He's gonna hear that, goes for the spam. Still doesn't connect, but there goes the spam through the smoke. Modesty down to 7. Anchor as well is heavily tagged, and that's just not gonna look so well for the Navi Junior side. 36 HP combined for both players. as the retake goes on. One player from Banana Onkero will have to land the headshot immediately, but he's not going to be ready for the peek from Nilo, leaving Monis in the 1v3. He's going to get spotted, and he's going to get taken down. Double digits for Young Ninjas. This is not looking as close as Vertigo by any means.
No, not by any means. And Young Ninjas, they're looking very strong, Ted. I mean, you know, it looked a little bit close in the first few rounds, but it's the same old story that we've seen on Vertigo. You know, Navi Junior, they made it close after the first few rounds, but Young Ninjas made a comeback. They're looking a lot stronger now. And, well, if you want your economy to look like the CTs, or, well, if you want your skins to look like the CTs and indeed the Ts throughout this game, well, you can go ahead and check out CS Money. You can maybe pick up some of the nice skins on offer. That M9 Bayonet is absolutely superb. You can trade some of your wasteful inventory, your CS skins, your waste, you know, and probably upgrade them and get better ones. We talk about skins equals wins, Ted, all the time. And, you know, we see some sick skins on offer. Those hand wraps as well that Manon has, they are absolutely amazing. They're probably one of my favorites as well. So you can definitely pick them up on CS.money.
Yeah, these are quite sick. You know, I've been thinking about getting gloves for some time now, but you know, I'm a bit tight with buying gloves, so I will think about it a bit more. But these are quite sick. Like the gloves of the players in the server are quite sick. I love the Cobalt Skulls, but for now it's gonna be Manon who's not gonna look his because he got caught looking at them, and Fuzi's there to fight back with one. Still though, Mido has been acquired for Navi Junior. 10-4 down. They need to get this one. Otherwise, they will have to go for the comeback from 11-4. But Pogorelov, by the looks of things, he doesn't want to go for a comeback. He wants to finish it off on himself. And Pogorelov, he's going to find a second, leaving Kalenzi and Sapek in the 2 versus 4. There should be no chances for them whatsoever. But, you know, while this round just ends, I want to speak a bit about how much of a success this Young Ninjas project is for NIP. Like, I feel like Navi Junior are on the right way because their team has been looking quite better than their last iterations of it, their last attempts. But Young Ninjas, this is a project that you started just a couple of months ago. One of your academy players is already on the first team. That's ZTR. He's doing an absolutely perfect job. And by the looks of it, when you look at these 5 in the server, I don't feel like there is a single one of them that doesn't deserve to get in the first team. I feel like every single one of them, if he gets picked up, he's going to do good in the first team. That's quite scary for the others. I have no idea how NIP have done that. I have no idea where they found these guys from, but I'm really impressed. I am really impressed because, you know, you don't have some random kids on the other side of the server. You have people like Monacy, like Honker. Monacy, he's been pointed out as one of the greatest CSGO talents of the next generation, and you're making him look like he doesn't have any idea on what to do here. He's just helpless in the server against you. NIP, that's just props to them because this team looks really stellar.
Yeah, I mean, it just really just goes to show the next generation of Swedish Counter-Strike, it has a lot going for it. You know, just seeing how good these young guns are. And as you said, you know, like this is a relatively new project, especially, you know, they only picked up LNZ, 2 months ago? ZTR made the transition into the first team roster. You know, there was always the question of whether Young Ninjas were going to be very good, but I don't know, you know, if anyone expected Young Ninjas to be as good as they are. You know, they're sitting 39th in the HLTV rankings. They've got some insane wins under their belt, you know, in Tropic, you know, they've beaten Navi Junior. I'm just talking about, you know, the 5 BO3s that they've won in like the past few weeks. Gorillas in Tropic, Navi Junior, Carante as well. You know, there's some big names that they have actually taken down. And in their last 5 BO3s, they've only dropped 1 map against, you know, some top level teams and some absolutely huge names. So I think really the sky is the limit for this lineup. And every time I watch them, they only get better and better. Navi Junior, they're gonna need to find something in this pistol early on. Manesi now with a double and a triple, looking for the fort, runs out of ammo. Sapik will take him down, but he's done enough as he uses the CZ to absolute perfection. But that just begs the question, Ted, why doesn't my CZ do that?
I can answer you.
Answer it truthfully.
No. Listen, when you get a kill, what nickname do you see on your top right corner? Does it say Zerfer?
Yeah,
that's the reason. It doesn't say Monacy, right?
True.
Yeah, maybe you can change your nickname to Monacy and it might work.
I'll try it. Hopefully that'll work.
You know, it will. I truly believe it will. Or you can just play in You can just play in 2K low face it will work again.
True. Need to get back. Need to play
just down the hill a little bit. Go down to 2K 2.1, 2.2. It's gonna be easy stuff then. Yeah, it's gonna look like that.
Stop playing the 3K lobbies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a nice idea. Although I have a theory that a level 7 is better than a 3K low player.
It's a mad theory, but sometimes I would agree.
You know, I find it easier to play against 3K low than level 7. I shit you not. Like, I'm not even joking.
It's harder to predict. It is harder to predict. As Navi Junior, they're going to be hoping to predict this rush into the B bomb site. Fear, he will find Nilo. As Young Ninjas, they lose one man. He's the only casualty as they make their way into the B site. But Manon is going to be taken down through the smoke as the bomb plant has been gotten at least. And now Young Ninjas, they have to try and hold on, committing to the retake here. Fozy does not want to peek out just yet. LNZ will take down Cynic's Fear close with this MP9. As LNZ is going to peek off, Pogurlov will take him. Then Sapik finds one, dinks up a second. But Young Ninjas will all fall. Navi Junior, they will pull off that retake. The bomb plant is good. The little bits of damage that Young Ninjas did as well is superb. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see, are we going to see a half buy or are we going to see an investment here from Young Ninjas? And it looks like we are going to see the half buy. Maybe if they took 3 or 4 kills in that round, we might see them go for the force and hope to maybe break the Navi Junior economy. But with only 2 kills, they are just going to go for the upgraded pistols.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that decision because you know that still Navi Junior don't have their economy built up. So you're going to be able to do some damage with the pistols, maybe hope to keep their money at bay. And in the meantime, you're going to be able to fully invest with the AKs in the next one. So pretty much good decision from Young Ninjas. And we've seen these rounds work on Vertigo. We've seen these ones work here on Inferno as well. So they're still not to be written off just yet as they have the HE stack. And where are they going to throw this one? That really, really can change the tempo of this entire game. There's 2 of the HEs and there's the flashes. There they go. Number 1, number 2. Cynics, he's just having some fun. Fear is going to add on to that. But LNZ, wait a second. He's made that one too. But Monacy, though, through the smoke. Oh, that's just heartbreaking. What a way to deny the bomb plant. Sapik, in the end, he's going to get it. And he has an info as well to put to good use. If he takes down one more, that's going to be success. But yeah, no chance for him. Not from that position. Onker is going to take him down. 8 on the board for Navi Junior. But Young Ninjas are going to be more than happy with how this one went.
Yeah, that's just not a position that you're going to get a multi-kill. Sitting in the fountain. And, well, it just doesn't work out. Navi Junior, they are going to get their 3rd CT round in a row. They're now within 2 of Young Ninjas, but this is the danger now. Young Ninjas, they actually have rifles in their hands. They've the AWP in the hands of Fozy. And, well, actually, something that we didn't see on the T side all too often. Manesi has an AWP now on the CT side. So that could be a key factor for Navi Junior. We'll have to see what he does. He might go for an aggressive peek towards middle. He's going to be flashed as he is waiting to see if he spots anything out. Nobody is going to peek into him just yet. And now realizing that he could be peaked from second middle. He is gonna just play a little bit safer. LNZ waiting maybe to be flashed through the smoke. There's actually a boost going on here from NAVI Jr. Fear over the top of the wall. LNZ will find one. He's not ready for the second player though. Cynics will trade it out, but Sapek is there for a trade of his own, tapping through the smoke, doing little bits of damage to Unkra, but no kill. Man advantage to Young Ninjas, and now NAVI Jr. could be in a little bit of trouble here.
It could be indeed. Towards that A bomb side out to defend, and Young Ninjas, by the looks of it, they're gonna head straight towards this. Do they have enough utility to try and obscure the vision from the AWP? Modesty, he shouldn't be given duels like that, and Madden, he's gonna peek into him. No refract potential because of the mold as well. Modesty, he's gonna welcome that with open arms. Nilo missing his chance to punish him, and that's going to give him even more chances, but Sapek, there it goes with the kill onto Pogarello. Modesty with one more, but Sapek is going to punish him. Now Onkara left in the 1v2. He's already made his way up close, walking through the smoke, already on the side, but Fuzi is there and waiting with the AWP, not missing anytime soon, even slaying the chicken after to show his dominance on the map, and that's going to be Young Ninjas taking round number 11 for themselves. NAVI Jr. are going to struggle with the money a bit, but ladies and gents, for now, if you haven't heard of Red Magic, they've just launched their new gaming phone series with 165 hertz refresh rate. So if you want to get good at mobile games, you can get that one. It's going to help you a lot. Me and Zerf like it a lot.
Yeah, it's a very interesting phone. We love it, you know, just seeing the 165 refresh rate. I did not even think that was possible, but Red Magic have certainly made it. So definitely make sure to go and check that out. The world's smoothest smartphone, as we see now. Young Ninjas are hoping for a smooth round here, but look at the stack towards short, and Young Ninjas, they have two players towards the apartments. Nilo is just going to smoke off now towards long. If he peeks out towards short, he could be spotted out. Unkra going to tag him down a little bit. He is going to be pushed. Nilo, he's going to need to be good here. Finds two, but Manon is on hand now to get the trades as he finds a triple kill. Only one man will fall as Young Ninjas make it 12. A 4-round lead, Ted. That's, you know, a difficult task for NAVI Jr. The thing that they have going for them, though, is this buy round. But having a look at the economy, 2,400 loss bonus, it's not looking too good. This is a must-win round, because if they lose this, they're going to be on an eco. If they lose a site early on, we probably will see a save from NAVI Jr. But you're looking at 13-8, possibly even 14-8, and then it might just be a little bit too far out of reach.
Yeah, it might be Navi. They need to make this one work. It's going to be do or die. And Sapek, he's so aggressive. And he's going to take down Fear. Fear, ask him what he saw, because he doesn't have an idea. Modesty is going to fight back onto Nilo, but that's not going to help out his teammate. Cynics, all alone, needs to stay alive. There's the rotation. Onkara deploying the molly. But Sapek, he's already crossed, and they're waiting for it. All of the NAVI Junior players have rotated back towards that B-bomb side. They will have to hold, and Onkara, he's going to do exactly that. There's one, tries to go for two, but Fuzi's there with the AWP. Still, there is one player alive towards New Box. Modesty is going to fall, same for Zenix, and Bogorelov, he's left in the 1v3. Somehow, someway, his entire team has been just cleaned off the map, leaving him in the clutch. He needs to win this one for his team, because otherwise, as you said, they're going to be going down to the doldrums of the 14-8.
He needs to try and maybe save this. There's no chance he's going to retake this site. Well, I'm already writing him off here. Manon is going to spot him out. He is going to tag him down. Tries to pick up the M4 to back away, but Manon will eliminate him from the round. And look at the money. We talked about it at the beginning of the last round. Well, it's not good. It is not good in the slightest. The money is not there for NAVI Jr. They have to go with pistols. They'll be hoping now to see, can they do what Young Ninjas managed to do on a lot on Vertigo? You know, just steal away a few rounds. You know, that's what they're going to need to do, or else, you know, you're looking at 14-8. We see Fear going for an aggressive deagle shot. He won't be able to pull it off. LNZ will get the first kill as now we see Young Ninjas with a one-man advantage. Make it 2. Cynics will fall. And this should be a routine round for Young Ninjas. It should be 14-8. And I feel, Ted, that this might be just a little bit too out of reach now for Navi Jr. Fear. He spots out one player, actually gets Nilo to walk into his crosshair. Manon is holding. He's so passive, waiting for Manesi. Peeks out. We'll find a second and a third.
Okay.
This guy, Manon, is... I know it's only against Ecos, but he is absolutely insane. 24 and 14. He had an insane game on Vertigo as well. He is definitely a man to watch. A man and to watch, if you will. Apologies, that was a terrible pun, but he's definitely somebody you should be keeping an eye on in the up-and-coming scene.
You know, it was a terrible pun, but we've already heard that your accent is awful, so it's understandable. Like, yeah, we don't expect anything.
You're not expecting that in big from me. It's fair. It's fair.
I'm sorry. I love you. Brother. I love you, brother. For now, it's going to be Navi Jr., though, who are not going to be loving their Swedish brothers. Onker trying to be aggressive, gets the timing, gets the kill as well, and there is no refrag to follow up. So that's a nice opening kill for Navi Jr., but they will need a lot more of that. 14-8 down on the map choice of their opponents. And, you know, they've been even struggling to convert rounds where they have the advantage. Modesty, though, he's going to make sure that this turns out to be a 2-man advantage as he takes down one more over towards Boiler. Now, Young Ninjas, they need to try and walk through that with the flashes, but Modesty and Onker are there. They're not going to give up anytime soon. There's one from Sapik just to make it, just to make it seem a bit more fair, but in the end, it was just a meat grinder. Navi Jr., a stellar defense in round number 23, but they will need to do it again in 24.
They'll need to do it again in 24 is right, as, you know, having a look. The economy is going to be good on 3 players. Manesi and Pogorlov, they are the only 2 that'll suffer if Navi Jr. do lose this round, but if, you know, Navi Jr. do lose this round, it is going to be 15-9. They have to pretty much play perfect Counter-Strike from here on out. They can't afford to make any more mistakes. And, well, Young Ninjas, bar that last round, they have looked pretty solid on their T side. Fear going to peek off of him. He's actually full away. Oh, that's so unlucky. He's very lucky not to go down there. Actually manages to try and get away, but the molly will burn him. And he's gotten very unlucky in that round. The flash is just catching him completely off guard. He had absolutely no idea where he was. And now Young Ninjas have a man advantage. And this is where Navi Jr. have struggled to actually pick up rounds. Smoke towards mid-sight, as we might see Young Ninjas commit. Fuzi rattling off a few off shots through the smoke, but nothing will connect. Still a minute left on the clock, so they've plenty of time to rotate towards A. The only thing is they don't really have too much map control. Yes, they have apartments, but they have no brackets control. Navi Jr., though, it is going to be difficult for them because they have literally no information anywhere towards the map.
Yeah, and that's the risk of being so defensive, like, especially when you're with a man down, even if it's equal, playing and being so defensive doesn't give you any information to go on the back of. And now when they go for the execution, Pogorelov, okay, what good can you do? You take down one advanced. In this scenario, he doesn't even get the first, but you take down one. Okay, even if you take down 2, that's the round over. Your teammates can't win it from the 3 versus 3 retake like that because there's so much utility as well left on the T side, and that's the save. Navi Jr., they're going to give this one up. It's going to be 15 on the board for Young Ninja, 6 in a row. Try and close out the map and the series, as Young Ninjas, they're already on the hunt and they can't wait to face Skate in the quarterfinals by the looks of it. Navi Jr., they did put up a fight, but these exit kills for Manon, these are just the kills that tell you pretty much how the entire series went. It was just Young Ninjas being the hunters, and Navi Jr., unfortunately for them, they're the prey.
Fortunately, they are the prey, as Fuzi will take down Manesi. Nothing is going to be saved on Navi Jr.'s side. That's going to be map and series point to Young Ninjas to eliminate Navi Jr. from Blast Horizon. And we are going to see a technical pause come in now from, I believe, the Navi Jr. side. So we will be waiting until this is sorted, as it looks like we are just going to be waiting to get into what could possibly be the final round of the series. LNZ having a little bit of a laugh to himself, you know, high spirits. Of course, you would be full of high spirits. You're on map and series point. You've played well, you know, there's nothing really to be sad about, and your economy is looking superb. And if you want your money to be looking superb, definitely take a look at Coinbase. You can invest in crypto over there if you haven't checked out any crypto already. If you've no idea, they have articles to help you become an expert. They even have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. I do enjoy trading on crypto. It's whether even if you're just getting started with some spare change, or if you're making a big purchase, they really are the place to go. So make sure to go ahead and check them out, and you could make some bank.
Yeah, and you can spend like 10 hours a day on your phone looking at crypto, as Zerfer does.
Yep.
As for now, it's gonna be Young Ninjas to show us that they have been spending 10 hours a day in front of a screen, but it has been in front of the PC playing CS, because they're looking quite sharp. 6 rounds in a row in which they will have the chance to close things out and win the map and the game, which will secure them the quarterfinal spot and the chance to play against Skate, who are currently ranked actually number 18th in the world. So I feel like this tournament might be the chance of Young Ninjas to break through in the top 30, and this will be a massive thing to achieve. But Pogorelov doesn't think like that. He's going to be good for 2 on the pistol, switches down to the AK, but the LNZ is still there, and he's been having some fun taking down the pit player. Now Pogorelov, he's found 2, he needs more, there's number 3, but the damage has been done. And looking at Sapik, he's going to take down Fear. The 2 versus 2 is on. Cynics and Pogorelov both heavily tagged for a combined of 65 HP. Fuzi, he's going to push into the side with the dual Berettas. Taking down Pogorelov. This might be the final nail in the coffin, and it will indeed be the final nail of the coffin if Cynics goes down, but he's gonna pick up the first, looking for number 2. There's the mid-top shot, switches back to the pistol, tries to go for the fight, but Fuzi is gonna get the better of him. The dual Berettas, the EHA pistols as you call them, are gonna do the job. Young Ninjas winning the series and the map 16-9 on Inferno and 2-0 in the bag, knocking out Navi Jr. out of the Blast Rising.
And look at that, the fist pump from LNZ. He knows exactly what that means, and he's absolutely delighted with the way himself and his teammates have played. As you know, we see a little bit of despair on the faces of the Navi Junior side, and you know, you can completely understand. It's a disappointing way to go out. You go out a little bit of a giggle from Manesi there, so you know, you have to take it a little bit lightheartedly, of course. You know, it is disappointing, but you know, they did play very well. It's GG's to them, of course, but sadly they have been eliminated from the event. And well, it is going to be young NIP going on to face Skade in the quarterfinals. And Ted, I know you being a Bulgarian man, you know, a big fan of Skade, that is going to be a very interesting one. Definitely one that you are going to be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be one hell of a game, and I can say that Young Ninjas, they deserve their spot there. Of course, fair play to Navi Junior. They did play a really good best of 3, and I must give it to them. With every single time that I watch them, they're performing better. It does seem like they're still struggling to close out their games. They're still struggling in the mid part of a game. We see them starting really well on both maps, but after that, just crumbling mid-game. And this is something that they need to work on a bit. But overall, I don't feel like they should be disappointed with their performance. They made it to the round of 16. They put on a fight against Young Ninjas. They didn't make it an easy task, but the Ninjas, they just looked like the better team. And we spoke about this before the start of the series. Navi, they look like an academy team, but the Young Ninjas, they look like a proper team. And it just shows the difference just shows.
Yeah, it really does, you know, and definitely, you know, some positives to take away from the Navi Junior side though as well. Like it's not all negative. Yeah. We can't be too negative. We can't be too harsh or too critical. Young NIP were just the better team on the day, and they managed to win the series in 2-0 style, and that will mean that, you know, out of the 7 maps that they have played, well, NIP have taken all 7 games that they played against Navi Junior. So it's a pretty good record to have against them. I believe we should be getting an interview with one of the young NIP players in the next few moments. So we'll have a quick little chat with him, with whoever it may be, to see, you know, what their thoughts on a fantastic game was, and maybe indeed their thoughts against Skade.
I think that we just got a word from production. We're gonna wait a little bit more. If we don't get a word from them, we're gonna be heading into a short break. But for now, we might just get an interview. And you know, one of the main things that I'm interested in is how Young Ninjas are seeing their chances against Skade in the next one, because this is gonna be one of the most interesting games so far. Skade going into this tournament, I feel like they're one of the highest rated teams, if not the highest rated team out of all of the teams here, and indeed they are number 18 in the world. They are the favorites to win this entire event, and for Young Ninjas, it's going to be extremely tough against them, but it's going to be a nice chance to show that they're ready to hop in the top 30, to show that they're ready to compete with other teams and not necessarily being looked over as the academy team of NIP. Because at this point, you know, Anonymous, they're a team that's a part of the tier 2, tier 3 scene. They did put up a fight. They did make it really tough for NIP in both times that they played them, unfortunately. But you see, Young Ninjas, they're actually managing to do damage against the same kind of opposition as Anonymous is. And they're managing to win against teams like Entropic. So at what point does this question get into your head? Are actually the Young Ninjas nearly as good as NIP? And can they potentially even make it a close game if they play against them?
That's, you know, the big question, you know, on everyone's mind. It'll be very interesting to see. I believe we are just getting word that we will have an interview with LNZ in the next few moments, so he will be we'll be able to get his thoughts on that BO3. And, you know, there's some tough games for Young Ninjas ahead, but definitely, you know, what they've showed there, I honestly think they could be, you know, maybe a dark horse in this event. They maybe could put up a really strong fight, and we could actually see them go for a run, maybe even past the quarters. We could see them get into the semis and maybe even the final. You know, it is going to be a tough task, of course, with Skade in front of them, but we will just have to wait and see what that one will bring. But for now, you know, just a thought, Ted, you know, Inferno, did you think it was going to be as close as it was? You know, you made your prediction. It was a little bit, what, it was 16-8, I believe, you predicted at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and it ended up 16-9, so I'm quite happy. Things went by the way that I expected them to go. I did expect NAVI to put on a fight in maybe the early stages of the game, or maybe in the later rounds to put on a fight, but in the grand scheme of things, I didn't really fancy the chances of NAVI there, only because Young Ninjas, they seem like a really well-structured team. And, you know, we spoke about this one. There isn't a player with a really high rating for the past 3 months on the Young Ninja side, but that doesn't mean that they're not performing. That means that they're kind of going for that, let's say, Astralis type structure, where there's no like hard carries in the team, for example, like Monacy is on the Navi side, but necessarily it's like all for one and one for all. Like everyone is playing for the team and for the greater good. They're not playing around one player, and that just shows the difference. That just makes it look like they're really dominant. And when all of the players are extremely skilled individually, it does really make it easier. But for now, we will have LNZ actually joining with us for a quick little interview. LNZ, hello, my friend. How are you feeling after the game? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. I'm feeling very great. I think this is like we played them a lot of times, and I'm satisfied that we haven't lost against them yet. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, you know, absolutely superb the way that you guys played. Just let's have a little chat about Vertigo first of all. Me and Ted spoke about it at the beginning. We kind of gave it as Navi's only chance to actually pick up the victory in this series. You know, they had to beat you on their map pick, of course. A few days ago, you did beat them 16-14. On your CT side, they went heavily towards A. It looked like you guys took a little bit longer to kind of react to it, to focus more towards the A. Are you happy with how you played on the CT side?
I think we could have played much better on the CT side. There were some rounds where we didn't really have the same idea of how we wanted to play the round, and we also didn't do as good as we could have done. Yeah, I think we could have done much better actually, but I'm satisfied that we got a better score this time than the last time we played them.
Yeah, you know, you've been a part of this team. You're actually the newest member of this team, and you had a really tough task to fill the boots of ZTR, who went to the first team of NIP, and you've been looking really good. It feels like you managed to find your place in this unit of NIP. So talk us a bit through it. How are you finding your first experience in a team like that? Because you haven't been necessarily a part of a team before. And do you feel like you can achieve good things because you're just on the edge of breaking it into a top 30?
Yeah, as you said, we're almost in the top 30 soon, and I hope we will break into the top 30 in a couple of weeks. And I think I haven't done anything special to find my place in the team. I have just adapted to my roles and what we can do better and what I can do better. And I think a good performance from me is not because I play good, because my teammates play good as well. Because it's hard to get good stats when we lose, and my team always makes it through and gets these insane multi-frags, and I think it comes a lot to my teammates as well. If I play good, it's not only about me.
Yeah, you know, that is a very humble approach to that one. And you're speaking about the multi-kills there, Manon, I don't know if you did see it. He had an insane 3k spray. He'll definitely be showing you that one in the highlight reel. He'll be clipping that one and showing it to you later in the TeamSpeak, no doubt. But, you know, we'll talk about Inferno. It looked like Navi Jr., they started out on the T side. Were you surprised that they picked the T side? Usually, you know, a lot of teams, they want to start on the CT. Were you prepared for that at all?
I wasn't prepared, and I didn't expect the T pick. But if you look at why they did it, I think it's because they got shit on last game when they played the CT side. They really struggled it against us, and I guess our playstyle is really hard for them to adapt to. And I think that could have been one reason why. And I think they wanted to change something so that they don't lose as big as they did the last game.
Yeah, you know, we got really impressed by the way that you guys approached Inferno, and one of the main things that we were speaking about in the end was actually the fact that you managed to make it look like a really big difference, because apparently you should be on the same level as Navi Junior in terms of that both of you guys are academy teams, right? But you do seem a bit more like a team, and do you really think that they're still too chaotic, or you're just way better in a way that you've managed to adapt yourself to the way that other teams in the tier 2, tier 3 scene are playing? Because it did really seem like there is a big difference between the way that you guys approach the game.
I think they just have a hard time like playing against our playstyle, because we can both be passive and we can also be very like chaotic, as you said as well. And I think we have a good mixture of that, and it could be really hard to play passive against us as well, because we know what to do about that as well. And I think their whole approach is just for us really easy to play against. But I've seen Navi Junior kick asses of other teams that are on the same level, and I think that could have an impact on like the style of that we have of CS. Like our style of CS is easier for us to play against them with.
Yeah, I think so. You know, you played absolutely superb today. Again, congratulations on your victory. Just thoughts, you know, now you've a quarterfinal game against Skade. That is a very difficult task ahead of you. Of course, you know, you've seen Skade. They've been playing absolutely unbelievable. I'd just like to get your thoughts on that game.
Yeah, as you said, they're a really good team, and they've been having really good results, and I think we've lost both times that we played them, but I think we've become much better since we played them last time, and I think they will have a much harder task this game.
Okay, so you're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to it as well. LNZ, thank you for coming by for the interview. GG's for your game. We can't wait to see you perform against Kate, and we can't wait to follow up your run going further in the Blast Rising.
Yep. Thank you, boys. Have a good one.
You too, mate. You too. That was LNZ, of course. Linus, very thankful for him to join us on the casting desk for that interview. And, you know, he's a little bit humble
a really humble and great guy, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit humble there, you know.
Yeah.
When he plays well, it's his team. It is a team game, of course, yeah, but his impact in the team since he has joined, you know, it has been absolutely insane. And well, as we said, Ted, we look very much forward to them playing against Skate in the quarterfinals. But I believe that is going to be it from us. There is another game coming up. It is going to be DBL PONEY taking on Nordavind. That one is going to be a banger. Sadly, it's not going to be covered by us two. But we hope you enjoyed the cast. And Ted, any final thoughts from you, mate?
Well, final thoughts. Again, GG's to the young ninjas. We can't wait to see how they perform against Skate. Ladies and gents, it has been, as always, an absolute pleasure for both me and Zerver to cast for you. We hope that you have enjoyed the cast, and we can't wait to see you soon again. But for now, we're going to be going into a short break before the last game of today, which is going to be double PONEY facing Nordavind, as Jack already said. That one is going to be a banger, so make sure you don't miss it out. Stay safe.
Raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. Thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. Inside of circles that don't quite align, please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line
find. But when I ways and lift our lies over the hill, I passed you by. Black rose swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast, then it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Below the hill, below the hill, below the hill, below the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead.
I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to. Some about you above the water, hovering south to cause a stream on the beach. His wife and daughter wave will love you. Hope he sees his mind is drifting closing chapters, looking backwards and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam blood. Steam blood. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta steam blood. There's
your high hopes, love so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel the sun again. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. With a sound. Your pain, let it all go. Your chance, your every low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down, down, and it's okay.
this mountain. Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Ain't nobody here to teach me. How am I to reach up high? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me fly. Watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't no secrets here to tell me. How am I to reach the stars now? Oh, are you still beside me?
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Blast Rising. Of course, we are in with Double Pony up against Nordavind. It is yet again another round of 16 game, and I am here, of course, with Retro. We are ready and raring to get into this one. I'm pretty excited to see what these teams have got for us. I think, you know, straight out of the gate with this, obviously Double Pony making a mark at Flashpoint recently, but Nordavind, there's a lot of strong names here. There's really a lot of potential behind this team, both of them bursting onto the scene very, very quickly and looking to make a mark.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of casting both of these teams, I do believe, on Tuesday when I was running some ECA advanced games, just having a watch and getting my teeth sunk into a fairly new Double Pony. And I must admit, they are looking very good. You know, you look at the names, and I guess it's one of those things where, you know, you look at the names, you're like, okay, this team has potential, and they do. You know, arguably some of the best talent at some points. You know, you got the likes of Body there, Dejoko, an up and comer. Well, I say an up and comer. He's been around for a little while, but you know, he's really proven himself now. And of course, you know, Lucky, and then on top of that, you know, the whole roster in itself pretty strong. And Nordavind, we've seen a fair bit of them, and I think success in the recent Home Sweet Home tournaments and things like that. You know, making it to main Swiss, I do believe, once. And so, you know, for them, it was a very interesting one to sort of watch and witness their progression over time. It's going to be an interesting one, I think, more than anything. I'm super excited to get into this and sort of have a look into how deep this will go, because of course it's a best of 3, and as the whole tournament goes, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I've watched Nordavind perform on Mirage in the ECA Advanced. Double Pony struggled against Grand on Inferno, but I think that they know where they went wrong in that game, and so I'm hoping that they can correct that and move forward. So, I mean, this, I feel like, is quite a coin flip matchup, I feel like.
Yeah, there's certainly some vulnerability for Double Pony, isn't there? It does feel like very French kind of team, more of a stopgap sort of thing going on. MBK coming in and out, and obviously questions around whether he could play during Flashpoint. He ended up being able to do so, but for today he's not going to be playing. I believe we've got Exercise coming in to play for him instead, but then their HLTV roster says Nono 2K, so you know what I mean, there's like a lot of question marks around Double Pony, and it's going to be hard to find that consistency when you've got so many changes going on. Nordavind, meanwhile, a project that I think started pretty well, making some marks with their Norwegian roster and whatnot, but has now moved into more of an international roster. HS coming in, maybe the birth of that really, and then the team being built around him. You got Mertz and Tensky, obviously from the Danish scene, moving through from their respective teams, and Mertz making quite a mark, I would say, towards the tail end of the North organization, not even just lineup, but the organization. Mirbit, always an outlier in the German scene. I think for me, he looked really solid when he was playing for Sprout, but they let him go. And since then, he's struggled to find his feet. And Super, a very similar story with Gambit, right? Don't necessarily think that at the time the Gambit roster he was a part of was looking bad, but they needed a push, in a stronger direction, really. And ultimately, he was the move to be made. But it's not like he was, I think, lagging behind or a difficult one to justify. It was just a case of maybe like Hobbit coming in and filling those shoes, and that seemed to be, at least initially with the Gambit roster, that's exactly what he did. So yeah, I think it's a really difficult one to call for those reasons. We've got an axe to grind for Double Pony, the Frenchman with the axe to grind, especially the likes of Body and Lucky, who we've seen play at the top level before. They want to get back to that. And then Nordavind, I think you say this a lot about this kind of roster, about this kind of team. There's a lot of potential here, and whatnot. But it always seems to plateau off, unfortunately.
Yeah, so a bit of an interesting one, Scriv. Of course, you mentioned the Double Pony side, bringing forward basically mix match in their roster. I do have confirmation. It is MBK playing instead of Exercise today. Nono2K isn't playing, so it's Body, Lucky, Afro, Dejoko, MBK, which I think is... having MBK's experience, he's like the guardian angel of this team. I feel like he's the halo over Double Pony. I think this is best case scenario for the Double Pony side coming into this matchup, especially when coming against the the European Titans of Nordavind and branching off from that, as you said, a very strong side trying to kick things off and really push things out for their team. I feel like MBK would be that perfect fit for playing against Nordavind. That sort of structured, well-knowledged thought process behind the game, and then of course not saying he'll take full control, but at the same time he'll have that knowledge. He'll be able to direct people and throw people around and go, what, let's be careful for this. He's very quick to pick up on mistakes, and that's why he's so well recognized. I feel like he's not the flashy player like your likes of Zywoo, your Simple, your Device, whatever. He's just a very solid Counter-Strike player, and he knows what he's doing on the server, and so I think that's really, I feel like, a requirement heading into a game against Nordavind. So I'm very interested to see sort of how that one goes and how it develops. We do have the veto coming in soon, I do believe, and I'm interested to see sort of how that dictates, because as mentioned, I watched them quite recently. They've played throughout this tournament and a couple of others as well. I know they're playing in Elisa, the Nordavind side, the Double Pony side. A lot of questions being thrown around how the map pool will go, Scriv. I'm more leaning towards, though, having a look at it, I feel like we should see a Dust 2 from Double Pony, and that I think is safe to say. That's sort of their go-to map, 80% win rate. They are looking very strong right now, but I think for the Nordavind side, it's going to be difficult. I feel like, they have a lot of choice, that Inferno pick I was talking about. Again, Double Pony like to play it. Vertigo, which is arguably, I think, the go-to pick for Nordavind in this matchup. This could branch in so many different ways. I think the veto is actually going to be part of the problem that these two teams are going to face.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel that you bring up a really good point, though, that, MBK, I think it was Richard Lewis, in fact, that said every great French roster has included NBK at some point, and either to start them on their way or to find them, obviously, the great success that they're able to lead to, your Envies, I guess your LDLC Very Games and whatnot before that, and then more recently Vitality, of course. He does seem to have a knack for it. But as the veto comes up, you can see things going, I suppose, as expected here, would you say, Retro?
Yeah, for sure. The Vertigo Dust 2. Sorry, Vertigo. It says Dust 2, but it's got Inferno behind it. I'm guessing it means Dust 2 and not Inferno. But yeah, I think if it was Inferno that they were picking, I feel like that would be a bit of a suicidal pick, because Double Pony, they have played it a lot, but I know their Dust 2 is much better than in Inferno. So I think this has gone as expected. Overpasses the Decider, I feel like, is a very big coin toss for Nordavind, unless if they've done their research. It's actually like, ironically, a dark horse for Double Pony in this contest. They have absolutely been tearing on it. 9 match played, 78% win rate. They're not bad at the map at all. And not to forget the teams that they've been playing against, as you mentioned, the likes of Flashpoint. They've had some visits there as well. I think that is a very, very interesting one for Double Pony. I think Nordavind's win condition is they have to get it done. I think Vertigo has to be theirs because I don't see a way of them winning Dust 2 by any means. And then on top of that, I really don't see any way of them really trying to find a good footing on Overpass. They're going to need a miracle on Overpass, and that has to start with a very confident Vertigo win.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think, especially with MBK playing, right, and getting that information confirmed and everything really does change the game for Nordavind. They really have a lot to deal with. But look, I think it's certainly possible. They have a pretty decent map pool, I'd say. Staying away from Train, obviously they permaban the nuke away. Staying away from Train as best as they possibly can. But everything else is just about passable. The Overpass, though, like you say, is not the best map to end up on, I suppose, in the decider. But realistically, man, I've been saying this a lot recently, and I think that form is so important at the moment.
Yeah.
Being able to get yourself off the ground immediately with how close games come, especially at this level, the maps and the stats can play into it, but I feel like, you know, you have that one map that you don't play, and then you kind of need to be proficient on the rest of them. And just by virtue of playing a lot of Counter-Strike, you probably will end up gaining a lot of experience and at the very least pulling ideas from teams that you've played against to give yourself, you know, a foothold to work with. There are certain areas of the game, like your T side of Train or your CT side of Inferno, that are a lot harder to get down and to perfect, right? But there are things like your Dust 2, things like your Mirage, that you can kind of just learn by osmosis, learn by playing a lot. And I think that ultimately for Nordavind is going to come into play here. Double Pony, don't want to be underestimating them. But as we've seen, very oppressive team at the moment, and they're really not phased by anything. Doesn't matter who they're playing. They are a very, very confident and a very difficult team to stop.
Yeah, and not to mention, they just breached top 30. Just got on Monday. Yeah. They just got into the top 30 HLTV. They've literally been on the rise, it seems to be, most weeks. I'm very shocked to sort of see... not shocked in a bad way, but I feel like it's really impressive to see how far that team's come. Because, of course, as we mentioned, you know, a team of individuals that, you know... Yes, they're French, you know, maybe they have that chemistry because they're all from the same country and whatnot. It was very questionable, this whole Double Pony, you know, creation. I feel like it could have gone either way, you know, we could have seen absolute a domination from Double Pony, which I wouldn't say we've seen domination, but we've seen quite close to at times, or we could have seen absolute, like, a horrific roster being made here. And I'm so happy to see that they're developing their games, but again, I feel like the time that they've spent together is going to be very, very difficult because of Nordavind. They've stuck together for that little bit longer, and so heading into this matchup, you know, as much as we say there's things that you learn through, you know, trying to throw things around and learning by playing, basically, at some point you've got to nail it down to how experienced these players are, and you've got to understand that Nordavind have that advantage. Not only that, you know, they're all on the same page because they've been playing for so long together now. They're climbing the rankings, they're looking strong, but Double Pony have shocked the world, I feel like, in recent times, you know, breaching the tier 2 scene with relative ease. And I mean, you look at that roster, and I mean, when you've got MBK on a team, it just adds the, you know, the exclamation mark, I feel like, to any roster. But that roster, even without MBK, when we see, you know, the likes of Exercise or whoever it may be, still looks so strong, and I cannot wait to jump into a game again. I feel like their advanced season hasn't done much justice to how strong this team actually is, but then you look at the side of Nordavind, they're in the exact same situation, and they've been absolutely tearing teams apart. I do believe 3-0 in an ECA advanced this season so far, so slightly different to Double Pony, but again, looking strong.
I will admit, I think this is the best that the Nordavind project has looked.
Yeah.
To me. And it is, you know, it's a great time. We talked about for a long time, I think, within the esports space of CS, that it's like there's so many young individual free agents. Some of these players will have been picked up pretty easily. So, you know, Nordavind, the organization, absolutely loving that. But Nordavind, the team, looking really good. Supra has always been an impressive element of that Gambit team to me in the past, you know, and with his role-playing ability, ultimately him and NAVI would pick up a lot of the dead weight or the difficult roles. And it did come as a surprise. You know, the Hobbit pickup was a little bit like, I don't really know whether this is needed. They're doing very well at the moment, but for the long term, obviously it's worked out very well. So can't knock them for it in the long term. But Super is still a solid member of any team. We'll see whether he fits in with the international lineup. This is my first look in with this Nordavind lineup as well, so I'm curious to see how things go. We get into the action though, of course. Lots of utility out for both sides. Not a lot of facing just yet. P250 raid boss for Mertz. Whether he can find a head or not, of course, is the big question. Battling up against the USP is a little risky for sure, especially being that utility player on the side of Merbit, but kind of just chilling for now, hoping that one of those over-aggressive French pushers that we know so well eventually gets the better of Double Pony.
Okay, as you mentioned. Whoa, okay. I was going to say a very slow start for Nordavind, but 2 kills rallied against each other gives Nordavind the 2-man advantage. And as you mentioned, I feel like the French, they play a very interesting round where they go for the double utility setup. They have 3 people with the armor, and now already this B site exposed, ready for the taking. Launching on through that grenade towards default has done wonders to Mirbit's HP. Dejoko has found one. Dejoko has found a second. Has to reload. Tucked away. Supra will find one in the meantime. And now all down to HS. 1 versus 2. Ducks away on the wood position. Got to be careful. Peeks his head and body to take it clean off. Double Pony with a very good start. Considering as well it was a 5 versus 3 in favour of Nordavind. They somehow wriggled their way out of that one and find success on the pistol. And a bit of added BM from body there to get things off. But a very strong start from the French side. And we were talking about, you know, yeah, they haven't been together all too long, and they are trying to throw things together in these recent times. And already, it's an individual, a full house of frags between Dejoko and Body that has granted Double Pony there first, and they're going to bounce back and bring themselves forward. A very nice buy-in for Nordavind, while struggling, I feel like, is the state of their buy right now.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal starting place here. Seen teams do more with less, however, so we'll see. Definitely cannot be written off, particularly on a map like Vertigo, as we see kind of other maps have developed in a way of ecoing out this second round even. I guess with the bomb plant, things do change in that sense, but nonetheless, early presence this time around. Execute on towards the B-bomb site. Mac 10 leading the charge. Fantastic flash in. Another to follow up as well. Afro is able to find his frag. Needs a bit of support here. He does have it from MBK. The MP9 chiming in. They're just taking a lot of aggressive faces here to great success. USB is out. Not quite able to find it, but Afro's been set up beautifully here to find the final couple of frags. Does escape him. Tensky in with another chance, trying to find the heads, but not going to happen. Big damage done, to be fair. Finding 3 players, but they lack the bomb plant on the Nordavind side, so an eco to come through in round number 3.
Yeah, I feel like the key to success within that round for Nordavind is after taking that initial fight and winning is to slap that bomb down. Even though it was, you know, easier said than done, they desperately needed that money because, as you mentioned now, they suffer financially. They can't bring forward the AKs that maybe they would have liked to, considering that Mac 10 additional money bonus, you know, 600 instead of 300. Everything was looking upwards after that first kill, and I think Nordavind really needed to squeeze a plant out of this round, and so while they do suffer within this one, they are going to bring forward a decent buy. However, of course, it should be another round in the way of Double Pony, and already kick things off quite nicely. Lucky towards the B-Stairs position, and he's even positioned up for another. HS to peek on forward. Lucky having the time of his life. It's not Lucky, it's precision, as he takes down 3 now, and Mirbit and Tensky remain, and it's safe to say, in the hands of 2 Desert Eagles, this round is gone, and Double Pony will find success for 3 in a row. MBK with 1 out towards middle. And even then, I think, you know, Mirbit, you're asking for an absolute miracle for him to find 5 kills and on 6 HP. Bear that in mind. No utility and no armor either. This round, most certainly going in favour of Double Pony. But it's how Nordavind respond within round 4, I think, is going to be the key factor, Scrove, because we know Nordavind, a very strong side. A couple of individuals on that team that you're amazed at, but you know, can it all work together? Can it actually be pieced together in the way the puzzle was meant to be set out, or is Double Pony prepared for it? We'll find out soon. MBK, a bit more of a BM. I don't know what's going on, Scrove, but everyone seems a bit feisty on the server today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you open the door, everyone's going to start doing it, so to speak. But I think that Particularly for me, there's an awful lot of braggadocious confidence on that double pony side of things. They really do like to just play around, and I think slowly but surely things are starting to get more and more serious. But definitely the birth of this team was just, let's play some qualifiers together, guys. See how it goes, you know? Get the old band back together of Body and NBK and whatnot, who have played a great deal with each other in the past. And see what we can find while we're all figuring out our next steps career-wise. And then, oh, goodness me, this is actually working very well. Let's stick with it, you know? And obviously there was that article a few days ago with Body saying how he's reinvented himself, and, you know, in the in-game leading role, it's not something he's done before in the past. And he's finding great success with it. Speaking of great success, MBK tagged down to 28 HP. That's quite funny, actually, because not only does he fail the Molotov, there was also already a Molotov going that way. So it really doesn't matter that he failed it. Not going to change the tide of battle all that much. Nonetheless, a very slow start, as to be expected on a round like this. Nordavind not wanting... Ooh, I like the Molotov, but the flash comes in at the perfect time. Maybe going to find his frag. Body looking to push forwards here. The flash behind him. Finds the first. He's so damn blind, though. They need to take him out here while he's isolated. Afro with the unsilenced A1S will creep forwards, finding himself a kill, finding the advantage, of course, for that CT side. And now all left onto Mirbit and Supra. They're both tagged up. They have very little information to work off of with the breakdown in play here. Hoping to move forwards and perhaps catch a player or two. Nice little flash comes in. Supra going to edge around the corner. There's still bullets coming towards him. Afro now realizing maybe he could be close in. They're actually going to get the bomb plant here with only a few seconds left. Spam down, though. However, he's left so low. And Afro will finish him off. It's all onto Mirbit. There's 3 for him to find. It is an off angle here. It is one that he can use to his advantage. He finds the first. Low HP onto the second, but it's a double peak. And thank goodness it is. A close round in the end. However, Double Pony continues stringing them together.
I mean, talk about a round there. PK turning up, you know, not really providing a kill, but it's the utility thrown and the assistance given. The flashbang as well off the initial peak that was thrown to allow Afro to find that first kill is absurd. And obviously Nordavind, while blind, they can't exactly find their trade. And so that'll be that. This round closed out quite quickly and Double Pony finds success on the buy round. What does that say for Nordavind's T side in this best of 3? You've got to consider as well, this is their map pick. This is supposedly Nordavind's time to, you know, throw it up and be like, you know what, we're ready. We're going to take this map off you. We're going to try and drain it for the whole distance. And Double Pony wiped the floor on the pistol. Admittedly, a close round, but they win the gun round, the first one of the game. And now, Nordavind left to bounce back in round 5 already. Some damage being done out to Afro there. But again, is it going to be substantial within the round success? As Double Pony still have that AWPer alive. They still have Afro kicking. And then this is where it could get dicey because they now have control completely of this ramp position.
Deep positioning in, always dangerous. He doesn't really meet the mark. The AWP, as the smoke dissipates, could be dangerous indeed. Oh, Jocko, it's not a bad idea, you know, because obviously that angle is going to get checked very often. It doesn't work out. Mirbit as well, winning the fight against Body, starts to solidify the fact the bomb actually thinking of moving back towards B. Smoke will come in. Keep them at bay for now, but this is a solid advantage to work with. 5-on-3, Afro on 16 HP. Surely Nordavind can't let this one slip.
You'd hope not, but big play, a big individual to step up in this round, and it really could throw this round completely off of where it's destined to be, and Lucky might just be the man to do it. Has the M4 as smoke as well, 20 seconds, and that's going to be deployed towards ramp. You've got to be careful though, Lucky. There's players up ahead. The spam's quite good. HS tagged up now to half, and now the pressure's inbound. He's caught on the back of the site. HS to dispose of him. MBK, nice find there. A little bit of adjustment required, but it does make it look quite easy, and well, at this point in time, 4v2, even after MBK's best efforts to stab at Tensky and connect, I don't think there's going to be a way that they can retake, considering as well the HP, the utility. It's not looking too great. And so I think this is all said and done for the double pony streak. Nordavind looking good within this round, and it seems to be a bit of a switch has been flicked here, Scrave, because we've gone from a Nordavind that struggled to trade in the last round, that really, you know, couldn't put up that impressive start that we'd hoped they would have thrown up. But now, I mean, all back to normal. MBK has found one on the exit, but again, 3 survivors for Nordavind is great because, of course, now HS has the opportunity to drop Super as well in the same sort of financial position. It's looking good. But speaking of looking good, Red Magic's phone, of course, one of the highest refresh rate phones out there right now, 165. You can go and check them out in the card below. Of course, thank you to them for powering this event and giving us some awesome stuff to talk about. Make sure to, of course, go and check them out below.
Okay, moving forwards here for Double Pony. What is their response? Pretty key that they're able to do it, of course. CT side, running low on money already. Managed to get the player in close. Jocko didn't get away with it last time. He's barely doing so this time. Mert's going to find Afro above the smoke. Such a solid prospect for the North lineup, but they ditched him in 2018, and he hasn't really found his feet since. Early heroic roster, I guess. Or at least early on their come up. Copenhagen Flames a little bit. But despite being a hot prospect, not found as much success as he would like. It's a good start into this round, though. At the very least. And they've got themselves another man advantage. A minute to work with now on the T side.
That early frag has really opened up that sort of passageway that Nordavind can now explore different options. I mean, it looks to be they're going to head towards the A site, and rightly so. There is only one player posted up in his body, but with an AWP, things could get dicey. Molotov out towards the short angle, and in fact, right to the head of Nordavind. It seems to be a molly thrown body. Has found one. Looking for a second here, patiently waiting on the angle. It's going to get smoked off. He fires off one through the smoke. Blind won't connect at all. Oh my word, Tensky. Oh, there you go. Third tries a charm. And now, another kill. Whoa, body! What is that flick? Another kill found. Now 3 to his name already. The man to do Double Pony justice within round 6. And Meerbit and Supra remain. And they've thrown, so it's all onto Meerbit's flashbang to try and assist in the endeavours to hold on to this site. And well, unfortunately, the bomb stuck. It's a kit in hand. Meerbit's called MBK. The Joko's line them both. And very well restored. Once again, a full house between Body and Joko, mirrored in the pistol as Double Pony. They find 5.
Looking pretty damn good while doing so as well. Comes off the back of a poor start. As you can see on the replay, it's Body. The one onto Mirtz is absolute filth. Really, really, really solid stuff from him. And, of course, kind of bailing them out a little bit, to be honest with you. But we'll see moving forwards whether he's able to keep up that kind of consistency. Things are really shaping up well for Double Pony, though. That was kind of the key round, you know what I mean? You drop that one and you lose your money, then you got to eco out. However, they managed to come back and pick it up regardless. Double up setup now moving forwards, really looking dangerous. A new thing for Nordavind to deal with.
Well, again, Nordavind to take things slow and lucky picking one out. The aggressive style, even on the CT side, needs to be Double Pony. They just don't care. They're going to throw anything at the Nordavind side, and the majority of it has stuck so far. And a 5 versus 4, you know, to wriggle out of this situation and to find success on the Nordavind side of things, it's going to be difficult. And especially, you know, that double up setup they're now running, Afro and Lucky both picking one up, and MBK sort of piecing it together all from that mid position. It's going to be difficult to work against. HS is looking out possibly towards ramp. The bomb as well being met in the hands of Mertz, and, well, furthermore, a third player to join them. Already some utility being thrown either way. Body gathering that information that there's a player in towards this lane position. Got to be careful. Molotov in. Afro has taken some damage. Body finds the first. Has to be careful. There's a second right next to him, but instead will back away. He should be able to escape with his life as well. Afro on the top of the boxes. The headshot angle working out successfully. Tensky and Mertz remain. It's a near impossible round. Tensky's good for 1 at the expense of 13 points of health. But at the end of the day, I don't think this one's going to be doable. Time gone. And Mertz and Tensky, their job is to hide as Double Pony now extend their lead. 5 in all, 6-1 as we stand. And, I mean, you can see everyone looks so composed on the Double Pony side of things. They don't care. Nice and sunny, it seems to be. And, well, for the Nordavind side, I mean, we can't exactly hear in, but I can imagine at this point they're kind of going, okay, things need to change here, and things need to develop to allow the Nordavind side to force themselves back into this game, because I don't think they're doing their map pick justice right now.
Yeah, never a good prospect, is it, when you've got to save on the T side, especially on Vertigo. Like, I feel like that's really not how your round should be ending. Sure, if everyone dies and, you know, you don't find success, fair, but you're having to sit back. You know, you've lost the round very, very quickly, and that is just not a good omen moving forwards. They've gone for the buy into this round as well, I guess, to just even the economy out with the saved players. Of course, you save on the T side, you don't get any loss bonus at all. So, does kind of make sense to me, but it still means they've got 2 Galils and a Tech 9 in play. Jocko going to be the first line of defense. Oh, flash comes over the top for him. Perfect find. They do seem to be prepared here, and I think, you know, those games against Vitality, the loss against Astralis, probably taught them quite a bit. Mertz, though, going to drop Afro all the way off the map. Nice little one-man play from Tensky. The bait of the flashbang. Walks in front of it, catches Jocko facing the wrong way. So a 4-on-3 immediately into the retake. And once again, Double Pony are left to recover back a seemingly unwinnable situation with that frag coming in as well. I think truly now they know there is no chance. Save will occur. And finally, Nordavind get another round on the board.
Important stuff from them. Again, if you allow Double Pony to win this round, as you mentioned, you know, buying into this one, it was a bit scary. Their money on the line, you know, they're half basically in a coin toss. The fact that they come up fortunate in this situation and get away with so many players, if they can, it needs to be lucky's on the other side, so they won't really throw too much of a problem at them. But to get away with 4 guns as well on this round is a huge success for Nordavind here. And, of course, 4 behind, it's a big, big number to jump. But you've got to consider all those rounds that Nordavind have been throwing at least 2-3 kills together. Damages the CT side completely. And so heading into round 9, of course, we're going to see a bit of a buy. But it's a very disjointed one, I feel like, because, you know, we see MBK with the A1S, we see Afro with an AWP, we see Lucky with an M4A4, but looking at the money of the rest of the team, I mean, MBK could possibly drop one across, but then he's going to sacrifice his own armor. And so what did Joko and Body do? I mean, do they want to go for the FAMAS and Kevlar? The Joko can't even afford that. It'll be MBK that has to provide the rifle to him. It's a bit of a situation that I think Double Pony needs to think about. However, we will be greeted with a bit of a technical pause here. Unsure of the problem right now, but hopefully it's just going to be a little minor one. Maybe some connection problems, or you know, it seems to be monitors or headsets is the main point. I always see technical timeouts from now, so you can only hope it's some of the basic stuff like that. Nothing too major. As I mean, this game's still got a lot to prove for both sides. Double Pony finding success early doors, but Nordavind now edging out that second round. You've got to question, you know, the validity of Double Pony's lead. Can they hold on to that? Now Nordavind have found a stroke of success.
Yeah, I think certainly in terms of the technical, I feel you on that one. I do feel a lot of players have got wireless stuff at the moment as well. So maybe that's something, you know, that comes in as, oh, me mouse has died or whatever. Let me make sure I get my... Hopefully they have a second one, you know, ready to go. Because I wouldn't want to go from wireless to wired. It's not a cool experience at all. But as we get back into the action, hopefully things are fully sorted. No extended delays. So there you are. Say a few prayers, Twitch chat. Nonetheless, see what Nordavind have got prepared. Aggression once again here from the CT side, actually leaving ramp open. And I think that has caught the T side off a little bit. MBK, difficult for him, but he gets the trade nonetheless. Still an advantage for Double Pony to work with. Spoke too soon. It's going to find the head. He almost gets that second as well. Going to go for it. Body, though, just reacts in time to take him out. And a chaotic start eventually as it all falls. It appears the smoke dissipates, and it is Double Pony coming out on top.
Yeah, that engagement towards ramp was a bit confusing in my opinion. You know, we saw the first kill come out from Dejoko, then there was the trade happening to the hands of Mirbit, and then MBK somehow found his way on down after the MP9 found an opener, and then found himself a kill, was traded out again, the jump spot, unfortunately not working out to Mertz, and, well, he's quickly shaved out of the round, so a 3v2 double pony find themselves in front. Body in this position, though. It could get scary. There's a Molotov, in fact, 2 Molotovs to the hands of Nordavind, but if this angle goes unchecked, for sure, he's going to be able to convert this round, no problem for double pony. 35 seconds, but both players in towards the short position. Up lane, throwing themselves at this A site, and Body patiently waiting for the peak smoke. Inbound now, he knows the gig's up, and, well, he's going to have to find something, but Supra one-ups him. AWP connects to the head, and now a 2 versus 2 level. Afro to wait for his teammate to come in so the retake can be initiated.
Nice flash over the top to keep the first at bay. The flank unsuccessful. All going to be onto Afro here. Tap onto the bomb. He doesn't have a kit, of course. He needs to go for these frags. Smoke dissipates. He finds the first. However, the peek in from Tensky. Spots he's not on the bomb. Trying to jump around and not give the position away. Tensky just playing the balls of steel game, ultimately. And it looks like it has paid off. 10-second timer will pass. And now, of course, Afro's got to go for the save. Beautifully done from Tensky. Goes down to the bomb, but nonetheless, it's Nordavind's third. They don't care how it comes. They've got plenty of cash available to rebuy. And they will, of course, continue to stay hot on the heels of Double Pony.
Yeah, closing that gap, closing the distance. That's the important factor, I feel like, because now Nordavind, again, with success. We talked about, well, at least I did last round, you know, the money on Double Pony isn't great, so it's a do or die situation. They buy and they win, then life's good. They can forget about the problems they were going to encounter, but, of course, they haven't won. They've lost this round, and so now looking at the money, there's an AWP on Afro, everyone else just sort of on pistols, and they're going to try and piece together a round from a very strange buy. And again, it's going to be quite an unfortunate one. The AWP needs to go huge here, or a pistol needs to do God's work. And Afro, well, he's already kicked things off on the right foot. Tensky out of the round early doors. Supra looking for at least a bit of knowledge and a bit of information towards the ramp position, or at least stairs. And he will find one. AWP shot doesn't connect. Afro to back away. And I think it's safe to say the rifle to the hands of Supra. Lucky to get out of that fight alive, as now a 4 versus 4, but an 8k in the hands of MBK. Again, an added problem that Nordavind have to overcome as they head out towards the A site. Utility in full fruition. Can Double Pony hold on?
$1 million question. USP not really doing an awful lot for Jocko. However, MBK going to find the head of the first. These weapons now starting to show themselves. The bomb has yet to be planted as well. Oh, looking for another MBK. This is the round where he comes alive. Gloves are off. The rules do not apply, and he finds great deal of success so far. Solid 2-man advantage. Definitely a chance back in for Nordavind, though, with the stronger weaponry that they have, if they can thin the herd, so to speak. Certainly can get it done. That headshot angle, though, is so damn annoying. Jocko does get taken down low, but not going to be finished off just yet. Looking for a little bit more. Flash comes in for him. It's not really good enough. Body charging forwards to gain ground. Actually falls to the AWP, but there's only 15 seconds. They've got to make a move in, and obviously the CT side know this. Super falls. AK retrieve for Mirbit. He's got, like, no time. He needs all the kills instantly. Not going to happen. Peeks into the AWP, and Double Pony steal away a very important round indeed.
Give him pistols. Don't give him rifles. That seems to be the theme of the game. That's now the second round. Double Pony have won from the pistols. Interesting stuff from them, you know, to bring out the eco, to bring forward the buy, and rattle Nordavind once again. 7-3 we stand right now, Scriven. You know, after that eco, Double Pony, plenty of money in their pockets. And now Nordavind are going to be in the exact same position Double Pony were in 2 rounds ago, where, you know, if they do win this round, they can forget about it. There's an AK and 3 girls and a Desert Eagle to try and piece together this 4th round on the board for Nordavind. But if they lose, then what do they have into these forthcoming rounds? They don't have the money to buy the rifles. They can't exactly bring forward, you know, a save from this round, as it's a very possible chance. And they are going to take it. Supra already opening up with that first kill. Lucky out of the round. And I do believe that was an AWP dropped, and Body even taking a shot to the head. Low HP, dips out of the way. But again, very important stuff. And Nordavind, a great lead to kick things off, as around 100 HP up. that is going to be playing every bit into their advantage.
Absolutely have to make this work. It's starting to get to, you know, a worrying point in the half where, well, I mean, if they lose this round, it is unrecoverable. But it would be nice to have that chance at the 8, that chance at keeping things as close as possible and really taking some of the control away from Double Pony. Nice Molotov on towards the double stack. Bomb plant's going to come in. The CT molly completely ineffective. Spray down's completely ineffective. Trying to find what they can through the smoke here, but nothing is coming right now, and they're running out of utility themselves. In fact, no flashes left, so I do feel that this retake probably not going to happen because of that fact. They've got a smoke available for the bomb, I suppose. Maybe you try for a body-blocked ninja defuse, but easier said than done. They recognize that as well. Nothing coming, nothing doing, so they will just look to back away. MBK finds the head of HS pushing forwards, but the round will be conceded. Nordavind will find their 4th.
Back and forth stuff again, gonna be problematic. Excuse me. Safe to say, this one going in the hands of Nordavind though is gonna give them a huge boost as well. Now into round 12, should be an easy one to say the least for either side. And speaking of easy, of course, Coinbase, the easiest and most effective way to tap into the world of crypto. Make sure to go and check them out at coinbase.com. Pay to learn. That's the main feature I feel like that everyone captured by, and of course you can go and check them out as mentioned and get yourselves interested into crypto. A noob like me could learn on that site, and I think that's definitely a fun one to go and check out. So make sure to go and have a little look yourself if you're interested in that kind of stuff. But my interest has peaked at the fact that we've already had ramp aggression from body, I do believe. Or in fact, it's actually the Joko to run right down and actually has control of the whole of A. And so MBK and the companions towards this B site are going to quickly realise, hold on a minute, guys. They're coming towards us into the jaws of MBK. Runs 2, 3 from the MBK himself. Beautiful stuff. Body to find the 4th. And Nordavind shut down out of that round. It's so unfortunate. The Joko pushes literally the second that Nordavind back away. And that's given up the whole gig. As now Mert stands bravely against 4. No chance with a minute on the clock. The peak on out. And MBK quad kill within the round. Beautiful stuff from the main man at Double Pony. Arguably just standing. But again, I think he stands up more than he stands down. As Double Pony now success within the half. And Nordavind's map pick is getting very, very dicey.
Often an underappreciated member of French Counter-Strike, but proving why he's worth his weight in gold. Beautiful stuff. Fantastic hold coming in from MBK. It really is. And it has destroyed the Nordavind economy, like you mentioned. So we'll see moving forwards what options they have available. Of course, their map pick, as we are noting here, and things are not looking too good. 8 rounds already on the CT side is pretty good for me. I'd be happy with this if I'm Double Pony. They've got potential to go even further, hit the double digits, and perhaps then some. An ill-fated peak from Afro, but he will survive for now. They're going down, decent damage onto HS, who's just going to go swinging in. A little frustrated, I think, trying his best to catch the player rotating nades. Not going to happen. Can a trade come in here from the rest of the T side? They absolutely have to try and find it. The bullets come close. I think the tag actually landed there from the spam. Nonetheless, MBK Jocko left to hold things. The AWP of Afro still sticking around. It's not really resulting in very much, though. The slowdown has come after that first frag, and that's really not what Nordavind want. They need to be picking up the pace here, charging forwards and finding the frags. And there you are. The first comes in, a 3-man burst. MBK and Afro, though, standing strong. Afro up high, so confident, just charging in. He's not going to get the kill, but nonetheless, a beautiful hold once again from the Frenchman. They are absolutely unstoppable, and I suppose a reference for you, a historical one for some that are out there. The Maginot line on the A bomb site is just absolutely impenetrable.
BK stepping up 16 kills. The man's on inside 13 rounds. It's a spectacular performance from him so far, but that's not to underappreciate any other member of the Double Pony side. We've seen, you know, individual plays from everyone, I think, right now. Nordavind suffering at a maximum of 9-6. It's going to be a difficult one to fight from, and considering, you know, being on the CT side, Double Pony I think it's the weaker side of the two, actually, in recent times. We've seen a lot more teams outperform on the T side than the CT, and so for Double Pony to find themselves even here would be ridiculous, to say the least. And heading into round 14, the penultimate one of the half, Afro already shaping up for success on the headshot angle, waiting for Nordavind's peak, waiting for the aggression. It's already come out to the hands of Tensky. Body has found a quick kill onto Supra. No trace in the Nordavind side, and that's allowed a very simple push on forward. Nice shot there from Mertz, 2 versus 4 now. But still, Joko lurking around that smoke. Unfortunately, he has to retain his angle and spam back through, and be a bit to connect. So 3 versus 2 situation, and Double Pony actually in a bit of a troublesome situation, but Bodies to get rid of Meerbit and Faith restored. As Mertz against 3, and it seems to be we're going to see double digits inside the first half for a very composed Double Pony.
Absolutely, man. Clean finish there, taking out Mertz. More BM getting in their heads. That's what it's all about. You know, the French Counter-Strike, mate, it's hard to keep up with. And they are in with the classic French arrogance. It looks so damn good, though. And absolutely substantiated here, honestly, by the way that they're performing. Really, really impressive stuff. And like you say, composure. I think that is ultimately what it's about. They've had a few stressful moments here and there, you know. Nordavind have tried to battle back, but unfortunately not able to find enough consistency with it. And I think that is the biggest issue. Nordavind, though, into this round, Retro. Ooh, going for something a bit more unorthodox, trying to burst their way forwards through the smoke. Body not dealt with, but he's not fast enough on the repeak. The rotations are in nice and fast, though. They certainly are doing the work. Still a man advantage for the T side right now. Afro melting down so low. He's got the angles, but he cannot land the shots. He's coming close, and it's a double AWP here on the retake. I mean, they'd probably save, usually speaking, especially now, but it is the final round of the first half. Afro's in an impossible scenario here, just not going to happen for him at all on 36 HP.
Still a very impressive half, though, from the Double Pony side. To find themselves 10 rounds in CT is nothing short of a spectacular array from them. And Afro in a 1 versus 3, I mean, near impossible, but you can isolate a 1v1 now and pressure forward that second man, then who's to say it isn't? He's going to tap the bomb, scopes in, waits for the peak. We'll find one. Switches over to the Deagle, but Meerbit in towards sandbags. And so Nordavind will be gifted their 5th. A very distributed round, I feel like. Success in the middle parts, the Nordavind side. But even then, you know, jumping into the later stages, unfortunately, it's not looking too likely for them. And, of course, at half-time, Nordavind, they are going to be suffering. 5-10. A big half required, you know. A big set of rounds, and it has to start within the pistol. I don't think they can afford to lose it, because if they do, then problems are going to occur. And so here we see, you know, everyone seems to be a little bit ready, or at least for the Double Pony side for Nordavind. Well, I hope they can really throw themselves at it, because again, a strong side. I don't think this is doing themselves justice, because it's just uncharacteristic, I feel like, that Nordavind go 5-10 down on the T side. And now on the CT, I mean, maybe we're going to see some success from them, but fighting from 5 rounds down into this second half on the CT side, the chances of winning this are slim, but not zero. I think that's the thing that Nordavind have to ride on to even see the light of day within this best of 3.
It's a difficult team to play against, man. Like we've mentioned numerous times, just by virtue of the rounds they're playing, the aggression that they're going for. They're oppressive. They're very hard to match the energy of, and I think that can certainly have an effect with your mental, you know, and just frustrated. You know, you're trying everything, trying to throw whatever you can at the wall, and it just seems like the silly stuff is working. A fast rush in towards A at the end of the half. Oh, that actually works out for us, even though it didn't start very well. You know, the logic doesn't seem to be there. Double Pony do a lot of things that defy the rules of Counter-Strike. But 10 rounds going into that T side, as you said. It's a lot to work with, man. This pistol, paramount in a 10-5 as well. Nordavind hit the bare minimum, but very uncommon, I suppose, to see a 10-5. Usually things are a lot closer after that first half. So if they don't pick up the pistol here, it means they'll have no room at all when the rifles come into play. However, if they can get it, it does give them a slight edge to work with. And of course, when you're on the CT side, remove some of that financial stress. Instantly clapped out, though. Mertz, late peek from him. He will get absolutely demolished. Mirbit's trying to find the timing on the nade. It does minimal damage to MBK. 5-on-4, but of course, it is the old classic. I go B, you go A. The bomb's going to get planted here on the B bomb site pretty easily, and now the retake becomes even harder when they've got no presence at all to work with.
What a start for Double Pony. I mean, I was going to throw a statistic in there and say that Double Pony only convert 37.5% of pistol rounds, and furthermore, only convert like 40% of their rounds on the T side, and they're already off to a great start. Body as well. Dejoko in for 1, Dejoko in for 2, and Lucky, he's going to steal away the 3k. The highlight clip quickly torn away from him, but enthusiasm on the point that Double Pony have just won a pistol on the T side and now are 5 rounds away. Nordavind have to invest. There's no point e-coming because the buy is just not going to be good. And so now, if Double Pony win this round, it's 12. The eco from Nordavind should be lost 13 before we even get to the buy. Double Pony have this one set up to a T, and it's now just about execution. Cool as anything you'd expect, considering how long these guys have been in the game. They know this situation all too well. They know it like the back of their hand. And so this is just another day in the office for them. And additionally to that as well, Scriv, another statistic, an interesting one. Double Pony are on a 4-game loss streak on Vertigo. And this seems to be the way to break it in one of the most important situations, I feel like, of the games. You know, Flashpoint close qualifiers against Anonymo, Dignitas, and Anonymo again. And then losing out to Astralis just recently. This is a great way to sort of topple that thought that maybe Vertigo isn't their map, because they are absolutely destroying. Body's the first to go, but MBK's trade to set things up quite nicely has now leveled to a 4 versus 4.
Do have a lot of players ready and waiting on the A-bomb site. Afro's going to go peeking in. Oh, and it's a great angle for Mertz to work with. He had no support. Mertz has found the wall bang. Shame we didn't get to see that. I think that's spamming through the metal for sure.
No way.
That's mad. Absolutely mad. All going to be on to Jocko here. Finds out of the first and the second. Okay, all right. Seems like the round's not quite over just yet. I thought 1v3 by himself, no bomb. Surely not going to happen, but he's got other ideas. Brings it down to a one-on-one with Supra. He's followed in his footsteps. I think this is smart moves from Supra, to be fair, but Jocko's going to go back in, and he's aware of the fact. He does not get the peek in, though. The right eye from Supra is effective, and Nordavind, skin of their teeth business, but they will win the force buy.
Wow. Individual excellence yet again, it seems to be. Nordavind only just by a minimum amount sticking to the game plan and winning there, but an AK save, I feel like, is the exclamation mark to this whole scenario. Now they have that, you know, one-shot headshot potential. They've unlocked Supra's power, I feel like, you know, not exactly the top fragger on the server for this game right now, but having that reliable aimer, the impressive style we see from the AK that's going to just try and rattle the side of Double Pony, it's going to be another obstacle in the way, and that was really required from Nordavind, and they step up where it matters, and to take a 6th now, well, you've only got to think about what's going to happen in the future as Double Pony whittled down to a force buy, and they're relying on pistols and 1 Galil to the hands of MBK. I do not see that happening, and already Yoko down to 23, Body at 10, and Super and Mercy only 2 players to have damage inflicted upon them. This is looking good to kick things off for the Nordavind side.
MBK in towards middle, though, could be difference maker. Flash comes over. Pensky. Oh, Dink lands. He does manage to finish off MBK, though. The Deagle not able to find anything. They're all so low here. Lucky has an opportunity, maybe, but no, cannot get it done. And Nordavind will hold them at bay. You can see, though, there's like a few simple adjustments, right? Double Pony, one of the things that I noticed about them when I first casted them back in March, I think it was just sort of as the team were coming up, they played in the Blast qualifier for like the Spring Showdown. They really liked to approach middle on the T side, which was not a very common thing for Vertigo. They pulled out a lot of aggression and used the mid control to their advantage. My God, they are reading into this beautifully on the Nordavind side, though. A massive nade going in. I think they know what to expect from Double Pony in a lot of these rounds. A lot of the game states, you know, when they're on the eco, this is what they're going to do. There's usually a lurker around middle, so be careful at bridge. Really well-read stuff in the past few rounds. Is it enough, though? We've got another buy-in from Double Pony, and I would imagine they're going to come through with a vengeance.
Well, if you're looking to get your hands on some Counter-Strike skins, then go and check out the most lucrative and affordable marketplace out there. Go and check out CEST.MAD. You get 30% bonus on your first deposit when using their site, and I do believe it's an extra 25% on every other deposit. And so, if you're looking to get an M9 bayonet in the hands of Body or HS, or looking to get the Shadow Daggers in the hands of Tensky, then CS Money is the place to be. Go and check them out as always, and get your hands on some awesome skins. But into the action, back in the driver's seat, Double Pony looking to retain what was theirs, and Lucky already opening with one. Joko's found Mearbit, although Lucky out of the equation of 4 versus 3, and the remaining players stuck towards A because of the noise made and the hassle caused by Body, and so the retake inbound, smoke deployed to the right, the Molotov as well, in fact doubling up, trying to take down Afro, but at the end of the day, he's able to retain. Joko finding HS, Afro finding Tensky, and Body finding Mertz. It's a near flawless round for Double Pony, only 4 away from success. And heading into this one, well, Nordavind, again, are going to suffer financially as a buy to their hands. They need to make this one work, Scripps. They can't afford to lose out on a round like this because Double Pony are going to walk all over them if they can't retain the lead and retain the form that we found themselves in not too long ago.
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Nordavind, they were on an upswing, but when the rifles come into play, I think the individuals are just a lot to deal with and seemingly too much. You have the likes of impressive players, you know, HS, Mearbit, Mertz have all been touted as young up-and-comers, but HS and Mearbit especially have had those titles for quite some time. Jocko going to find the head of the first into the round here. Supra getting caught off by Jogger just charging in. Maybe a lapse in communication or just not respecting how fast, how often these guys hold a W. Jocko with another. Finding all the kills in the round right now for Double Pony. Beautiful stuff from him. That will be the round as we move up to 13. Nordavind really hitting the wall here. They've got to find a way back in. A timeout, I think, required. This is their pick, and they have to find it. We talked about that. Dust 2 is so good for Double Pony. Absolutely no chance they'll get back in. But my lord, how do you deal with these crispy headshots?
Ridiculous stuff. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Double Pony are just throwing everything at Nordavind right now. And we talked about, you know, the French sides. They love to show that early aggression. They love to take initiative in how they play. And they've absolutely dominated Nordavind, may I say. You know, the scoreline doesn't exactly reflect domination. And maybe domination was the wrong word to use there. But I think the fact of the matter is, Double Pony have converted a lot of these T-side rounds. They have thrown absolutely everything at Nordavind, and the majority of it has stuck. Joko going to be challenged towards middle. Oh, unlucky from Lucky, ironically. He's going to drop away. Maybe didn't even spot the player on the second time around. But at the end of the day, able to escape with his life. 4 versus 4 Molotov towards Sandbags. Mearbit to gather that information and that knowledge of the Molotov, and so you can only assume, you know, 1 to 2 players immediately towards this site, and MBK trying to dish out some damage, but unfortunately will take a lot of it. But Afro to shave out Mertz from the round, leaving us into a 4 versus 3, and still only 2 pistols and HS's AK to try and hold on to Nordavind's hopes within the map of Vertigo.
Yeah, not looking good. Now just down to HS and Supra. Now just down to Supra. Afro not missing on the AWP this round, apparently. Supra's going to try and make some money with the MP9, and definitely possible. There's a lot of low HP bars. Here's the jumping player, distracting him away, and of course, an oversight will cost him his life. 14-8. The last buy, quite possibly here for Nordavind. They have to find this to stay alive.
Gotta get it done. That's the name of the game right now, and Nordavind, I mean, they have got next to no chance at slipping up any of these rounds if they want to find this game in their hands, because Double Pony 2 away from success, and so 7 rounds in a row required from Nordavind to at least ensure overtime. That is ridiculous stuff. And even then, if they wanted to take the game 16-14, then you are looking at another 8 rounds in a row. And, well, that seems uncharacteristic for Double Pony to lose. And Nordavind, oh my word. I thought maybe for a second the aggression from Supra could have granted a first, the off-angle taken, and unfortunately nothing. Mirbit nearly getting a taste of his own medicine as well, as he was millimeters away from being blasted through the wood wall again. A minute and 15 to go. Double Pony, sure, at least a chance with this man advantage, but can they keep it and can they exploit it? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because MBK and Dejoko both tagged up by that HE grenade, and so that's going to make them rethink the approach, and MBK sliding down the ladder, and he might just assist his team on their endeavours towards B. 55 seconds. The pins on grenades have been let loose, and now it's time for Double Pony to shine. Mirbit needed to find it, and unfortunately, Nordavind's cavalry, they have arrived, but Mertz, good for one, a very nasty flick. Still a 4 versus 3, even after that first kill on the side of Nordavind, fighting from the man down. It's going to be nothing but unfortunate as the bomb set down. I think it's safe to say this retake waved off, and Nordavind now playing for overtime.
7 in a row required, and they've not hit a round for a little while here as well. Double Pony really looking good. Pression keeps on coming. Well, we're moving up to 15 here, so it'd be 4 in a row for Double Pony at the moment. The rifle rounds particularly have looked solid, you know, once we've had a clean one, because you do have to remember Double Pony, they won the pistol. Nordavind, to their credit, won the force buy. But a very different beast, force buys from rifle rounds, and once Double Pony were able to stabilize their economy, you see how it has gone. They are yet to drop a round while everything's been kind of even across the board, as it were. Save is solid. However, not going to fully facilitate them into, you know, the best buy in the world. A FAMAS out. I believe another one dropped for Supra in just a second. Still, though, man, buys don't really matter. You know what I mean? They just need some kind of a miracle. They've had very good buys as the crow flies throughout this game, but it's not been enough. It's not been enough at all. Double Pony looking to clean things up here and now, take their opponent's map pick in decisive fashion, and bring us to Dust 2 a little prematurely, perhaps.
Well, Nordavind, 7 stabs of success, and it needs to be effective all 7 times if they even want to see the light of day. Well, the scoreline of 15-8, Double Pony, everything to play with. There's will be a little bit of hate thrown towards A. MBK to throw a flash high, and actually effective even on the short players. HS tagged up by that HE as well, down to sub 60, and now utility out. NBK to pressure on forward. Tensky needs to hold on. Lucky finds the first. It's Mertz's first blood, though, to kick things off. HS with another in the meantime through the smoke. The headshot of Dejoko caught out. HS finding MBK. And an array of frags found. Lucky and Body left alone. And oh, that is disgusting from Lucky. HS shaved out of the round, and now level to a 2 versus 2. Both players suffering with one low HP player. But Double Pony now with the bomb set down. In fact, never mind. Gonna drop away. It was gonna be the fake, but in fact, Nordavind second guessing the approach, and in the meantime, Double Pony gonna weave their way out of A and head towards B. But Supra and Mertz both read into this play. Can they catch them on the cross? This AWP needs to swing now, and in fact, it has. And Lucky. Oh, it's all about timing. Already 3 kills within the round, but he should not survive on this cross. Supra holds, and he will find it. And so Body against 2. But this mid-push, oh my god, Scriv. This could be the do-all, end-all moment. It's all about trigger discipline. It's all about timing. Body. Oh, he's a genius. The jack of all trades. Double Pony 16. Nordavind 8. And the 1 versus 2. And what a way to do it from Body. 6-6 stuff from him. And the map pick of Nordavind tore away with great success. Scriv. That has got to be one of the most impressive performances I think we've seen on Vertigo from the Double Pony side. And oh, there you go. Give it some of that, Body. MBK looking pleased, but Body, oh, he's got to be hyped after that one.
Yeah, feeling it, man. A big moment, a solid moment in the end, and you can see HS there a little indifferent with it all, which, you know, in a way could be a bit of a problem. He's not super annoyed. I think they kind of knew it got to a point where it felt like it was inevitable anyway. But yeah, a rough finish indeed for Nordavind. I think they were hoping for a hell of a lot more. and it just didn't come. But credit to Double Pony, very, very impressive. I think they did indeed, have a few moments where they were tested, where it was like, okay, this is a chance for Nordavind to maybe get back into things, give them a bit more time, but in the end, just not enough from the international lineup, the European lineup there. I think Double Pony just individually outclassing them.
Yeah, absolutely. But the best of 3, Nordavind losing their map pick. It's going to Dust 2, our second map of the series. Can Nordavind make it happen on Double Pony's home turf? Their strongest map, may I add. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we are back with the action here on Blast Rising. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
your high hopes, love so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel something. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Feel your ears come to silence. Feel your heart with a sound. Feel your ears will come to silence. Feel your heart with a sound. With a sound. Pain, let it all go. Your chance, your heavy low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down, down, and it's okay.
Well, a bit of a whitewash on map 1, to be honest with you. Double Pony coming in with such a domineering force there on Vertigo. The pick of Nordavind, however, so things are really not shaping up well for them moving into Dust 2. It is Double Pony's home map, absolutely. They are so damn happy to be here, and it is scary. 80% over 20 maps, you know, you don't want to weigh on those stats very much unless they are so unbelievably, you know, outweighed as compared to the average, and I think that is the case here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be difficult for Nordavind to get back into. There's no doubt about that one. I think that, you know, coming into this best of 3, and I mentioned at the get-go, Scriv, I said, you know, these guys, they've got to win map 1. That's their way to get to map 3, because Dust 2 is one of those maps where you can't really push past Double Pony, you know? You can't really squeeze that past them. 80% over 20 maps. I mean, the statistics tell you everything, I feel like, Scriven. So, heading into this one, it's going to be difficult to say at the least. I think, you know, Nordavind, there's a slight chance. Considering they played it a fair bit themselves, I mean, 14 maps played, 57% chance. It's nothing to frown upon, you know, having over a 50% win rate on that map. But the problem, I think, lies within the fact that we're now going to witness what should be a very quick game for Double Pony in that sense. And I don't think there's going to be much of a way where they can just sort of go, you know what, we're going to win this map, or Double Pony are going to go, you know what, let's relax here, because of course they're going to just slam on the gas, the accelerator. They're gonna full pelt, just send it into this map because they want to get it over and done with too. That's the plan for them here, Scriv, and I don't deny the fact that I think they are more than ready to go on this server and take Nordavind out of this series completely with a 2-0 fashion. Yeah, definitely, it could end up going that way. To be honest with you, I think that's kind of where most of us are at the moment. It will be difficult, but look, it is Dust 2. There's certainly potential, and it's not like Nordavind are completely foreign to the map themselves. They do play it when they have to, it looks like, and it's a pretty decent success. So it's one that they have in the back pocket, that they have available, and let it come out when the moment strikes them, you know, and certainly there are a lot of teams, especially at the level that they play at, that really like the Dust 2. So it does make a lot of sense that they have a decent kind of run on it. So definitely not completely out of the question, but it will require a big shift. You know, we talk about Dust 2 being an individually based map. That's exactly how Double Pony play the game. They were defying, you know, all the kind of rules and stuff that we talk about with aggression and peeking in and who's leading first and all this. They were just changing that up very, very often. There was a few moments as well, and that's perhaps where Nordavind were able to find their rounds, was off the back of, you know, someone going in by themselves, getting picked, and now we've lost the man advantage and we can't get it back. There was a good number of rounds, actually, where they lost the man advantage and they did get it back. So certainly sometimes they make life difficult for themselves, I think, by rushing in, by playing that individually based style. So certainly something that might need matching by Nordavind when we move into Dust 2. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Double Pony, but again, I don't deny the fact that they have exactly what it takes to absolutely blast through this series 2-0. It's going to be an interesting one, Scriv. And Nordavind now at this point, I feel like they're going to give it more, because being the map down, they knew they should have won Vertigo, so they're going to bring nothing but their A game. They're going to try and fight for survival, and it has to come from this map and the next. There's no losing another map here. There's no losing another 16 against the side of Double Pony, and how strong they're looking right now. It's going to question a lot about, you know, the validity of how this one goes. However, into Dust 2, Double Ponies, you can see, up by 1 map, but Nordavind looking to respond. It is, of course, the pistol in play, and we get things underway on the map of Dust 2, the second one of the series, picked by Double Pony. Better success, better percentages, everything in their way, but Nordavind is their last shot at hope in this best of 3, and they most certainly will not be going down without a fight. To kick things off, though, Double Pony, well, they're going to have a fight brought to middle, and already disposing of it. Oh my word, Double Pony, lightning fast, lot of frags towards middle, and in fact, they further that towards CT. Reckless for the Joko. Flashbang out, and it might just be a flawless one, and there you have it. Wow. I think reckless is the perfect word for it, to be honest with you. Flying in. And again, the unconventional rules. You would usually say USP versus Glock. This fight generally, you know, doesn't work at long range. Don't want to be taking the fights down middle, therefore. But Double Pony are like, and what? You know, they just do what they want. And find success with it. That's the annoying thing for your opponents. It should not work, but it does. So
Nordavind from the get-go. Can't be leaving their heads in vertigo. This might make things a bit difficult for them. We've got to push in towards lower tunnels. We'll find one. But also traded back, maybe a bit left low. So is it really worth it? They have to turn this, you know, aggressive play into something massive. And ultimately, it's left long, uncontested. The Frenchman will be happy with that. Great flash comes in for HS. He could have even found MBK there, to be honest with you. They're returning them on either side. The AK will close the gap. He finds a couple. Well found from MBK. That's the man advantage coming back in, and now he's spotted the boost up as well. He knows that they're both there. The jumping scout will attempt to do what he can. He actually lands a shot, finds the frag with the no-scope, but 2 more to get, and he's been easily spotted. So second round in for Double Pony. It does take them a lot of effort there, but they'll get it done nonetheless. And able to keep an AK out of their hands. So not a terrible force buy from Nordavind.
Yeah, I mean, they did more damage in that round than they did the pistol, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one to see now. Double Pony's response found Nordavind back on the pistols money. It's just not there, and I don't think that mid smoke is it is just about good enough. And I think, you know, had that not have been, Afro would have had a field day. And Joker quickly realizing, hold on a minute, I just heard way too many steps come from middle, and I mean, Nordavind, they're going to be waiting on B, but out towards A already. It's MBK and Lucky to take the fight to them, and this round is gone. There's no way Nordavind will be able to find themselves back into this one. Body throwing the short smoke. That gives up a little bit of what they're up to, but at the end of the day, I think it's done and dusted. Nordavind, they're not really looking too, I wouldn't say sharp. They're looking good individually. But again, it's just like map 1, where Double Pony are outbraiding them and outclassing them right now. But this next buy round into round 4, no matter the outcome of this one, has to be nothing but S tier from Nordavind. We have to see the best round, I think, to even have a shred convincing, I think, anyone at winning this best of 3. And that's no disrespect to Nordavind, don't get me wrong. They are an insane team. But against the likes of Double Pony, you're going to need something spectacular to come back into this game and not only come back from 1-0 down, but then to fight on Double Pony's strongest map, and then to fight Double Pony again on a very good map of their own. Everything is stacked against them right now.
Yeah, and generally speaking, those kinds of games, very difficult to come out on top of. Mac 10's going to go a search in. Spotted out a couple players here, but I don't think he knows what quite waits for him beyond the B doors, or as it is beyond B window. Ollie comes over the top. We'll find that one frag though. And look, he's got to be careful here not to drop an AK in particular. Yeah, I think they recognize fully what is now around there, that MPK's gone down. So, anticlimactic finish, folks. But it is about to heat up as we get into round number 4. Nordavind's first proper chance now to answer back after the pistol. Double Pony there. True test begins. We'll see what they opt to go for. Going to keep a bonus scout in play, I suppose. It looks like they've got a pretty heavy B spawn here. Might go for a rush.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Double Pony want to throw something at it already. I think Djoko hanging back so he can lob a flashbang maybe. Already that noise being made, so the Molotov in play. And so Nordavind now taking their time. A grenade thrown deep as well, and a flashbang. That's a lot of utility gone from the hands of Supra already from a Nordavind side that isn't really prepared to use their utility. I mean, looking at it already, Mertz is out of it. Mirbit only with a smoke and a flash. Supra now with only a smoke. And Tensky with only 3 or 4 pieces of utility that he could have invested into this round. So, suffering, Nordavind trying their hardest. Mirbit ducking out of that flashbang, out of sight for the time being. But Double Pony towards short. No long control. But if they can isolate that frag onto Mertz and find themselves at a 5 versus 4. That's the A site given up. The rotate has to come from mid, and then that could expose the Double Pony flank. And then on top of that, you've got an isolated HS with a Mac 10 on long. So this needs to come from this initial kill towards car. MBK to drop on down. And oh my word, Mirbit while blind deleting MBK. And now they're going to expect the A play, but no, wrapping towards B. Double Pony looking to get out and try and stop Nordavind.
Nice flash over the top. It's awkward for Body, though. Tensky gets away with a couple more than he bargained for. Afro going to take his head clean off at the very least. So 2-on-2 with the bomb plant. Low HP for Lucky. No kit available for the CT side. And a Mac 10 and AWP, really not the best retake weapons to be perfectly honest. They're going to go for it, though. They kind of have to. You know, the desperation's starting to set in here on the side of Nordavind. After it's the fight that has to be won, and it doesn't happen. Trade comes in, but I don't think this works in the one-on-one. Mertz, he knows it. He'll take the AWP, and he will move to save. 4th round in for Double Pony. We're seeing some deja vu effects here on Dust 2. Really difficult reminder for Nordavind, I think, that things are going to be an uphill battle the whole way through. And look, man, I think with a team like Double Pony, you've really got to earn their respect in order to stop the brutal oppression, the iron-fisted approach that Double Pony have with Counter-Strike at the moment. I think they really do need to answer back in a big, big way. Of course, shout out to Coinbase. Get control of your eco, as they say. I mean, you may well, if you are entering today into the crypto space, you may well have just missed the dip. That's what they always talk about, buy the dip. I did.
Lucky man.
But nonetheless, nonetheless, it's still an interesting prospect and has a lot of legs. But do your own research. That's the other thing they say as well. Make sure you're not just following, you know, Twitter signals. But Coinbase, sorry, is definitely the place to be. They're earn to learn kind of stuff, you know, going on is really, really good. And I think that they have a very simple way around the app and way around the desktop app as well to help out beginners, for sure.
Fit for all, I feel like, is where Coinbase is at. If you don't know how to use Coinbase, if you don't know how crypto works at all, then Coinbase is the place to be. If you're a seasoned vet, some might say, then Coinbase still, with open arms, will welcome you in. But somewhere Double Pony are not welcome is towards long. Unfortunately, Nordavind don't have the utility nor the body count to try and keep control of it, so they forfeit that aggression, forfeit the already thrown out utility, and Double Pony not going to stop there. HS looking to get aggressive towards short into a fight of MBK, something, I mean, I personally would not be taking. And I think HS, a bit of a deep endeavour, but Tensky to find the first. Dejoko to cross as well. 5 versus 4 into the hands as well. Tensky taking some serious damage. HS will find a shot onto MBK. Dejoko in the meantime finding a shot from Mertz. Afro's Molotov does its job. 4 versus 2. This was a 5 versus 2 scriv, and an AWP posted up on this angle could be lethal. And Afro demonstrating exactly that as he finds another player. Mirbit out and now down to 3. And this is where the AK could exceed because HS low HP and that AWP now sliced out of the round. So it's all unlucky. The pressure inbound finds the first. Knows where Tensky is. Knows a third player coming from long. Now hold on a second. Lucky. 7 points of health denied by Tensky. And oh my word, yet again down to the wire. Does have the kit, does have the time and the space, of course. Tensky just about a first on the board for Nordavind. But oh my word, yet again, an individual piece of excellence to the hands of Lucky to nearly find Double Pony their flawless lead to continue. Wow.
Wow, indeed, sir. I think certainly, you know, underestimating the patience of Tensky in that scenario was Lucky. He thought he'd already moved around towards ramp, but not the case. Still, it comes close. And it is exciting. It's a little more of a pickup, I suppose, in that round than it was on Vertigo towards the end. So that's something for Nordavind to work with. Those individual moments always going to boost your morale as well as a squad. Very, very cool to see. Whether they can keep it rolling, though, is the big question. Of course, Double Pony did a great job on map 1 of just shutting them down, man. As soon as they'd find a round like that, or just a round in general, it would immediately be answered back by the Frenchman. Big nade coming in there, though. Absolutely perfect one, I believe, from Mirbit. Catching them at the opportune moment. NBK is left on 26 HP.
Well, Double Pony going to try their luck once again. Mertz will catch off body. That's one of the high HP players gone as well. Dejoko at least in with a trade. Mertz gone. Now, bomb set down. HS to peek. And in fact, will forfeit the FAMAS for the AWP. Flashbang. Dejoko quickly realizing there's going to be some fresh meat towards long. But at the same time, does he really want to throw himself into a sniper? I mean, on the longest part of the map as well. I think it's most certainly a suicidal way to go out already, though. MBK, hold on a minute. How is he allowed to just jump up and find himself one? Supra's trade has been caught out to Joko. MBK, another. Mirbit finds another Afro in towards long. One with a D. Picks up a FAMAS as well. 5-second defuse. Molotov is not going to be good enough. Mirbit to stick it.
Oh.
And it will be that one gone. We'll find the headshot nonetheless. And the AWP retrieved. But the cost of a second round. Nordavind just about getting themselves in. But permanent damage to the economy off the back of back-to-back 4K Scriv. Having only one survivor each time for Nordavind. In fact, we didn't have a survivor in this round. My mistake. And so the money, I mean, double Pony's buy, even after losing 2, is better than that of Nordavind's. And that's the struggle that Nordavind are working against. Against the grain as well of how the economy works for this game. Problematic now for Nordavind in round 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, really not able to take their foot off the gas. They've got to keep it going, right? There's no breathing room at all right now for the CT end. Nice find on the damage from Body. I think he heard it as well. Continues spamming away, but the nades coming through. At the very least, that gives them information that there's people on short. Jump up from MBK confirms the fact. Smoke in the way, really making life difficult, and gives Tensky a bit of room to work with, but more Body was ready for it. Nade gonna touch down. No, doesn't quite make it over the short wall, unfortunately. So it is still a man advantage, but a loose one for Double Pony here.
Joko out with one, though, towards B. This grenade, oh my word. That is so much damage done. Lucky will take the fight, will take the peak. Unfortunately, not going to be good for anything. And Mert's actually to just decapitate him towards short. So now, 3v3. 2 players on each team, respectively, on low HP. But Afro, AWP, and thriving with the HP he has to hand can be quite scary. Waiting on a flashbang, quite possibly. I mean, he's the only man with utility on this retake. Throws the smoke in towards double door. Towards window position. Flashbang of Nordavind's does connect onto the AWPer. HS to try and get aggressive, but Afro will take his head clean off. The high HP player gone, and the MP9 and the AK in for a retake. The man down and out towards B, I think most certainly something they should not be going for, and they know this. They're going to run away, and Afro might even go in for more. Peeking with the AWP. Caught out. Got to be careful. Has to jump across. Does he survive? No, he does not, and so that's an AWP forfeited. Nordavind, excuse me, will lose an MP9 in the process. A bit of a weird way to end the round, Screws, but the scoreline stays the same. Double Pony up by 3 as we land at 5-2 within 7 rounds.
Yeah, just as they were starting to find some momentum, Nordavind's going to have that win taken out of their sails. As you touched on a couple times, as is always prevalent on the CT side, the economy working against them. The fast play coming in here towards B, though, just as the molly dissipates, catching Supra off guard. Tensky flashing himself in, though, does get a double. He's dropped the bomb, creating a lot of space here. Afro, though, coming in with a double of his own. Tensky on the backside, P2K out. Does manage to take him down, but it's chaos. There's kills all over the shop. Who knows where the T's will end up. Finally, they're able to get it down on B and finding themselves a bit of stability. But for a second, you can see on the minimap as they flip back and forth, Nordavind thought it was A. So buying themselves a bit of unbeknownst time. And I think with so much indecisiveness, Tensky low, no kit available, they're just really not feeling it. And immediately there's kind of some friction here. HS was in, ready to go for it. Trying to make some noise, but he just doesn't have the teammate to help him out, so he will be forced into saving ultimately, but it definitely feels like from the movement, from the body language there, that he wasn't wanting to do that.
You have a look at the map and you see where the CTs have died. We see one in towards spawn, one on CT, and then of course we had that B player fall as well. I mean, Nordavind seemed to be very unprepared for the strats that Double Pony are throwing at them. And again, we saw that short aggro where MBK found the kill on top of the, short position in that round specifically. I believe it was round 6 or 7, where Nordavind just weren't expecting that short play. They didn't really have the information. HS, I mean, did have the pressure onto MBK from short, but again, it wasn't really all too much thrown at them. And again, Nordavind, Admittedly, they are on pistols, and so, I mean, to take long would be audacious to say the least, but forfeiting that immediate control, playing from the sights, and considering that as well, it is in fact 3 players on this short angle, and Body is going to try and sneak on past. That molly should at least allow him to throw himself towards short. That grenade, however, I think will give him other plans, and in fact, the stack out towards A. MBK just spams into the wall. HS good for 1, Afro with another, and hold on a minute, because we might just have a bit of life breathed into the Nordavind side. HS now for 3, scoops up the AK, denied of a 4th. His Body will find one in the meantime, and Mertz now split between 2 angles, does not know where to go. A smoke towards the direction of the bomb to at least retrieve it. But a big round required from Mertz, and when the bomb is retrieved, I think it's safe to say they're going to move right back towards B. They know it's vacant, as Mertz now required with a near impossible 1 versus 2, and sniffed out towards his A site once again, very low HP. I think it's only right for him to save. No armor, no kit, and no utility for this retake, and Double Pony might have just booked themselves a one-way ticket to a 7th, and to say that, and for it to go to 7-2, Scriv, I think is a statement in itself. Double Pony could have the worst end to this first half, and I still would have high hopes for them to win this map because of how they've played so far. It's been dominating in every way.
Still just having to play catch-up here on the Nordavind side, and I think that that is the tale of the entire series so far, that they're just not even 1 step behind, but a couple steps behind. You know what I mean? They get a foot in the door, immediately slam back in their face. Double Pony not giving them anything, and merciless, absolutely merciless here from the French side. Double Pony, of course, I believe in French is like an idiom that just means big horse. So maybe not an idiom. An idiom's like, you know, kind of like a phrase that's idiosyncratic to the language, something like that.
What is that word? What?
Idiosyncratic, like exclusive. So it's like you personally will have idiosyncrasies, I think is what you say.
Man.
So it's sort of like
Jesus. I got to be in English. There's it's all over my head, mate.
I'm just all about it, mate. You know what I mean? You gotta get into the language. You know, and learn the big words. But then sometimes, you know, you kind of get into a position as a commentator. It's probably a good fact that you asked, because you just use random words, and then people are like, don't know what that means, and they just think you're a bit of a moron. But yeah, it's like individual, you know, like to you. Yeah. So you as Retro the caster will have idiosyncrasies that you do in your casting style, like whether it's a phrase that you use or you know, a way that you say a certain word. Like sometimes instead of saying diffuse, I say defuse. You know, like Americans say defense and stuff like that.
Okay.
Things like that are a little bit particular to you. And I think that Double Pony, that's basically their whole Counter-Strike style is very individualistic. So I think that word applies to them quite well, actually.
Somehow you wrap that around to Counter-Strike. I do not know how, but the man's a god of the English language. But what the French language? Double Pony will be screaming for joy. 7-2 the scoreline, and already a bit of aggression found. Mertz will find Afro in the end, and so Double Pony fighting from the man down. But you were talking about between map, Scriv, you know, even when Double Pony have found themselves at a 4v5, they somehow squeeze themselves out some round success. You know, even when they are fighting from the gutter, they have provided a round success. And so for Double Pony, you know, it's going to rock them a little bit that they are taken out at least by 1 early doors. I don't think they're going to be all too shocked. And it's not safe to say, you know, this round is in the hands of Nordavind, because things could be thrown right back on his head. And just like that, it has been. Joko will find HS. 4v4 scenario now in play. Smoke towards CT as well. Mert's going to try and duck behind it to provide some cover, but still wants to hold out towards middle. The B tunnels is going to be oppressed, and nice shot from Tensky, but only good for 1. Didn't expect the second man there. Mertz has caught Body through the wall, and in fact now Supra has to be careful. The B is in play. Good for 1, good for 2. And Nordavind finally rattled the side of Double Pony once again. We're looking like they're getting interesting, and speaking of interesting, if your peak performance comes in Counter-Strike, we all know skins equals wins, and what's a better place to find yourself some skins over at CS.money? Make sure to check them out. Awesome deposit bonuses, 30% on your first deposit. Scriv, we talked about last time, you know, you were looking to get a knife. Have you had a deeper look into it, a deeper thought?
I went on the website, I got as far as that, but I've not caved just yet. You see, the thing is, I'd quite like a skeleton knife.
Oh, God. You're digging deep.
They're a bit expensive, aren't they? Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like, do I could maybe get I think the cheapest one's like 170 quid, right? So I could get that and it looks, you know, dog. Or I'm going to bite the bullet and get like a slaughter or something, but they're more like 800 quid. You know what I mean? So I'd have to put on at least like £600 for that 30% top up kind of thing.
Yes, money. Hook him up.
Yeah, well, ideally, you know, but I don't think I got that profile just yet. Maybe I'll just keep waiting. You know what I'll keep doing, mate? I'll keep opening cases.
Maybe.
Then
Just
I'll
maybe.
get a knife. Yeah. That's smart, innit? That's the best way to do it, of course.
However,
Absolutely not.
Griv, we've got a round on our hands, more than just body. Delivering another headshot. HS caught on the back of the side. Oh, MBK's hit one as well. Scriv, what's going on? Success. No way Double Pony win this round. It was a force buy. They had pistols. And they've just absolutely rattled Nordavind towards A. Tensky and Supra stunned in the process. I'm sorry to cut you off about your dreams of unboxing a knife. But I think Double Pony's dreams have just become reality. They had no business in winning this round.
Listen, mate, it's all good. Because, you know, this is a round that we look at. And I do that kind of talking. Of course, Caster talk about game, right? But I do that kind of talking because you don't really expect them to win it. They know they're up on short. Big nade landed early on, you know. But against all the odds, Double Pony are able to get it done. And that is, again, paying testament to the way that they approach the game. The individually based play style allows rounds like this where the rules are, you know, they are just doing whatever they want in a round where you've only got the deagles. Let's go up short. Let's rush our way in. But there's no real thought behind it. It's not like, okay, MBK, you're going to lead the way, and then we'll bait out at middle and all this kind of stuff. They are just charging forwards and trying to find what they can, and ultimately it works. The deagles, you can never write them off, and you can never, ever, ever write them off in the hands of this Double Pony boys. So really difficult round to be on the end on, and it comes so soon. You know, Nordavind find a round, immediately returned on. However, big damage into this one. 2 kills coming in. Double Pony. Yeah, I don't know, man. How has this happened? I don't know how he's still alive. MBK, though, how has this happened? Just charging forward, doing what he wants. Afro going to get taken down before the smoke comes in. It's another chaotic, impossible to keep up with round. However, when everything is said and done, the smoke dissipates, and suddenly it's a 3-on-2 for Nordavind. Can they convert this?
An advantage. MBK already with 2 within the round, and, well, you might just need an ace because Lucky's trapped in towards this tunnel's position. He can't afford to run across because that's just certain suicide. You're jumping into the jaws of Mertz, and although he doesn't know the AWP's there, I mean, surely he'll at least realise that someone is going to be on that angle. And okay, MBK dishing out a headshot, unfortunately clipped through the top of the box, and so will only do a third of what it should have. But damage done is damage required. Lucky going to get smoked in. Mertz still holding the angle. And Double Pony trying to play with time. MBK to run back across. Lucky swings and does connect on the first. Spots out a second. Knows that he's in there as well. Trying to take the fight. And in fact, hold on a minute. Because Mirbit's on the top of the site. And I thought just for a moment, Lucky would have realised that Mirbit had to have swung. Had to have peeked. And he went for the jump spot info. And yet again comes down to the wire. The AWP retrieved and dropped across. Nordavind now into round 13. Looking like the hot shots. Double Pony back on a bit of a half buy. Quite possibly. I mean, Dejoko suffering. $1,200. Body as well. $1,550. Afro, similar situation. But Lucky and MBK stacked to the brim with cash and we'll be able to invest with them the next. So I guess this timeout is to sort out the discrepancies in finance and really try and think through what they want to do to these forthcoming rounds. They've got plenty of rounds to play with because of their lead, but of course they want to get something done before half time. And so for the side of, you know, the Nordavind camp, they're going to be chilling. Everyone's got money. Everyone's got guns. Well, HS not so much, but the utility, I guess, he's more than willing to sacrifice a rifle for the SMG, and, you know, it could do God's work, but at the same time, Double Pony in a bit of a trickier situation because, well, do you want to force? You want to eco? Do you want to try and throw the double eco? Do you want to... There's so many things that you think about here, Scriv, and I think Double Pony, with that knowledge, they're going to move forward with a force buy. MBK's got an AK, and that's, I think, the rogue buy alongside Lucky's Galil that really could throw a spanner in the works, and we already know Double Pony have had great success on the forces where they have been disadvantaged in these kind of rounds. What's not to say we see it again, and already to open up, Lucky has found one. Mertz quick trade, AWP connects. Drops an A deep as well, trying to find the quick kill. And so, not only is that a Galil, but if they can find that short control, is the Orgon Mir bit that they can pick up as well. And I think now if Double Pony get their hands on that, this round it's going to spice up to an unbelievable level.
Indeed it is. Nordavind obviously will be casting their minds back a little bit to the half buy that they lost against just a couple of rounds ago. Oh, Molly is well timed. Body's left by himself, but HS not biting, not sticking around, drops down. So I suppose he does his job, you know, to fear the player on the corner off. NBK going to get the double, I believe. The players in lower tunnels. That'll call for the push towards B here. They'll keep on sticking around on short. HS going to try and follow in their footsteps as best he possibly can. Has he been heard? Doesn't look like it. And he is in a pretty good time here. Could pull off the flank. Could save the round for Nordavind. First comes in. Second nice and easy. And now left onto Body. He's got a flank of his own, however. And it's all into the one-on-one. Quick plays from HS, just charging forwards. Body's not ready for it. Somehow still alive, though. Jumping up. HS is trying to bait all the ammo out. Wildly spraying around, but HS has run rings around him. 5th round for Nordavind. It is, again, very stressful, but they will get it.
Double Pony. With some loss bonus, I mean, they will be allowed to eco. But again, it comes down to the wire, Scriv. And I think that's where my alarm bells start ringing. Because Nordavind, I mean, yes, they convert, but now look at the weaponry. Super has to be put on an MP9. We see 2 FAMASs come out. There's an AWP on Mertz at the end of the day, but HS, you know, the only other man with arguably a suitable rifle, admittedly against the unarmored pistoled opponents, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to run these FAMASs, but I mean, why would you want to throw them away? Admittedly, last of the half, but it's guns into the wrong hands. Body's found one. Dejoko cut out of the round already to spam. Mertz finds one, and I guess this round, all said and done, it will be a 6th for Nordavind. But at the end of the day, I mean, this could have gotten very dicey. Again, Nordavind suffering financially because of Double Pony's aggression and how well they're constructing these rounds. But it's the conversion rate that gets to them. Tensky finds Afro. Famas picks up on Lucky. A 1 versus 4. And Supra, that's where the MP9 exceeds unarmored opponents, and he runs it right in. And it will be Nordavind now only trailing by 2. A different story on Double Pony's map pick. And I said that Nordavind needed an unexpected return to Dust 2. And I think it's safe to say they've delivered. Double Pony had a very strong start out the gates. You know, ironically, the lead horse, some might say. But Nordavind have actually brought this right back. And in fact, you know, not only are they looking to take things level, but they're looking to take over as the last round of the half hits. Still the double FAMAS investment, but this time very well prepared in terms of utility. And Double Pony, they're going to be quite afraid on trying to take this map control.
Absolutely, coming back with a vengeance to pick up the solid advantage. They want that 9th. However, a great response from Nordavind, to be fair. 2 players quickly up short, trying to gain control of that area and also take down Body in the process. Smearbit gonna team kill out HS. Oh no. That's not the way you want to kick things off. Mertz has been left solo as well. He eventually gets finished off by the flames. And a solid advantage. Great control here for Double Pony to get the bomb down. Retake required. Afro goes a bit too high and flying close to the sun, of course. Never a good idea. 3 on 2. Bomb has yet to be planted. Supra gonna go for the boost up. Oh, too many targets. And he just gets distracted out. MBK with the clean headshot to finish off. And the 9th round for Double Pony secured. A fast one from them, a chaotic one from them. They'll get it done nonetheless, and they will move into that second half with an advantage. It's slim, not as strong as the 10-5, but still pretty damn good.
Something to highlight as well is that Double Pony, again, were against the grain, where they were on the T side on arguably, you know, I would actually put as top 3 most CT sided maps right now. You know, Nuke, Vertigo, and then this one. Actually, no, I wouldn't say Vertigo. I'd say, well, I would have said Train, but we all know how that went. It's ridiculous now to see that double pony, advantage given. Again, it's one of those scenarios, not as important as the last, as you mentioned, Scriff, the 10-5 that we saw on Vertigo. But if double pony win the pistol, they're going to run away with this game. They are absolutely going to storm through Nordavind for the next 3-4 rounds, unless a rogue round occurs, an anomaly within what should be very precise data for double pony on this map. And so, you know, a bit of a pause at halftime. Everyone taking a little bit of a break. You can only assume everyone's just going to be sort of chilling out and, you know, taking their time, thinking things through. However, of course, thanks to Red Magic for, you know, putting their product forward on their stream and helping us out. And I mean, what a product to put forward. 165 hertz refresh rate on their screen. And on top of that, you know, a very interactive, nice looking phone, clean as could be. And, you know, people love to go with the Apple, the Android, but I mean, with specs like that, Scriv, you can't be complaining. The last time we were here, we were saying that 165 hertz refresh rate is better than our monitors. I wouldn't say annoyed, but the fact that there's a phone out there that has better refresh rate than my monitor, I think it hurts me inside to know that I've been beaten by a phone.
Well, it happens. You know, what can you do?
Impressive, yeah.
But don't worry, one day we will get that gig where they send us 360 hertz monitors, you know?
Oh, I'd be living. I'd still suck, but I'd be living.
Yeah, you'd actually be out of excuses, wouldn't you, as well? That's the issue.
I'm playing
on 144
no,
hertz, we can be like, oh man, if only I had a 240 hertz monitor at least, I'd be facing level 10 easy. But or ESEA rank S, you know, make sure everyone's included. But you know, nonetheless, 165 hertz, smooth as butter. Into the pistol we go. Not a rush coming in from Nordavind. They will take things much slower than double pony or on their T side. However, not double pony in general. Body going aggressive in upper tunnels here. Super just trying to mess around with him and scared to take the fight. You know, doesn't want to be the first to go down. Of course, now that they've found that kill onto Mertz, might just go for it. All the same, 5-on-4 out of the gate. We need a hero to step up for double pony, as we so often do. French side losing the advantage early.
Make a very valid point there, I think, Scriv, and I'll touch on it later. As short execute inbound, lucky, waiting on sight. A big round required, and one. No way does he find a second here. No, Mirbit to overpower with the Glock, and oh, that is disgusting. Mirbit finds a headshot onto Joko, and now Body left alone. 1 versus 4. Peeks for the first, does connect, and I think Tensky will relay that information. He was dinked, but through the wall for 10 points of health. I think a bit unfortunate. Body. There was a kit on short into the hands of Joko. Bombs planted on site. Mertz in towards the elevator position. There should be no way the retake happens here. First kill found. Hold on a minute here. Oh, okay, never mind. Body sent out. And I was going to touch on the facts, If you mentioned, you know, double pony, we rely on an individual, but it's not every time the same individual. It just seems to be that double pony have one man to step up every round. Like, it's a different person. The skill level from this team is ridiculous, but it's always a different person. You know, we saw MBK turn up a lot of the time on Vertigo on that A side. On CT's side, we saw Lucky reanimate himself as well on the T side. We had the Body 1v2 at the end of Vertigo to clean things up and take it 16-8. And then on top of that, I mean, everyone on this team has performed. You know, even the 2 players I didn't mention, Afro and Dejoko, they've had their fair share of excellence as well. And, you know, double pony, while they do miss out on the pistol, I think it's safe to say that they're not willing to throw away another, and so a force bite in play and a double scout triple deagle setup. It seems to be meta now, Scriv, where we see, you know, every team in this sort of like tier 3, tier 2, and even tier 1, where they just throw 3 deagles at it, 2 scouts, rely on the body shots from the scout, and then the deagles to finish the job. It's just, I think it's such a common theme now that Nordavind should be expecting this. But on a map like Dust 2, where it seems to be everything is so long range, this is where the scouts become so effective and so ingenious.
Definitely can be the case. Tag does land early as well. You know, the logic behind it seems to be applying pretty quickly here, Retro, so Oh, we'll have to see. Could be a bloodbath for 4 players ready and waiting. Quick headshot from HS, but it's returned by MBK almost instantly. 4 on 4. Still that tagging, of course. More landing. Afro trying to go for it. He does get one. Nades going in here as well. Flashes to follow up. NBK is the only one standing, but he's the only one that they need. Tensky has to double up. Finds the first, but Jocko is so healthy. The flash is perfect, however, and Jocko cannot get it done. Or Tensky bails Nordavind out of a big round.
Wow. What a round by MBK. That was something I think we would have seen at, like, you know, weekly clip. I think we'd have been watching that clip back for a while. If MBK found that last kill as well, it would have been dreamy. I think we'd have been stunned by MBK's success in that round. And already, I mean, he's dished out some serious damage. You see Nordavind suffering with all of that damage, with all the players falling. They have to rebuy. And now the problem is they have to flood Galils in because they can't afford to buy the AKs. It would be reckless to throw them against the Eco as well. And MBK right back on that Desert Eagle. The one-tap machine. And, well, he's trying to dish out a first headshot. Supra, the man to face. And, again, MBK, 16 kills here. I think he was the top fragger on Vertigo. Top of the server as well, in fact. And, well, already putting up big digits here on the second map of Double Pony. Looking to bail them out of quite possibly Nordavind tying things up. Again, we mentioned a big round required for Double Pony. That pistol was everything to piece together, so Nordavind hadn't a chance in this series. Although we've had some great success individually. Again, it's Nordavind that somehow have wriggled their way out of teamwork, and props to them. You know, I think both of us doubted them at one point, Scriv. After losing Vertigo and 6-9 half to Double Pony, winning that pistol has put them in such a great position. And again, Tensky out towards long, alongside Mirbit, and that's the A-bomb site conceded. Another kill as well found onto MBK, or rather the first kill found onto MBK. Afro at 3 HP. This round's all said and done. Nordavind to tie things up, and I didn't think we'd be saying that on a map like Dust 2. I can't lie, Scriv.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. You would have thought, you know, with how one-sided things were on Vertigo, that this should be an easy ride. And yet, here we are. But this is what I was talking about as well. You know, the potential of Dust 2. We always talk about it as an upset map. Oh, do you want to be picking into that? It's a scary one to go for, maybe when you've got the first pick, which, to be fair, Double Pony didn't, so they knew what their opponent was going for before they picked Dust 2. But all the same, oh, it can be a risky one. That's the collat actually landing. He doesn't quite find both kills, but doing the damage, body helping him out. Double Pony back in with a vengeance. The rifle's in play, and, you know, it goes from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. 5 on 3 almost instantaneously, and of course, Mertz and Super feeling the burn as well. So, solid advantage for Double Pony. The Frenchman definitely not going to give up that easy.
Great start. Double Pony back on success, it seems to be. Back on the road. Wait and see. Things fall silent here on Dust 2. A minute and 8 on the clock. I think, you know, Nordavind at this point quite stunned that Mirbit and HS quickly out of the round. A very speedy exit. And well, now everyone's just sort of gone, hold on a minute. We need to think things through and actually piece together what the problems are. And, well, in a two-man disadvantage, Supra suffering at half, and Mertz in a very similar situation as well. Gonna get problematic. Peek towards middle, body good for one. It should be traded out, and Mertz will be the man to provide. But again, 2 versus 4, Scriv. What are the chances that Nordavind finds success on a great buy round like this as well? It's all pieced together. Double Pony, 1 for 1. And of course, the Joko will find Mertz. Double digits in the hands of the Frenchman. And well, now 6 rounds away from success. Nordavind on a buy, and it's a do or die situation. The money isn't as fluid as that of Double Ponies now. And they're going to be suffering because, again, if they lose this round, they're back to the eco, and it's going to chalk up to 13 rounds quite quickly. So Nordavind, a great lot of pressure put on them for this round success, and a very close scoreline to have it happen.
Lucky getting tagged up early, not a bad start. Maybe though goes charging forwards, and NBK saw him before the flash came in, gets a second as well. Of course, Dust 2, a pretty damn good map for Vitality in the MBK era. And you can see why he's really flying. Big nade damage coming through. Mirtz does manage to find a frag, but kind of a consolation at this point. They need a lot more to work with if they are to convince us of getting back into this round. Aggression from them, matched by Double Pony. It's always going to be. That is their remit. That is absolutely the way that they play. And you cannot take them to ground with that kind of a thing. So they learned that one quickly on the Nordavind side, and now, of course, left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, towards short, though. Again, Double Pony don't really have that hold. I mean, MBK is on long with the AWP, but, you know, 9 points of health, suffering, smoke on site. He can't do anything now. A-bomb site picked up by Nordavind, and it's not an unwinnable situation. Yes, 2 players are low HP, but Double Pony are in the exact same situation. They don't have control of the site. There's now a 40-second fuse on this retake to happen. Double Pony have to speed things up, and it has to start now. There's 2 kits in play, and already Nordavind posted up for success. AWP in the hands of Mirtz as well will throw a spanner in the works, and Djoko already to fall to the hands of Tensky. Mirtz as well with another, and I think this retake has to be waved off unless MBK can find another. Already opened up with one, but the bomb way too far ticked, and I think Double Pony realised they have to forfeit this round. A crucial round win from Nordavind, tying things up at 10 apiece, and 2 survivors on both sides. It's going to suffer for both, but a bit of extra money to the hands of Nordavind now. You know, the loss bonus starting to tick away for both sides, and Double Pony a bit worse for wear, because again, continual damage done by Nordavind has put them in nothing short of a very poor position, and a do-or-die situation once again. I like to call them the do-or-die script, because it's one of those where, you know, if Double Pony win, they're fine. If not, they're going to have to chalk back up to an eco and rethink their whole game entirely. So, heading into this one, Nordavind, a great buy. Double Pony actually matching it, surprisingly. But again, it comes down to who wins this round. Because whoever doesn't, back to the pistols. And that is going to cost them the lead. Not only that, I mean, momentum on top of it could be the game changer.
Nordavind looking to change the game with the rush in here. Supra, certainly. 3 remaining for Double Pony there, miles away from the action. Of course, you know, they are crazy guys. But a 5-on-3 retake on the B-bomb side of Dust 2, not going to happen. They absolutely know that, so... I was going to say move to save will come in, but not quite the case just yet. Mirbit is hunting away here, and he's already found one. Oh, he knew the peak was coming, but body's too fast for him. They could hunt if they want, but they don't have a hell of a lot of cash here available on the Nordavind side. So they will take the round, move up to 11, keep things competitive, and actually take the lead for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. And this is on the right pathing. Because 2 survivors, I mean, it's now up to Double Pony, and I would expect a pause after this round to sort of think things through and settle with a precise decision on what to do. Because yes, Afro and Body have saved, but looking at the money of the rest of the team, I mean, you could squeeze out a drop of a FAMAS from Afro and an A1S from Body, but would you want to risk that? Because then someone's going to have to rely on a pistol, and it gets all too complicated. Double Pony don't take the pause. Instead, they are just going to go with their guns and go, you know what, we're willing to throw away these 2 rifles and hope that they can provide some success. But they're now going to roll on round 23 to try and throw in what is going to be their last-ditch effort to get this done in 2. And Tensky's found a bit of a nade to his feet. And on top of that, Mirtz has been sliced out of the round to the hands of the AWP of Afro. Beautiful stuff all in all. 4v5, Double Pony squeeze out the man advantage. And on top of that, reposition with the AWP and an M4 on Body. Things are going to get dicey.
Certainly looks to be the case. They are really taking their time here on the Nordavind side, though, and that means that Double Pony more than ready. It does feel like that half buy that they were able to win before. Supra, though, landing the flick onto Body. M4 going to be retrieved. Evening up the numbers is a good omen here. There's a flank coming in. Oh, so much damage through the smoke, but no kills happening for the CT side. MBK, can he make it? He will get taken down. Jocko now on the backside being watched. Supra with the spidey senses tingling away. And it looked dangerous But Nordavind's patience, it pays off. They slowly but surely make their way through the round, and of course, the classic slow but sure wins the race. So they move up to 12, and actually a pretty good shoe-in to pull off the upset. Double Pony don't have a lot of cash available, so this round there is a lot of weight riding on this one.
And into round 23, as you mentioned, it's going to be heavily opportunistic for the Double Pony side. They've got to throw everything they can into this round. Already Nordavind looking towards B. MBK's taking control of long, and that's going to stir on the Double Pony rotate. And you see 2 players in towards B. Quite an uncharacteristic move, you know, to see the double B stack. We saw it once from Nordavind, I do believe, but other than that, I mean, nothing too much. Bombs in towards spawn, and 3 players to tunnels. It could get dicey quite quickly. A double smoke inbound, 1 from Nordavind, 1 from Double Pony. Send things now, you know, a little bit more slowly. They don't want to over-aggress. And you mentioned last round, you know, patience paid off for Nordavind within the last. And again, thinking things through. Tensky throwing that molly towards suicide. It would be ridiculous if Double Pony had found that aggression, but they don't want to take a single risk. And now Super closing in towards lower tunnels. We could see a short play here, and if we do, there's a double boost patiently waiting for them. Double Pony, by a stroke of luck, will find success quite possibly as Afro to hold the angle. That molly as well might just force them away. Smoke on it. Oh, nah, shot through Afro between the legs, body still on the angle. I don't believe that Nordavind will expect the double stack, and so if he sits close, body could be in for a multi-kill. And oh my god, they're all pushing past in towards spawn. In fact, they're straight out towards B. What is this loop from Nordavind? Lucky and Joko isolated, and they have to go huge. Mertz has found one. The AWP caught out. Mertz has done a beautiful job, and Nordavind somehow 5 versus 3.
Yeah, massive. Absolutely massive. And a stroke of luck to go for it. Maybe a stroke of genius somewhere in the middle. But my god. They will be so happy that they've pulled that one off. We talked about it being a massively key round, and they do it immaculately. You know, whether you want to put it down to some divine intervention or what, but it ends up being an incredibly effective round. 4 on 3 as they do lose a player, but ultimately not really going to matter all that much. Move up to 13. This map is massively under threat. You know, it's still going to be an uphill battle moving forwards. Don't get us wrong. All 3 maps look pretty damn good for Double Pony. Dust 2 and Overpass in particularly. But solid stuff for Nordavind to be able to get this done. Speaking of solid stuff, of course. Shards, Coinbase. For their continued support. You want to get involved in the crypto world, go and check them out. They've got an app. They've got a website, of course, coinbase.com. Pretty simple. And you can get started there. You can earn while you learn. Really good stuff. Either way, see what Double Pony have got in store here.
He's something big, Scriv, because being 3 rounds down and at this scoreline, 13-10, it's difficult to come back from, and it's difficult to try and weave your way into. Bodies up close. Oh my, oh wow. Double Pony have been gifted a lifeline. Lucky has found one in the meantime as well. They're out towards B. The Joko catches one off, and only that is the bomb and the AWP. The Joko doubles down. And well, here we go. A stroke of luck quite possibly, but skill in the eyes of many as Double Pony now tee off quite nicely. It should be 13-11. It should be only 2 rounds behind as Tensky against all. M4A4 in hand against 5 hungry Frenchmen. There's no chance in MBK. I mean, what a way to end things out here. 5 survivors, but the money on Nordavind still very much strong. And that's what we were talking about. When Double Pony were on the T side, Nordavind was struggling because of the money that Nordavind had, or rather Double Pony had built up, excuse me. It's hard to fight from. And now Double Pony are going to realize this quite quickly. You know, that's one part to a 3-chapter battle, effectively. You know, you've got 2 more rounds at least where Double Pony, they're going to have buys thrown right at them. And again, as mentioned, round 25, Nordavind, plenty of money to invest, plenty of money to throw right at them. Getting things underway already mid-control, at least from lower tunnels taken, but that Molotov to hinder progress. The Frenchmen decide to just hit the brake, and they don't really want to throw much at it.
Yeah, maybe knowing how much of a precarious position they find themselves in. Afro going to drop. Not ideal. Taking the face. And he pays the ultimate price, so they start off a man down. Flash goes in, NBK with the blind spray down. Gives his position away a little bit. We'll have to drop back because of that. HS, meanwhile, ooh, spots the shadow. It's a nice bit of information in, and they are walking through. There's a player right around the corner. Oh, the drop from NBK, though. Gives the game away. Body might miss his opportunity as well if he doesn't take the peek. Oh, HS somehow still alive and actually going to survive the whole exchange. Oh, that is so difficult to watch. HS, he will fall, but not before the round is won. Lucky moving to save. Nordavind move up to 14. Double Pony now getting a taste of their own medicine as they pick up one round. They can't get the return. They cannot keep it going. Nordavind shut them down and might just have sealed the deal here on Dust 2.
Yeah. I mean, what a way to absolutely destroy Double Pony. And you know what? I doubted them a lot. I can't lie. On Dust 2, statistically, I mean, everyone should doubt Nordavind on Double Pony's best map, their map pick, you know, a map that they've developed into one of their own. And somehow Nordavind have just come back absolutely swinging, and it seems to be everything's connected. Not exactly a first round KO, but going the distance it seems to be, and Nordavind looking to just pick them apart and slap them silly. As again, a tactical timeout used by the Nordavind side this time. Maybe just trying to think things through. 3 rounds behind Double Pony find themselves. And you see here, I think they're going to be quite happy with that one. They need to think about what the problems are, and they need to cut them off quickly. And this might just be the way to do it. A 30-second breather before they have to jump back into the front seat and really start to try and hone in on their mistakes, because they've got little to no time to stop them now, Scriv. They've got to cut them off now, otherwise Nordavind will book themselves a ticket to map 3 at least overtime, if not the whole thing. And so, you know, map 3 might just be inside overpass, might just be played out here, Scrib, but we'll have to wait and see as round 26 underway, and Double Pony a 3-round deficit to try and absolutely claw back from.
Yeah, big time. Not an easy position to be in at all, but they will do their best. Fast start coming in from Nordavind, or at the very least a bait of it. However, Body with the nade, and I think a little bit of damage from his M4 there, able to find the first frag. So definitely what they needed on the Double Pony side. Somewhat of a lifeline, for sure. Time working with them as well. A lot of it here that they can really just sit and wait. Presence on the B-bomb site. Jocko tapping away. He's going to go in. Potential for damage. Doesn't mean the mark, though. No one's pushing in. Giving his game away that he's at back plat. Smoke to cover his escape and keep them guessing here on the T side. Lucky helping him out as well. The Vanguard pushing forwards for the T side. It is not successful at all. Oh, maybe from middle, though, on the flank. Does find 2. See what they can get off the back of it. A fight from MBK that is ill-advised. He takes a few shots, doesn't quite land them. It's Lucky with the wall bang, though. Gonna drop the bomb and find the 4K. Ain't Lucky in that round. All about the skill. 12 coming in for Double Pony as they absolutely demolish the T-side attack.
That is absurd. Lucky is a god. And again, I was talking about it earlier, Scriv. We needed a big step up. And every round, Double Pony seem to have a man. Well, they do. And this time, Lucky. MBK's missed shots towards middle. I mean, it's a bit uninteresting. Or a bit interesting, excuse me. You know, unfortunate to say the least. But now, into this one, all the same. And this time, Nordavind, if they lose this round, they're bankrupt. They have to declare an eco. And oh my word, Lucky. How is he allowed to get away with that? MBK finds one as well. Lucky missed shot. He's taken out by Meerbit. Again, a double kill from the main man himself. 15 kills. He's come alive in this second half. Can he continue it? AWP picked up in the double AWP setup here in the 3 versus 3. Actually waiting for the peek towards site, but I don't think he'll be given all too much. Aggressive, to say the least, from Long. But a minute and 10 to work with, and a player on low HP, Double Pony. Safe to say, They're ready and raring to go. Dejoko. Oh my god, if he slips in towards lower tunnels as they cross, it's unfortunate. But he's heading towards the right direction. The bomb's moving towards. And if Dejoko can at least find one kill and the information on the second, this round should be gone. It's a quick rotate from Afro in middle. But hold on. Oh no! Scriv,
Surely
what's
hears
going on?
them.
Oh, no, they don't. They're shifting. Oh no. Dejoko, come back up, please. For Double Pony's sake. Oh, hold on a minute. Although he didn't spot the cross, this is good timing. Very good timing because Afro's found Meerbit. But now the delayed utility, he knows. And the flank's inbound. Will they expect it this quick? Supra seems to be on edge of it. Bomb set down. 2v3.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Mert pushing in, but Joko's got the ideal peak. His position finally comes to fruition. All going to be on Supra to clutch up, and there's just too many. Yeah, he's looked towards tunnel. And he will get taken down. 13 in for Double Pony. A pretty decisive one there once again. It was touch and go in the 3-on-3, but they get it over the line. And even with the bomb plant, there's no money for Nordavind to fully buy, so surely we're going to even things back up.
Yeah, it should be the case, Scriv. But, I mean, we've seen some ridiculous stuff on the T side of Dust too. Double Pony absolutely clapped out Nordavind. And I think it was MBK's Deagle that did the same. And on the CT side, we nearly saw a ridiculous clap from MBK as well. So, you know, I don't want to be the doubtful man to Double Pony's buy. But at the same time, you can only imagine what this round means to Nordavind. And this grenade will finish off the first. And there you go, MBK to draw first blood to the assistance of Afro's leg. Like, shot, I should say it. Oh my god, he's just collateral two of them through doors and through the box. MBK to drop the molly from short. They've isolated these players towards middle, and it's going to be an unfortunate turn of events. MBK to get a flash in. Doesn't gather the information immediately, but still plenty of time to work with a flashbang of their own. Meerbit pushing way too aggressive. The flashbang wouldn't have covered that, and although MBK was blind, completely sent out of this round. 5 versus 3, and Double Pony seem to have this one very much tamed and under control, as the Alt might even be able to get a bit of a fight here as well. But MBK close on the angle. The molly denies the peak, and Nordavind trapped and nowhere to go. Well fortified the site. Nordavind going to get dicey for them, and they need these next couple of rounds, at least one of them, to guarantee themselves over time.
Oh. Supra gonna find MBK. There's an M4 retrieved. Not really a massive trade-off of information of, ooh, the bomb's short. Ah, they're all short. They're rushing in. You know, it's just one kill from a lone T. Ah, lucky watching for Tensky, though. Going to take him down now into the 4-on-2. Looking good. Crack angles. He does take a fair amount of damage there, but going to find it. Supra through the smoke getting tagged up. It's actually Afro, I think, over the smoke. Yeah, able to take him down. 14-14. So just a one kill. This Double Pony looks set. They're really looking good. They're drawing close to upsetting Nordavind. It would be a bitter pill to swallow here for the Nordavind boys. They put up such a good fight and honestly subverting all our expectations. Really, really doing a good job of proving themselves here on Dust 2. But whether they can keep that rolling is, of course, a big question here. 2 Galils out. Some AKs to work with as well, and early presence over at B.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to get interesting. Oh my god, if Dejoko had spammed that, I think he would have found himself 2 kills, but fortunately, patience does save Nordavind for the time being, and this is so reckless. In the 29th round, Scriv, we're going to see a B rush. Dejoko ready. 1. Not good for the second just yet. Lucky's in for another, though. A double kill for him. Dejoko with another. It's 15-14. Double Pony. They found themselves a near insane round. It might just be flawless. Dejoko playing for the peak, playing for the headshot angle. Meerbit not catching him out. And this is not the way I don't think Nordavind wanted to close out this game. It might just go 16-14 because look at the money, Scriv. On the 29th round, Nordavind go for a B push. A B rush at that. They had no info. They had no chance. What is going on?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, mate. It is absolutely wild, to be honest with you, but they are pulling it off. As is the way for Double Pony. That seems to be, you know, they obviously are expected to win the series overall, but maybe not the map. The way that it was looking, Nordavind were in the lead. And just like they've done against Vitality and OG in the past, they just pull something out of the hat, you know. So many tricks. They're all pretty damn effective. That might just have done it. Mert's going to be tagged up early. And of course, as you can see, the only automatic weapon here is the MAC-10. They're really not looking good. The hopes are very slim at best for Nordavind. Maybe with a bit of energy and something unorthodox, they could pull it off, but it really is going to need a miracle. Lucky's opened up onto the first. Touchdown nade to follow. Doesn't hit the mark, and that's because they're not pushing. They've been thwarted here. Being kept at bay. Ooh, and maybe being found through the smoke. Afro going to chime in with that secondary AWP here. Looking good, isn't it? They're all getting tagged up. Afro at Goose. Sneaks through the molly. Finds a double. Beautiful stuff. Supra gets one, but that is all for the round. 16-14 as Double Pony. They will completely and utterly upset Nordavind there in the end. The series, they're expected to win it, of course, but really, really unlucky for Nordavind that they cannot take us to a third. Body, again, is so animated here at the tail end.
I mean, what a comeback, though, from Double Pony. And, you know, while we sit here and say, okay, very well played from Double Pony, you've got to understand, you can see the frustration on HS there, and I guess the rest of the side as well will be feeling the exact same, Scriv. But at the end of the day, to take 14 rounds away from Double Pony's best map pick, it's going to see it happen like that. But that is a statement to be made. I feel like Nordavind, yes, you know, 2-0 doesn't really paint the picture that we saw. Quite a slow start on Vertigo. They sort of winded themselves into it towards the later stages, but at that point, you know, 10-5 half, it's near impossible to come back from. On the second map, however, on Dust 2, bear in mind, it was the map pick of Double Ponies.
Yeah.
We now see absolutely ridiculous stuff. They come back 14 rounds. You know, I think they were 9-6 down at halftime, Scriv. They come back. They take it into the lead. 14-12, I do believe. 14-11. And, you know, although, yeah, they slip a lot of rounds and they do lose the series 2-0, the fact that they were so close on winning, it's heartbreaking, but at the same time, Nordavind have got to take away the positives from this game. And the positives are that they did an exceptional job on Dust 2. And furthermore, it's a learning curve on Vertigo. Yes, it's frustrating to lose your map pick. I understand that. But nothing takes away from the fact there was a fantastic best of 3. And although it ended in 2, I feel like it doesn't really paint the picture to how well Nordavind played today.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely hit the nail on the head in the sense that it's like the Dust 2, we really did not expect any kind of, you know, solid performance from Nordavind, to be frank. With the way that the first map went, they look very flat, and you're like, okay, they've lost their own map pick, and now they're going into Dust 2. I mean, there's a bit of potential, and it was slim. It was very slim, I think, for them to take it. We touched on it a little bit as a win condition, that it is Dust 2, and you can, you know, play your own game. Obviously, it's very simple. There's only so many things that Double Pony are able to do with Dust 2, but they do a solid job, generally speaking. So Nordavind able to pick up the 14. I think, yeah, they can be happy with that. Double Pony are starting to prove themselves as a really scary squad. So I think certainly if you're finding a 14-round loss, then you can be pretty happy with that. However, they will be kicking themselves if they don't take it over the line, and there was certainly a position, yeah, it was, having double-checked, 14-11, there was a position that they could have gotten it done, and I think a few mistakes here and there let it slip, and the mental, it seems to be something with this team that affects them massively, is, you know, the mental game, and I think it slips at the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know, commiserations to Nordavind. It's unfortunate looking at it, you know, outside in. It's like, oh, you know, really should have closed out Dust 2 thinking about it. But at the same time, you know, being out round of 16, it's unfortunate, but it happens in the game of Counter-Strike. However, moving over to the winner's side, we do have a very special person with us, Scriv. It is, of course, Body from the Double Pony side.
Yo.
Hello, guys. Hello, my friend. What a game to start things off from you. Individual excellence. I feel like kicking things off right away on Vertigo. I got to ask, the 1 versus 2 at the end, we saw you look into the camera. We saw you shout. That must have been really hype. What was your expectations coming into a map like Vertigo? Nordavind picking it, one of their, arguably best maps, and then, for you to put on arguably what a very one-sided show. Did you expect you to outperform them in that sense on that map?
Yeah, kinda, because we were really prepared. In a sense that we prepared our match against Astralis yesterday, but they didn't let us the chance to play our T side. So we didn't actually show anything yesterday, and we had quite a lot to show today. And I'd say that yeah, we were ready on this map and pretty much ready to face them.
Well, I guess moving forwards onto Dust 2 then, did you expect that kind of a performance? Because we, thought obviously Dust 2 is a great map for you guys at the minute. And Nordavind looked very, very flat. And it's like, okay, this is a difficult one to bounce back on. But bounce back they did, they took you the full distance and you got the composure at the end, obviously, to take it yourselves. But I don't know, how do you deal when you're in a position of like that 14-11? I believe you took a timeout the round before, and what are the kind of things that you say in that timeout to spur everyone forwards to go on a solid run to snatch the map away, as it were?
To be quite honest with you, I think we didn't take the middle of the match seriously, and we kind of we are practicing a lot for the flashpoint. I'm gonna be honest with you, and we're really tired. These days have been pretty hard. We're grinding a lot, and after winning that hard on Vertigo, we were kind of expecting to win easily, and we quite let our guard down, and we let them come back into the game. They had a good plan, and they actually countered us really hard at some point in our T side. And at 14-11 for them, I was just trying to get the composure of the team back and just find ourselves back, because it was not ourselves through the mid side and the start of the city side. I just needed my guys to come back and be ready to headshot them when they were coming. That was the main word.
Yeah, I mean, understandable. I guess 14-11 down. It's an interesting one. You won the match anyway. A win's a win at the end of the day. You move forward now. After beating, I wouldn't say convincingly, but good enough to a great standard. In fact, moving forward now, beating Nordavind. Your next opponent is Apex, a team I feel like quite recognised now, up and coming. You mentioned you've done a lot of prep. Coming into this matchup against Apex, what do you expect from them? Do you obviously you're coming in expecting a win, but do you think it's going to be a similar performance as today? Do you think you're gonna get it done in 2?
I think it might go this way, and we're in a really good shape, as I said last interview with you guys, and we are ready to face anyone that is coming our way, and we just want to grind our way to up there, win this tournament. And I think our expectation right now is to win this tournament. So yeah, we're gonna take everyone that is coming our way right now. It can be Apex, can be LDLC, whoever.
All right, man. Look, I think you've given us some good insights there, and of course, like you say, you're pretty tired grinding away. Wish you luck moving forwards, and thank you very much for giving us some of your time.
We're playing at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Let's go. We're ready for that.
That's the life, man. That's the life at the minute, and it's so many officials.
This is how it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks
for your time.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, buddy. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. So genuine in that interview. Ready for anything, he seems to be. And 10 a.m. tomorrow. I mean, you understand these guys are playing in so much. They've got Elisa going on right now, playing in Blast Rising. They've got Flashpoint, as they mentioned. And the guys are absolutely tearing it apart. I mean, you would expect probably like 6, 7, 8 hour days because of the officials that they're playing and things like that. And then on top of that, the interview as well. And then they got to get up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I guess, as you mentioned, there's a lot going on their plate right now. But proving grounds, they seem to be across the board everywhere right now. Apex, of course, their next game starting, as he said, 10 a.m. tomorrow. CEST or 9 a.m. BST. A very interesting game to watch, Scriver. It's safe to say these guys, they are on the up-and-coming list. It's to be expected because of the individual performance, but my word, are they a team to be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when we first saw them a few months ago, it looked like just a chance for some of the players in there to prove themselves a little bit, some of the younger guys. But then, you know, the likes of Body and Lucky and MBK, we've seen floating about just to sort of do something while they're waiting for the next opportunity to come along. But then it looks like this one is said opportunity. They're grinding out the Counter-Strike, like they've said, like we've touched on. And you talk about they're in so many officials. Well, they're doing really well. Gives them a great chance to carry on proving themselves, get the rankings up there, you know, and maybe get a solid organization behind them as well, which would, I would presume, force the team in a way to stay together. But yeah, really, really impressed with what we've seen. But look, that is going to be it from us today. Obviously, a hell of a best of 3 in from Double Pony. A nice showing on Vertigo. Nice and easy. When they've got everything going their way, you can see what they're capable of. And also keeping the composure, pulling things back. Maybe shouldn't have been in that position to begin with, but nonetheless, they are proving themselves to be effective in many different areas. Catch them tomorrow at 10 a.m. with more Blast Rising. We'll see you then.
Ain't nobody here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain. Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me this mountain.
Schooling for a heart. Schooling